Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Madara had inexplicably found himself within the body of 3-year-old Naruto Uzumaki, mistakenly identified as his father for reasons unknown. Madara initially rejected the notion of this little imp, yet he could not quite discern when the tide began to shift. Naruto, eliminate him. I shall protect you, my son. Do you dare harm Naruto? You are doomed. Do not think that just because you are me, you can escape unscathed. I shall strike you down. Thus commenced the peculiar tale of an unusual father and an amusing son. Chapter 1. Are you my father? On a frigid night, 3-year-old Naruto Uzumaki curled up beneath the meager blanket of the orphanage. Outside, the laughter of villagers celebrating the winter solstice echoed, while he clutched a half-moldy piece of bread, the sole offering discarded by a shopkeeper that day. It's so cold. Naruto pressed his small, reddened hands against his belly, where a searing pain radiated. He was oblivious to its origin, merely curling up in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. However, the agony suddenly intensified, causing him to tumble from his bed. In his dazed state, he glimpsed the sealing markings on his abdomen glowing ominously red, as if flames were raging beneath his skin. Help! Help me! Naruto struggled to extend a hand, but his consciousness plunged into darkness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself standing in an immense sewer. Murky waters lapped at his ankles, and a chilling breath echoed from the depths, sending tremors through the pipes. Where's this? Trembling, Naruto ventured forward, only to freeze in his tracks upon turning a corner. Behind a massive iron grate, a pair of crimson-slitted eyes glowed in the darkness, resembling two blood moons. At last, you have arrived, little one. The voice of the Nine-Tails rasped like countless blades scraping against metal. Come closer. Let me observe you properly. Instinctively recoiling, Naruto was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of chakra that knocked him to the ground. The Nine-Tails claw reached through the bars, hovering above his head. Do you wish to know why everyone despises you? Release this seal, and I shall reveal the truth. That alluring voice tempted Naruto's youthful, yearning heart. If I just undo this, I can. Just as the claw was about to touch his forehead, a ghostly blue flame erupted from within Naruto, forcefully repelling the beast's talon. How audacious! Even a tailed beast now seeks to deceive a child. Dazed, Naruto looked up to see a tall shadow standing protectively before him. Clad in peculiar armor, with long black hair swirling as if alive, he was surrounded by orbs of ghostly chakra. Upon recognizing this figure, the Nine-Tails fur bristled, and a primal roar erupted within, resonating as a shockwave. Uchiha Madara. Silence. The shadow now identified as the soul of Uchiha Madara, forming a hand seal. The Threedemo in his eyes spun rapidly. Return to your slumber. As the Jinjutsu took effect, the Nine-Tails let out a frustrated roar, yet its colossal form succumbed helplessly to the ground. The space fell into silence, save for the sound of dripping water. Sitting on the ground, Naruto gazed up at the sudden apparition. Dim light filtered through the cracks above, illuminating the sharp contours of his face. You are? Naruto hesitantly inquired. Father. Madara's form visibly stiffened. He looked down at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed child, his brows knitting into a tight frown. Is there something wrong with your eyesight? I'm not your father. But, Naruto scrambled to his feet. Grandpa Third said that a father is a hero who defeated the Nine-Tails. Madara's lips twitched in irritation. Was it truly for this reason? He had not anticipated such absurd reasoning from this little imp. I am not, Madara stated flatly, turning away. You may leave. Suddenly, the hem of his cloak was grasped tightly. Madara turned to see Naruto clutching his armor, tears brimming in his azure eyes. Please don't go. Everyone hates me, but a father would protect me, right? Madara's furrowed brow deepened. He ought to shake off this bothersome child. Yet those eyes reminded him of Izuna, helpless in the face of his brother's deaths. Call me whatever you wish. He finally relented, softening his tone as much as possible. Now let go, I must examine this seal. Yet Naruto, beaming with joy, leaped forward to embrace Madara's leg. This is wonderful. I finally have a father. Madara's expression resembled one who had just swallowed a bitter pill. Though he yearned to cast Naruto aside, the sight of that delighted face rendered him unable to act. He lifted the golden-haired boy by the scruff of his neck. Listen, first, no randomly hugging people second. Do not call me father in public third. His voice trailed off. Through Naruto's eyes, he glimpsed the situation in the real world. Three ninjas, adorned with animal masks, surrounded the unconscious Naruto, one of whom was preparing to seal the markings. What scheme had Tobirama devised? He recalled that back then, Hashirama had deemed it unnecessary, and Tobirama had merely proposed the theory to it appear that after his demise, Tobirama had implemented this idea. Trouble approaches. Madara chuckled darkly, setting Naruto down. Someone has discovered the seal is weakening. Before Naruto could comprehend, Madara gave him a shove. Awaken, boy, unless you wish to be captured by Konoha's Umbu for experimentation. In the real world, Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself staring into the face of a cat-masked ninja. He screamed in terror, retreating. The target has regained consciousness, the Umbu ninja reported coldly. There are signs of a temporary weakening of the seal. Increased surveillance is advised. Disregarding Naruto's current reaction, the Umbu members vanished from the room once they confirmed everything was in order. Once they departed, Madara's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Is this how a village treats its Jinchuriki? Oof. Father. Naruto rejoiced silently upon hearing Madara's cold scoff within him. You are really still here. Silence, I wish to sleep. Madara's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Remember, do not expose my existence before anyone, or else you will vanish, right? Naruto's spirits dampened suddenly. I understand. I will keep the secret. Madara remained silent for a moment, uncharacteristically refraining from disputing the title. As he drifted into slumber, a vague thought crossed his mind. This child's chakra. Why does it bear a semblance to Hashirama's? Meanwhile, deep within the seal, the Nine-Tails opened its eyes, observing Madara's soul enveloped in blue chakra, a contemplative expression crossing its features. Soon, as the sun rose the following day, Naruto awoke from a rare, restful night. The footsteps of the third Hokage echoed from outside, drawing Naruto's attention. As the elderly man entered, he immediately noticed the expression of joy on Naruto's face. What good fortune has befallen you, Naruto? Recalling Madara's warning, Naruto shook his head. Nothing. Just had a wonderful dream. The third Hokage regarded him thoughtfully, suddenly remarking, Last night, I sensed an unusual fluctuation of chakra from you. Naruto, recalling the events, blurted, It was my father protecting me. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Strangely, however, the third Hokage did not press further, merely patting his head. Is that so? How delightful. After the old man departed, Madara's voice resonated in Naruto's mind once more. Is the child truly trying to extract information from me? It seems this little one might be vaguely aware of something. Chapter 2. Naruto's daily life. After a brief explanation from the third Hokage, he left behind this month's living expenses and departed. Naruto instinctively touched his belly. The pain had subsided, replaced by a peculiar warmth. Dad? He whispered, only to be met with an impatient grunt echoing in his mind. Don't make noise so early in the morning. Naruto grinned, revealing a gap where a tooth once was. Using both hands and feet, he crawled out of bed, dragging a rusty tin can from beneath it. He carefully placed the living expenses left by the third Hokage inside, keeping a few bills in his hand. Today I'm going to buy milk, Naruto declared joyfully. Iruka-sensei said drinking more milk helps you grow taller. Madara, observing through Naruto's eyes, took in the dilapidated walls of the shabby room, the moldy tatama mats, and the dead potted plants on the windowsill. Even the most destitute Uchiha from the Warring States period would not have lived in such conditions. Humph, has Konoha fallen to such depths? As Naruto donned his last orange jacket, he tilted his head and replied, Because I'm a monster. Everyone says so. Hearing Naruto's words devoid of malice, Madara felt an inexplicable anger welling up within him. The shopkeeper's wife brandished a broom upon seeing Naruto. Get out, she shouted, striking his back with the broom. We haven't settled the account for the soy sauce you stole last time. Naruto shielded his head as coins clattered from his fingers to the ground. I didn't steal. That was Grandpa Third. Liar. The broom struck Naruto's knee, sending him stumbling out the door. Passing villagers snickered, some deliberately spitting near his feet. Madara, witnessing it all through Naruto's eyes, maintained his icy demeanor but found his hands clenching involuntarily. He had seen his clansmen perish at the hands of the Senju. He had witnessed children torn apart by enemy ninja. Yet, he had never encountered such blunt malice, especially directed at an unarmed child. Kill them. Madara's voice was as cold as ice. A single fire release could. It's okay. Naruto suddenly exclaimed, unsure if he was comforting Madara or himself. He stood up, dusting off his pants, and bowed to the shopkeeper. I'm sorry for the disturbance. Madara watched in astonishment as the golden-haired boy picked up the scattered coins, even retrieving one that had fallen into the gutter. What shocked him further was that Naruto turned with a smile still adorning his face. The old man in the next block will sell me milk, Naruto explained quietly. Though it's a bit expensive, at that moment, Madara couldn't help but recall why he and Hashirama had founded the Hidden Leaf Village. Was it not to spare children from suffering? To allow them to live joyfully under the sun? Yet here was this boy, living in a time of peace, enduring pain no less than the children of the warring states. As dusk fell, Naruto sat on a swing, sipping the hard-earned milk. A large bruise marred his knee, a result of being pushed down the stairs by older kids that afternoon. They didn't mean to, Naruto said, swinging his legs. I just lost my balance. Foolish, Madara interrupted. That was clearly a deliberate shove. In the warring states, you would have fought back. Naruto blinked, his clear eyes devoid of any malice. Why? Isn't it better for everyone to be happy? Madara had no reply. He was reevaluating this vessel, this child. The events of the day made him realize that being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails brought Naruto not just solitude, but a slow, chronic death. Yet this boy still dared to smile at the sunset. Listen, kid, Madara suddenly said. Starting tonight, I will teach you some things. Naruto's eyes lit up. Really? Is Dad going to teach me ninjutsu? Like those on Hokage Rock? Shut up and listen. Madara's voice carried an undeniable authority. What I will teach you is not playtime ninjutsu, but how to survive in malice, the true survival methods of a ninja from the warring states. As moonlight bathed the abandoned training ground, Madara appeared as a phantom visible only to Naruto. His form was semi-transparent and azure, his long hair swaying gently in the night breeze. First, remember 3 iron rules. Madara raised 3 fingers. First, always assume everyone is an enemy. Second, all food must be tested for poison. Third, maintain a third of your awareness while sleeping. Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding, and then sneezed suddenly. Night dew dampened his tattered jacket, but his eyes shone brightly. Madara frowned, observing the small child's frail frame, and suddenly changed his mind. Tonight, he'll teach you the basics of how to fall. Ah, Naruto looked puzzled. I already know how to do that. Just today, what you did was tumble, not tactical falling, Madara scoffed. Watch closely. The next moment, Naruto felt his body taken over by an unfamiliar chakra. His right hand instinctively shielded the back of his neck. His left leg bent to cushion his fall. He fell backward in an oddly fluid motion, rolling twice before landing in a crouch. Well, what was that? Naruto marveled at his hands. Uchiha-style falling technique. Madara's voice held a hint of pride. It allows you to fall from a 10-meter tree without injury. For the next 2 hours, Naruto repeatedly practiced falling, rolling, and standing up again. His clothes were caked with dirt, his knees bore new wounds, yet his smile grew brighter. Dad is amazing. Naruto cheered for the umpteenth time as he stood up again. This way, I won't feel pain when I get pushed down. Madara's expression froze. He had intended to teach Naruto how to minimize damage when facing enemy ninja, yet this child thought of. Tomorrow, he'll teach you how to identify poisons, Madara suddenly said. Now, go back and sleep. Then on the way back to the orphanage, Naruto limped yet radiated joy. As he passed a shop with its lights on, he suddenly halted. The window reflected a large and small silhouette, the golden-haired boy and the azure phantom hovering behind him. Naruto reached out, attempting to grasp Madara's clothing, but his hand passed through the semi-transparent chakra. Does Dad get cold too? Naruto asked, seemingly out of nowhere. Madara watched this bruised child, concerned for his enemy, and suddenly understood Hashirama's thoughts. Perhaps that naive idealist had long seen one undeniable truth. In endless war, the first to lose is always the smiles of children. Fool, Madara murmured, gently pressing his chakra on Naruto's shoulder. Hurry up, it's going to rain. Indeed, the night sky began to drizzle. Madara observed Naruto's bouncy figure, feeling an unusual emotion arise regarding this absurd father-son relationship for the first time. Meanwhile, deep within the seal, the Nine-Tails opened one eye, contemplatively watching it all. Chapter 3. The third Hokage's trial stay away. That is Widow's Tear's contact with the skin will. Naruto, before Madara could finish his explanation, a frail voice emerged from behind, causing Naruto to plummet onto the ground in fright. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had appeared behind him, the smoke curling from his pipe standing out conspicuously in the morning mist. Grandpa Third, Naruto stammered, hastily wiping away the skull design on the ground with his foot. I was just picking mushrooms. The third's gaze swept over the colorful fungi, the shadows in his wrinkles deepening. Who taught you to identify these? Naruto's eyes darted nervously, for Madara had warned him against revealing his existence. After much deliberation, Naruto could only stutter a fib. I read about it. In the comprehensive guide to Konoha flora. The third crouched down, picking up a piece of Widow's Tears, and then scrutinizing Naruto's palm. To his astonishment, a thin layer of chakra enveloped Naruto's fingers, effectively isolating the toxins. This was not a level of chakra control typical for a child of Naruto's age. This book, the third spoke slowly, is the seventh book on the right side of the third shelf in the library, borrowed only 3 times last year. His gaze sharpened suddenly. And you, Naruto, have never been to the library. With his lie exposed, Naruto felt cold sweat trickle down his back. He sensed Madara's chakra, encasing his thoughts like armor. Yet the third's gaze seemed capable of penetrating all defenses. It is a seal, Naruto articulated Madara's words in his mind. Survival knowledge left by the fourth Hokage. The third's eyes narrowed. He fixed his gaze on Naruto's small face, his right hand discreetly forming the U-seal. The fourth Hokage? The third inquired gently. The fourth Hokage? However, Naruto appeared bewildered by the term, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Madara couldn't help but cover his face. It seemed too much to expect a child to lie convincingly. Repeat after me. It is the information left by the fourth Hokage in the seal that grants you the ability to protect yourself. Naruto struggled to articulate the sentence in full, but just as the words were about to escape his lips, they morphed into, I think it's some information that lets me protect myself. Noticing the struggle, the third realized that Naruto was still a child, unable to express himself clearly, but suspected that this was indeed some contingency left by Minato. It seemed that Naruto had inadvertently unraveled something, leading to the current anomalies. After much contemplation, the third gently ruffled Naruto's hair. Indeed, but it is dangerous for you to engage with these things without guidance. I'm sorry. In contrast, Naruto could only lower his head to apologize to the third. Those words struck the third like a kunai. He had long acknowledged in his heart that he owed Naruto an apology. As the son of a hero, Naruto was compelled to conceal his identity due to being a Jinchuriki. He could not even inherit his father's surname, forced to hide behind the name Uzumaki. Though the third provided substantial assistance in terms of living conditions, the villagers still struggled to accept Naruto's existence due to his status as a Jinchuriki. Even if he spoke up, it merely allowed Naruto to endure his current life. The old man remained silent for a long moment, finally exhaling a sigh. If you wish to learn these things, come find me. He stood up, glancing back one last time. I hope that I am merely overthinking. Once the third's figure had completely vanished, Naruto slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon. Dad, you scared me to death. Madara's chakra surged within the ceiling space. That old fox is suspicious, but for now he won't delve deeper. He paused. However, you'll be under close surveillance in the coming days. Indeed, when Naruto visited Ichiraka Ramen in the afternoon, he noticed 2 masked ninjas lurking in the corner. Even during his bathroom break, he sensed chakra fluctuations above him on the roof. 1 on the tree to the left, 2 on the roof to the right. Madara coldly reported the positions of the watchers. The Umbu of Konoha are becoming increasingly intolerable. As Naruto slurped his ramen, he inwardly wondered, should we continue our lessons? Of course, Madara's voice brooked no dissent. But first, digest what you learned today. Tomorrow we commence physical training. The kind-hearted uncle at the ramen shop pushed a larger serving of chashu towards Naruto, affectionately tousling his golden hair. I am digging in. Naruto grinned, his eyes narrowing into slits as he began to relish the sumptuous feast before him. As night fell, Naruto sat cross-legged on his bed. Following Madara's guidance, He attempted to concentrate chakra at his fingertips. Focus. Madara's voice was unusually patient. Imagine your chakra as a net. Naruto gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, his index finger glimmered with a faint blue light, flickering like a firefly. I did it! Naruto exclaimed in joy. Madara snorted lightly, barely passing. Yet he refrained from telling Naruto that such precise chakra manipulation typically required a genin's level of control. Just as Naruto was about to try again, the ceiling space suddenly trembled violently. The Nine-Tails chakra surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly battering Madara's soul. Uchiha Madara. The Nine-Tails' voice rumbled like thunder. We need to talk. Madara blinked, his figure appearing in the ceiling space. The Crimson Tomo confronted the pair of crimson-slit pupils. Beast, are you seeking death? The Nine-Tails impatiently thrashed its tail against the iron bars. Stop playing dumb. Do you know why the souls from the Warring States era would appear within this little brat? Madara's Sharingan slowly rotated. It has nothing to do with you, that of course it does. The Nine-Tails bared its ivory fangs. I have been sealed for over 60 years and have never encountered such a situation. A Uchiha, unrelated to the Uzumaki clan, yet their soul resides within a Jinchuriki. Its gaze turned menacing. Unless someone orchestrated this, Madara's soul chakra suddenly became unstable. He had pondered this question countless times. Why Naruto? Why him? Six-Path Sage. The Nine-Tails suddenly uttered this name. Only that old man has the power to interfere with the cycle of souls. Madara's pupils constricted sharply. He was certainly aware of the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, but you think I would believe you? Madara sneered. If it were truly him, what would his purpose be? The Nine-Tails ceased its tail's movement. Ask yourself, Uchiha Madara, when you taught that little brat to identify poisons, when you watched him clumsily practice chakra. A glint of cunning flashed in the fox's eyes. Did you ever remember someone? Madara's ethereal form suddenly froze. Countless fragments of memories flooded back Izuna, clumsily practicing shuriken techniques. His brother's dying grip as he implored, Brother, you must live. Shut up. Madara's chakra erupted violently, shaking the entire ceiling space. In reality, Naruto suddenly clutched his stomach. It hurts. The Nine-Tails returned to its usual demeanor, lying on the ground, watching Madara's loss of composure with satisfaction. How amusing. It seems I was correct. Madara forced himself to regain his composure. He steadied his heart, though his voice lacked its former certainty. Even if what you say is true, so what? Collaboration. The Nine-Tails' claws scraped against the iron bars, producing a piercing sound. You teach that little brat how to survive, and I will provide chakra. After all, it cast a meaningful glance at Madara. We both wish to see what the Sage of Six Paths is truly plotting. Madara remained silent for an extended period. Moonlight filtered through the top of the ceiling space, casting fractured reflections upon the murky water surface. At last, he lifted his head, the Sharingan emanating an eerie glow in the darkness. Remember, Beast, this is merely a temporary truce. The Nine-Tails let out a low, sinister chuckle, gradually retreating into the depths of its cage. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto in the realm of reality remained utterly oblivious. He writhed on the bed, clutching his stomach, completely bewildered by the sudden onset of pain. Daddy! Naruto cried out with a quivering voice. Am I poisoned? Obito's chakra tenderly enveloped the area of Naruto's discomfort. Rest now. Naruto, the pain will soon subside. Chapter 4. Training Before Dawn. The village of Konoha was still shrouded in a hazy mist, and 3-year-old Naruto was already yanked from his slumber by Obito. Get up, Naruto. Obito's voice thundered in Naruto's mind like a clap of thunder. Naruto groggily rubbed his eyes, clinging to the edge of the bed, his little legs swinging in the air until they finally touched the ground. I'm so tired, he yawned, tears still glistening at the corners of his eyes. Typically, he would sleep until the sun warmed his backside. Ninjas do not have the luxury of sleeping in, Obito coldly remarked. Now, get outside and run. Run? Run? Startled by Obito's tone, Naruto's drowsiness vanished in an instant. He widened his eyes and peered out at the star-speckled sky. But it's not even dawn yet. Move. The urgency in Obito's voice startled him, and soon, a wobbly little figure appeared on the streets of Konoha. After all, Naruto was merely a 3-year-old child, and his running was clumsy and unsteady. He stumbled over pebbles occasionally, But each time he was about to fall, Obito's chakra would gently support him, preventing him from hitting the ground hard. Adjust your breathing, Obito instructed in Naruto's mind. Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. Keep the rhythm steady. Naruto struggled to follow, but after less than 10 minutes, his little face was flushed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. I can't do it, he gasped, leaning on his knees. At that moment, he felt as if his legs had vanished, and if it weren't for Obito's chakra supporting him, he would have plopped down on the ground. Obito clicked his tongue in disapproval. Is this all you've got? 3-year-olds during the Warring States period could run all day. Naruto pouted in indignation. But I'm not a child from the Warring States. After a brief moment of silence, Obito relented. 5 minutes of rest, then we continue. The training persisted until the sun had fully risen. After completing the grueling run, Naruto lay sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath like a stranded fish. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and his golden hair clung to his forehead. Dad, am I going to die? He asked weakly. Obito assessed his condition through the flow of chakra within him. Chakra depletion is significant, but your recovery rate is faster than anticipated. Naruto blinked. Recovery rate? Your body is replenishing chakra on its own, Obito explained. Ordinary ninjas would need at least half a day to recover from this level of exhaustion. Yet you've done it in less than an hour. Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding, but soon grew excited. Does that mean I'm really strong? Obito scoffed lightly, barely passing. Despite his words, he felt a hint of surprise. Naruto's chakra recovery speed was remarkably superior to that of an average person. Was this the natural prowess of the Uzumaki clan? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, the embers of his pipe glowing intermittently. His gaze was fixed on the crystal ball, observing the small figure on the training field. I have been watching for 3 days, he murmured to himself. Can the chakra imprint left by Minato truly achieve such results? Naruto's recent transformations were too conspicuous. From poison identification to chakra control, even his taijutsu movements bore a striking, fierce style, nothing like Minato's, but reminiscent of Hiruzen's own youth. Hiruzen, what troubles you? A cold voice interrupted from behind. Danzo Shimura had appeared at the door, his cane tapping lightly against the floor. The third Hokage's brow furrowed slightly. Danzo, what brings you here? I've heard that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has been behaving unusually. Danzo replied, stepping into the room with a piercing gaze. Reports from the Umbu indicate he is learning dangerous survival techniques. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression calm. They're merely basic self-defense skills left behind by Minato. A flicker of doubt crossed Danzo's eye. Would the fourth teach a 3-year-old to identify poisonous mushrooms? Just in case. Hiruzen replied nonchalantly. Moreover, Naruto will inevitably face these challenges. Danzo fell silent for a moment before suddenly sneering. You are too soft-hearted, Hiruzen. If the Jinchuriki loses control, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, I am personally monitoring him. Hiruzen turned his gaze back to the window. No need for you to intervene. Danzo glared at his back, eventually snorting in disdain before departing. Hiruzen took a deep breath, his furrowed brow deepening. He knew Danzo would not relent easily. But if Naruto's current anomalies were reported to the council, it would only lead to stricter surveillance, possibly even resulting in his being taken by root. Leaning back in his chair, Hiruzen gazed at the ceiling, pondering, what exactly did you leave behind in that seal, Minato? That night, in the ceiling space, Naruto curled up in a corner of his consciousness, already fast asleep from exhaustion. Obito's ethereal form stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the Nine Tails. Obito, you've changed. The Nine Tails remarked lazily, its tail swaying gently. It seems you've begun to show a softer side. Obito shot at a cold glare. What are you implying? The Nine Tails narrowed its slit eyes, grinning slyly. The once cold-hearted Uchiha is now playing the role of a caretaker. Obito, hearing this, shot back with a glare. Say what you will, but do you remember how you met your demise? Obito's soul chakra suddenly paused. What are you trying to ask? The Nine Tails flicked its tail. Though my perception may not be strong, I can clearly sense that your soul is incomplete. Obito did not refute the Nine Tails' claim. Since arriving in Naruto's body, he had sensed that his memories were fragmented. He recalled events from his childhood, the wars between the clans, the bond with Hashirama, the founding of Konoha, and the truth of the Uchiha clan, as well as the battle at the Valley of the End. He remembered surviving after that battle, living for a long time. Yet, how had he evaded Hashirama's fatal strike? How had he escaped? How long had he lived? All these details eluded him. The Ninetales chuckled softly. What's the matter? Are you panicking at the realization of your amnesia? Obito remained silent, watching the peacefully sleeping Naruto, feeling a complex swirl of emotions within him. Why had he found himself in Naruto's body? Just this enigma was perplexing enough, and now another mystery arose. Why had he lost his memories? Weary of reflecting, Obito coldly replied, "These matters are in the past. They concern me not. I shall live according to my own will." The Ninetales regarded him knowingly, but chose not to speak further. Meanwhile, in the real world, the third Hokage continued to stand at the window, gazing at the moon in the night sky, unable to find rest. Chapter 5. Enrollment at the Ninja Academy. 3 years later, 6-year-old Naruto stood before the mirror, tightly fastening his brand new forehead protector. The dark green lens glimmered with a cold sheen in the morning light, reflecting his face, now free of baby fat. 3 years had transformed a stumbling toddler into a mischievous child capable of effortlessly scaling the Hokage rock. "It's crooked," Obito's voice echoed in his mind. "Even if it's just a substitute for the forehead protector, it must be worn at a 15-degree angle, as per Uchiha tradition." Naruto stuck out his tongue and purposefully pushed the forehead protector further to the right. "I don't care. I'm going to be Hokage. So my way of wearing it must be unique." In the ceiling space, Obito's ethereal form crossed his arms, letting out a cold snort. If it had been 3 years prior, he would have undoubtedly forced Naruto's hands to correct this mistake. Yet now, he merely watched as the golden-haired boy bounced out of the apartment, his orange jacket billowing behind him like a flame. The streets of Konoha buzzed with liveliness. Parents led their children toward the Ninja Academy, and shops along the way displayed banners announcing enrollment season discounts. Naruto strolled through the crowd, hands tucked in his pockets, keenly aware of several familiar gazes, shadowy figures from the Umbu who had not ceased their surveillance over the past 3 years. 2 were perched on the eaves to his left and behind him, while one disguised as a dango vendor stood to his right. The languid band revealed the location of the observer, while Sarutobi Sasuke remained steadfast. Naruto feigned tying his shoelaces, seizing the opportunity to make a face at the dumpling stall. The stall owner trembled, nearly dropping the tricolored dumplings into the charcoal fire. "Don't cause trouble," Ban warned, albeit with a hint of indulgence. "Today is quite significant for you." Indeed, it was monumental. This marked the first time in 3 years that Ban permitted Naruto to showcase his true capabilities in public. Naturally, this was under strict limitations. Remember, keep your taijutsu test just above the passing line, and deliberately miss 2 shuriken throws. Ban tirelessly reiterated the precautions, stressing above all that he must not reveal his chakra control ability. Naruto interjected, then clasped his hands behind his head, lowering his voice. "Dad, you've been nagging for 3 years. I have it memorized." Ban's chakra stirred a small tempest in the ceiling space. This address, once absurd, had now become commonplace. Even the Ninetales had grown weary of mocking it. The flow of people at the school gate suddenly halted. Naruto stood on his toes, spotting Uchiha Sasuke encircled by a throng of parents taking photographs. The raven-haired boy, clad in a deep blue-collared shirt, wore an expression as frigid as ice. Upon seeing Sasuke, Ban couldn't help but exhibit a keen interest. "Ah, this era's Uchiha is quite to my taste." Naruto grimaced. Over the past 3 years, he and Sasuke had encountered each other countless times on the streets, each encounter concluding with a fierce glare. But today was different. Today, they were fellow alumni. "Hey, Sasuke." Naruto waved enthusiastically. "I arrived early today. You lost." Sasuke turned, his dark eyes sweeping over Naruto's askew goggles, his lips twitching. "Idiot. Who are you calling an idiot?" "Whoever responds is the idiot." The 2 boys pressed their foreheads together, resembling 2 spiky-haired little creatures. The surrounding parents chuckled warmly. "Control your emotions." Ban's voice was uncharacteristically tense. "Do you wish to be summoned to the Umbu interrogation room on your first day?" Taking a deep breath, Naruto suddenly grinned. "Just wait and see. I'll take you down in taijutsu class." Sasuke's Sharingan activated in an instant, the single tomo slowly spinning. What a delight, dead last. For 3 years, Naruto's diligent training each morning had instilled a competitive spirit in Sasuke, who had been striving to catch up to Itachi. This persistent rivalry spurred Sasuke to awaken his Sharingan not long ago. Although it was only a single tomo, Ban was nonetheless taken aback upon witnessing those eyes. Has this little brat unlocked something extraordinary? Awakening the Sharingan at 6 years old is even more impressive than I was. The entrance examination proved far simpler than Naruto had anticipated. when he sent a classmate tumbling off the mat for the third time during the taijutsu spar. The proctoring Chunin displayed an expression of disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto, victory. Irika announced with difficulty, next group. Stealing a glance at the score sheet, Naruto's heart soared. He had executed Ban's instructions perfectly, surpassing the passing line without being overly ostentatious. Even in the strictest shuriken test, he had missed just one more than Sasuke. Well done. Ban rarely offered praise. Now, onto the chakra test. Remember, use only 1/10 of your chakra. Naruto cheered inwardly. Dad, you're so chatty today. Ban's chakra tightened threateningly around Naruto's stomach, eliciting a small yelp of pain. This gesture had become their secret signal over the past 3 years. Whenever Naruto became overly boastful, Ban would employ this method to remind him to stay vigilant. The chakra test was held on the playground. The children queued to infuse chakra into specially designed test paper, which would react to determine their elemental affinity. Naruto stood at the end of the line, observing the flames, mist, and lightning flashing from the front. Dad, what is my affinity? He whispered. Theoretically, the Uzumaki clan was suited for sealing techniques, but Ban's voice suddenly paused. Wait, that silver-haired Jonin. Naruto followed Ban's perception. Under the shade of a tree at the edge of the playground, Kakashi Hatake, wearing a mask, languidly flipped through a small yellow book. However, the eye that was visible was clearly fixed on the testing site. It's the Umbu leader watching me. Naruto immediately recognized the elusive figure he had seen for the past 3 years. Stay calm. Ban's chakra steadied Naruto's emotions. Proceed according to plan. When it was Naruto's turn, he deliberately allowed his chakra to surge chaotically at his fingertips, causing the test paper to first moisten, then tear in half. A compound display of wind and water? The proctoring Chunin noted with confusion. Potential rating? Under the tree, Kakashi closed his book. As school let out, Naruto bounced through the commercial street. His backpack brimmed with pristine textbooks, and his pocket held his newly assigned ninja number, 012607. Irika-sensei said we'll start learning transformation techniques next week. He exclaimed excitedly. I've been wanting to learn that forever. Ban remained silent. Since the chakra test, he had been unusually quiet. Dad, Naruto halted. Are you angry? I've been obedient. It's not your fault. Ban's tone was unusually grave. That Hatake Kakashi has figured something out. A chill ran down Naruto's spine. Figured out what? Your chakra control. Ban's chakra formed a defensive posture within Naruto, as he deliberately stimulated the test paper with lightning chakra, inducing your instinctual defense, while you withdrew in time. The precision of that moment did not escape the scrutiny of the Sharingan. Naruto stood frozen at the ramen shop's entrance, the aroma suddenly tasting bland. 3 years of caution, and now it might all unravel on the first day? No need to panic, Ban's voice steadied. He will only assume you possess innate talent. Unable to connect the dots for now. However, a hint of battle intent coursed through the chakra. We must prepare for confrontation. The Ninetales chuckled lowly from deep within the seal. Finally, we're going to get serious? I've been waiting for 3 years. Naruto patted his stomach, suddenly grinning. What is there to fear? I have 2 of the strongest dads. Idiot, Ban murmured softly, yet affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair with chakra. Go enjoy your ramen. As night fell, the third Hokage's office remained illuminated. The crystal ball displayed footage of the day's tests, freezing at the moment Naruto's chakra test paper reacted. What do you think? The third inquired of the silver-haired Jonin lurking in the shadows. Kakashi's gaze shifted from Ika Paradise. His chakra control precision exceeds that of an average Chunin. His taijutsu techniques echo the shadows of the Warring States period. He paused. This is not characteristic of a teacher. The third exhaled a plume of smoke. So, it's not the knowledge left by Minato? More akin to the personalized training of a certain elderly individual who has lived for decades. Outside, a raven silently glided past. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie red glow under the moonlight, reflecting the light from the Hokage's office and the distant apartment where a golden-haired boy was practicing hand seals. Chapter 6. Genius? Fool. In the classroom on a bright morning, chalk dust floated in the sunlight. Irika, exasperated, held up Naruto's test paper from the previous day, marked with a glaring score of 12. Uzumaki Naruto, veins bulged on Irika's forehead, explained this answer. What are the 3 ninja prohibitions? How did you come up with ramen? Pranks and sleeping? The classroom erupted in laughter. Naruto scratched his head, revealing his signature goofy grin. Because you really can't touch those 3. Once I start eating ramen, I can't stop. Pranks are too much fun. And if I sleep, I'll miss training. Sasuke, seated in the front row, scoffed, "Idiot. Who are you calling an idiot?" Naruto shouted, slamming his hands on the desk, causing his chair to topple over. Silence. Iruka slammed the eraser on the podium. "Naruto, stay after class for remedial lessons." "No, please." Naruto wailed, tears streaming down his face. In the ceiling space, Ban's soul floated above the murky water. One hand pressed to his forehead. The nine tails rolled with laughter in its cage, the iron bars rattling with the force. "Is this the student you've raised?" The nine-tailed fox's tail struck the ground, questioning how the most fearsome ninja of the Warring States period could produce a student who barely scraped a mere 12 points in theoretical examinations. Madara's Sharingan narrowed dangerously. Silence. "I never attended such play-acting schools. However, the three ninja prohibitions are fundamental knowledge." The nine-tailed fox chuckled, unable to contain itself, pounding the ground in laughter. "Money, beauty, and alcohol. This little brat dares to write about ramen?" In the real world, Naruto slumped over his desk, etching little figures into the surface with a pencil. Iruka's lecture on chakra theory went in one ear and out the other. Inside, Naruto lamented, "Help me. This theory class is so dull." Madara's chakra surged slightly. Over 3 years, he had taught Naruto countless life-saving techniques, yet he never anticipated defeat in the realm of academics. "Listen," Madara's voice carried a hint of frustration, as he concentrated chakra into his ear to enhance his hearing. "I will demonstrate only once." 5 minutes later, an explosion erupted in the classroom. Naruto's ink pot had inexplicably detonated, splattering the front row Sasuke. "Naruto Uzumaki." Iruka's roar rattled the windows. "It wasn't me." Naruto waved his hands in panic. "It was the chakra. Not me." The ink just exploded. Madara, in the ceiling space, facepalmed. He only wished for Naruto to grasp the lesson clearly. Yet this brat's control over chakra was so erratic it shattered the ink pot structure. During the lunch break, Naruto, dejected, sat on the rooftop nibbling on bread. His orange jacket stained with ink, a result of Sasuke's furious shuriken. "I'm always first in taijutsu class." Naruto kicked the railing, grumbling. "Why is the theory class so hard?" Madara's ethereal form emerged in his consciousness. "Because you cannot settle your mind." Warring States ninja had to remain motionless for 3 days and nights in ambush. "You can't sit still for 3 minutes." But those words are so densely packed. "They make my head spin," Naruto muttered. He often fell asleep while reading, unable to absorb anything. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. "Right. Dad, why not use Jinjutsu to directly implant knowledge into my brain? Just like last time with the antidote technique." "Absolutely not." Madara firmly rejected. "Theory requires understanding, not rote memorization." He paused, his tone unusually hesitant. "Moreover, I am not entirely familiar with modern ninjutsu theory." The nine-tailed fox's laughter echoed from the depths of its cage. "Admit it. Uchiha Madara, you too have your shortcomings." Madara's chakra exploded, reverberating throughout the ceiling space. Watching his two fathers prepare for a clash within himself, Naruto could only smile wryly. At that moment, the rooftop door creaked open. Hinata Hyuga timidly peeked in, clutching a bento box. Naruto-kun, would you like to have lunch together?" In the afternoon taijutsu class, Naruto thrived, as he set a new school record in the obstacle course for the 3rd time. Even the usually stern taijutsu instructor wore a look of disbelief. Timing in at 28 seconds, the instructor repeatedly checked his stopwatch. It surpassed the average level of a nin. The playground fell silent. Sasuke's Sharingan had activated, fixated on Naruto's fluid movements. Every action of the underachiever bore an indescribable rhythm, as if forged through countless trials. Next, shuriken throwing. Naruto confidently stepped up to the throwing line. Silently, he inquired, "Dad, how many should I deliberately miss this time?" "Perform normally." Madara's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Let the little brat see something." 10 shuriken flew through the air. The first 9 struck the target with precision. Yet the last veered off in an odd arc, knocking down all of Sasuke's recently thrown shuriken. "Oops, my hand slipped." Naruto flashed a grin at Sasuke. The black-haired boy's Sharingan spun wildly. For the first time in 3 years, he felt an intense sense of defeat. How could this theoretical class dunce dominate him in practical skills? Clenching his fists, Sasuke thought, "Who exactly are you?" After school, the tutoring class was deserted. Iruka had been summoned by the Hokage, leaving Naruto to stare blankly at his chakra theory basics book. "So boring," he muttered, poking the textbook with his pencil. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Dad said, Practice yields true knowledge. He stealthily locked the classroom door, clumsily forming hand seals. This was the chakra perception technique discussed in yesterday's theory class, a high-level skill meant for 6th graders. As he concentrated, a pale blue chakra gathered in his palm. But then it began to pulse violently. Papers in the classroom fluttered without wind, and the ink bottles trembled. Stop! Madara's warning came too late. With a deafening bang, the storage cabinet in the back of the classroom exploded into fragments. Naruto was thrown to the ground by the shockwave. His face blackened as he stared at the ceiling. Did I succeed? Madara's soul chakra roiled fiercely. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an anomaly. Naruto's chakra mingled with a faint trace of the nine-tailed fox's essence. Deep within the seal, the nine-tailed fox's mouth curled into a grin. Has it finally begun? In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage spread out 2 reports before him. One was Iruka's record of Uzumaki Naruto's abnormal performance. The other, from the boldly titled Analysis of Suspected Uchiha Fluid Technique Traces. What do you think? The third Hokage asked the silver-haired Nin by the window. Kakashi's lone eye lifted from Ika Paradise. Taijutsu styles can be imitated, but combat intuition cannot be deceived. He paused, his gaze sharpening. That child is being taught true killing techniques. Outside, the setting sun bathed Hokage rock in crimson hues. The third Hokage caressed a crystal ball, revealing Naruto, playing dead amidst the classroom ruins. Arrange special guidance. He concluded, you shall be in charge. Kakashi closed the book and vanished in a blink, leaving behind a final remark. Just in time, I also wish to meet that teacher. Chapter 7. Kakashi's test. The last rays of the setting sun painted the training ground in blood-red hues. Naruto knelt on one knee, sweat dripping from his chin onto the cracked earth. He lifted his cerulean eyes, fixated on the silver-haired Nin standing atop a broken wooden post. There are 30 minutes left until dark. Kakashi languidly shook the bells in his hand, their metallic clinks resonating sharply in the stillness of the training ground. If you fail to obtain them, your punishment will double. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow with his forearm. Yet, he wore his signature stubborn grin. Don't underestimate me. I'm destined to become Hokage. An hour earlier, at the edge of the training ground, Iruka hastily tightened his forehead protector, apologizing as he ruffled Naruto's golden hair. An urgent mission has come up. I've asked Kakashi-senpai to give you special guidance. Special guidance? Naruto eyed the silver-haired Nin skeptically, who was leaning against a tree, his face obscured by Ika Paradise. Isn't he supposed to tutor me in theory class? Theory class? Kakashi closed the book, revealing his crescent-shaped right eye. How about some practical training instead? If you can snatch this bell from me before dinner, I'll waive all your punishments and treat you to Ichiraku ramen. At the mention of Ichiraku ramen, Naruto's eyes sparkled. Really? Of course. Kakashi tied the bells to his waist. But if you lose, I lose. Naruto assumed an attacking stance. The two faced off, Kakashi flipping through Ika Paradise, while Naruto refrained from rushing in. 3 years of secret training had taught him the art of observation. Kakashi appeared to casually flip through the book. Yet his stance was flawless. Every page turned synchronized with his breathing. He.s. assessing your strength. Madara's deep voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Use basic taijutsu. Do not reveal the traces of my training. Naruto nodded subtly, then suddenly shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Kakashi did not even raise an eyelid, deftly evading the straight punch simply by sensing the wind. However, Naruto had long been prepared, executing a swift arc with his right leg aimed at Kakashi's lower body. Oh! Kakashi gracefully leaped back, a subtle smile creeping beneath his mask, acknowledging Naruto's significant progress in taijutsu. This is merely the beginning. Naruto grinned, revealing his canines, and surged forward again, his speed suddenly escalating. His movements were crisp and decisive, each punch delivered with precise angular calculations. Kakashi continued to stand with one hand in his pocket, blocking with his right hand alone, but the nonchalance in his single eye was gradually replaced by focus. With no extraneous movements, as he deflected the 10th attack, Kakashi's pupils constricted. This was not the style taught at the academy. Within the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails rhythmically struck the iron bars with its sharp claws, sending crimson sparks of chakra flying. The Nine-Tails warned, hey, Porcupine Head, that silver-haired ninja is no ordinary opponent. The shadow of Madara flickered in the darkness. I am well aware of that. And don't call me Porcupine Head. The Nine-Tails opened its maw wide. Aren't you afraid he will see through your tricks? Madara offered no reply, but the swirling chakra betrayed his vigilance. Hatake Kakashi, Konoha's copy ninja, the direct disciple of the fourth Hokage. If he were to take this seriously, Naruto stood no chance of victory. In the real world, Naruto was once again thrown to the ground, but he immediately sprang back up, his golden hair dusted with debris. 17 attacks, yet still 0 hits. Kakashi finally closed his novel. Shall we continue? Cut the chatter. Naruto wiped the dust from his mouth and suddenly altered his breathing rhythm. His movements began to embody a peculiar cadence, as if each step was placed on an invisible spiral trajectory. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. That was no ordinary taijutsu. Naruto's fists were enveloped in a spiraling wind, leaving faint blue chakra afterimages in the air. This is... Boom. Kakashi's crossed arms were jolted, his boots carving shallow grooves in the ground. Before he could adjust his stance, Naruto executed a mid-air flip, his right leg descending like a battle axe. Success! Just as his fingertips were about to touch the bell, Kakashi transformed into white smoke and vanished. Good tactics. The voice came from behind, and Naruto felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, but he was still far from achieving victory. As Naruto faced defeat within the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails' mocking laughter echoed in his mind. Madara, look at your precious son, he can't even snatch a bell. Madara disregarded the taunt, stating, the gap in experience is too vast, not to mention that the opponent is formidable. Achieving this much is already commendable for Naruto. Then allow me to assist him. Suddenly, Naruto, lying on the ground, dug his nails deep into the soil. A surge of intense unwillingness surged within him like molten lava, and at the peak of this emotion, dark red chakra poured forth from his pores like flames. You better behave. Madara's chakra transformed into black chains that wrapped around him. You are harming Naruto. As Madara completely suppressed the chakra, Naruto's red chakra dissipated in an instant. Only residual energy remained, causing the surrounding flora to move without wind, proving that the earlier display was not an illusion. Kakashi stood 3 meters away, his forehead protector pushed up at some point, a flicker of surprise crossing his crimson Sharingan. But he quickly pulled the protector down. Time's up. He lowered his hands from the seal, the bell glinting coldly in the sunset. You lost. Naruto hung his head in silence for a moment before suddenly lifting his face with a smile. Tomorrow I will definitely snatch it. Kakashi gazed at him for a long while, smiling as he said, but remember, your punishment will be doubled. No. Immediately, Naruto's cries echoed throughout the training ground. At night, the light in the Hokage's office cast a long shadow of the third Hokage. Kakashi stood by the window, silver hair still dusted with dirt from the training ground. He pondered over Naruto's taijutsu, which seemed to embody the essence of an ancient style, and his chakra control exhibited precision far beyond that of a mere genin. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. Who do you think is guiding him? Uncertain. Kakashi replied, his eyes glinting in the shadows. However, to enable a child to progress this far in such a short time, he paused. That individual is likely not beneath your stature. Meanwhile, Naruto sat by the riverbank, hugging his knees, pebbles skipping 3 times across the water's surface. Dad, am I still far from enough? Rarely, Madara did not mock him. The ethereal blue chakra enveloped Naruto like mist. Today, you forced out 50% of his strength. Really? Naruto abruptly lifted his head, the gloom in his eyes evaporating. Then tomorrow, I will focus on basic training. Madara interrupted him, his tone softer than usual. Next time, make sure he gives his all. Deep within the ceiling cage, the Nine-Tails' lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly relishing the current environment. Chapter 8. Madara's warning that night. In Naruto's room, moonlight streamed through the window onto his small bed, where the golden-haired boy lay sprawled, drooling slightly as he muttered dreams of wanting another bowl of ramen. In the shadowy corner of the room, an ancient silhouette appeared silently. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in a ceremonial robe, held an unlit pipe between his fingers. His gaze filled with complex emotions as he observed the sleeping Naruto. Indeed, someone is teaching him. Moments ago, Kakashi's report still echoed in his mind. Naruto's shuriken skills, combat awareness, and even certain taijutsu movements bore the mark of a maturity beyond his years. These were not lessons learned in school, nor could an untrained orphan comprehend them on his own. The third Hokage slowly approached Naruto's bedside, extending his hand to probe the chakra fluctuations within him. However, a cold voice pierced through the room. Dare to touch him, and I will burn that old hand of yours. The third Hokage's pupils constricted as he instinctively stepped back, nearly dropping his pipe. He quickly raised his head to see Naruto still asleep, yet a smile of cold arrogance graced his lips, one not befitting his age. How the mighty Hokage has fallen, sneaking into a child's room at midnight. The voice was deep and oppressive, seeming to emanate from Naruto's very being, yet resonating clearly in the air. The third Hokage steadied himself and spoke solemnly. Who are you? Why are you lurking within Naruto? Lurking? The voice scoffed. I have no interest in hiding. Rather, you, third Hokage, if you suspect someone is teaching Naruto, why not ask him directly? The third Hokage remained silent for a moment before responding slowly, because I am uncertain if that individual poses a threat to Naruto. Huh. Naruto's eyelids fluttered slightly, and then his right eye snapped open. The crimson Sharingan flickered with an eerie light in the darkness, 3 tomo slowly rotating. The third Hokage's heart tightened, nearly exclaiming, Uchiha? Don't be alarmed, little boy. Naruto's mouth curved into a smile that was not his own. I have no interest in your Konoha. Nor do I care about the Uchiha clan. I am merely a rogue without a master. The third Hokage fixed his gaze on the Sharingan, his mind racing. Although the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had deteriorated, it had not reached the point of harming the village's Jinchuriki. Moreover, it seemed that Naruto was under some form of Jinjutsu, but how could such control be exerted unnoticed in the presence of the Anbu? Only Shisui and Itachi possessed such abilities, but these two were the third Hokage's most trusted individuals. They would never act in such a manner. Yet, aside from them, no other Uchiha had such mastery over Jinjutsu. Who exactly are you? My name is of little consequence. Naruto Madara lazily rolled over, propping his face on one hand. His crimson right eye still locked onto the third Hokage. You only need to know that this little brat is now under my care. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes. What is your purpose in teaching Naruto? Purpose? The other party seemed to have heard a joke, sneering coldly. If one had to comment, they would say he was utterly useless and a nuisance. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The room fell into a momentary silence. After a long pause, Hiruzen suddenly sighed, his expression relaxing slightly. You care for Naruto, don't you? What? Naruto straightened abruptly, his Sharingan wide with disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Hiruzen, however, chuckled softly, his gaze gentle. Though your tone is harsh, every word you utter defends him. If he were truly a nuisance, you could easily ignore him. Why bother teaching him? Naruto's expression froze. The tomo in his Sharingan, pausing for an instant. How had he forgotten this? It had been too long since he had negotiated with anyone, nearly forgetting how to do so. Hiruzen continued. Moreover, you could easily conceal your presence, yet you chose to reveal yourself to warn me. Fearing I might recklessly probe and harm Naruto, correct? Enough. Naruto, Obito, growled, raking his fingers through his hair. Stop being so clever, Hokage. Hiruzen remained unfazed, sitting down beside the bed, gently tapping his pipe against his palm. Regardless of who you are, as long as you harbor no ill will towards Naruto, I shall not interfere. Humph, consider yourself perceptive. Yet, Hiruzen suddenly shifted his tone, his eyes sharp. However, should your existence ever pose a threat to Naruto or Konoha? Naruto's Sharingan abruptly contracted, a terrifying chakra pressure exploding forth. The items in the room trembled violently, the window panes rattling. Hiruzen tensed, instinctively forming hand seals for defense. Yet, in the next moment, the pressure dissipated. Naruto, Obito, merely stared at him coldly, a mocking smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Spare me, kid. If I truly wished harm upon Konoha, you would already be a corpse. Hiruzen fell silent, for he understood the truth in those words. That chakra was powerful enough to instill fear. In that moment, Hiruzen seemed to glimpse the shadow of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Strong, shamelessly strong. Rest assured. Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his Sharingan had vanished, returning to their original azure hue. His tone remained impatient, yet lacked some hostility. I will keep an eye on this kid. Hiruzen gazed at him for a long while before slowly nodding. Then, I entrust Naruto to you. Humph. No need for your words. Hiruzen rose, casting one last glance at Naruto, who had returned to his resting position, before turning towards the window. The night breeze rustled his ceremonial robe, and he paused momentarily, not looking back. By the way, if Naruto inquires about tonight's events, I know. I won't say a word. Naruto, Obito, waved lazily, urging him to leave and not disturb his sleep. Hiruzen smiled, leaping out the window and vanishing into the night. The room fell silent once more. Naruto turned over, mumbling sleepily, "Dad, don't steal my blanket." Obito, within the ceiling space, the Ninetales lay on the ground, grinning widely. TSK, the Hokage saw right through you, Obito. Obito crossed his arms with a cold huff. "Shut up, you mutt." The Ninetales propped its chin on one hand. "You clearly care for that kid, yet you pretend otherwise. You Uchiha are truly complicated." Obito shot a fierce glare at the Ninetales, who instinctively shrank back but still stifled a laugh. Obito dismissed it, his gaze drifting through the ceiling space to Naruto outside. "That troublesome kid," he murmured softly, almost inaudibly. Outside, the moonlight continued to gently envelop Konoha. Chapter 9. Uchiha Sasuke. As spring turned to autumn, a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the classroom of Konoha Ninja Academy, chalk dust floated in the sunlight. Iruka-sensei stood at the podium, holding a nearly blank test paper, the veins on his forehead throbbing. "Uzumaki Naruto." His shout rattled the window panes. "This is already the 6th time this semester you've scored 0 on a theory exam." Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Sakura covered her mouth to stifle her giggles. Ino pointed at Naruto without mercy, and even the usually shy Hinata turned red with suppressed laughter. Only Sasuke snorted, continuing to peruse the ninjutsu scroll in his hands without looking up. "What does it matter?" Naruto retorted nonchalantly, digging in his ear. "I'm the top in practical classes. I even took down the upperclassmen last week. Practical classes are useless." Iruka slammed his hand on the desk in frustration. "The most important thing for a ninja is the integration of theory and practice. Starting today, you will sit next to Sasuke and let him teach you properly." "What?" Naruto jumped up, pointing at the black-haired boy in front. "I don't want to sit with this smug Sasuke." Sasuke finally lifted his head, his dark eyes coldly scanning Naruto. "I'll return that remark to you, dead last." Their gazes clashed in the air, as if one could hear the crackling sparks. Observing their exchange, the Ninetales yawned lazily. "Here we go again. These two brats are giving me a headache." Obito rested his hands behind his head, lying on the Ninetales' head, watching Sasuke through Naruto's perspective. For some reason, that arrogant brat reminded him of some distant memories. "Humph," he scoffed lightly, his tone laced with an indescribable complexity. Not long after, Naruto sluggishly dragged his chair next to Sasuke, deliberately making a loud noise as he did so. Sasuke didn't even blink, quietly shifting his belongings to the other side. "Hey, move over a bit." Naruto elbowed Sasuke. "Touch me, and I'll break your arm." Sasuke's voice was as cold as ice. "Come on. Who's afraid of whom?" Iruka coughed heavily. "Naruto, open your textbooks to page 35. Today we will learn about chakra usage." The next half hour was a disaster. Whenever Iruka posed a question, Sasuke answered effortlessly, while Naruto either scratched his head in confusion or responded nonsensically. What was even more infuriating was that every time he answered incorrectly, Sasuke would emit a disdainful laugh. "Chakra is divided into 5 basic natures, idiot." As Iruka turned to write on the board, Sasuke leaned in, mocking him in a low voice. "If you don't even know this, what are you doing calling yourself a ninja?" Naruto's face flushed red. "Stop looking down on me. I just have ramen on my mind." Sasuke smirked, that smile making him seem even more punchable, just as Naruto prepared to leap at him. Obito's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Naruto, he is not wrong. Chakra is indeed divided into 5 basic natures: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water." "Dad!" Naruto exclaimed in surprise, nearly shouting, then sorrowfully asked, "Why are you helping him?" "I'm not helping him," Obito replied with his usual arrogance. "I simply cannot bear to see my son unaware of such fundamental knowledge." In the afternoon's practical class, Iruka announced a surprising grouping. "Today, we will conduct paired combat practice. Naruto, you and Sasuke will face off against Shikamaru and Kiba." "What a joke." Naruto was the first to protest, jumping up. "I don't want to team up with this smug Sasuke." Sasuke's face remained impassive. "I can handle this alone. I don't need a dead weight." Iruka wore a sly smile. "This is an order. If you refuse to cooperate, you'll both spend a month cleaning the toilets." Both boys immediately wilted. "Ready, begin." With Iruka's whistle, Naruto shot forward, his fist aimed straight at Shikamaru's face. Shikamaru sighed, lazily sidestepping. What a hassle. At the same time, Sasuke moved, not towards the enemy, but delivering a kick to Naruto's back. "Get out of the way, dead last." "Whoa." Naruto stumbled, nearly face-planting into the ground. He turned angrily. "What the heck, Sasuke? What are you doing?" Sasuke chuckled coldly. You were obstructing me. Taking advantage of the distraction, Kiba charged in, Akamaru leaping off his shoulder. Beast mimicry technique. Beast clone. Two fangs, one on the left and one on the right, lunged at Naruto, their sharp claws aimed directly at his throat. In a panic, Naruto leaped back, only to collide with Sasuke's back. Both lost their balance and tumbled together in a disheveled heap. The following attack, tooth to tooth, struck them directly, sending them both flying amidst a cloud of explosive dust. Idiot! Watch where you're going. Sasuke shouted in fury. You suddenly stopped. Naruto retorted, baring his teeth. The onlooking classmates erupted in laughter. Sakura covered her face, exclaiming, "These two fools." Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails rolled with laughter, mocking. Is this what you call a genius, Uchiha? He can't even dodge a puppy. Madara's forehead twitched with irritation as he muttered, "Be quiet." On the playground, taking advantage of the chaos between Naruto and Sasuke, Shikamaru swiftly formed hand seals, shadow imitation jutsu. The dark shadow rapidly spread across the ground, poised to ensnare Naruto's ankles. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke suddenly turned, unleashing flames that forced Shikamaru to leap back, interrupting his technique. Humph, that's somewhat useful, Sasuke remarked, glancing at Naruto. Who asked for your help? Naruto jumped up, hands forming seals. Watch this. Fire style, tooth to tooth. However, before Naruto could execute his jutsu, two whirlwind-like shadows rushed in, disrupting his technique and sending him flying. Sasuke aimed to intercept with shurikens, but Shikamaru had anticipated his move. Your actions are too easy to read. 3 shurikens pinned down Sasuke's landing spot, forcing him to collide directly with Naruto. Bang! Their foreheads crashed together with a solid thud, and they both fell to the ground. Dazed. Is your head made of iron? Naruto wailed, clutching his forehead. Sasuke gritted his teeth. You idiot, you weren't watching where you were going. On the sidelines, Iruka rubbed his forehead, exasperated. This is undoubtedly the worst teamwork. As the one-sided battle unfolded, the confidence of the opponent, Gaara, surged. He was certain he could defeat these two geniuses. He and Akamaru launched another attack, tooth to tooth. A massive blade of wind howled toward them, while Shikamaru's shadow sealed off their escape route. With nowhere to evade, Sasuke, Naruto shouted suddenly, "Don't order me around." Sasuke retorted, though his body reacted instinctively. Naruto crouched down, and Sasuke leapt onto his shoulders, raining down shurikens like a storm. What? Shikamaru hastily maneuvered his shadow for defense, but saw Naruto forming seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. A fierce wind swirled the shurikens, accelerating their rotation, making their trajectory utterly unpredictable. Gaara's attack was scattered, and Shikamaru had to abandon his shadow technique to evade. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Sasuke changed his attack in midair, unleashing dozens of small fireballs that spread with the wind, transforming the training ground into a fiery net. Oh no, Shikamaru realized, cold sweat beading on his forehead. They could coordinate like this. In the final moment, Naruto dashed beneath Sasuke, hands overlapping, jump. Without hesitation, Sasuke stepped onto Naruto's palms, propelling himself high into the air. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Gale Palm. Fire and wind intertwined into a roaring inferno, resembling a colossal crimson dragon hurtling toward Shikamaru and Gaara. With no way to evade, Shikamaru could only watch helplessly as the fire dragon approached, a resigned smile of annoyance on his face. What a hassle. Boom. As the dust settled, Shikamaru and Gaara lay at the edge of the field, Akamaru whimpering pathetically. The arena fell silent. The victors are Naruto and Sasuke, Iruka announced, the first to react. Initially, it was assumed that Sasuke, being from a prestigious clan, along with Shikamaru and Gaara, would excel in advanced jutsu. Yet, Naruto's performance was unexpected. Could this be why the third Hokage took such special interest in him? Panting heavily, Naruto suddenly grinned. So what do you think, pompous Sasuke? Am I amazing, or what? Sasuke turned away, mediocre. However, as he turned, a slight smile crept onto his lips. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails, unusually silent, observed the synergy between Naruto and Sasuke, remarking, these two brats started off at odds, yet they managed to coordinate so seamlessly. Madara remained uncharacteristically silent, as the sight of their backs reminded him of his own partnership with Hashirama. Chapter 10. Uchiha Shursui. The sunset bathed the sky of Konoha in a crimson hue, casting an orange glow over the training ground. Naruto sat on the ground, panting, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Dad, isn't that enough training for today? I'm nearly exhausted. In the ceiling space, Madara crossed his arms and shot him a cold glance. Is this what you call fatigue? Hey, I've been training for 5 hours straight. Naruto protested indignantly. Just as Madara was about to deliver another taunt, his Sharingan flickered, and his gaze shifted towards the distant forest. A familiar chakra disturbance surged. It was the Uchiha clan's power, and they were engaged in fierce combat. All right, training is over. You may get up now. Madara's voice suddenly turned grave. Naruto blinked in confusion. What's going on? There's trouble brewing in the territory of Konoha. Madara smirked coldly. I want to see who has the audacity to cause a ruckus. Naruto furrowed his brow, puzzled by Madara's reaction. Previously, he had openly expressed indifference towards Konoha and the Hokage. Why did he now seem to regard it as his domain, ready to crush any disturbance? Madara's tone turned commanding. Now, immediately, go and see. The scene shifted to an open space at the edge of Konoha. The training ground was stained blood-red by the setting sun, and Uchiha Shirsue's breathing echoed in the silent forest. His right hand gripped a kunai tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. 12 root ninjas surrounded him like phantoms, their masks glinting with a chilling sheen in the dusk. With a whoosh, a shuriken sliced through the air. As Shirsue dodged, 3 figures attacked simultaneously from different angles. Realizing the threat, Shirsue quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. Water style, Water Barrier. The searing fire dragon roared forth toward his enemies, but was abruptly halted by the rising water barrier. A thick cloud of white steam erupted, temporarily blocking the root members' advance. Truly the Shunshin Shirsue, Danzo remarked, leaning on his cane as he approached. But today, you won't escape. Shirsue gritted his teeth, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, capturing every movement of his foes. He noted the precise formations of the root ninjas, 3-man teams maintaining perfect offensive and defensive distances. More alarmingly, they had completely forsaken individual will, operating like finely tuned killing machines. Lord Danzo, Shirsue suppressed the swirling chakra within him, his voice steady. You must understand. The Kodo Amatsukami was employed to prevent a coup by the Uchiha clan. This was a plan personally sanctioned by the 3rd Hokage. A twisted smile crept across Danzo's face. Using the strongest Jinjutsu to pacify a group of traitors? How wasteful. Hand it over to me. I can harness it to create greater value for Konoha. What? A chill ran down Shirsue's spine. In his Sharingan's vision, he noticed the chakra flowing beneath Danzo's bandages was unusually murky, as if infused with a power that did not belong to him. So that's it. Shirsue's pupils constricted. You have already. Before he could finish, a root ninja on his left launched an attack, wind style, vacuum sphere, as the high-pressure blast howled toward him. Another enemy on his right completed the hand seals, earth style, hell swamp. The ground beneath him transformed into a quagmire. Ah! Shirsue shouted, chakra exploding beneath his feet as he propelled himself skyward like an arrow. However, what awaited him was a 3rd group of enemies lying in ambush above. 6 shurikens rigged with explosive tags hurtling toward him simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the explosive flames, the figure of Shirsue fell to the ground in disarray. His forehead protector had been blown away, and blood oozed from the corner of his forehead, obscuring the vision of his left eye. Worse still, he sensed his chakra rapidly depleting. This was dire. It was toxic smoke. Shirsue found himself half-kneeling on the ground. This was his last chance. Danzo's voice slithered like a venomous serpent. Surrender Kodo Amatsukami, and I can allow you to die with dignity. Suddenly, Shirsue laughed, blood dripping from his chin. Lord Danzo, have you forgotten the origin of my name, Shunshin Shirsue? His hands transformed into mere shadows, forming seals at a speed so swift that even the Sharingan struggled to follow. Phantom Shunshin technique. In an instant, dozens of Shirsue clones appeared simultaneously, each resonating with authentic chakra fluctuations. The formation of the root ninjas was thrown into disarray for the first time. They could not discern which was the real Shirsue. Futile. Danzo sneered, weaving a peculiar hand sign. Would release. Silent strangle. What? Shirsue gasped. Would release? That is the unique bloodline limit of the 1st Hokage. How could Danzo possibly wield it? Before Shirsue could regain his composure, wooden vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring one of his clones with precision. The other clones dissipated instantly. This was Danzo's true lethal move. having stealthily planted the seeds of wood release during the battle. Coughing, Shursui felt the constricting grip of the vines, his ribs creaking under the strain. More terrifying was the realization that these wooden restraints were absorbing his chakra. Surprised, Danzo advanced slowly. Do you think I have survived this long for no reason? You. Shursui's scream echoed as Danzo reached out, brutally extracting Shursui's right eye. Crimson blood dripped from Danzo's fingers onto the ground. For Konoha, any power is worth pursuing. Shursui's vision began to blur, yet he fixed his gaze upon Danzo. You have already fallen. No, it is you Uchiha who are too naive. Danzo prepared to extract Shursui's left eye. Farewell, Shunshin Shursui. In that critical moment, Shursui's left eye suddenly blazed with a sinister crimson light. The pattern of the Manjiki whirled frantically, unleashing an unprecedented surge of chakra. What is this? Danzo's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated. A verdant chakra erupted like a volcano, coalescing in the air into a colossal skeletal structure. Following this, tendons, muscles, and armor materialized in sequence. Susanoo's first phase. Boom. The giant fist of Susanoo slammed down, causing the ground to collapse instantly. 3 root ninjas caught off guard were crushed into a pulp. Danzo rolled away desperately, his sleeve shredded by the residual force, revealing an unnaturally pale arm. How can a one-eyed Susanoo exist? Danzo's voice trembled for the first time. Susanoo, the ultimate ocular technique, could only be wielded by the possessors of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan. Records stated that the initial form of Susanoo required the full utilization of both eyes. Yet, here stood Shursui, activating Susanoo with but a single eye. Shursui, blood streaming from his orifices, maintained a resolute gaze. Danzo, you will never comprehend the power of the Uchiha. The emerald giant raised its spiraled long sword, flames of intense chakra enveloping the blade. Should this strike land, the entire training ground would be reduced to ashes. However, just as the spiraled sword was about to descend, Susanoo began to shatter. Shursui's chakra finally ran dry, and the immense warrior disintegrated like glass. He crashed heavily to the ground, utterly losing consciousness. Danzo emerged from his cover. A sinister grin plastered on his face as if he had narrowly escaped death. It appears victory still belongs to me. He limped toward Shursui, greedy light flickering in his lone eye. The strongest ocular technique is now mine. Just as his finger was about to touch Shursui's eyelid, a golden figure, like lightning, intervened between them. Bang! Danzo was kicked away, crashing through 3 large trees before halting. He looked up in horror to see Naruto standing protectively in front of Shursui. More terrifying was the fact that the blonde boy's right eye now flickered with the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. Shimura Danzo, Naruto spoke. But the voice that emerged was that of a deep, mature man. The child who once trailed behind Tobirama had now grown into a figure of great distaste. Danzo's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He would never forget that voice. Uchiha Madara, dare to lay hands on the Uchiha. Do you have the resolve to die? Chapter 11. Danzo vs. Madara transformation technique? Genjutsu? Or some forbidden technique? Danzo forced himself to regain composure, speaking in a hoarse, ominous tone. Whoever you are, impersonating the deceased is foolish. Naruto tilted his head, a proud smirk curling his lips. Decades have passed, and the trash of Konoha cannot even recognize my voice. Danzo's pupils contracted slightly, but he soon scoffed. Ridiculous. Uchiha Madara perished at the Valley of the End. This is a historical fact. History? Naruto chuckled, as if hearing a joke. History is merely a fairy tale written by the victors. Chakra surged around him, the air swirling like a tempest. Danzo's expression finally changed. That unique chakra fluctuation belonging to that individual, impossible. Yet rationality quickly suppressed his shock. Even if the opponent was truly Uchiha Madara, what of it? He was but a remnant soul clinging to the host of the 9 tails, and Danzo had killed him. Kill him, Danzo commanded suddenly, his voice cold as ice. The host has lost control. Eliminate him on the spot. The remaining 6 members of Root surged forward in an instant. Naruto, or rather Madara, initially thought this battle would be as simple as crushing ants. After all, since Konoha's establishment, none had dared to act against him upon learning his name. Not even the 5 Kageyonya would have considered it, especially during the previous 5 Kage summit, had he been able to accompany as a bodyguard. Would those fools have dared to propose the division of the tailed beasts? To hell with that nonsense. I acknowledge your courage. However, as Madara raised his hand to form seals, he discovered a grave issue. Naruto's hands were too short. The adult's sealing techniques were rendered utterly ineffective in the child's body. Before he could complete a single seal, the first root ninja had already barreled into his space, kunai aimed directly at his throat. TSK. Madara was forced to interrupt his seals, sidestepping to evade, but Naruto's bodily coordination paled in comparison to his former self. Although his consciousness reacted, his movements were a beat too slow. Swoosh. The kunai grazed his shoulder, drawing forth a spray of blood. Seeing Madara injured, especially by a mere lackey, the Nine Tails erupted into laughter. Ha! The legendary Uchiha Madara has been wounded by a nobody. Madara's expression darkened. Silence, beast. He could tolerate ridicule from anyone. But the Nine Tails' mockery was intolerable. Quickly, Madara adjusted his stance, but the second and third root ninjas coordinated their assault. A combination of wind and earth release techniques sealed all escape routes, forcing him to leap back repeatedly. Troublesome little brat, Madara gritted his teeth. The disparity in limb length nearly prevented him from evading entirely. Just then, a fourth ninja suddenly emerged from the ground, a long blade cleaving downward. Madara leaned back sharply, the blade narrowly grazing his nose. He retaliated with a kick to the assailant's chest, but due to Naruto's lack of leg strength, he could only push the enemy back a few steps. Am I truly overexerting myself? Danzo observed from a distance. A flicker of disdain in his single eye. Is that all? However, Danzo would soon pay a painful price for his arrogance. Although Madara's control over Naruto's body was initially clumsy, it was only temporary. After a brief period of adaptation, Madara began to maneuver this body with increasing agility. Until Madara evaded an attack from a root member using a fire technique with a series of backflips, he knelt on the ground, revealing a mocking smile. He had finally acclimated to Naruto's body. The game was about to conclude. Shaking the blood from his hands, his eyes, which had transformed back to their original blue hue to adapt to the body, once again manifested the three-tomo Sharingan. Confronted by Madara's overwhelming presence, 6 root ninjas simultaneously formed seals, preparing to unleash a formidable united ninjutsu. However, Madara's speed proved superior. With a swift motion, Madara crossed his hands and formed the final seal, declaring, "Fire style, great fire annihilation." A tremendous inferno erupted, engulfing the battlefield in a cataclysmic blaze. The scorching flames distorted the air around them. Water style, water barrier. The hastily formed water barrier by the root ninjas evaporated the moment it came into contact with the flames. White steam spread like a ferocious flood, obscuring everyone's vision. Damn it! Fall back! But it was too late. Amidst the steam, Madara's Sharingan traced a crimson arc. He gently flexed Naruto's tender fingers, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The first root member, closest to him, barely had time to form seals. Madara, manipulating Naruto's petite body, swiftly closed the distance, his right index and middle fingers striking like a viper, embedding themselves precisely into the opponent's throat. As his fingertips pierced the trachea, the root member's eyes widened in shock. With a twist of his wrist, Madara snapped the member's neck with a crisp crack. The second victim, proficient in wind style, had barely completed half of his hand seals when Madara appeared behind him. His small hand became a blade, striking at the third lumbar nerve cluster. The root member's lower body instantly went numb. As he knelt, Madara swiftly seized a kunai and slashed across his throat. The third root member, having sensed the demise of his comrades, immediately attempted to conjure a water barrier around him. Yet, as the barrier erupted, Madara was already before him, grasping his head with both hands. A surge of chakra propelled his knee down onto the member's skull, scattering fragments of his mask and flesh across the water-soaked ground. The fourth, skilled in assassination, detected Naruto's presence. Just as his poison blade was mere inches from Naruto's back, Madara vanished. In the next moment, his kunai pierced through the member's jaw, exiting through the crown of his head. Madara manipulated the member's wrist, as if controlling a puppet. The fifth, witnessing his teammates fall one by one, tore open his clothing to reveal an array of explosive tags. Confronting this fool seeking mutual destruction, Madara had already embedded a kunai into both of his elbows. As the member winced in pain, Madara delivered a punch to his face, simultaneously affixing an explosive tag to him. In the explosion's fiery light, Madara had long since vacated the area. The final root member, recognizing he was outmatched, attempted to evade. Yet, a kunai thrown by Madara precisely pierced through both of his ankles. As he collapsed, Madara shattered his cervical vertebrae from behind, as easily as snapping a dry twig. 6 corpses fell almost simultaneously. Madara stood amidst the pool of blood, Naruto's golden hair stained with droplets of crimson. The battle, from inception to conclusion, spanned no more than 5 seconds. Such swift and decisive skill exceeded Danzo's expectations. Madara's gaze swept across the battlefield, ultimately resting on the direction Danzo had fled. The bottle containing the Sharingan in his grasp was particularly conspicuous. Attempting to escape, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing directly in front of Danzo. Danzo's single eye widened in shock. He had not anticipated Madara's astonishing speed. Without uttering a word, Madara reached for Danzo's neck. In a moment of realization, Danzo recalled the grisly fates of his fallen comrades, understanding that this Jinchuriki could easily crush his neck. Wood style. There was no time for contemplation as he rapidly unleashed the wood style technique. Trees surged from the ground, forcing Madara to retreat. However, before he could withdraw, Madara severed Danzo's grip on the bottle. This monster, surprise and fury gripped Danzo, yet he understood he was no match for Madara. Without hesitation, he bit his finger and slammed his hand onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Dream Taper, a massive cloud of smoke erupted, prompting Madara to frown slightly and step back. When the smoke dissipated, Danzo had vanished without a trace. He escaped quickly. Madara scoffed, lowering his gaze to the Sharingan in his hand. The kaleidoscopic pattern had dimmed, yet he could still sense the latent power contained within. Humph, finally retrieved. In the ceiling space, Madara turned, preparing to boast about his accomplishments to Naruto. But he suddenly froze. Naruto's consciousness had awakened unbeknownst to him. He stood upon the surface of the ceiling space, pale-faced, trembling eyes surveying the grim aftermath. The ground was littered with corpses, blood staining the earth, alongside the Sharingan in Madara's hands still dripping with red. Father! Naruto's voice quaked. His blue eyes filled with terror. Madara was taken aback. He had intended to boast, to declare, "This is true combat." Yet, upon witnessing the fear in Naruto's eyes, those words lodged in his throat. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. His proud demeanor faltered, replaced by an uncommon sense of disorientation. The Nine Tails, unusually silent, extended its tail to envelop Naruto, gradually soothing his frightened heart. The Nine Tails gazed at Madara's back, murmuring, "Hey, old man, you scared him." Madara remained silent for a long while, ultimately letting out a cold huff, turning to retreat into the depths. This brat is a nuisance. Yet, his voice was notably subdued. Chapter 12. Conversations in the night within the ceiling space. The water's surface lay still, devoid of its usual ripples, resembling a stagnant pool. Naruto sat on the water, hugging his knees, golden locks cascading down to obscure his eyes, curled into a small ball. The Nine Tails exhaled a warm breath, gently prodding Naruto's back with its tail tip. "Hey kid, stop playing dead." Naruto remained unresponsive, burying his face deeper. Madara's soul stood nearby, brow furrowed. He had never seen this side of Naruto, the once boisterous, vivacious child now resembled a hollow shell. "Listen, Naruto." Madara attempted to soften his tone, though it still carried an imperious undertone. "In battle, it's either you die or I do. Those root ninjas, I know." Naruto suddenly looked up, his blue eyes brimming with tears. "I know you did it for me." As he spoke, Naruto's voice faltered, but just now, I could hear the sound of bones breaking. Madara's expression stiffened. He opened his mouth, yet found his usual taunts and reprimands lodged in his throat. The Nine Tails' tail silently encircled Naruto, gently resting on his trembling back. "Humph, humans are troublesome." Though it spoke dismissively, the tail tip cautiously patted Naruto's back, as if comforting a frightened cub. Madara observed this scene, an inexplicable irritation swelling within him. He strode over to Naruto, crouching down, extending a hand that hesitated just before touching Naruto's hair. Ultimately, he pressed his hand firmly on Naruto's shoulder. Everyone experiences this during their first kill. Madara's voice was low, nearly inaudible. "When I was 7, I cut a Senju clan member's throat with a kunai and vomited for an entire day." The Nine Tails' ears perked up. "Huh, Madara Uchiha actually says such things?" Naruto looked up, tears still clinging to his eyelashes. "Really? Shut up, beast." With a disdainful glare, Madara shot a look at Kurama before turning his gaze towards Naruto. "But remember this, only those who survive are entitled to suffer. If you were to perish today, those wretches would shed not a single tear for you." Kurama, covering his mouth with a paw, mockingly imitated, "Only the survivors deserve to suffer. How sentimental you've become, old man." Veins bulged on Madara's forehead as he retorted, "I see that I haven't beaten you recently, and now you're getting cheeky, aren't you?" Naruto observed their banter and suddenly burst into laughter, tears still glistening on his cheeks. "Dad, were you just trying to comfort me?" Madara abruptly stood up and turned to leave, exclaiming, "What nonsense. I simply refuse to allow my son, the illustrious Uchiha Madara's heir, to be so weak." Yet, the crimson hue of his ears betrayed him. Kurama grinned widely and flicked his tail, drawing Naruto closer. "Ignore that proud old man. Let me tell you a joke. Once there was an Uchiha clan leader who, despite his concern for his son, always wore a sour expression." Madara's furious roar echoed in the ceiling space, accompanied by Naruto's laughter and Kurama's audacious jests. The surface of the water finally rippled. Meanwhile, in the real world, Madara continued to control Naruto's body to evade pursuit from the root. Naruto's small frame darted swiftly through the dense forest, carrying the weight of an adult. Kurama flicked his tail and asked, "Hey, old man, where exactly are you planning to take this kid?" Madara coldly snorted, "If you dare call me old man one more time, I shall give you a beating." Naruto, seated atop the water, quietly inquired, "Dad, is that person going to be all right?" Madara did not respond, yet his pace unconsciously quickened. Soon, Madara discovered a small wooden cabin used by hunters for rest. He kicked open the rickety door, sending dust swirling down. He placed Shirzue on a simple straw mat, his movements lacking gentleness, yet avoiding any fatal injuries. "What a troublesome brat," he muttered, tearing off a piece of his clothing to use as a bandage and gathering some herbs to tend to Shirzue's wounds. Although Madara excelled at inflicting damage rather than healing, his survival skills from the Warring States period endowed him with the most basic first aid knowledge. Half an hour later, Shirzue's eyelashes fluttered, and he suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. In a daze, his left hand instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, only to grasp at emptiness. "Don't move." A tender yet icy voice came from beside him. "I've taken your weapons." Shirzue's remaining left eye widened in shock as he caught sight of a golden-haired child sitting by the fire, the flames dancing in his crimson Sharingan. "Kurama's Jinchuriki? Why are you here?" He instinctively shrank back, only to be met with sharp pain from his wound, causing him to gasp. "How do you possess a Sharingan?" Madara casually toyed with a kunai. "That question should be directed at you, Uchiha genius. How did you end up in such a predicament, having your eyes taken by Danzo?" Shirzue's pupils constricted sharply. "You know Danzo?" Wait, he suddenly touched his bandaged right eye, realizing it was empty. "My eye was taken back." Madara tossed a glass vial to him, within which floated a blood-red eyeball, though I failed to comprehend why such effort was necessary. Trembling, Shirzue caught the vial, the kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotating in the nurturing liquid. His expression shifted from shock to confusion, ultimately morphing into a complex gratitude. "Why did you save me?" Madara stood and approached the window, turning his back to him. "I merely passed by." Kurama, witnessing Madara's pretentious demeanor, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Naruto, however, was wide-eyed with admiration. "Dad, you're so cool. I want to be like that too." After a moment of silence, Shirzue took a deep breath. "Regardless, thank you. I am Uchiha Shirzue." Madara turned around and asked, "There was once an Uchiha named Uchiha Kagami. You bear a striking resemblance to him. What is your relation?" Shirzue gasped. "You know my grandfather? He was a figure from the time of the first Hokage, loyal to the second Hokage's guard." The fact that this individual, a Jinchuriki of Kurama, knew his grandfather indicated that he was at least born during the Warring States era. Madara chuckled lightly. "A grandfather, indeed. You both share a striking resemblance in both appearance and temperament." Suddenly, Madara turned, his Sharingan locking onto Shirzue. "Tell me, why did Danzo seek to take your eyes?" The crackling of the fire illuminated Shirzue's pale face. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "Because I aim to use Konoha Tsukimi to prevent the Uchiha coup." "A coup?" Madara's voice escalated dangerously. "Those imbeciles dare to rebel?" Back when he sought to lead the Uchiha clan away from Konoha as their leader, not a single soul joined him. The idea that such a group would even consider rebellion was laughable. Unbeknownst to Shirzue, he assumed Madara was astonished for other reasons. Thus, he simply nodded with a bitter smile. "Lord Fugaku has gathered the clan's elite. We are to act in 3 days." I intended to use Konoha Tsukimi to alter his thoughts, But Danzo Madara suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth laced with derision. To use the strongest illusion to prevent a bunch of fools from marching to their deaths? Shirzue, you are more naive than your grandfather. Shirzue countered. But this is the only method to peacefully resolve the issues between the Uchiha and Konoha. Chapter 13. I am merely this child's father. The embers of the fire crackled, Madara's voice resonating in the dim cabin. He scoffed, his crimson Sharingan glowing ominously in the firelight. Do you truly believe that this current group, who cannot even awaken their Mangekyo, dares to instigate a coup? Shirzue's brows knitted tightly, his tone laden with despair. The Uchiha clan's situation is complex. We are marginalized from the village's power center, and even our authority in the guard has been consistently eroded. And so? Madara interrupted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Retaliation is commendable, but to act without absolute certainty is akin to courting death. Kurama flicked his tail. Hey, old man, weren't you once a rebel yourself? Madara coldly snorted. Can that be compared? I sought to forge a new world, not struggle like a cornered dog. Back then, apart from Hashirama, none could stand in his way, which is why he dared to proceed. A flicker of anger passed through Shirzue's singular eye. Then what do you suggest we do? Madara crossed his arms, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. Since you sincerely seek my counsel, I shall graciously bestow upon you a few options. He raised a finger. Hang the current clan leader and those warmongering elders at the gates of Konoha. The remaining rabble will naturally quiet down. Madara spoke as if it were a casual matter, as if the others were already dead and would not resist. Yet Shirzue's face drained of color instantly. Have you lost your mind? They are our kin. Madara waved dismissively. Indecisiveness. Back when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama founded the village, 7 elders from the Senju clan opposed it. By the next day, they all fell ill. Naruto's eyes widened. Dad, that is too cruel. Kurama grinned. I find it quite efficient. After all, the quickest way to resolve a problem is not to devise a solution, but to eliminate the problem itself. Seeing Shirzue's reaction, Madara raised a second finger. Then there's the second method. You do possess a Mangekyo, don't you? He pointed at the vial in Shirzue's hand. Capture all the coup instigators and use your illusion to brainwash them, turning them into loyal hounds of Konoha. Shirzue's fingers trembled slightly. Kodo Amatsukami is meant to protect peace, not to Navii. Madara sharply interrupted. Do you think Hashirama convinced the clans to put aside their hatred through speeches? His Sharingan twirled slightly. The strongest illusions are not meant to be mere decorations. Back when they established Konoha, apart from the objections of 2 clans, there were also formidable forces in opposition. Had Hashirama not warned him against annihilating the opposing side, Madara would have cared little for brainwashing them one by one. The conversation between Shirzue and Madara took a chilling turn as Shirzue, somewhat at a loss for words, pressed for alternatives. Madara suddenly flashed a sinister smile, suggesting, or perhaps I could help you report to Danzo. What? To have the root and the Umbu suppress the coup, and when they are both weakened. Madara made a gesture across his throat, indicating a swift resolution to 2 problems at once. Shirzue sprang to his feet, staggering due to his injuries, exclaiming, You are even more terrifying than Danzo. Madara lazily stretched, adding, If all else fails, I could unleash the 9 tails to lay waste to both Konoha and the Uchiha. After all, rebuilding is far easier than reforming. The 9 tails perked up its ears, retorting, Hey, why should I listen to you? Madara teasingly replied, Haven't you always wanted to stretch your legs? Shirzue was rendered speechless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was now utterly convinced that this child before him was a far greater threat than Danzo. What? Are you not satisfied? Madara taunted. Then do not present yourself as a savior in my presence. Shirzue took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Who exactly are you? How do you know so much about the Uchiha? As Madara turned towards the door, illuminated by the moonlight, he replied, Just a restless spirit who cannot turn a blind eye. Just as Shirzue was about to inquire further, Madara sensed something rapidly approaching. Trouble is brewing. Almost simultaneously, the wooden window shattered with a cold flash. An Umbu ninja, donning a raccoon mask, burst in like a specter, aiming a short blade at Naruto's limbs. Clang. Kunai clashed with the short blade, sparks flying. Madara, controlling Naruto's small body, managed to absorb the blow, albeit stumbling back several steps due to the force. The Umbu ninja, leveraging the momentum, retreated, inquiring through his mask, Who are you? Why are you controlling the Jinchuriki of Konoha? Madara shook his numbed wrist, a glint of interest flashing in his Sharingan. Oh? You attack upon entry and then start asking questions? Aren't you afraid of accidentally killing the Jinchuriki? Shirzue struggled to rise. Wait. Itachi, he is not our enemy. The air suddenly thickened. The Umbu ninja's hand hovered in midair, slowly removing his mask. Beneath the black hair lay a face, aged beyond his years, yet similar in age to Shirzue. Shirzue? Upon recognizing Shirzue as the barrier, Itachi's tense demeanor relaxed. However, upon seeing Shirzue's bandaged right eye, his Sharingan began to spin wildly. Your eye. Shirzue touched his wrapped eye. It was a sneak attack from Danzo, and this person helped me retrieve it. He then produced a glass vial containing his right eye for Itachi's confirmation. Madara observed Itachi with keen interest. So this is the contemporary genius of the Uchiha? Itachi's murderous intent softened, yet his Sharingan remained locked on Madara. Who exactly are you? Why are you inhabiting Naruto? Madara suddenly laughed. The laughter emanated from the child's body, yet it carried the gravitas of age. The three tomo in his eyes began to twist and connect, gradually forming a more intricate pattern. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The tone of Madara's voice shifted from a child's to a deep, commanding timbre. You should inquire at your family's shrine about the stone tablet. Itachi staggered back, as if struck by lightning. Impossible. This chakra, not only Itachi, but Shirzue was equally astonished. This chakra was unmistakable. It belonged to Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja of the Uchiha clan. Yet, he was supposed to have been slain decades ago by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, in the Valley of the End. Yet the fluctuation of this chakra could not be mistaken. Only the Uchiha possessed it. And such immense power could only belong to Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Shirzue recalled how this individual had displayed such intimate knowledge of Konoha's founding secrets during their earlier conversation. But why? You. I am no one now. Merely the father of this child, he replied. The two intended to inquire further, but Madara interrupted their questioning. Chapter 14. The plan to pin the blame on Danzo Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan trembled violently, fixating on the child before him who possessed legendary chakra. His voice barely escaped his lips. Are you truly Uchiha Madara? A dangerous smirk curled at the corners of Madara's mouth. What? Has the Uchiha brat forgotten his ancestors? Shirzue's single eye glimmered with disbelief, but you were clearly dead. Madara sneered. For a true powerhouse, death is merely the commencement of another game. This remark elicited a scoff from the Nine Tails, confined within the ceiling space. What a show-off. Just an old ghost borrowing his son's body. Naruto, however, sprang up with excitement. Dad, you were this amazing. I only knew you were strong, but I never realized you were Sasuke's ancestor. Wait, does that mean I'm of a higher generation than that arrogant Sasuke? The thought brought a mischievous grin to Naruto's face. Meanwhile, far away at the Uchiha compound, Sasuke shivered suddenly. Am I catching a cold? Never mind, back to training. He wiped his nose and resumed his practice. After all, he was falling behind not only his brother, but even Naruto. He needed to push himself harder. The scene returned to the hunter's cabin, where a suffocating silence lingered for a full minute. Finally, Itachi took a deep breath and performed a gesture that even surprised Madara slightly. He knelt on one knee, executing one of the oldest rites of the Uchiha clan. Honored ancestor, please guide us. Madara raised an eyebrow. Oh? You do not doubt my identity? Itachi lifted his head, the dark tomo of his Sharingan reflecting Madara's own. The pattern of this Mangeki, aside from Uchiha Madara, I can think of no other. Shirzue also struggled to rise, bowing. Please save the Uchiha clan. Madara regarded the two young Uchiha descendants, a fleeting glimmer of emotion crossing his eyes. After so many years, once more someone was beseeching him with such reverence. Humph. Rise. He turned away, his voice remaining cold. I have already stated. The fate of the Uchiha is of no concern to me. However, the Sharingan reverted back to the three tomo. Since you have sincerely requested, I shall benevolently indulge you in a performance. Soon, Madara drew a clear line on the ground with a kunai, a meticulous plan gradually taking shape. He pointed and stated, First step. Itachi will return to the village with the injured Shirzue, claiming to have discovered Danzo's plot to exploit the Jinchuriki. Madara's kunai stabbed forcefully at the name Danzo, then gestured towards Shirzue's injured right eye, emphasizing his actions of eye extraction and the wood release experiments. Itachi and Shirzue nodded in agreement with Madara's plan. After all, since Danzo sought to seize the Sharingan, he must be prepared for retaliation. Moreover, their claims were all factual, devoid of lies. Madara continued, "Next, I will unleash the chakra of the nine tails around the Uchiha compound, creating the illusion of a Jinchuriki rampage." A cruel smile spread across Madara's face. "Make sure the current clan leader, if I recall correctly, is named Fugaku," conveniently witnessing Danzo's actions. Listening to the plan unfold, the Nine Tails chuckled. Danzo truly is the scapegoat. Ignoring the Nine Tails, Madara turned to Itachi and Shirzue. "When the Umbu come to suppress the situation, I will feign being sealed." Madara's kunai traced the end point of his plan. "And what you must do is ensure everyone believes this is all Danzo's conspiracy." Itachi's eyes gleamed with determination. "The third Hokage will not easily believe." Madara scoffed. "That is why he needs evidence." As he spoke, Madara produced a bloodied scroll from his robe, and with a single hand seal, summoned an arm from within. "This is..." Itachi stared at the white arm, clearly not one that belonged to a human. Ban remarked, "This is the arm of that guy Danzo." Shirzue gasped, "You even know this?" "Cleansing the battlefield is a fundamental skill." Ban scoffed dismissively, though a hint of curiosity crept in. "I find it rather intriguing. The cellular composition of this arm seems to originate from Hashirama." "Lord Hashirama? How could that be?" Both Shirzue and Itachi were utterly perplexed. Ban was able to ascertain merely from the arm that the cells belonged to the first Hokage. Moreover, after the death of the first Hokage, his body had been buried by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, with Umbu guarding the grave site. How could anyone possibly acquire Lord Hashirama's cells without detection? "Hashirama cells are remarkably active," Ban stated nonchalantly. As he spoke, a whimsical thought crossed his mind, and he turned to the two. "Do you know? That guy doesn't need to do anything. Merely standing there. Even minor wounds can heal themselves." "What?" Both of them widened their eyes in astonishment. The first Hokage had become so powerful, one could only wonder how formidable his ancestors must have been to contend with Hashirama. However, they failed to notice Ban's subtle sarcasm. It's a wonder he could resort to such a desperate act of suicide with a kunai back in the day. Soon after, the plan was finalized. The moonlight before dawn seeped through the shattered window, casting a silvery glow over the three. Itachi suddenly inquired, "Lord Ancestor, why are you helping us?" Ban gazed at the rising sun in the east. "Who said I am helping you?" His eyes sharpened instantly. "I am merely cleaning house. After all, that old fool Danzo dared to covet the power of the Sharingan." In response, the Nine Tails narrowed its eyes, baring its sharp fangs. "Huh? Old man, what you truly care about is that this fellow has begun to threaten Naruto's safety, so you intend to eliminate him, right?" However, within the ceiling space, Ban, unusually, did not refute this and silently stared ahead, seemingly lost in thought. The Nine Tails' ears twitched, casting a suspicious gaze at Ban's back. Something was amiss. Ban would typically rebut and would certainly retaliate with a punch from Susanoo. But today, he was behaving quite differently. "Hey, old man, old Ban, show some reaction." The Nine Tails, not satisfied with mere shouting, even prodded Ban's back with its tail. Ban remained unmoved. The Nine Tails' tail hung in the air, its fox-like face growing increasingly serious. This fellow, could it be under an illusion? Just as it hesitated to strike Ban awake with a claw, a sudden bang echoed. A blue Susanoo fist struck the Nine Tails' face without warning, causing a tremendous shockwave that rippled through the ceiling space. The Nine Tails was sent crashing into the water, sending splashes soaring several meters high. Cough, cough. The Nine Tails emerged from the water, shaking off its drenched fur, glaring at Ban. "You old bastard. If you're going to act all profound, then sneak attacks are hardly a skill." Ban slowly retracted Susanoo, letting out a cold snort. "You're too noisy." Upon seeing Ban's reaction, the Nine Tails finally chuckled in satisfaction. "Huh, that's more like it. Just now, with that morose expression, I thought you were possessed by something strange." Ban disregarded its taunts, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Nine Tails, I had a dream last night." "Huh?" The Nine Tails paused, then scoffed. The illustrious Uchiha Ban, troubled by dreams? Ban ignored its mockery, his gaze still fixed on the distance. It was a rather peculiar dream. Chapter 15. A strange dream. Ban's Sharingan subtly rotated, reflecting the desolate battlefield from deep within his memory. It was a barren expanse, the sky a sickly shade of crimson, as if torn apart by some force. The cracked earth bore no signs of life, only endless dust swirling in the wind. In the distance, severed mountain peaks stood like tombstones of giants, silently narrating the fierce battles that had once transpired here. At the center of this desolation loomed an indescribable monster. It possessed 10 twisted tails, each as colossal as a mountain, adorned with bizarre scales and protruding bone spurs. As those tails swung, the air was compressed, producing a thunderous roar, and the ground shattered like fragile glass. The creature's form resembled a moving fortress, its skin marked with writhing black patterns, twisting and morphing as if alive. Most chilling was its enormous single eye, a dark red pupil embedded with 9 tomo, coldly surveying the world. Ban could feel that in this dream. He stood atop the monster's head. However, unlike his own form, he bore the cracks that could only be attributed to the reanimation jutsu, and his eyes, Rinnegan. The fierce wind tousled his long hair, and beside him stood a blurred figure, radiating a chakra he recognized. Together, they controlled this monster as if orchestrating a natural disaster. Opposite the beast, a golden 9-tailed fox unleashed an unyielding roar. Unlike the familiar sight, this golden 9 tails was not composed of flesh and blood, but rather a mass of golden chakra. Its fiery golden aura blazed, its 9 tails unfurled, striking the mightiest battle stance. Yet, this 9 tails found itself retreating under the overwhelming pressure of the creature. One of the 10 tails' tails swept across, and the golden 9 tails barely leaped to evade, only to be struck by another tail from the side. The sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly, as a tail was brutally severed, its remnants scattering like golden chakra fragments. The 9 tails howled in agony, yet bared its fangs to charge once more. Ban observed in the dream that the one controlling the 9 tails was none other than his current son, Naruto Uzumaki. However, at that moment, Naruto was enveloped in a cloak of golden chakra, his eyes resembling those of a fox with slitted pupils, positioned atop the 10 tails. Ban seemed to look down upon Naruto with disdain. He raised his hand, and the 10 tails' single eye instantly concentrated destructive energy. A blinding beam pierced through heaven and earth, and the golden 9 tails figure gradually faded within the radiance. The scene reverted to the ceiling space, where the water's surface suddenly trembled violently. The 9 tails' tail instinctively tightened, its gaze fixed on Ban, whose fox-like face bore an uncommon gravity. "Old man, you didn't dream of the 10 tails, did you?" Ban's Sharingan subtly rotated as he looked at the 9 tails. 10 tails? His mind raced through the ancient texts he had perused. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he was privy to countless secrets, yet he had never encountered any mention of the 10 tails in any literature. All texts clearly stated that there existed only 9-tailed beasts. Faced with Ban's confusion, the 9 tails hesitated. Its claws unconsciously scratched the water's surface, creating ripples. As the strongest among tailed beasts, it understood the significance of this secret. For millennia, humans had hunted tailed beasts for power. If they were to learn that the 9-tailed beasts were originally one, it glanced at Ban's crimson Sharingan, recalling the being imprisoned on the moon. Ultimately, the 9 tails spoke. In legend, the progenitor of chakra, the essence of the 9-tailed beasts. A peculiar light flickered in Ban's eyes. "Oh, what do you mean?" The 9 tails snorted, its tail agitatedly slapping the water's surface. "What I know is limited. I merely heard some tales from the Sage of 6 Paths. The 10 tails is the amalgamation of we 9-tailed beasts, possessing the power to obliterate the world. The Sage of 6 Paths sealed it within his own body and divided its chakra among us, resulting in the 9-tailed beast you are familiar with." Ban pondered thoughtfully, gazing into the distance. "So in my dream, I was controlling the 10 tails alongside someone?" The water's surface suddenly erupted, and the 9 tails sprang to its feet. Its fur standing on end, who knows? However, if there were truly someone capable of controlling the 10 tails, aside from the Sage of 6 Paths, it would likely only be the statement abruptly halted, and the fox's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Madara fixed his gaze upon it, inquiring, "Only what?" The 9 tails' ears twitched before it ultimately shook its head. "No, it's nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking." It refrained from uttering the name Kagaya Otsutsuki, the very being that even the Sage of 6 Paths had to seal away, the true progenitor of chakra. If that were indeed the case, this world would be doomed. Madara scoffed. "Your cryptic manner is uncharacteristic." The 9 tails flashed a toothy grin, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. "What is this? The illustrious Uchiha Madara is concerned about a mere dream? Surely age hasn't made you sentimental." In an instant, the azure Susanoo coalesced, its colossal fist descending with a howling gust. The 9 tails deftly evaded. The spot it had occupied transformed into a massive crater. It seemed that punch had been rather restrained. Madara remarked coldly. The Ninetales immediately assumed a defensive stance, its nine tails unfurling like a protective screen. Hey, I'm merely speaking the truth. Madara ceased his pursuit, retracting the Susanoo as he turned to stride deeper into the ceiling space. Observing Madara's retreating figure, the Ninetales called out, "After all, it's just a dream. It can't possibly be real. Taking a dream so seriously isn't like you." Madara paid no heed to the Ninetales' words, lost in his own thoughts. Dream? That sensation of reality. He did not regard it as merely a dream. Had he not awakened abruptly to find himself still in the ceiling space, he would have believed it to be genuine. Moreover, the name Ten Tails struck an oddly familiar chord within him, as if he harbored a plan centered around the Ten Tails. TCH. Growing increasingly agitated, Madara clicked his tongue, though he was reluctant to admit it aloud. He was acutely aware that his irritation did not stem from the Ten Tails or those lost memories, but rather from the fact that he had laid hands on Naruto in the dream. Now, Madara resolved that it was best if this matter were indeed nothing but a dream. Otherwise, even if it were truly himself resurrected through impure world reincarnation, you're doomed. Ultimately, in a place unknown to anyone, Madara resolutely made his vow. Chapter 16. The plan commences. The morning mist enveloping Konoha Hospital was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. The attending medical ninjas looked up to see Uchiha Itachi, bloodied and supporting Shursui, who had lost his right eye, burst through the doors. Quick! Emergency treatment. Itachi's voice was taut as a drawn bowstring. Shursui's face was half covered in dried blood, with a blood-stained bandage wrapped around his hollow right eye socket. Most alarming was the glass vial clutched tightly in his hand, within which floated a crimson Sharingan. The medical team erupted into chaos. It's Uchiha Shursui. His eyes, as the stretcher rolled down the corridor. Shursui quietly grasped Itachi's sleeve, whispering, "According to plan." Itachi subtly nodded. The third Hokage's pipe struck the desk with a sharp crack. "You say Danzo attacked Shursui?" Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the old man's face, each wrinkle carrying the weight of a tempest. Itachi knelt on one knee, his back straight as an arrow. "At 3 o'clock this morning, I discovered Shursui-senpai downstream of the Naka River." At that moment, Lord Danzo was commanding Root to seize his Sharingan. After a deliberate pause, Itachi produced a blood-stained scroll from his cloak. This was found on a member of Root. The parchment clearly detailed the Ninetales chakra induction experiment, stamped with Root's seal at the bottom. They planned to release the Jinchuriki's chakra near the Uchiha clan grounds to create a fade of chaos. Itachi's voice lowered. Shursui-senpai inadvertently overheard this plan. The third's palm suddenly slammed down, shattering the desk corner. Enough! The ashtray fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The Umbu listening outside collectively shivered. It had been years since they had seen the third so enraged. After all, he had always been genteel and amiable, but this time, his fury was palpable. Not long after, in the intensive care unit, Shursui lay on the pale sheets, resembling a puppet devoid of life. When the third opened the door, Shursui's remaining left eye struggled to focus. "Hokage-sama, do not move." The third restrained Shursui's attempt to bow, his gaze falling upon the vacant eye socket. The medical team indicated that the optimal time for an eye transplant is "Please, let me speak first." Shursui abruptly seized the third's wrist with astonishing strength. Danzo is attempting to incite the second Ninetales attack. The morning light outside was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. Shursui trembled as he raised the glass vial. "He extracted my eye to control the Jinchuriki with Kodoame Tsukumi." As he spoke, he glanced at the vial containing his eye. Fortunately, Itachi acted in time upon receiving the vial. The third noticed the injuries on Shursui's body could only have been inflicted by a member of Root, and his expression grew colder. "This morning, Umbu reported that Naruto has gone missing." The third's voice aged 10 years in an instant. "Do you believe?" Shursui's lone eye brimmed with tears. "We must save that child. He will be transformed into a weapon." This meticulously crafted lie pierced the third's most fragile memories like a poisoned kunai. As the old man turned, his ceremonial robe billowed with resolute grace. "Send word." The Umbu in the corridor immediately knelt en masse. "Arrest Danzo Shimura for treason." The third's voice reverberated, causing the glass to tremble. "Search every Root base." "Yes." All the Umbu responded in unison before vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, the eastern sun grew ever more radiant, its life-giving energy spreading forth. Madara, controlling Naruto's body, stood atop a cliff at the forest's edge. He gazed down upon the scattered Uchiha residences, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Let the show begin. Only this once. Upon hearing Madara's command, the Nine Tails began to release its chakra. An overwhelming surge of crimson chakra poured into Naruto's body through the seal, and in an instant, he erupted like ignited explosives. Roar! The deafening beastly roar resonated through the heavens, and the scarlet chakra erupted from Naruto's form like a volcanic explosion. A tempest of chaotic energy swept through the vicinity, uprooting ancient trees while the ground cracked under the intense heat, resembling a spider's web. Naruto's body gradually became enveloped in the materialized chakra, forming a terrifying fox-like exterior. His skin was seared away by the scorching chakra, revealing crimson muscle tissue. For tails, wrought from pure malice, extended from his spine, each as robust as a giant serpent. His facial structure twisted grotesquely, fangs elongating into vicious incisors. His mouth tearing open to the roots of his ears. The once azure eyes were wholly replaced by feral slits, radiating a molten fury. The four-tailed state is sufficient. Madara felt the savage power coursing through him, expertly controlling the radius of destruction. He deliberately retained a sliver of rationality, ensuring that this rampage appeared both authentic and manageable. Now, the performance begins. Boom. One chakra tail swept across, obliterating the Uchiha training ground in an instant. Wooden targets were reduced to ash in the searing heat, while the ground of the shuriken training area was gouged into a 3-meter deep trench. Bang! The second tail struck the outer wall of the clan grounds, shattering the thick stone barrier as if it were paper. Amidst the flying debris, several patrolling Uchiha ninjas were sent flying by the shockwave. Enemy attack. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is rampaging. The piercing alarm of the guard echoed, plunging the Uchiha clan into chaos. Women and children were swiftly evacuated under the protection of ninjas, while battle-ready personnel rapidly assembled. As Fugaku burst from the clan leader's residence, he was met with an apocalyptic scene. The four-tailed Naruto was wreaking havoc at the heart of the clan grounds. The heat waves generated by the chakra distorted the very air itself. More terrifyingly, a petite figure was advancing towards the shrine. Everyone listen up. Fugaku's kaleidoscopic Sharingan flickered to life, forming a defensive formation to prioritize the protection of women and children. Suddenly, his voice faltered. Amidst the burning ruins of the buildings, a bandaged figure observed the calamity with cold indifference, Shimura Danzo. Simultaneously, Madara manipulated Naruto's body, orchestrating a meticulously planned display of destruction on Uchiha territory. The four-tailed Naruto surged forth, crackling with energy, and arrived at the shrine's plaza. He unleashed his four tails, striking down upon the Uchiha clan emblem. With a resounding crack, the century-old stone tablet shattered under the intense heat, the shockwave obliterating the shrine. However, this blow deliberately avoided the entrance to the underground. Yet, before the Konoha guards could breathe a sigh of relief, the four-tailed Naruto gathered chakra into a spherical form and propelled it skyward. The chakra orbs rained down like droplets, igniting several buildings. Fortunately, the explosions were contained within a 10-meter radius, and all affected structures had been evacuated. Quick, stop him. However, the Konoha guards, unaware of the situation, were led by a commander who shouted in desperation. The four-tailed Naruto let out a deafening roar before charging forward, using his tails to sweep down electrical poles, creating chaos in his wake. Countless buildings were demolished, leaving terrifying claw marks along the main thoroughfare. Yet, this destructive spectacle was displeasing to the Nine Tails. Humph, is this how you waste my power? The Nine Tails scoffed, flicking its tails in annoyance. You will have plenty of opportunities, you mangy fox, Madara sneered. In a corner, Naruto's consciousness observed anxiously from the outside. Dad, those people fleeing. Do not worry, Madara explained. I have avoided all living beings. Meanwhile, as Fugaku pursued Danzo's figure to the South Haga shrine, he was met with a scene that froze his blood. There stood Danzo atop the shrine's roof, his right hand maintaining some form of control technique, while his left held a peculiar device. More alarmingly, the device emitted pulsations resonant with the Nine Tails chakra. For the future of Konoha, the Uchiha must be eradicated. Danzo's voice was chillingly cold. Fugaku's Sharingan spun wildly. You madman. Chapter 17, Fugaku vs. Danzo. On the eaves of the South Haga shrine, two figures confronted each other beneath the setting sun. Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscopic Sharingan glimmered with an icy light, fixating intently on Danzo. The latter's right eye was wrapped in bandages, but his exposed left eye carried a disdainful sneer. How pitiful! Danzo's voice grated like sandpaper. The esteemed head of the Uchiha clan cannot even control a Jinchuriki in a rampage. Fugaku's fingers slowly brushed the hilt of his katana. What do you intend to achieve by orchestrating this attack? During this time, the Uchiha clan had already suffered multiple suppressions and retreats at the hands of Danzo. Why, then, did he want the Jinchuriki to rampage? Did he truly wish for the Uchiha's annihilation? To cleanse Konoha of its malignancy? However, as Fugaku surmised, Danzo coldly raised his left hand, revealing a peculiar device. The Sharingan is better suited to be embedded in a true warrior. Danzo, realizing Danzo's intentions, Fugaku felt as if his teeth would shatter from anger, flames of fury igniting within him. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fugaku completed the hand seals in an instant, summoning 3 roaring fire dragons that surged towards the rooftop. Unperturbed, Danzo executed his own seals, albeit with a slightly unusual motion. Wood style, Wooden Barrier. Suddenly, thick wooden walls sprouted from the shrine's eaves, blocking the fire dragons entirely. Yet, Fugaku had anticipated this defense. He appeared like a wraith behind Danzo, his katana drawn, gleaming with deadly intent. Clang! The sound of metal clashing pierced the air. Danzo had, unbeknownst to Fugaku, produced a kunai with his right hand, deftly parrying Fugaku's strike. In their close confrontation, Fugaku was stunned to see that beneath Danzo's bandages, the skin of his right arm bore an eerie grayish hue. Is that Hashirama's cell? Not bad, Danzo sneered, his right arm suddenly bulging with veins. But it's too late. Bang! A tremendous force surged through the blade, forcing Fugaku back several meters. Shaking off the numbness in his hand, Fugaku replied coldly, "You dare to steal the first Hokage's cells, Danzo? You truly are a madman." Danzo offered no rebuttal, instead leisurely adjusting his sleeve. "Do you know why the third has always tolerated the Uchiha? Because you are like wild beasts in a cage. You appear ferocious, yet." He made a gesture across his throat. Silence. Fugaku's Sharingan spun wildly. "The glory of the Uchiha is not something you can desecrate." Glory? Danzo scoffed. After being suppressed by the village to this state, where is the glory in that? His words pierced Fugaku's heart like daggers. In the past, while the Uchiha had been deliberately oppressed by the second Hokage, they still held considerable power within Konoha. However, ever since Danzo's rise, not only had their power been diminished, but their territory had shrunk significantly. With Danzo now uttering such words, the flames of rage in Fugaku's eyes were nearly palpable. Wind style, Vacuum Wave. Danzo suddenly attacked, unleashing dozens of sharp wind blades that whistled through the air. Fugaku swiftly formed seals, Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. The fireballs collided with the wind blades midair, sending shockwaves that shattered the shrine's tiles. Amidst the smoke, Fugaku suddenly vanished, Body Flicker Technique. Almost instantaneously, Fugaku appeared to Danzo's left, his katana slashing down towards his throat. Danzo sidestepped to evade, only to find the blade suddenly altering its trajectory, now poised to pierce. Snap! The bandages fell away, revealing a grotesque grayish arm. Fugaku's pupils constricted. The entire arm was covered in bark-like patterns, the fingertips even exhibiting wooden characteristics. Disgusting. Fugaku gritted his teeth. "You dare to desecrate the first Hokage's power." Danzo shrugged nonchalantly, flexing his arm. Power is power. What is there to speak of desecration? Just then, Fugaku's Sharingan trembled violently. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Danzo's movements froze instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Fugaku executed a flawless arc with his katana. Splurt. Blood splattered as Fugaku's blade cleanly severed Danzo's right shoulder, that grotesque grayish arm falling to the ground. Ugh. Danzo clutched his severed arm, staggering backward. However, Fugaku noticed that no blood flowed from the severed limb, as if it were a prosthetic. Yet, the ground where the arm lay was stained with crimson blood, proving the arm was indeed real. At that moment, a signal horn sounded from afar, indicating the gathering of Umbu reinforcements. Danzo shot Fugaku a venomous glare. "Consider yourself fortunate this time." A smoke bomb exploded, and his figure vanished instantly. Though Fugaku pursued promptly, Danzo had already disappeared without a trace. Left with no choice, Fugaku abandoned the chase and bent down to retrieve the severed arm. The grayish limb twitched slightly in his grasp, as if it still possessed life. A cold fury burned in Fugaka's eyes. This matter was far from over. As he turned, he found Itachi standing on the shrine steps, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Father. Fugaka tossed the severed arm to his son. Deliver this to the third. Tell him the Uchiha demands an explanation. Meanwhile, as the Umbu reinforcements arrived and Danzo fled, the previously rampaging four-tailed Naruto suddenly fell silent. The bizarre red chakra enveloping him gradually dissipated, revealing Naruto's original form. On the other side, following Danzo's escape, Madara continued his final performance, the blood-red chakra still roiling, though the intensity of the destruction subtly diminished. Each tailed beast bomb accurately struck the ground, with every swipe of its claws meticulously avoiding significant structures. Roaring, the four-tailed Naruto threw his head back and unleashed a thunderous roar, his four tails violently thrashing the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. This seemingly uncontrollable display cleverly concealed the fact that his chakra was gradually retracting. In the ceiling space, the nine tails lounged on the water's surface, idly flicking its tail. Hey, old man Obito, the show is nearly over. Obito's spirit, arms crossed, focused intently on the external situation. Why the rush? The Umbu haven't fully positioned themselves yet. Humph. The nine-tails scoffed. My chakra is not to be squandered like this. Just as the nine-tails finished speaking, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside. The Hokage's direct Umbu had arrived at the Uchiha compound. The Umbu captain quickly scanned the battlefield. The four-tail state is peculiar. The extent of destruction is oddly controlled. Almost as if to answer his curiosity, the monstrous entity in the center began to tremble violently. Blood-red chakra receded like a tide, revealing the battered blonde youth within. The Umbu members, initially vigilant about Naruto's next move, watched as he staggered a few steps before collapsing face-first before them. The nine-tails perked up its ears in the ceiling space. Oh? That fall looked quite convincing. Obito let out a light hum. The kid has decent body coordination. Come on. The nine-tails grinned, baring its sharp fangs. It's your skill in manipulation that's commendable. Speaking of which, it noted, you had the foresight to make yourself look disheveled before feigning unconsciousness. Quite crafty, aren't you? Obito's lips curled slightly. It's a fundamental quality on the battlefield. When the medical team lifted Naruto onto a stretcher, no one noticed the fleeting arc at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 18. The third's resolution within the ceiling space. Obito stood atop the nine-tails head, gazing down at the reflection of the outside world in the water below. At that moment, medical ninjas were meticulously examining Naruto's body. The nine-tails, bored, scratched at the water's surface with its claws, attempting to catch the attention of the black-haired hedgehog above. Unfortunately, it received no response. With no other option, the nine-tails spoke up. Hey, old man Obito, how long do you plan to feign sleep? That kid's body can't endure your antics. Obito's spirit remained fixated on the outside, his Sharingan reflecting the bustling Umbu in the sick room. Why the hurry? The third is in confidential discussions with Fugaku. Wait until they uncover Danzo's secrets. Humph, the nine-tails flicked its tail. You certainly have everything calculated. However, it suddenly lowered its voice. Aren't you afraid that kid will come after you for reckoning once he wakes? He despises deceiving his comrades. Obito's expression momentarily stiffened before returning to indifference. This is a necessary part of his growth. The nine-tails rose to its feet, peering down at the water's reflection. Oh? Then why did you skillfully avoid all the Konoha ninjas while controlling his body? Not even a single Uchiha was harmed. Furthermore, the nine-tails smirked at Obito's silence. Why did the explosions land so precisely on empty ground? And why did you ensure to protect the back of his head when he fainted? As the bristly fox grew increasingly animated, the blue Susanoo instantly coalesced around Obito. Yet, the nine-tails was prepared. It flung Obito away with a swift shake of its head and jumped back to evade the assault. It grinned widely. Gotcha, old man Obito. If you keep talking, I'll make you sleep for a month. Obito's voice held an unusual hint of indignation. Outside, in the corridor of the special sick room, the third Hokage gazed at the severed arm in his hand. The grayish-white limb appeared particularly grotesque under the light, with writhing cells faintly visible at the severed edge. Hashirama's cells. The third's voice was hoarse. How much have you done behind my back, Danzo? Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. Hokage-sama. This is no longer merely an operation targeting the Uchiha, engaging in unauthorized human experiments, and even stealing first Hokage cells. I know, the third replied, wearily rubbing his temples. but the immediate priority is to ascertain Naruto's condition. I already owe that child too much, and now, Sai? The door to the sick room swung open abruptly, and the medical team's leader hurried out. Hokage-sama, the examination results are quite strange. Strange in what way? The medical team leader glanced at the report in hand. Naruto exhibits no signs of being controlled, yet the chakra flow indicates he has indeed endured a fierce battle. The third and Fugaku exchanged puzzled glances. Not controlled, but the Nine-Tails went on a rampage and attacked indiscriminately. So why did the Nine-Tails go berserk? The seal shows no signs of weakening, yet all evidence pointed to Danzo. Could it be that he possessed some unique method of control? Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, as Obito and the Nine-Tails faced off, unusual ripples appeared on the water's surface. Obito abruptly turned his head. A blurred chakra image began to materialize, gradually taking shape as Uchiha Shursui. The Nine-Tails immediately bared its teeth. When did you get here? One Uchiha is already enough. Do we need another? Shursui's ethereal form smiled slightly. No need to be alarmed. This is merely a little trick of Konoha Tsukumi. Shursui then directed his gaze toward Obito. Ancestor. The plan is progressing smoothly. The third has ordered a comprehensive search of the root strongholds. Obito crossed his arms and scoffed. Unnecessary. I have always said that directly eliminating Danzo would be the least troublesome option. Shursui smiled wryly. But that would incite greater chaos. This way, we can dismantle Danzo's influence while preserving the Uchiha. His words were abruptly cut off as his image began to flicker erratically. Running low on chakra? Obito narrowed his eyes. Tell Itachi that I want results by sunset tomorrow. Shursui's ethereal form bowed before dissipating into the air. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the water's surface, Naruto's consciousness stirred. Groggy, he sat up and rubbed his eyes. Dad, I dreamed of eating a giant bowl of ramen. The Nine-Tails snorted with laughter. That wasn't a dream. You were mumbling about it while unconscious. Obito gazed at Naruto's drowsy expression and suddenly placed his hand on the boy's head. Kid, remember everything that has happened today. His voice was unusually gentle, revealing the truth of the ninja world. Naruto nodded, half comprehending, before his eyes lit up. So can we go eat ramen now? A black fist and an orange paw simultaneously thudded against Naruto's head. Ow! Why is the Nine-Tails hitting me too? The Nine-Tails sulked back to the water's surface. Because you two are equally infuriating. Obito observed the chaotic scene of the two figures before turning to walk deeper into the shadows. Yet, in a place unseen, a faint smile graced his lips. That night, in the Hokage's office, moonlight spilled through the window onto a desk cluttered with scrolls. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood alone by the window, the embers of his pipe flickering in the darkness. Recalling Naruto, who lay unconscious in the sick room, his aged face appeared particularly weary amid the smoke. Minato, he murmured softly, unconsciously tracing the glass of the window with his fingers. I have failed your entrustment once more. The memory of the golden-haired youth seemed to linger. His warm smile as he entrusted the swaddled Naruto to him. Yet now, that child was once again ensnared in a perilous whirlpool due to the suspicions and schemes of those in power. Danzo, the third's fist came crashing down on the window frame, scattering the long-accumulated ash. He recalled the grayish-white severed arm, the collection of Sharingan discovered in the laboratory, and the horrifying scars adorning Naruto's body. Although the medical report indicated merely superficial injuries, each wound felt like a dagger etched into his heart. When did it come to this? The elderly Hokage's voice became chillingly hoarse. Has Konoha resorted to such measures to maintain peace? The crystal ball replayed the scenes of the day, where the anguished cries of the four-tailed Naruto eerily overlapped with the events of the Nine-Tails attack 6 years ago. The third Hokage's hands trembled slightly as he suddenly realized a terrifying truth. The decision made years ago to conceal Naruto's heritage might have been a grave mistake from the very beginning. If only they had revealed his identity as the son of a hero sooner. If only he had received more care instead of scrutiny. If only they had resolutely stopped Danzo's inhumane experiments. Countless what-ifs surged through his mind, ultimately coalescing into a heavy sigh. Removing his Hokage hat, the third revealed his white hair. And in that moment, he was no longer the calculating leader of the village, but merely an elderly man burdened with guilt. As dawn broke in the east, the third finally made a decision. He unfurled a pristine scroll. The tip of his pen saturated with dark ink, resolution on the dissolution of Root and the pursuit of Danzo Shimura for his betrayal. The first drop of ink fell onto the paper, spreading like a crimson stain. A determined light flickered in the old man's eyes. This time, he would not compromise. Chapter 19. Danzo's madness. The air in the Konoha high-level conference room was as thick as lead. 12 advisors encircled a massive round table. The faint glow of the candles adorning the walls casting flickering shadows that fragmented their expressions. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood at the head of the table, his aged hand clutching an unlit pipe, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping across every attendant. Danzo sat in the shadowy corner, a fresh bandage wrapped around his severed right arm, his left eye narrowed like a serpent lurking in the dark. "Let us begin," the third's voice resonated, deep and cold. A silent Umbu ninja stepped forward, unfurling a sealed scroll upon the table. Within it lay Danzo's grayish-white severed arm, still faintly moving at the cut, as if it possessed a life of its own due to the active senju cells. This was retrieved from Uchiha Fugaku, the third announced. Noticing Danzo's eyelid twitch at the mention, why would his severed limb be in Fugaku's possession? The third keenly sensed Danzo's unease but continued. According to the medical team's analysis, this arm contains the cells of the first Hokage. He paused, pulling another report from his robe. And we also discovered 12 Sharingan in a hidden chamber within Root. Tests confirmed they were extracted while the hosts were still alive. The conference room erupted in chaos. Tsunade's cup shattered against the floor, hot water splashing onto her clothes. She stared at the arm, her lips trembling. This can't be true. Mito Menka's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he turned to Danzo, his voice taut. "Danzo, you need to explain this." Danzo slowly raised his head, a cold glint flashing in his solitary eye. "For Konoha," he replied, his voice hoarse yet calm. "The Uchiha Sharingan is a dangerous weapon that must be controlled." "Controlled?" The third scoffed, slamming his palm on the table as he stood abruptly. "You call this control?" With a wave of his hand, Umbu operatives brought forth 3 massive metal boxes. As they opened, a sharp odor of preservatives filled the room, revealing 12 Sharingan, meticulously arranged in preservation fluid, each marked with detailed numbers and dates, the latest dated just 3 days prior. Danzo's pupils contracted slightly. "And this," the third continued, producing a yellowed scroll and slamming it onto the table, "is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki control plan. You modified memories to incite the rampage, even targeting the fourth orphan?" Danzo's eye scanned the room, finally locking onto the third. A chilling smile crept across his lips. "Hiruzen, you've grown old." He rose slowly, the eye beneath the bandage seeming to throb with pain. "Weakness and indecision will lead to Konoha's demise." The third's gaze hardened like iron. "Is this your justification? To become Hokage?" The room fell silent. Danzo suddenly laughed, a sound reminiscent of hell itself. "Hokage." He ripped away the bandage from his right eye, revealing a crimson Sharingan. "What I desire is the complete eradication of Konoha's cancer. The Uchiha's Sharingan and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki are unstable elements that must be eliminated." Mito Menka jumped to his feet. "You're insane. They are our comrades." "Comrades?" Danzo's Sharingan spun slowly. "In the face of absolute power, there are only useful and useless tools." The third slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, resolve radiated from his gaze. "Now let us vote. Dissolve Root and place Danzo Shimura on the most wanted list." He raised his hand first. Tsunade trembled but eventually lifted her arm as well. 1-2. Danzo watched as more hands began to rise, his expression momentarily twisting in rage before returning to calm. "Very well," he whispered, malice oozing from his single eye. "Then do not blame me for what follows." At that moment, Danzo slammed his cane onto the ground. The sound echoed ominously as the walls of the conference room suddenly erupted. Dozens of Root ninjas, donned in snake-patterned masks, burst through the shattered walls. Each brandished kunai glinting menacingly, taking the assembly hostage in an instant. Leading them was a burly man who bowed respectfully to Danzo. "Lord Danzo." Danzo stood, coldly surveying everyone present. "It is time for Konoha to change its ruler. Attack." As Danzo issued the command, the Root members hurled kunai and shuriken at the attendees. Tsunade screamed, while Mito Menka quickly formed seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose, blocking the incoming projectiles. Yet, more Root ninjas surged from all directions, plunging the conference room into chaos. The third Hokage's eyes blazed with fury. "Danzo, you dare!" Amidst the turmoil, Danzo, at the center of the chaos, gleamed with a frenzied light in his eye. "Konoha needs a cleansing, Hiruzen. It starts with you." He ripped open his robe, revealing his bandaged torso. As the bindings fell away, the assembly gasped in horror at the sight of 3 Sharingan embedded in his chest, eerily spinning. After losing his arm to Madara, Danzo had implanted Senju cells into himself and had simultaneously grafted 3 Sharingan. Knowing that the monster claiming to be Madara would seek vengeance, he had prepared his means of self-preservation. "Do you see?" Danzo cackled, his voice warped. "This is power. The power of the first Hokage. The power of the Uchiha." His skin began to crack, revealing writhing Senju cells beneath. He expanded grotesquely, the 3 Sharingan on his chest scanning the room, sending shivers down spines. "Insane." Tsunade slumped in her chair, color drained from her face. "You've completely lost it." Danzo ignored her, raising his hand. "Capture them. Especially Hiruzen Sarutobi." As the root ninjas surged forward like a tide, the aged Hokage inhaled deeply. Then, with calm determination, he declared, "Attack." The same command echoed from the third's lips, and in an instant, a colossal summoning appeared on the ground. Almost immediately, both the third and Danzo vanished from sight. What just happened? The crowd that remained rooted in place failed to comprehend the unfolding events. The hidden Umbu ninjas revealed themselves, with Itachi, the leader of the Umbu, issuing a command. "The root has begun its rebellion. Execute all without exception." Concurrently, the figures of the third Hokage and Danzo emerged in the desolate training ground of Konoha. The summoning technique beneath their feet continued to glow, completely isolating the area within 100 meters from the outside world. "Do you think changing the location will alter the outcome?" Danzo's right eye glimmered with a crimson hue in the darkness, while the 3 Sharingan on his chest rotated ominously, merely delaying the inevitable death. The third Hokage silently shed his ceremonial robes, revealing the long-unused armor of the Warring States period. The metallic plates gleamed coldly in the moonlight, the emblem of the Sarutobi clan vividly visible on his back. This action caused Danzo's pupils to constrict. Donning this armor indicated that the third Hokage was now deadly serious. "This is your final chance, Danzo." The third Hokage formed hand seals, and the ape spirit transformed into the formidable Kanabo, landing in his grasp. "Lay down your weapon and accept judgment." Danzo suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. The sound mingled with the explosive resonance of chakra. "Judgment? You, an old relic, think you can judge me?" In Chapter 20, the third Hokage and Danzo clashed within the training ground, their figures moving at a speed beyond reason. Each strike of the Kanabo against Danzo's wooden right arm unleashed a deafening explosion. With a powerful leap, the third Hokage propelled himself backward, the Kanabo extending suddenly towards Danzo's throat. To his astonishment, Danzo made no effort to evade, allowing the iron rod to pierce through his neck. However, rather than blood gushing forth as expected, the body dissolved into an illusion in the next instant. What? The unexpected turn of events left the third Hokage momentarily stunned. At that moment, the real Danzo emerged from the shadows of the third Hokage, his grayish-white right arm coiling around the waist of his old friend like a giant serpent. Wood release, cutting technique. Jagged wooden spikes erupted from his arm, eliciting a muffled groan from the third Hokage as fragments of armor mixed with droplets of blood flew. Yet, in the next moment, the third Hokage, pierced by the wooden spikes, transformed into a wooden stump, while his true form appeared 10 meters away. Blood flowed from the wound in his abdomen as he couldn't help but smile wryly. "I was a bit careless. Sarutobi, you are no longer my match." Danzo's Sharingan gradually closed, and his indistinct form began to solidify. He caressed the closed eye, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Do you see? This is immortality. Even if you kill me, I can be reborn." The third Hokage's expression darkened. As a veteran who had experienced the Warring States era, he immediately recognized the technique. The secret art of the Uchiha clan is Izanagi. Danzo laughed maniacally as he formed hand seals. "It seems you haven't aged to the point of losing your memory. You figured it out so easily." With that, Danzo launched another attack on the third Hokage. However, the rhythm of the battle abruptly shifted. With Izanagi in play, Danzo entirely abandoned defense, every move becoming a fight to the death. As the third Hokage's fire dragon bullet consumed him, Danzo's charred body was reborn amidst the flames. When the Kanabo shattered his skull, a new Danzo emerged from the shadows once more. "Useless, Daybreak." The revived Danzo licked his newly formed fingers, declaring, "I can be reborn an infinite number of times, while you." He glanced at the third Hokage's bleeding abdomen. How much chakra do you have left? On the third kill of Danzo, the third Hokage's breathing had become erratic. He attempted to steady his breath, taunting, not much, but enough to deal with you. Still so stubborn. Danzo quickly formed hand seals, the air crackling with the sound of wind being sliced. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, and then released. Wind release, vacuum sphere, whoosh. Dozens of razor-sharp wind blades, compressed to their utmost limits, sliced through the air with piercing shrieks. These translucent air blades moved at a speed nearly impossible to perceive, instantly slicing the third Hokage's body into several segments. Blood and flesh splattered as the severed body could not even emit a cry before exploding. With a soft sound, the mangled corpse suddenly transformed into white smoke. Shadow clone. Danzo's pupils constricted, the Sharingan spinning wildly. The ground beneath him trembled violently as the third Hokage's deep voice resonated from below. Earth release. Earth flow river. Boom. The solid earth instantaneously transformed into a surging, muddy torrent, akin to a flood unleashed from a dam, swallowing Danzo whole. The viscous mud, mixed with debris, propelled Danzo downstream with immense force. His body tumbled within the mud flow, the enhanced right arm reinforced with Hashirama's cells grasping futilely, unable to find any purchase. At the end of the muddy current, the third Hokage awaited, his right hand raised overhead, a terrifying lightning gathered in his palm. Blinding arcs of electricity leapt between his fingers, emitting crackling sounds that ionized the surrounding air with a charred scent. Lightning release, thunder spear. As Danzo was swept forth by the muddy torrent, the third Hokage swung his arm decisively. The 3-meter-long lightning spear traced a perfect arc, striking Danzo with immense force. Boom. In a deafening explosion, the clash of lightning and mud produced a volatile reaction. The conductive properties of the earth release multiplied the power of the lightning exponentially, and a dazzling blue-white sphere expanded instantaneously. Danzo's body convulsed violently within the electric light, his skin visibly carbonizing and peeling away. Ultimately, with a muffled sound, he shattered into countless charred fragments. Haha. The third Hokage knelt on one knee, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The once abundant chakra now dwindled to a mere remnant, each breath accompanied by a sharp pain in his lungs. This combination technique, usually executed with ease, had nearly drained his remaining chakra. You've aged, Sarutobi. This little exercise has worn you out. However, in the next moment, Danzo appeared before the third Hokage, completely unscathed. Witnessing Danzo's intact form, the old Hokage's fingertips began to tremble slightly. Have you run out of tricks? At that moment, Danzo's right arm had fully transformed into wood, the writhing cellular tissue visible beneath his skin. Yet, Danzo remained unfazed, continuing to taunt. Let me see what tricks the legendary ninjutsu professor has hidden. Nevertheless, the third Hokage wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly smiled broadly. Then allow me to showcase my shortcomings. With 2 fingers pointed at Danzo, he declared, Ape spirit, transform into the diamond prison. The Kanabo surged from beneath Danzo's feet, instantly splitting and multiplying, forming 4 towering walls that enclosed Danzo. Danzo snorted disdainfully, his wooden right arm swelling and reshaping. Is that all you can do, trap me? Not yet finished. The third Hokage swiftly consumed a soldier pill and, along with 4 shadow clones, appeared at 5 different points, east, south, west, north, and above, surrounding Danzo completely. The 5 figures simultaneously formed hand seals, their chakra causing the air to tremble. 5 release, great multiplication technique. In an instant, violent winds, a searing fire dragon, a high-pressure water jet, blinding lightning, and dense rock spikes collided, fused, and exploded within the confined space. Boom. In a deafening cacophony of explosions, the 5-colored energy formed a terrifying chakra vortex. The space within the diamond prison twisted completely, wind blades shredding flesh, flames incinerating bones, torrents washing away organs, lightning disrupting nerves, and rock spikes piercing through the body. 5 distinctly destructive forces simultaneously assailed every inch of Danzo's being. Even the outer walls began to fracture, spiderweb-like cracks radiating blinding light. The third Hokage was flung several dozen meters by the shockwave, his black armor clattering amidst the chaotic energy. When the dust settled, only a 20-meter-wide blackened crater remained. At the bottom of the pit, remnants of grayish-white cellular tissue vaporized, visibly dissipating into the air. This time, the third Hokage was genuinely drained of chakra, half kneeling on the ground. The remaining 4 shadow clones swiftly dissipated, returning the residual chakra to his original body. However, this meager amount of chakra was still insufficient for the third at this moment. Had it been years prior, he would have certainly perished under such an attack. Yet, the very outcome he dreaded came to pass. Danzo's figure appeared nearby, akin to a specter. Chapter 21. Support? No, I've come to fight. Due to chakra depletion, the third Hokage knelt on one knee, the kanabo deeply embedded in the earth, barely supporting his faltering body. Sweat mingled with blood dripped from his chin, creating dark pits on the charred ground. At this moment, his chakra was nearly exhausted. His lungs felt as if they were scorched by fire, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. Before him, Danzo remained unscathed, thanks to his Izanagi. However, with his revival, the third Sharingan on his chest slowly closed. Yet, there was no sign of fatigue on Danzo's face. Rather, it was twisted with exhilaration. His right arm had completely transformed into wood, with Hashirama's cells writhing beneath his skin, continuously mending his wounds, rendering him more monster than human. What is wrong, Hiruzen? Danzo approached slowly, his voice hoarse and mocking. Is this the caliber of a Hokage? Unable to even kill a traitor? The third gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. He fixated on the last remaining active Sharingan in Danzo's chest. Izanagi, a technique capable of altering reality. Based on previous combat experience, each time he died, one of his eyes would close. Therefore, if he could kill him just once more, Izanagi would cease to function. Despite this thought, the third found himself lacking even the strength to form hand seals. It's over. Danzo raised his wooden arm, sharp wooden spikes extending from his palm. I will usher in a new era for Konoha. My era? Grandpa. Just as Danzo prepared to strike, a powerful wind blade surged past, forcing him to leap back. The third turned abruptly, his pupils contracting as a golden-haired youth appeared at the edge of the battlefield, his blue eyes filled with concern. Naruto. The third's voice quivered with fear. Get back. It's dangerous here. But Naruto shook his head, stepping forward resolutely. You've always protected me. Now it's my turn to help you. Danzo paused, narrowing his single eye as he scrutinized Naruto. No Sharingan, no abnormal chakra fluctuations. He appeared to be just an ordinary child. Huh. Danzo suddenly laughed, his voice brimming with cruel delight. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has come to me willingly? It seems even fate is on my side. He abandoned the third and turned towards Naruto. Boy, if you're to blame, it's for meddling in affairs not your own. Seeing Danzo approach Naruto, the third desperately attempted to rise, but his body refused to obey. And he could only scream in despair, Naruto, run. Bang. Suddenly, a dull thud sounded as Danzo looked down in shock at his abdomen. Instantly, his body was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, crashing through 3 large trees before coming to a halt. Amidst the swirling dust, Naruto slowly retracted his raised right foot, his once azure eyes now transformed into crimson Sharingan. A proud smirk graced his lips as he spoke in a low, commanding tone. At last, I can exert some real power. Sensing Madara's chakra exceeding Naruto's capacity, the Nine-Tails thrashed its tail against the water's surface, its crimson eyes filled with concern. Old man Madara, be cautious. Your chakra already surpasses Naruto's by a great margin. Are you trying to kill him with full power? Madara flexed his wrist, a dangerous glint flashing in his Sharingan. I know without you telling me, which is why I am only using a third of my strength. A third? The Nine-Tails rolled its eyes. Let me remind you, Naruto is merely a 7-year-old child. Do not underestimate him. Madara snorted. I have my own sense of proportion. This level of power is more than sufficient to deal with a mediocre wood-release user. The Nine-Tails' ears perked up suddenly. Hey, be careful. That guy is about to use his last Sharingan. In the real world, the third stared at the golden-haired youth, who had seemingly transformed into a different person. Momentarily taken aback. You? Are you Lord Madara? Madara clasped his hands, continuously stretching his limbs as he walked. I told you, Naruto is under my protection. You should rest and recover here while I deal with that bandaged fool. At that moment, Danzo crawled up from the rubble, the last remaining Sharingan on his chest spinning wildly. His expression twisted beyond recognition, disbelief etched in his single eye. Impossible. Uchiha Madara. Correct. Madara manipulated Naruto's body, raising his right hand slowly. Too bad there's no reward. Danzo roared in fury, swiftly forming hand seals. Would release. Advent of the trees. Too slow. Madara vanished in an instant, reappearing right before Danzo. His small fist, imbued with terrifying chakra, struck Danzo's abdomen with tremendous force. Puff! Danzo coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body curling like a shrimp. Yet Madara's assault was not yet over. He seized Danzo by the hair and delivered a crushing knee strike to his chin. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking resonated throughout the battlefield. Danzo's body flew back like a rag doll, crashing through 3 half-height granite blocks before finally halting. Amidst the flying debris, he struggled to rise. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, staining his pale face a dark crimson. No, this is impossible. Danzo shrieked, his voice twisted with madness. I sacrificed everything for today. His hands slammed against the ground, and the moment his palms touched the earth, grayish-white Hashirama cells burrowed into the soil. Would release. Advent of the trees. Rumble. The earth trembled violently as hundreds of massive trees erupted from the ground. These trees grew at an unnatural pace. Their thick trunks riddled with grotesque gnarls, sharp branches piercing the sky like spears. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield transformed into a primordial jungle. Each tree exuding a bloodthirsty aura, surging towards Naruto en masse. Faced with this terrifying ocean of wood release, Naruto, under Madara's control, let out a disdainful sneer. Is that it? Reflected in his crimson eyes was the approaching forest, as Madara slowly formed hand seals, compared to Hashirama's advent of the trees. Yours is as weak as an infant's. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Whoosh! What erupted from Naruto's mouth was not mere flames, but a crimson inferno. The waves of fire collided with the first oncoming giant trees, instantly carbonizing the wood, twisting and disintegrating under the extreme heat. Next, Madara intensified the fire output, causing the inferno's range to triple, transforming it into a towering wall of flames, engulfing the entire forest. Boom! The explosive chakra triggered a wave of air bursts, tearing unburnt trees into splinters. The once towering forest, overshadowing the skies, crumbled under the destructive fire jutsu, as if it were a child's toy. Charred wood splintered and scattered through the air, turning into dancing sparks amidst the heat wave. The scorching airflow distorted the landscape. Even the distant rocks began to melt into crimson magma. Danzo stood frozen, his face contorted in a mask of horror. In his pupils reflected the sea of flames, along with the diminutive yet formidable figure at its center. He could hardly believe that this was unleashed by a mere 7-year-old child. Was Uchiha Madara truly this extraordinary? Madara lowered his hands from the seals, walking slowly towards Danzo. Did you think I came here to support that little monkey Sarutobi? As he spoke, he grasped Danzo by the neck, coldly declaring, No, I've come to fight. Chapter 22. Is Izanagi invincible? No, you simply have not encountered me. Not long after, Danzo lay prostrate on the ground, his grayish-white hair matted with blood, and his right arm, enhanced by Hashirama's cells, grotesquely twisted. Trembling, he lifted his head, his lone eye reflecting the visage of a 7-year-old golden-haired child. At that moment, the crimson Sharingan loomed above him, akin to a deity surveying mere insects. No, this is impossible, Danzo rasped, his throat constricted. How could a mere child, a being he could easily crush with a single hand, possess such strength in Uchiha Obito's grasp? Was this truly the Uchiha Obito that even the first Hokage could contend with? Obito manipulated Naruto to advance slowly, the soles of the child's boots creaking against the charred earth. He tilted his head, revealing a chilling smile. It seems you have yet to grasp the reality. Suddenly, Naruto's small hand seized Danzo's throat. Were it not for his insufficient height, he could have lifted Danzo entirely. However, even so, the child's slender arm felt as immovable as steel. Behold, Obito's voice rumbled like thunder. This is true power. As Danzo sensed the increasing pressure from that tiny hand, his breath grew more labored. Yet, Danzo felt no fear, for the last Sharingan embedded in his chest still turned. The effects of Izanagi persisted. Ha ha. He coughed blood as he laughed. You cannot kill me. As long as this eye remains. Only a minute's worth of Izanagi? Obito's mocking voice sliced through the air like ice across steel. It is rather disheartening to see our clan's secret arts so recklessly employed. A terrifying transformation overtook Naruto's youthful visage. The three tomos spun wildly, forming an eerie pattern of an eternal kaleidoscope. deep within his scarlet pupils. It seemed as though blood flowed steadily. However, Obito began, slowly raising Naruto's small palm. Izanagi is not invincible. What did you say? Danzo's lone eye widened in horror. Cold sweat saturating his back. The Sharingan in his chest whirled uneasily, sensing a suppression of a higher-tier illusion. A cruel smile curled Obito's lips. Izanagi can indeed alter reality, but only if it aligns with your perception of reality. In the instant their Sharingan locked gazes, a crack echoed through Danzo's mind. The world spun violently. When Danzo regained consciousness, he found himself standing in an endless crimson expanse. The ground was a viscous pool of blood, each step sending nauseating ripples across its surface. Suddenly, thousands of mirrors rose from the blood sea, encircling him. Each mirror reflected the darkest moments of his life. To his left, a mirror revealed Yahiko, resolutely taking his own life to protect his comrades, while he and Hanzo watched coldly. To his right, the Ninetales rampaged through Konoha, faced with his subordinates' pleas for aid. He chose to turn them away. Behind him, in a mirror, he was surrounded by the children of the Konoha orphanage, using their lives to entrap the former Umbu assassin. Yakushi Kabuto. The most terrifying moment came when every reflection of him simultaneously turned, synchronously mouthing, "This is all for Konoha. This is all for the Hokage position. This is all for myself." The sound waves crashed against Danzo's eardrums like a tangible force. The triplet of declarations echoed and overlapped within the space, crescendoing to a piercing shriek. He frantically covered his ears, only to discover his hands had transformed into stark white bones. No, this cannot be real. Danzo fell to his knees in the blood sea, the thick liquid creeping over his knees, waist, and chest. "I did this for..." The countless reflections of him reached out, their pale arms piercing through the mirrors, gripping his body tightly. "Welcome to reality," they whispered in unison. In the real world, Danzo's body began to convulse violently. He writhed like a fish out of water, his gray hair drenched in sweat, froth spilling from his mouth. The Sharingan beneath the bandages dimmed at a visible rate. First, the crimson faded, then murky gray splotches appeared, until it ultimately became a lifeless orb. "Cognition is reality," Obito observed coldly. "How can a lie that deceives, even oneself, deceive the world?" As Izanagi's effects waned, Danzo collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, disbelief frozen in his murky eye. Obito released his grip on Danzo's throat, allowing the aged body to crumple to the ground like a tattered rag. Blood seeped from Danzo's 7 orifices, tracing grotesque patterns on the scorched earth. Now, Obito lifted Naruto's small right foot, chakra gathering beneath it in a blue aura. "It is time to end this." Just as the boot was about to crush Danzo's skull, a voice called out, "Hey, old man Obito." In the ceiling space, the Ninetales abruptly swung 3 tails, thoroughly obscuring Naruto's consciousness. "There is still a child here. Don't let him see this." Obito raised an eyebrow. "When did you become so considerate, you furball? Stop talking nonsense. Just kill him quickly." The Ninetales snarled. In the real world, clarity returned to Danzo's solitary eye. In his final moments, he managed to break free from the illusion. "You will never comprehend my ideals." He struggled to raise his hand. "Nor do I need to," Obito replied without hesitation, crushing Danzo's skull beneath his foot. The sound of shattering bone was crisp and clean, akin to crushing a ripe watermelon. Blood splattered across Naruto's youthful face, only to be swiftly evaporated into a dark crimson scab by the heat. Obito, controlling the small body, looked down upon the mangled corpse, devoid of triumph, only weariness. A tedious conclusion. As Obito's consciousness withdrew, Naruto regained control of his body. Blinking in confusion, he realized the Ninetales chakra had obscured his vision. "Ninetales uncle, why can't I see anything?" He fumbled. "Don't panic. Your father said you mustn't look at bright lights." In the distance, the 3rd Hokage struggled to rise, catching sight of the blood on Naruto's face. The elderly man sighed deeply, removing his tattered ceremonial robe to gently wipe away the glaring red stains. Feeling the sensation on his face, Naruto tentatively inquired, "Grandpa 3rd? "Yes, it is I." Though fatigued, the 3rd Hokage's face radiated warmth and kindness as he took Naruto's small hand. "Naruto, let us return home." "Okay." As Naruto followed the 3rd Hokage on their way home. In the ceiling space, Obito lay as usual atop the Ninetales' head. After so many years, the Ninetales had grown accustomed to this, feeling no discomfort. However, Just as the Ninetales was about to rest, Obito's voice emerged from his head. Thanks. The Ninetales' ears perked up, thinking he had misheard. Huh? Old man Obito. What did you just say? Nothing, Obito snapped, closing his eyes in irritation. Yet the Ninetales distinctly noticed the once invincible Shura's lips curl slightly upward for a fleeting moment. Chapter 23. After Danzo's death the following day, news of Danzo's demise swept through Konoha like a silent breeze, swiftly traversing every corner. Some breathed a sigh of relief, while others remained silent. Yet, for many, especially those who had been monitored and oppressed by Root, a flicker of hope ignited within. His body was personally interred by the third Hokage. Despite Danzo's abhorrent deeds, he had been an old friend for decades. And the third Hokage wished to see his old comrade laid to rest in Konoha. Regarding the demise of Danzo, it is widely believed that he was personally eliminated by the third Hokage. However, the higher-ups swiftly suppressed this information. After all, should it be revealed that it was Naruto who had dealt with Danzo, his current life would undoubtedly become far more arduous. With Danzo's death, the Root organization he led was officially disbanded. Most members, having endured prolonged indoctrination, exhibited an unwavering loyalty to Danzo, and upon his death, many had already taken their own lives. The remaining members were subsequently integrated into the third Hokage's direct Anbu for oversight and rehabilitation. Thus, the landscape of Konoha underwent a subtle transformation. This news, without a doubt, marked a pivotal moment for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi stood within the dimly lit underground chamber of the South-He Shrine, the flickering torchlight casting shadows of the ancient clan emblem upon the walls. Before them lay several corpses, evident from their wounds that these individuals had taken their own lives. Shursui and Itachi recognized them well. They were prominent figures of the Uchiha's militant faction, radical, enraged, and known for their numerous calls for rebellion against Konoha during clan meetings. Indeed, Itachi murmured, the three tomo of his Sharingan gradually rotating in his eyes. Shursui knelt, gently placing a finger on the forehead of one of the deceased, blue chakra flickering softly. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, his expression grave. Their cerebral chakra flow is abnormal. Someone has been using a high-level genjutsu to manipulate their thoughts for an extended period. Itachi closed his eyes, recalling the peculiarities within the clan over the past few years, those vehement declarations, the irrational hatred, and even the hostility from their fellow clansmen towards the moderates. It was all orchestrated by Danzo. Itachi's voice was cold. No, it cannot be him. Shursui shook his head. Such a level of genjutsu requires the wielder to possess the Manjiki Sharingan. Noticing Itachi's silence, Shursui looked up at him. Who are you thinking of? Itachi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Aside from the ancestor residing within Naruto, there is another individual who raises suspicions. Who? The masked man who compelled me to awaken my eyes. Thus, the two fell into silence. With the core figures of the militant faction eliminated, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan underwent a subtle shift. In the clan meeting, the previously hysterical roars were replaced by contemplative silence and cautious discussions. Fugaku continued to sit at the head of the table, but his gaze lacked the previous darkness. Now tinged with complexity. Recently, Konoha has relaxed its surveillance over us, AJ Nin whispered. The Anbu has withdrawn significantly, even altering their patrol routes, another added. Fugaku did not respond immediately, slowly toying with the teacup in his hands. After a long pause, he spoke. Let us observe for now. Due to Konoha's previous inaction, Fugaku could not entirely let down his guard. However, rather than a coup, he preferred the current scenario where both sides could reach a peaceful resolution. Meanwhile, Sasuke walked along the streets of the Uchiha district, suddenly stopping in his tracks. It felt different somehow. In the past, whenever he entered the clan's territory, an invisible oppression would envelop him, as if the air was thick with restless emotion. But now, that sensation had vanished. The clansmen on the streets were no longer hurrying past. Some even nodded at him in acknowledgement, an occurrence that had been nearly impossible before. He gazed up at the sky, the afterglow of the setting sun casting a warm orange hue upon the Uchiha emblem. Yet beneath this surface tranquility, undercurrents still surged. In a dark underground cavern, Zetsu emerged slowly from the ground. His hoarse voice carried a hint of amusement. Danzo is dead, and Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi have sensed something amiss. Those tools have become useless, and the plan has been disrupted. In the shadows, Obito's mask shifted slightly, the patterns of his Sharingan glimmering coldly in the darkness. No matter, he replied in a low, calm tone. They are merely pawns. We shall find new ones. White Zetsu chimed in with a laugh. After all, humanity is perpetually filled with hatred. A little provocation will have them turning on each other in no time. Obito remained silent, quietly observing the distant Konoha village. The evening sun illuminated the stone-paved streets of the Uchiha district. Naruto, hands stuffed in his pockets, kicked a small stone while trudging along. Damn it, why did I come here? He raked his fingers through his hair, feeling immensely frustrated. Although Madara had assured him that no one was harmed during the attack on the Uchiha compound, he had been too busy afterward to ascertain Sasuke's condition. Consequently, Naruto rushed over without hesitation. Yet, to admit he was here to see Sasuke would be more absurd than admitting defeat. Hey, you straggler! A cold voice called from behind, and Naruto whipped around, startled to find himself face to face with Sasuke's dark eyes. Ah! He jumped back in surprise. Why did you suddenly appear? Sasuke crossed his arms, his brow furrowing slightly. This is Uchiha territory. What are you sneaking around for? Sneaking? Naruto bristled. I was just passing by. Passing by. Sasuke scoffed. You went around half of Konoha to get here from the Ninja Academy? Naruto's face flushed, and he retorted defiantly. It's my choice. What do you care? Sasuke fell silent, merely regarding him with an expression that conveyed his disbelief in Naruto's intelligence. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. What on earth is this guy here for? Sasuke felt an inexplicable irritation rising within him. Naruto scratched his head, struggling to find words before finally managing to blurt out. Is everything alright in your clan lately? Sasuke's eyes sharpened. What have you heard? Huh, nothing. Naruto quickly waved his hands. Last time, I lost control, and I accidentally caused some damage at your place, so. Sasuke's expression turned icy. This is not your concern. Who's worried about it? Naruto's temper flared. I was just asking. Then go ask someone else. You. Naruto clenched his fists, then abruptly relaxed them, gritting his teeth. Forget it. I can't even talk to you. He turned to leave, his back radiating anger, resembling a puffed-up fox. Sasuke stood rooted to the spot, watching Naruto's figure vanish around the corner, a faint warmth blossoming in his heart. He knew that Naruto had caused considerable damage to many Uchiha buildings, yet throughout the ordeal, no one had been harmed. Thus, he bore no resentment towards Naruto. Moreover, upon learning about the monstrous entity residing within Naruto, he felt a sense of reverence. After all, if it weren't for Naruto serving as the vessel for that monster, countless lives could have been lost. Consequently, he felt a twinge of gratitude towards Naruto. However, voicing such sentiments would be far more challenging than confronting him directly. Chapter 24. The father makes his entrance. Time flew by, and 2 years had passed since Danzo initiated his coup. At that moment, the training grounds of the Ninja Academy were engulfed in a cloud of dust. Bang! Another impressive shoulder throw executed. Naruto supported himself on one hand, flipping over to land gracefully on his feet, grinning widely at Iruka. So, what do you think, Iruka-sensei? I won this time, right? The Nin opposite him clutched his numb arm, offering a wry smile and shaking his head. You excel in practical classes, yet your written exams are perpetually failing. Why is that? Naruto scratched his head, his smile stiffening. Aha, those theoretical classes are just so boring. Meanwhile, Madara observed Naruto's every word with keen interest. He sat cross-legged atop a chakra-infused water surface, his chin resting on one hand, unwilling to witness the events unfolding outside, particularly as the Ninetales beneath him roared with laughter. Ha ha, after all these years, you've produced a brawler who can't even read? Your legendary title as a ninja is about to change. Madara's expression turned frigid. You insolent fox, do you think my patience has grown too lenient lately? The Ninetales immediately fell silent, fully aware that even without being sealed, it stood no chance against Uchiha Madara, let alone in its current state. If a confrontation arose, it would only end up being subdued and ground into the earth. Seeing the Ninetales display such understanding, Madara chose not to pursue the matter further. Sensing the withdrawal of Madara's murderous intent, the Ninetales spoke. To be honest, your method of education is rather unsuitable for the children of today. Madara could only sigh in response. I am aware, yet I have exhausted all gentle approaches available to me. If it were about teaching him to fight or kill, he could articulate it from various perspectives. But when it comes to teaching, I am at a loss. The Ninetales flicked its tail and remarked. That Iruka fellow is quite commendable. Without him these past few years, Naruto would barely be able to read. Indeed, as the words left its mouth, Madara's pupils abruptly constricted. Wait a moment, he said sharply, his gaze piercing into the depths of the ceiling space, which ought to be filled only with endless darkness and the flow of chakra. Yet just moments ago, he had sensed a peculiar fluctuation in chakra. Ninetails, are there others here besides us? The Ninetails squinted suspiciously at its surroundings. Have you lost your mind? Who else could be here aside from you and me? Ignoring the taunt, Madara furrowed his brow. No, something is amiss. His pitch-black pupils suddenly shifted to a crimson hue, the Sharingan spinning wildly. His vision pierced through the mist of chakra, fixating intently on a particular corner of the ceiling technique. Someone is spying on us. The Ninetails gasped. What? Is it from outside? Ever since Danzo's demise, that old man of the third Hokage should have disbanded the Umbu's deployment. Not from outside, but from within, right here in this seal. Madara indicated towards the ground beneath them, the 8 trigrams ceiling technique, the very space they occupied. A faint golden light flickered in the depths of the ceiling space, quickly vanishing. Madara's Susanoo surged instantly, the massive blue chakra hand reaching out towards that direction. Show yourself. Boom. The violent chakra slammed against the ceiling wall, causing the entire space to tremble violently, while Naruto's body outside jolted, nearly losing his balance. Naruto? What is wrong? Iruka rushed to support him. And no, I'm fine. Naruto forced a smile, but unease gnawed at him. Was his father arguing with Uncle Ninetails again? They had fought before, but never with such intensity as today. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, Madara's Susanoo struck empty air. However, the unusual chakra did not dissipate. Instead, it seemed to grow agitated, slowly coalescing. Just as I suspected, Madara sneered. A lurking presence. The Ninetails, sensing the anomaly, narrowed its vertical pupils. What is this chakra? In the next moment, the golden light surged. A tall figure stepped forth from the depths of the seal, golden hair shimmering under the chakra's glow, and azure eyes calm, yet resolute. Who are you? Why are you here? The figure's voice was gentle yet low, laced with malice. Madara, brimming with murderous intent, retorted, That is precisely what I should be asking you. Who are you? Yet before the two could clash, the Ninetail's pupils dilated in disbelief as it growled, Fourth Hokage? Hokage? Upon hearing the Ninetails, Madara finally recognized this golden-haired man as none other than the fourth Hokage carved into the Hokage rock. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. A flicker of astonishment crossed Madara's eyes, quickly replaced by a chilling intent. So, it seems the fourth Hokage has left a contingency within the seal? Minato did not deny it, but regarded him calmly. I cannot allow you to destroy the seal, nor can I permit you to harm Naruto. Madara scoffed. And you? A mere remnant of chakra. Think you can stop me? Minato's gaze remained steadfast. Even if it is but a wisp of chakra, I will prevent you. The atmosphere within the ceiling space crackled with tension. The Ninetails fixed its gaze on Minato, voice hoarse. Fourth Hokage, you knew all along that Madara would be here? Minato shook his head. No, the chakra I left was merely to guard against the Ninetails going berserk, but I did not expect. He glanced at Madara. His expression complex. Uchiha Madara's soul to reside within Naruto. Madara sneered. So what? What do you intend to do now? Reinforce the seal and expel me? Minato paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. Madara, I do not know why you are within Naruto, but if you dare harm him. Madara interrupted derisively. A dead man? Think you can stop me? Minato's eyes sharpened suddenly. You may wish to test that. Though Madara was the strongest ninja of the Warring States period, Minato was determined to try, regardless of the outcome, to protect Naruto. As the two were on the verge of battle, the Ninetails hastily intervened with a paw between them. If you two are going to fight, do it somewhere else. With the Ninetails' roar, both men recalled that their conflict would affect Naruto. The ceiling space fell into a temporary calm. Once composed, Madara posed the question again. Who are you really? Why are you here? To their surprise, the Ninetails suddenly chuckled. Haha, this is quite amusing. Naruto's godfather is about to clash with his biological father. What? The Ninetails' words left both men momentarily stunned. Biological father? Hokage? Jinchuriki? How do these terms intertwine? What transpired during my slumber? Uchiha Madara, this legendary ninja, became Naruto's godfather? Chapter 25. The trio of fathers within the ceiling space. Crimson chakra surged like a tide. The Ninetails lounged lazily in its cage, its 9 tails swaying casually, occasionally stirring ripples of chakra. Opposite it, Uchiha Madara stood with arms crossed, coldly observing the golden figure that had suddenly emerged from the depths of the seal. How ironic, Madara scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. Even my scoundrel of a father did not confine me within the beast's cage. Yet you, allowing your own son to become a Jinchuriki? Minato fell silent for a moment, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. The situation was unique, he explained quietly. An unexpected attack by a masked man released the Nine Tails upon Konoha. I fought him, but I could not gather any useful information. For the sake of the village's future, I was left with no choice but to sacrifice my own son. Madara interrupted with a cold laugh. What a noble Hokage you are. Minato offered no rebuttal, merely bowing his head deeply. I am sorry. The Nine Tails flicked its tail, grunting. Enough. How long will you two argue? What use is there in discussing this now? Madara shot at a glance. Oh? You seem rather protective of him. The Nine Tails bared its teeth. Stop your nonsense. I merely find your bickering tiresome. Minato looked at the Nine Tails, suddenly breaking into a warm smile. Nine Tails, thank you for taking care of Naruto all these years. The Nine Tails froze, then exploded in protest. Who? Who took care of him? That brat is an incessant nuisance. I simply couldn't be bothered. Observing the Nine Tails' reaction, Madara's lips twitched slightly. This fox, despite its protestations, was always the one protecting Naruto whenever he was in danger. As the atmosphere within the ceiling space eased slightly, Minato surveyed his surroundings, puzzled. So, during my slumber, you both took care of Naruto? Madara snorted. What else? Let the little brat fend for himself? Minato paused, then solemnly bowed to Madara. Mr. Madara, thank you. Madara frowned. What are you thanking me for? Both his mother and I died at his birth, so I have been worried he would be lonely. Minato's voice was soft yet filled with genuine gratitude. I am glad to know he has someone by his side. Madara turned his head away, maintaining a cold tone. Do not flatter yourself. I was merely bored. The Nine Tails rolled its eyes. You stubborn brat. Madara's forehead twitched. You mutt fox. Do you want to fight? Minato quickly intervened. Wait, both of you. If this continues, Naruto won't be able to handle it. As both Madara and the Nine Tails took a moment to recollect the tremors that nearly caused Naruto to faint, they reluctantly withdrew their powers. Minato let out a sigh of relief, then suddenly recalled something, turning to Madara. By the way, you mentioned that a masked man controlled the Nine Tails with Jinjutsu? Madara nodded. Aside from the Manjiki Sharingan, I cannot conceive of any other means to forcefully manipulate a tailed beast. Historically, there have been attempts to control tailed beasts using the Sharingan. But alas, with the power of a three-tomo, one could merely induce dizziness in a tailed beast. Hence, when I commanded the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, it shocked so many. Minato's expression grew grave. His eyes were indeed Sharingan, indicating he is of the Uchiha clan. I questioned him at the time, yet he claimed to have no name. After a moment's contemplation, Madara shook his head. Many have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan throughout history, but likely only Shursui and the current clan leader, Fugaku, remain alive. Minato raised his head and inquired. I am familiar with Fugaku. His yearning for peace is stronger than water itself. As for Shursui, Madara interjected. I have encountered Shursui. To prevent the Uchiha coup, he even contemplated using his Kodoame Tsukumi. Such a person would never resort to this. Shursui, in his eyes, was the most unconventional Uchiha he had ever met. However, having dismissed the only two current suspects, Minato and Madara exchanged glances, simultaneously realizing the gravity of the situation. The conspiracy behind all of this was likely more intricate than they had anticipated. After a brief silence, Madara suddenly spoke. Fourth Hokage, how long can your chakra sustain you? Minato assessed his condition and replied with a wry smile. Without replenishment, it may dissipate soon. The Nine Tails snorted and unexpectedly unleashed a tendril of red chakra that ensconced Minato. Take it. Don't die, or that kid will be weeping again. Minato gazed at his gradually solidifying form in astonishment. Nine Tails, you. The Nine Tails turned away. Stop rambling. I simply find it troublesome. Observing this, Madara smirked. It seems that a certain fox is softer than expected. The Nine Tails bristled. Shut up. Keep talking, and I'll include you in the fray. Unable to contain his laughter, Minato expressed his gratitude. Thank you both. Madara crossed his arms and suddenly had a thought, directing his gaze at Minato. Speaking of which, since you are Hokage, you must be adept at teaching, correct? Minato nodded. I suppose so. Why? Madara gestured towards Naruto, who was outside, scratching his head and struggling with theoretical assignments. That kid is utterly hopeless in his studies. You should teach him. Minato was taken aback. Huh? The Nine-Tails gleefully added, exactly. We will handle the practical training. The academic lessons are yours. Minato glanced at Naruto's pained expression outside, then at the two fathers who were shirking their responsibilities, and smiled wryly. Well, it seems this father of mine must make up for the lessons I missed. The following day, as the morning sun streamed through the window and cast its rays upon Naruto's bedding, he groggily rolled over, burying his face in the pillow. Get up. Let me sleep a little longer. Sure, but if you sleep for even a minute longer, today's training will add an extra set. I'll get up right away. At the sound of Madara's voice, Naruto's drowsiness vanished instantly, and he nearly sprang out of bed, fearing that if he delayed even a second, he would be utterly exhausted for the day. A hearty laugh echoed as the Nine-Tails chimed in. Rubbing his eyes, Naruto helplessly remarked, Uncle Nine-Tails, stop laughing. Just then, a third voice emerged, gentle yet trembling. Naruto. This voice caused Naruto to shudder. For some reason, his eyes suddenly felt warm, and his heart raced. Who? His voice involuntarily quivered. Who is calling me? In the ceiling space, Minato's chakra form glimmered softly as he gazed at Naruto outside, his lips quivering. The Nine-Tails shot him a glance, snorting. Hey, fourth Hokage, you're not about to cry, are you? Minato ignored the Nine-Tails' mockery and took a deep breath. Naruto. I am. He is your biological father, Madara interjected decisively. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto felt his mind go blank. He sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers unconsciously clutching the blanket. Biological father? Minato's voice was astonishingly gentle. Yes, Naruto. I am your father. A tear slipped down Naruto's cheek uncontrollably. He hastily wiped it away, only for more to follow. You're lying. His voice trembled with sobs. Everyone said my parents were gone long ago. The Nine-Tails rolled over in his cage, purposefully letting out an exaggerated sigh. Ah, what a bother. Fourth Hokage, your son crying is as annoying as you. Minato offered a wry smile. That's just how it is. The Nine-Tails swished his tail. This kid is usually so spirited when he grinning. Now he crying like a girl. Madara coldly interjected. You, mangy fox, be quiet. As Naruto listened to the three voices bickering in his mind, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! It sounds like you're actually arguing in my head. Minato joined in the laughter, his chakra form emitting a faint glow. Naruto. I'm sorry for not being by your side all these years. It's fine. Naruto vigorously wiped his tears, revealing his signature radiant smile. Now I have a dad. Uncle Nine-Tails, and he paused, uncertainly asking, Can I call you dad? Minato's chakra fluctuated violently. He opened his mouth but could not produce a sound. What a humble request, one so poignant it tugged at the heartstrings. The Nine-Tails scoffed. Hey, fourth Hokage, you're not really going to cry, are you? How embarrassing for a Hokage. Madara retorted disdainfully. At least that's better than a certain fox who becomes mushy when petted. What did you say? The Nine-Tails fur bristled. Old Madara, do you want to fight? As Naruto listened to the commotion in his mind, he laughed uncontrollably. The sunlight bathed his golden hair, casting a warm halo around him. In that moment, he had never felt so clearly that he was no longer alone. Hey, Dad, he whispered. Could you teach me today's theoretical lessons? Minato's voice was tender yet resolute. Of course, my child. The Nine-Tails mumbled beside him. Here comes the hell of academic lessons again. Madara decisively commanded. Morning training first, then study. Naruto laughed heartily, leaping to his feet. Yes. 3 dads. I'm not your dad. The Nine-Tails' furious roar echoed within the ceiling space. Chapter 26. Different methods of education a few days later. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, the ceiling space was already bustling with activity. Get up. The sun is shining on your backside. And you're still asleep? Madara's voice thundered through the space as always. If you sleep in today, the training will double. Upon hearing this, Naruto hastily got out of bed to wash up. His dark-haired father was usually tolerable, but once training was involved, it was a matter of completing it or facing punishment. To preserve his own well-being, Naruto had no choice but to leave the warmth of his blanket. Ever since Minato, the author of the Gossip Seal, joined, the ceiling space had been transformed into a spacious, traditional Japanese room. The immense form of the Nine-Tails occupied half the space, while Minato and Madara occupied the other side. Come on, he is only 9 years old. Minato's figure appeared on the other side of the room. Children need ample sleep. The Nine-Tails yawned, exposing his sharp fangs. If you ask me, just skip practice. With my chakra plus his Uzumaki clan chakra, I could crush the opponent outright. Madara's Sharingan instantly shifted to Manjiki, black flames flickering in his eyes. You filthy fox, aside from teaching him how to be lazy, what else can you do? Minato hurriedly stepped between the two, offering a wry smile. Gentlemen, please calm down. We all want what's best for Naruto. It's just that our methods differ. Humph. Madara crossed his arms. My method is the most effective. The strong are revered, for it is only through rigorous training that true ninjas can be forged. However, Naruto is not a child of your era, Minato said gently. He requires encouragement and guidance. The Ninetales scratched its ear with a paw and remarked, in my view, just let him grow up happy. With the three of us here, who would dare bully him? That is nothing short of pampering. Obito glared. What you are advocating is child abuse. The Ninetales retorted defiantly. At that moment, Naruto had just finished washing his face and brushing his teeth, and upon hearing the argument within him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Dads, you sound like old men arguing. The three turned simultaneously to look at Naruto, exclaiming in unison, who sounds like an old man? Today is the weekend, and thus Naruto arrived at Training Ground 3 to commence his daily regimen. Having been coerced into training by Obito since childhood, he now found the workload reminiscent of the Warring States period to be quite manageable. As the break concluded, Obito stated, Today, I will teach you the intricate use of chakra. Confused, Naruto replied, But Dad, I already know how to use it. Obito explained, That is not the same. Currently, you are using ninjutsu by forcefully expelling chakra in large quantities, which wastes much unnecessary chakra. Minato added, Therefore, mastering the delicate use of chakra will enable you to execute more jutsu with the same amount of chakra. Naruto tilted his head, attempting to comprehend. Really? Obito's ethereal form appeared beside Naruto, gesturing toward a nearby river. Thus, today's training is to walk on water using chakra. Suddenly, Minato's apparition materialized beside Obito. Is it really necessary to start with such advanced techniques? Shouldn't we practice tree climbing first? Though Obito scoffed at the suggestion, he ultimately acquiesced to Minato's earnest persuasion. Soon, Obito stood atop a tree. Looking down at Naruto, who was struggling by the water's edge, focus your mind and concentrate the chakra at the soles of your feet. Naruto, drenched in sweat and with a flushed face, fell after his third attempt. Fortunately, Minato had prepared a soft mat below, so the fall was not too painful. Minato cheered him on from the side. Come on, Naruto, you can do it. Rubbing his sore backside, Naruto asked, Dad, how quickly did you learn this? Minato replied, In a day. Obito chimed in, 2 hours. Faced with their impressive records, Naruto looked down, appearing somewhat disheartened. Don't worry, Naruto, these things. Minato began to comfort him, but Naruto looked up with sparkling eyes. How amazing. I want to do it in 2 hours too. Obito sighed. Our son may struggle in other areas, but when it comes to optimism, no one can surpass him. The Ninetales lounged lazily by the shore, saying, I still maintain my opinion. In times of danger, what can a few old geezers not handle? Obito suddenly inquired, but what if we are no longer here? The Ninetales' tail abruptly halted. That is indeed a thought. The Ninetales had never considered this question. After all, the previous two Jinchuriki had been bound to their fates from the moment they became hosts until their deaths. Thus, the Ninetales could not fathom a scenario in which it was suddenly absent from Naruto's body. At that moment, Minato gently instructed Naruto, Naruto, try to imagine chakra as the broth of your favorite ramen, evenly distributed across the soles of your feet. Ramen? Naruto's eyes lit up. I understand. Remarkably, this time, Naruto managed to climb halfway up the tree before falling. Did you see that? Minato beamed at Obito. Interest is the best teacher. Obito smirked lightly. The Ninetales yawned. You all carry on. I'll take a nap. After completing a day of training, Naruto attended afternoon cultural lessons. Although his grades had improved, any relaxation could lead to a decline in performance. Therefore, a certain amount of study time was scheduled on weekend afternoons, which Naruto dubbed Demon Time. Minato stated, History is a requisite subject for ninjas. Naruto frowned at the dense text, his little head bobbing as he teetered on the brink of sleep. Glancing at the history book, Obito frowned. The history of Konoha? What? Senju Hashirama founded it single-handedly. It was clearly established by both Hashirama and me. What nonsense is this? The Ninetales interjected, After all, you did defect from Konoha. It's a miracle they didn't label you a rogue ninja. Minato chuckled bitterly. Ultimately, history books are penned by later generations. Their authenticity is questionable. The Ninetales jested. Having lived for so many years, I dare say no one knows the history of the ninja world better than I do. Minato quickly sought to mediate. All right, how about we first discuss the official version of events, and then explore different perspectives? Naruto blinked his big eyes. Dad, can the first Hokage really use wood release to build houses? Then why is our home still so small? The three fell silent simultaneously. Obito's expression turned complex. Minato appeared embarrassed, and the Nine-Tails scoffed. Well, Minato scratched his head. Wood release is a very unique bloodline limit. What is a bloodline limit? Naruto pressed on. Obito suddenly spoke up. Learn to control your chakra first, then ask these questions. Minato cast a grateful glance at Obito, who averted his gaze. In the evening, as Naruto lay sound asleep in bed, the three fathers finally had a chance to sit down for a serious discussion. Your methods are too gentle, Obito began. The world of ninjas is brutal. He must adapt as soon as possible. Minato shook his head, but Naruto is still just a child. The children of Konoha are growing up in a peaceful environment. Peace. Obito scoffed. It is merely a facade. The dangers lurking in the shadows have never dissipated. He had not forgotten the chaos instigated by Danzo, which nearly led to a complete upheaval of Konoha's leadership. So to speak of peace now? That was a fantasy. The Nine-Tails flicked its tail. In my opinion, you humans are just too complicated. If the kid wants to learn, let him learn. If he wants to play, let him play. It's that simple. Minato replied earnestly. I believe education should align with a child's nature. Although Naruto is mischievous, he is quite intelligent. With the right approach, he can learn quickly. Obito fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Fourth Hokage, how did you train as a child? Minato paused, then smiled. My father passed away when I was young. It was my mother who raised me alone. She always encouraged me, saying I could become a great ninja. Humph. The kindness of a woman, Obito dismissed, though his tone was less forceful than before. The Nine-Tails interjected, Obito, how did your father teach you? Obito's body visibly stiffened for a moment. Minato, keenly aware of this, quickly shifted the topic. Actually, all three of our methods have their merits. Obito-senpai's strictness can nurture Naruto's perseverance. The Nine-Tails' laid-back approach keeps him happy, while I hope he can find joy in learning. The three fell into a brief silence. The only sounds in the ceiling space being Naruto's even breathing and the gentle swaying of the Nine-Tails' tail. Tomorrow, Obito suddenly spoke. Let us try your method. Minato looked up in surprise, and the Nine-Tails perked its ears. But physical training must adhere to my standards, Obito added, his tone leaving no room for debate. Minato beamed brightly. Of course, senpai. We shall combine our strengths. The Nine-Tails huffed. Do as you wish. But if the kid gets tired, he must be allowed to rest. Otherwise, I will not agree. Obito surprisingly did not refute this, merely responding with a soft Minato gazed at the sleeping Naruto, whispering, we all have his best interests at heart. Moonlight streamed through the barriers of the ceiling space, illuminating the three figures. In this extraordinary family, three fathers with vastly different personalities finally found a subtle balance. Chapter 27. Graduation. Formation of Team 7. As the sun and moon alternated and time flew by. 3 years swiftly passed, ushering in yet another graduation season at the Ninja Academy. Uzumaki Naruto graduated with the third highest score. As Iruka-sensei uttered these words, a momentary silence enveloped the classroom, soon followed by an eruption of incredulous chatter. Standing at the podium, Naruto's golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, and his blue eyes were brimming with pride. Is this a joke? That underachiever actually ranked third? Just behind Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. There were whispers of cheating. Upon hearing these remarks, Naruto merely grinned, scratching his head nonchalantly. 3 years ago, such comments would have infuriated him, but now things were different. He had the unwavering support of 3 of the greatest fathers in the world within him. In the ceiling space, the reactions of his 3 fathers varied. Third place. Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged in midair, his brow furrowed, still outmatched by that Uchiha brat and a girl. Madara-san, you are from the Uchiha clan, aren't you? Sasuke came in first. You should be pleased, said Minato Namikaze with a smile and a shake of his head. Madara dismissively replied, achieving first place is only natural. Minato, feeling helpless, turned his gaze outward, acknowledging that Naruto's leap from last to within the top 3 was indeed remarkable. The Nine-Tails lounged lazily on the ground, its 9 tails swaying leisurely, asserting, in my opinion, grades are inconsequential. They bear little significance for one's future. In the real world, as Naruto returned to his seat. He heard a cold huff from beside him. Underachiever, Sasuke muttered, not lifting his head, though a flicker of unnoticeable acknowledgement danced in his black eyes. Hey Sasuke, just you wait. I'll surpass you next time. Naruto retorted without reservation. Sakura, seated nearby, face-palmed. Can you two please quiet down? These two had been competing fiercely since their enrollment, and while their relationship could be deemed poor, they had an uncanny synergy when teamed up, effortlessly overpowering their opponents. Conversely, their relationship could also be described as contentious. They seemed to compete over everything, from meals to races, from games of rock, paper, scissors to brawls. After Iruka announced all the results, he couldn't help but encourage Naruto. Naruto harbored immense gratitude for Iruka. Though the three distinct fathers within him provided abundant affection, Iruka's care was no less significant. Before encountering Madara, aside from the third Hokage, Iruka was the one who cared for him the most. After starting school, it was Iruka who tirelessly worked to uplift him from being an underachiever. Although his grades only began to improve after Minato's arrival, this did not diminish Iruka's contributions. Thus, for Naruto, Iruka was not merely a teacher but also a beloved family member. Soon, Iruka began to assign students to groups, a rite of passage for every graduating class, symbolizing their official advancement from students to genin. Listening to the familiar names of classmates departing with their J-nin instructors, Naruto began to anticipate his own teammates and guiding J-nin. If we get a loser, I'll immediately make Naruto blast him away, Madara coldly declared. Madara-san, that's excessive. Minato swiftly interjected. Haha, the Ninetales chimed in, grinning shamelessly. Before long, the group assignments reached Naruto and his peers. Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Upon hearing his name, Naruto leaped up in excitement, but when the second name was called, he and Sasuke exchanged incredulous glares. Their fiery gazes conveyed a singular message: don't hold us back. However, caught between the two, Sakura felt a sense of helplessness. She should have been elated to team up with the handsome Sasuke, yet with Naruto in the mix, she felt like a mere weakling. Within the ceiling space, upon hearing the news, Madara's Sharingan flared to life. An Uchiha brat? How intriguing. Minato mused thoughtfully. This combination is rather interesting. The Ninetales yawned. Oh, isn't that the arrogant Uchiha brat? Why does Naruto always get entangled with them? Feeling the underlying meaning of the Ninetales' words directed at him, Madara shot a glare at the beast, which promptly turned its head away and began to snore. After the morning group assignments concluded, other classes were gradually escorted away by their J-nin instructors, leaving only the 3 members of Team 7 behind in the classroom. Time ticked away, and as the sun dipped lower in the sky, they remained alone. Is our teacher even coming? Naruto rested his head on the desk, doodling absent-mindedly with his pen. Sasuke, eyes closed in meditation, had visible veins on his forehead, betraying his impatience. Sakura sat upright, occasionally fixing her hair, anxious that the teacher might suddenly appear and see her in a less-than-perfect state. I can't take it anymore. Naruto suddenly jumped up, digging into his ninja tool pouch. I'm going to give the tardy teacher a surprise. In the ceiling space, Minato immediately interjected. Naruto, you can't do that. Madara, however, scoffed. Well done. Let that unpunctual fellow taste some consequences. The Ninetales maliciously wagged its tail. Yes, yes. Scatter them all over the chair. Put more. In the real world, just as Naruto was about to scatter the tacks on the teacher's chair, Sasuke seized his wrist. Idiot, do you want us all to get punished? Sasuke coldly admonished. Sakura snapped back to attention. Naruto, stop it. Naruto pouted, reluctantly putting away the tacks. At that moment, the classroom window was abruptly pushed open and a silver-haired, masked man appeared in a handstand. Hey, good morning, everyone. He lazily waved. The classroom fell into a stunned silence. Naruto's eyes widened, Sasuke's mouth twitched, and Sakura was rendered completely speechless. It's already afternoon, Sakura muttered under her breath. The silver-haired man, Kakashi Hatake, nonchalantly flipped into the room and stood at the podium. How should I put this? I seem to have lost my way in life. You're joking. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura chorused in unison. Kakashi squinted his eyes, scanning the 3 of them, pausing slightly when his gaze landed on Naruto. At that moment, the ceiling space within Naruto was in an uproar. Kakashi, Minato exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Wait, he's your guiding J-nin? Madara crossed his arms, scrutinizing Kakashi from the ceiling space. Is this your former student? He doesn't seem particularly special. The Ninetales sniffed. Oh, isn't this the guy who monitored Naruto and was called the Umbu leader by him? In the real world. Kakashi began his self-introduction. I am Kakashi Hitaki, and I prefer not to disclose my likes and dislikes. My future dreams are nothing special. As for my hobbies. Wait. Naruto suddenly stood up, pointing at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you're our guiding J-nin. Kakashi's single eye curved into a crescent shape. Indeed. Naruto couldn't help but recall the painful experience of being dragged into the classroom by Kakashi for lessons and quickly retreated to the back of the classroom. Eyes wide with terror, please don't come any closer. In the ceiling space, Minato looked at Naruto's reaction with confusion. Huh? Why is Naruto reacting so strongly to Kakashi? Madara explained. A few years ago, Naruto had a practical training session with him, lost, and was forced to study until late at night. The Ninetales added. Since then, Naruto has developed a psychological shadow regarding Kakashi. Observing Naruto's reaction, Kakashi felt a twinge of regret but found the situation rather amusing. Cough, cough. Kakashi suddenly interrupted himself with a loud cough. All right, tomorrow morning at 5. We will gather at Training Ground 3. Remember not to eat breakfast, you might throw up. Upon finishing his words, he vanished with a loud bang, leaving the three students staring at one another in bewilderment. Sasuke furrowed his brow and turned to Naruto, bottom of the class. Do you know that, Jonin? Sakura leaned in with curiosity. Yeah, Naruto. How do you know Kakashi-sensei? Naruto, unwilling to reveal his embarrassing past, especially in front of his rival Sasuke, could only chuckle awkwardly. Well, I once had ramen with Kakashi-sensei and ended up losing. Sasuke and Sakura regarded Naruto's excuse with expressions that clearly conveyed their disbelief. In the ceiling space, both were rendered speechless. Such a reason was hardly credible. The Ninetales flicked its tail, commenting, the little brat is still too naive. Chapter 28, Survival Exercise Upon Returning Home. Naruto immediately entered the ceiling space, where his three fathers were already waiting. As soon as he saw Minato and the others, he lamented, Dad, what should I do? I can't handle Kakashi-sensei. Obito reprimanded him. Why are you crying? A man can bleed, but must not shed tears. What did I tell you last time? Next time you encounter him, make him use his full strength. Minato gently ruffled his son's hair. Kakashi is a kind-hearted person. He won't harm you. Kind-hearted? Reflecting on Minato's words, Naruto recalled the moment when Kakashi punished him. Had it not been for Naruto's learning, Obito would have forcibly intervened to teach Kakashi a lesson. I don't believe it, Naruto declared. Minato sighed. Kakashi wasn't he always like this? Although a bit rigid, he valued his comrades greatly. Naruto blinked. What was Kakashi-sensei like before? Minato's gaze turned distant. He was a genius, having become a jonin at the age of 12, serious, responsible, and never late. Wait, Naruto interrupted. Never late? Then why did he promise to come this morning and only showed up when the sun was about to set? This was no longer merely a matter of punctuality. It was a question of responsibility. Obito interjected. Seems like your rivalry has hit him hard, fourth Hokage. Minato fell silent. The Ninetales lightly patted Naruto's back with its tail. Naruto, tomorrow just use my chakra to show him the power of the tailed beast bomb. However, Naruto rejected the Ninetales' suggestion. No, Dad told me that relying on others help one allow me to grow. The Ninetales immediately sensed that this was something Obito would say. Old Obito, you. Obito shot him a glare. What? Did I say something wrong? Ignoring the ensuing bickering between the two, Naruto turned to Minato. Why has Kakashi-sensei changed? Obito also inquired. I too want to know how this laid-back guy became a ninja. Minato stroked Naruto's hair gently. He lost both of his best friends and couldn't save them. Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin. The Ninetales supported its chin in disdain. Great. Another Uchiha. It seems I can't escape them in this lifetime. Decades ago, he was forcibly controlled by Obito to fight against Hashirama and, unsurprisingly, ended up sealed within his wife. 12 years ago, he was liberated by a masked Uchiha, resulting in him being sealed within Naruto. And now, 3 years later, Obito's spirit appeared in the ceiling space. Now, they were discussing someone entirely unrelated to the Uchiha clan, yet it still involved Uchiha. The Ninetales was at a loss for words. Upon hearing Obito's name, a flicker of disturbance crossed Obito's heart. It felt as if he had seen that person, a short-haired Uchiha boy with half his body crushed. Minato noticed Obito's strange demeanor and inquired, what's wrong? But after pondering, Obito shook his head. No, it's nothing. I must be overthinking. The Ninetales mocked. So, old Obito, have you developed amnesia? You furball. You're asking for a beating. All right, gentlemen, now is not the time for fighting. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his three fathers bickering. No matter what might happen tomorrow, with them by his side, he felt invincible. On the following day, before dawn, Naruto arrived at the third training ground. To his surprise, Sasuke was already waiting there. Hey Sasuke, Naruto greeted energetically. You're here so early too. Sasuke didn't even lift his eyelids. You're not late either. I thought you wouldn't show up until noon. Not a chance. My dads have been nagging me about being punctual. It's driving me crazy. Observing Naruto's complaints, Sasuke's gaze shifted slightly. He didn't have parents, so who were the dad and mom he mentioned? Never mind. It's rude to pry into others' personal matters. Shortly after, Sakura arrived, having dressed up thoughtfully, and her face immediately flushed upon seeing Sasuke. Thus, the three began their wait. They waited from the moment the sun began to rise until it was fully in the sky, when Kakashi leisurely made his appearance. Good morning, everyone. Kakashi waved lazily. It seems I got lost on my way through life again. The three chorused in unison. What? Sakura couldn't help but scoff. Seriously. Could you at least come up with a better excuse? Naruto squinted, arms crossed. Exactly. When I mess up, I at least get Sasuke to take the blame. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's anger flared. What? You're saying I'm the bottom of the class? You're the reason I had to clean the toilets last time. Realizing he had let something slip, Naruto could only laugh awkwardly. I just played a prank too far, and the teachers thought it was a group effort. I had no choice but to throw you under the bus. If it weren't for Sasuke's Uchiha heritage, Naruto would have hurled a few scathing remarks his way. All right. If you keep this up, you're both conceding. Just as Sasuke was about to clash with Naruto, Kakashi hurriedly waved his hands to intervene. Both froze, realizing they hadn't even started the act yet, and there was no way they would lose. Kakashi squinted with a smile, pulling out two bells from his ninja tool pouch. Today's test is quite simple. Before noon, you must seize these bells from me. Those who fail will miss lunch and be tied to that wooden post to watch others eat. Only two bells. Sakura noticed keenly. Indeed. Kakashi's single eye curved into a crescent, indicating that at least one of them would fail. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, Minato gazed at the two bells and couldn't help but reminisce. Seizing bells, how nostalgic. Obito asked, do you often do this? Minato shook his head, not really. It's said that this bell test was passed down from my teacher's teacher. The Nine-Tails couldn't help but scoff, graduated already. And yet humans are still such a hassle. Minato merely smiled lightly. Graduates from the Ninja Academy aren't officially genin until they pass a survival exercise. Obito, intrigued, remarked. It seems your education isn't solely sheltered. Upon graduation, you must face Jonin-level opponents. Yes, but it's just a drill. The Jonin 1T use their full strength. Chapter 29. All failures. Upon hearing that Kakashi was conducting a survival exercise, Sakura raised her hand to ask, survival exercise? We've done that many times in school. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets and a lazy demeanor, replied, you don't think graduating means you're a genin, do you? Only those approved by us Jonin can truly become genin. You're still students. Naruto remained carefree. Don't worry, it's just a survival exercise. Kakashi, however, smiled ominously. This is different. If you don't pass, you'll be sent back to school for a do-over. What? The three exclaimed in shock. Return to school? The three of them? As the trio contemplated the prospect of returning to school only to be ridiculed, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines. Kakashi wore a smile reminiscent of a kind older brother, advising, you must prepare yourselves mentally, otherwise, it would be quite unfortunate if you end up in tears. Naruto, sensing Kakashi's gaze upon him, rolled up his sleeves defiantly, retorting, who would cry? Kakashi, stroking his chin with a teasing glint in his eye, quipped, oh? Who was it that told you to stay away yesterday? At this, Naruto visibly deflated, haunted by his past indiscretions, particularly in front of Sasuke, feeling utterly embarrassed. All right, you all should get ready, Kakashi said nonchalantly as he tied a bell to his waist and rummaged through his ninja tool pouch. This action put Team 7 on high alert, fearing he might produce some dangerous weapon. However, after a prolonged search, Kakashi produced a book titled Make Out Paradise and began flipping through it nonchalantly. This spectacle nearly caused the trio to slip and fall, while the three in the ceiling space could only watch in disbelief. Minato sighed, exasperated. Kakashi, this child was never like this before. Before his passing, while Kakashi had certainly lightened up from his childhood rigidity, he had not descended into such foolishness. Obito, feeling a surge of irritation, questioned, how did such a person become a Jonin? When he tested Naruto, he certainly didn't pull out any Riska material. Naruto, take him down. Begin. As soon as Kakashi's words fell, the three vanished from sight. After all, a ninja is not merely a reckless berserker. Kakashi, noticing their absence, couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of the top 3 in the class. Their combat awareness is impressive. Yet, he remained unfazed by their departure, continuing to read his book. Minutes passed in a tense standoff until Sasuke, unable to contain himself any longer, was the first to strike. With a flurry of swift movements, 3 shurikens shot towards Kakashi in a triangular formation. Kakashi, without even glancing, effortlessly caught all 3 shurikens with a single hand. Almost simultaneously, Naruto formed hand seals at lightning speed. Shadow clone technique. 5 Narutos appeared from thin air, converging on Kakashi from various angles. Kakashi squinted, recognizing the advanced nature of this jutsu. It was indeed a challenging technique for a freshly graduated student. Had the being within him taught him this? Although surprised by Naruto's mastery of the shadow clone, Kakashi's right hand remained in his pocket, and with minimal movement, he evaded all assaults. Too slow, he remarked lazily, capturing one Naruto's wrist and preparing for a throw. Now, the captured Naruto suddenly grinned. Kakashi's instincts flared as he observed the other 4 clones divert their course. Not towards him, but towards the surrounding trees. The sound of taut ropes echoed as dozens of snares sprang up from the ground. A mere trick, Kakashi scoffed, vanishing in a flash to leap into the air. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A blazing fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, effectively cutting off Kakashi's escape route in midair. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly in surprise as he finally withdrew his other hand from his pocket and swiftly performed hand seals. Water style, water barrier. The collision of water and fire created a dense mist that enveloped the entire training ground. In the ceiling space, Obito nodded in rare approval. Good coordination. Minato chimed in. Naruto, keep it up. The Nine Tails wagged its tail excitedly, urging, come on, little brats, give it your all. In the real world, Naruto stealthily maneuvered through the mist, closing in on Kakashi from behind. Kunai aimed directly at his heart. Kakashi, however, did not turn around and effortlessly blocked the attack with a swift motion. Gotcha! Naruto suddenly changed tactics, releasing the kunai towards Kakashi's face. Kakashi evaded by tilting his head aside. This kid's combat style is truly relentless. It seems I must take this seriously. In a swift motion, Kakashi seized the ambushing Naruto, effortlessly countering his assault. Over there, Sasuke, having activated his Sharingan, quickly pinpointed Kakashi's real position and immediately drew shurikens from his pouch, hurling them forward. Each shuriken was attached to wire, controlled meticulously by Sasuke using both hands and his mouth, ensuring they covered all of Kakashi's possible escape routes. Kakashi, drawing a kunai, deflected several shurikens, but upon retreating, he found every landing spot prepped with explosive tags. With a thunderous explosion, his figure was engulfed in flames. Did we succeed? Naruto gasped, panting heavily. Sasuke's Sharingan widened in alarm. Watch out. Earth-style, heart-piercing technique. 2 hands burst forth from the ground, clasping Naruto and Sasuke's ankles, dragging them beneath the surface, leaving only their heads exposed. Nice teamwork, Kakashi remarked as he emerged from behind a tree, brushing off the dust from his attire. Though he still had a long way to go. Suddenly, 3 shurikens shot in from an exceptionally tricky angle, catching Kakashi off guard and striking him directly. Success! Sakura's figure leaped from the bushes, her face alight with joy. Yet, in the next instant, Kakashi's body morphed into a wooden log, the shurikens embedding themselves perfectly. Realizing she was outmatched, Sakura chose to hide and wait for the right moment. Sakura, that was a wise move, Kakashi acknowledged. Sakura, don't look back, Naruto warned. But she instinctively turned. Just then, she saw Kakashi appear behind her, casting a Jinjutsu. She collapsed to the ground. Kakashi stood up slowly, resuming his reading of Make Out Paradise, commenting, your tactics were commendable, but your execution was lacking. If you had engaged with Naruto and Sasuke, it might have been effective. Not long after, by the wooden log, Sakura found herself bound, while Naruto and Sasuke held their respective lunches. As Kakashi continued to read, he assessed, overall, you all have failed this time. While Naruto and Sasuke demonstrated good cooperation, their direct approach hindered each other's timing. And you, Sakura, Recognizing your limitations, chose to attack from a distance, which was a sound idea. However, your lack of coordination not only failed to assist Naruto, but also missed the opportunity to strike. Thus, your survival exercise this time is a failure. Chapter 30. Qualified. But we wished to continue. The training ground was thick with a heavy atmosphere, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on the three disheveled figures. Naruto slumped against the ground, his golden hair caked in dirt. Sasuke leaned against a tree, his raven locks disheveled, his Sharingan slightly dulled from overuse. Sakura, bound to a wooden post, had lost the exuberance she had upon arrival, her fingers turning pale from the tight grip. Kakashi stood before them, his silver hair swaying gently in the breeze, his singular exposed eye surveying the trio with calm detachment as he carelessly turned a page of Make-Out Paradise. Theoretically, he drawled in a languid yet undeniable tone, "You three should pack your belongings and return to school today." Naruto clenched his fists tightly, Sasuke furrowed his brow deeply, and Sakura's nails nearly dug into her palm. The shame of defeat washed over them like a tide, and they all silently gritted their teeth, knowing that any defense they could muster would be futile. In the ceiling space, Minato sighed, "They have truly given it their all." Obito scoffed, "Losers have no voice. It's the unyielding law of the ninja." The Ninetales flicked its tail, declaring, "But that silver-haired brat's attitude is infuriating." The Ninetales, unconcerned with any nuances, simply longed to strike Kakashi. As despair threatened to engulf the trio, Kakashi suddenly closed his book, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his single eye. "Well, I am not a demon after all," he said, his eyes curving into a crescent moon shape. "Hence, I shall grant you an opportunity." Instantly, three pairs of eyes brightened with hope. "We will engage in another attempt to seize the bells this afternoon. If you succeed, I shall consider you qualified." As Kakashi turned, the sunlight reflecting off his headband made Naruto squint. He added, "Oh, and you two are prohibited from feeding Sakura lunch. Otherwise, you will be deemed unqualified." With a puff of smoke, Kakashi vanished from sight. Once assured of Kakashi's departure, Naruto leaped up with a flourish, swiftly unpacking his lunch. "Sakura, don't mind what Kakashi-sensei said," he urged, offering her a steaming piece of fried shrimp tempura. "You should eat something." Sakura stared blankly at the golden, crispy shrimp, her eyes suddenly welling with tears. "Naruto, Sasuke, I'm sorry for holding you back," she said, her voice trembling. "If only I could be stronger." "Oh, it's nothing," Naruto insisted, shoving the shrimp into her hand, grease smudging her forehead protector. "Everyone has their moments of weakness. Even a genius like Sasuke does." Sasuke, who had been drinking water, suddenly choked. "What nonsense. I do not." Naruto immediately countered, counting on his fingers. 6 years ago, during our mock training session, you kicked me out of the way right at the start. What was that about?" Sasuke's ears turned crimson. "That was only because you were blocking my path, you idiot." "Wow, you actually admitted it," Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Sasuke as if he had discovered a new continent. He turned to Sakura and said, "See? Even the Uchiha genius makes mistakes." Sakura, her tears giving way to a smile, took a small bite of the shrimp. The warmth of the food finally allowed her to relax, and she noticed her arm was still trembling slightly. Minato watched this scene with satisfaction. Naruto has grown up, he thought. Obito scoffed, crossing his arms. "Foolish tenderness." The Ninetales shot a glance at Obito. "What's with that grin, old man?" "Me? I'm not smiling." "Stubborn." In the real world, Sasuke suddenly pushed his bento toward them. "I can't finish this." Sakura and Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Neatly arranged rice balls sat atop Sasuke's favorite tomatoes. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura exclaimed, her tone filled with emotion. "Don't get the wrong idea." Sasuke averted his gaze. "I just didn't want to hear your stomach growling this afternoon." Naruto nudged Sakura with a mischievous grin. "How tsundere?" Sasuke shot him a glare. "Idiot, if you keep talking, no one will think you're mute." Naruto, unfazed, made a funny face. "I told you so." Their playful banter lightened the previously tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold swept over them. The rustling of leaves ceased, the chirping of insects fell silent, and even the wind seemed to freeze. From the shadows behind them, a tall figure emerged like a specter. "You have violated the rules." The deep voice felt like a shuriken poised against the back of their necks, and the trio froze. Naruto's rice ball dropped to the ground with a thud, Sasuke's Sharingan activated uncontrollably, and Sakura's pupils dilated in shock. Kakashi stood at the boundary of the shadows. sunlight illuminating only half of his figure. The right eye that was exposed was no longer the lazy crescent. It was a sharp line, as keen as a blade. At some point, Ika Paradise had been tucked away, replaced by a kunai that he slowly drew from its sheath, the metal gleaming blood red in the setting sun. I told you. He stepped forward, the leaves beneath his feet crumbling silently. You are not to provide food to Sakura. As Kakashi advanced, Naruto suddenly spread his arms to shield Sakura. It was us who forced her to eat. His voice trembled, yet his legs remained firmly planted. Sasuke, too, stood protectively in front of Sakura. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon us. Despite the fear causing his fingers to turn pale, his Sharingan remained locked onto Kakashi's throat. Sakura watched as the two desperately took the blame for her, tears brimming in her eyes. But it wasn't me who, she stammered, summoning her courage despite her trembling body. Kakashi's figure suddenly vanished. Too slow. The icy voice exploded in their ears. Naruto felt a chill at the nape of his neck, and the headband snapped in response. Sasuke's arm transformed into a striking serpent. Sakura realized, to her horror, that steel wire had ensnared her neck. The shadow of death loomed ominously. Bang! The anticipated pain never arrived. The three of them looked up in astonishment to see Kakashi standing 3 steps away, his eye curved into a familiar crescent. Qualified, he declared lightly, as if the earlier menace had been nothing but an illusion. What? Naruto felt his mind go blank, collapsing to the ground. Kakashi casually tossed the bells in his hand. Those who do not adhere to the rules are worthless, but, he pointed to the leaf symbol on his headband. Those who abandon their comrades are the most worthless of all. Tears finally streamed down Sakura's face. But you all know the rules I set. Kakashi pocketed the bells, but chose to break them nonetheless. That was sufficient. However, faced with this unexpected turn of events, Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, do you want this? No. After a moment of silence, Sasuke firmly rejected the notion. Kakashi, intrigued, asked, "Oh? Why?" Sasuke replied earnestly, "What you desire must be obtained with your own hands." Naruto nodded in agreement. Kakashi couldn't help but applaud. Ambitious. And you, Sakura? I will too. Kakashi turned, beckoning them. Then come chase after me. His voice held an unprecedented warmth. Show me your resolve. Chapter 31. The second survival exercise. The orange-red sunset bathed the training ground in a sanguine hue. With the trio of Team 7 forming a triangular formation, facing Kakashi from a distance of 10 paces. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, sending a few dry ones swirling through the air. I say, Kakashi languidly flipped through Ika Paradise, his only visible eye curving into a crescent. Since you wish to have another go, the rules remain unchanged. Success is defined by your ability to seize the bells. Naruto clenched his fists, flames of determination igniting in his azure eyes. This time, we will definitely grab the bells. Sasuke scoffed, his black pupils transforming into crimson Sharingan. The loser is right. This time, I won't let you off so easily. Standing behind them, Sakura nervously twisted her fingers around the hem of her clothing, yet her gaze was resolute. Kakashi-sensei, we are not the same as we were at noon. Kakashi's gaze swept over the three, closing his book with a faint smile. What a spirited group of students. Let us begin. Half an hour prior, the three had hidden in the bushes at the edge of the training ground. Listen closely, Sasuke spoke in a hushed tone. Kakashi's speed is too swift. We must limit his range of movement. Naruto scratched his head. How about I use the shadow clone technique in a sea of clones? Sakura shook her head. That might not work. I observed earlier that your clones decrease in effectiveness after splitting, so the sea of clones won't be of much help. Within the ceiling space, their fathers were closely monitoring the discussion. Humph! Obito crossed his arms, observing the outside through Naruto's perspective, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Finally, some tactical awareness, but relying solely on taijutsu won't suffice against that silver-haired brat. Minato nodded with a smile. Naruto, do you remember the wind release coordination technique I taught you? Of course I do. Naruto mentally responded, planning to change the battlefield environment with wind release. In the real world, Sakura's eyes suddenly lit up. Kakashi-sensei's left eye has been covered by his headband. That eye represents his blind spot. Sasuke glanced at her with approval. Indeed, while it's possible Kakashi has adapted to observing solely with his right eye, an attack from the blind spot could still be effective. Naruto clapped his hands excitedly, suggesting they proceed in this manner. As time returned to the present, the moment Kakashi announced the commencement, Sakura immediately activated the body flicker technique, vanishing like a specter. However, unlike the previous encounter at noon, this time Naruto and Sasuke chose not to hide, but remained in place. Kakashi, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, you dare to confront me head-on?" Sasuke's eyes shifted to the Sharingan, the black tomo swirling within. "For you, it matters not where we hide. So let me and Naruto engage you, Kakashi-sensei." With unwavering confidence, Naruto formed hand seals, a surge of chakra erupting from his body. Multiple shadow clone technique. Accompanied by the explosion of chakra, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. And in an instant, hundreds of Narutos appeared on the training ground. Witnessing Naruto's ninjutsu, Kakashi couldn't help but express admiration. Having already been surprised by the shadow clone, he was astounded to see Naruto wield the multiple shadow clone as well. Though the two techniques differ by merely two characters, their complexity is worlds apart. The shadow clone technique is merely a high-level ninjutsu, while the multiple shadow clone technique is a genuine forbidden technique. Everyone, charge! With the shout of one Naruto, all the clones rolled up their sleeves and advanced toward Kakashi. However, Kakashi, being a genuine Jonin, faced Naruto's onslaught with remarkable ease. Yet, as Naruto's clones were gradually eliminated, Kakashi felt the remaining Naruto's speed and strength steadily increasing. By the time Kakashi dispatched half of them, he was acutely aware of the mounting pressure. "Got you." Just as Kakashi was besieged by Naruto's clones, one of them dashed directly toward him, reaching for his waist. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Suddenly, Sasuke leapt into the air, unleashing his maximum firepower mid-flight. Interesting. Upon sensing the fireball, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals and slapped the ground. Water style, water barrier. A dense mist enveloped the training ground like a white curtain, visibility plummeting to near zero. Kakashi's previously languid gaze sharpened, scanning the surroundings warily. Using mist to create a visual obstruction? He murmured, "Not bad tactical awareness." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere. Dozens of shurikens pierced through the fog, tracing deadly arcs. Kakashi's figure flickered as he effortlessly dodged, yet upon landing, he discovered the ground was intricately laced with fine steel wires. A trap? His brow furrowed. Just as he was about to leap, he noticed the overhead was similarly ensnared in a web of wires. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sakura manipulating the wires. Sakura, aware of this, quickly secured the wire trap and vanished from sight. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. At that moment, Sasuke's voice emerged from the depths of the mist, as dozens of small fireballs accurately followed the trajectory of the wires. The wires glowed red-hot under the intense heat, ensnaring Kakashi in a blistering cage. "Well done." In the ceiling space, Obito rarely nodded in approval. Minato, however, looked anxiously at the outside. "But this is still insufficient, it's not over yet." In the real world, Naruto's voice suddenly erupted from beneath. Earth style, tearing earth technique. The ground beneath Kakashi's feet abruptly cracked open, and a pair of hands lunged to grasp his ankles. This startled Kakashi. Wasn't this the technique he had just used? Learned it after a single demonstration? However, Kakashi soon realized that Naruto was not employing true earth style, but rather mimicking his tearing earth technique, digging through the ground with bare hands. Yet there was no time for Kakashi to ponder this. At that critical moment, his figure transformed into a wooden stump. Hidden in the shadows, Sakura carefully observed the surroundings, attempting to locate Kakashi's position. Meanwhile, the real Kakashi had concealed himself. Kakashi's tone held a hint of satisfaction. "Oh dear, the caliber of this year's graduates is quite high, truly deserving of being the top trio in the class. Previous students of mine have never displayed this level of adaptability." For instance, Sakura knew she could not confront him directly and chose to assist from the shadows, refusing to reveal herself. The other two, on the other hand, worked in tandem to maximize their strengths and entangle him. Chapter 32, Victory. Itachi's invitation, I've got you. At that moment, Sasuke's Sharingan finally locked onto Kakashi's position, his hands swiftly forming seals. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A colossal fireball roared toward Kakashi, who had no choice but to once again form seals for defense. However, as the fireball neared, it suddenly split into dozens of smaller fireballs, attacking from various angles. Phoenix Fire? Kakashi's eyes involuntarily narrowed. To achieve this at such a young age, truly deserving of the title of the top genius in the class. Just as Kakashi concentrated on countering the fire technique, Naruto suddenly charged in from the side. Wind style, Gale Palm. The violent gust of wind forced Kakashi back several steps. right into the trap area set by Sakura. Suddenly, dozens of explosive tags erupted from the ground, and a blinding light instantly engulfed his figure. Did we succeed? Sasuke panted, having exhausted much of his chakra from unleashing so many fire techniques. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Kakashi stood unharmed atop a protruding rock, his attire devoid of even a wrinkle. Good coordination, he remarked nonchalantly, but still lacking a bit. Ugh. The three exchanged glances, silently adjusting their strategy. Naruto once again summoned a multitude of shadow clones, but this time they did not charge blindly. Instead, they moved in an organized manner around the periphery, continuously hurling shurikens to create distractions. After consuming a soldier pill to accelerate his chakra recovery, Sasuke activated his Sharingan to its fullest extent, his crimson eyes locking onto Kakashi's every move. Sakura completely concealed her presence, ghosting along the edge of the battlefield. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto suddenly unleashed the ninjutsu, a powerful gust of wind sweeping up a storm of dust. Just as Kakashi prepared to respond, he realized this wind technique was not aimed at him. Instead, it lifted all the fallen leaves from the training ground, forming a natural barrier. Utilizing the environment to create advantages, Kakashi mused, nodding inwardly, significant progress. At that moment of distraction, Sasuke suddenly appeared directly in front of him. Fire style, dragon fire technique. The searing line of fire shot straight toward him. And just as Kakashi attempted to evade, he found his escape route blocked by Naruto's shadow clones. In a moment of crisis, he had no choice but to form hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. However, just as the earthen wall surged forth, Naruto's voice rang out. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Yet, what Naruto termed as the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique was, in fact, all the surrounding Narutos simultaneously throwing shurikens. A torrential downpour of shurikens rained down upon Kakashi's position. Swish, swish, swish. The cacophony of sound drowned out Kakashi's presence. When the dust settled, the ground lay strewn with countless kunai, yet Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Kakashi lounged leisurely on a nearby tree branch. Not a single injury nor a speck of dust upon him. 0 hits. Kakashi teased. Suddenly, he discovered his feet ensnared by steel wires. When did this happen? He looked down in astonishment, seeing the other end of the wire connected to Naruto's shadow clone. Got you! Naruto exclaimed with excitement, charging alongside Sasuke toward the ensnared Kakashi. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he swiftly formed hand seals with astonishing speed. Lightning style, lightning tiger destruction. A blinding bolt of lightning transformed into a tiger form, instantly shattering all bindings. Yet, just as he broke free, Sasuke's kunai was already pressed against his back, while Naruto's hand reached for the bell at his waist. It's over, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke uttered coldly. Kakashi suddenly chuckled. Really? Bang. The figure pinned by the kunai abruptly transformed into a wooden stump. The genuine Kakashi appeared 3 meters away, shaking 2 bells in his hand. Unfortunately, time. His words were cut short as Sakura had stealthily positioned herself behind him, holding the real bells. This is what you taught us, Kakashi-sensei, she smiled. Ninjas must be adept at using deception. Kakashi looked down at the bells in his hand and realized they were merely 2 ordinary stones. He shook his head in resignation, a faint smile gracing his lips. I was careless. The sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and the training ground was enveloped in the haze of battle. The 3 of them stood together, panting, with Sakura tightly clutching the hard-earned bells. Kakashi regarded them, reflecting on the earlier confrontation, and gently applauded. Congratulations, you have qualified. Awesome. Naruto exclaimed, tilting his head back in joy. However, Sasuke watched him warily. You clearly could have. I did hold back, Kakashi admitted candidly, but I also became serious afterward, perhaps using about 6 layers of effort. He approached the trio, his tone suddenly turning grave. Nevertheless, the teamwork and tactical acumen you demonstrated genuinely met my expectations. In the sealed space, Minato smiled with satisfaction. They have grown. Madara scoffed, barely passing. The Ninetales excitedly wagged its tail. Then what's with that smirk? It's almost falling off your face. In the real world, Kakashi patted the shoulders of the 3. From today onwards, you are true ninjas. He turned to walk deeper into the woods, his voice drifting back. Tomorrow morning, gather at the village gate to officially commence your ninja careers. At that moment, Itachi arrived, calling out Sasuke, Naruto, brother. Upon seeing his elder brother, Sasuke's cold demeanor instantly softened, making Sakura beside him curious. Sasuke can actually show such an expression? Itachi brother. Before Sakura could inquire, Naruto chimed in cheerfully. This irked Sasuke. Don't be so chummy, you underachiever. Naruto, however, laughed. What does it matter? Itachi brother is also my brother. Not at all. This topic vexed Sasuke greatly. Ever since the Uchiha clan stabilized a few years ago, Itachi and Shisui had frequently interacted with Naruto, although Sasuke later mustered the courage to ask Naruto. The latter's response left him baffled. Shisui and Itachi were looking for my dad. I have no idea what they were discussing. What nonsense. How could an orphan suddenly have a dad? Congratulations on becoming Genin. Itachi first congratulated Sasuke and Naruto, then turned to Sakura. You are Sasuke's teammate, right? I am his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Nice to meet you. I'm Haruno Sakura, she said, bowing earnestly. Itachi waved his hand gently, no need for formality. Since you have successfully obtained your Genin qualifications from Kakashi-sensei today, let me treat you all to a meal to celebrate. Huh, are we going to Sasuke's house? Although Naruto had a good relationship with Itachi and the others, he had never been to their home much, so the prospect of dining at Sasuke's abode excited him. Chapter 33. Family, Mother soon. Under Itachi's guidance, Naruto and Sakura arrived at Sasuke's doorstep. Gazing at the grand entrance of the Uchiha clan, Naruto resembled a country bumpkin in the city, looking around in awe. Sasuke, somewhat exasperated, glanced at Naruto. You've been here several times. Why are you still like this? Naruto exclaimed. After all, your home is truly vast. Yet, it was hardly surprising. Naruto's living quarters consisted merely of a small one-bedroom apartment. In contrast, Sasuke's residence featured a spacious courtyard filled with bamboo, flanked by delicately crafted stone lanterns along the stone pathway. The disparity was striking. At that moment, Sakura was so nervous she could barely move, constantly adjusting her hair and clothing. Father, mother, I'm home, Sasuke softly announced at the entrance. Uchiha Fugaku emerged from his study, his stern expression softening slightly upon seeing Itachi and Sasuke. You're back? His gaze swept over Naruto and Sakura, nodding slightly. These two must be your teammates. Come in and sit. Mikoto peeked out from the kitchen, her face beaming with warmth. Ah, welcome, Naruto-kun. And you too, young lady. Naruto stared blankly at the heartwarming scene before him. A stern yet caring father, a gentle and nurturing mother, and the unspoken bond between brothers. An inexplicable pang of sorrow welled up within him. Sorry for intruding, he murmured, his voice involuntarily dropping a notch. In the sealed space, Minato observed this moment with deep-seated remorse. Naruto. Madara scoffed again, turning his face away. Boring family gathering. The Ninetales, sensing Naruto's emotions, could only offer silent comfort in its own way. Soon, the dining table was adorned with exquisite dishes, tender grilled fish, golden tempura, vibrant vegetable salad, and a steaming pot of delicious miso soup. Naruto-kun, I've heard you love ramen? Mikoto smiled as she pushed a large bowl of chashu ramen toward him. I prepared this specially. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Naruto, taken aback by the kindness, accepted it. Teach, thank you, Annie. He bent down eagerly for a bite, his eyes instantly lighting up. This is so delicious. Fugaku cleared his throat. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Although his tone was serious, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Sasuke frowned in discontent. Father, don't pay attention to that underachiever. Sasuke. Fugaku set down his chopsticks. You must be polite to guests. Sakura cautiously observed the family's interactions, feeling both envious and apprehensive. She noticed that while Naruto appeared happy on the surface, his eyes occasionally dimmed. Naruto, she called softly. Huh. Naruto jolted, forcing a cheerful smile. What is it, Sakura? Itachi, keenly perceptive, offered Naruto a piece of fried chicken. Eat more, you're too thin. In the sealed space, Minato watched his son's forced smile, his heart aching painfully. If only Kushina were here, if only I could. Madara, irritated, stood up. Enough. Such weak emotions. Though he spoke thus, his voice dwindled in volume. After all, his dream remained unchanged to this day, to transform the world into a place where even children could live happily. Yet, he found himself incapable of providing that for Naruto. At that moment, the Ninetales suddenly spoke. It's all right, Naruto. The three of us will always be here for you. In the real world, Naruto gently shook his head, silently responding, Thank you, Uncle Ninetales. After dinner, Sakura assisted Mikoto in clearing the dishes, while Sasuke was called to the study by Fugaku for a discussion. Alone, Naruto wandered into the Uchiha courtyard, sitting on the stone steps and gazing at the moon in a daze. "Are you troubled by something, Naruto?" Itachi's voice suddenly came from behind him. Naruto was startled, nearly tumbling down the steps. Itachi, brother. I miss my mother." As he spoke, Naruto instinctively hugged his knees. Itachi sat down beside Naruto, gently stroking his hair. "Do you have any memories of your mother?" Naruto, feeling despondent, replied, "Dad said my mother had beautiful red hair, but I've never seen it, so I can't even imagine." Itachi listened quietly, his dark eyes reflecting the moonlight. Although the three fathers within him cared deeply, Naruto clenched the hem of his clothing. But some things can only be given by a mother. A sudden night breeze swept through, scattering cherry blossoms like confetti. A petal rested upon Naruto's golden locks, and Itachi reached out to gently brush it away. "I have met your mother," Itachi suddenly remarked. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as he looked up. "What?" Itachi spoke softly. "When I was very young, she had quite a fiery temperament, yet she exhibited boundless patience and tenderness towards us children." "Fiery?" Itachi nodded. "Yes. I heard from my mother that Kushina had the nickname Blood Red Pepper, and many boys from her class had felt her wrath." In the ceiling space, Minato abruptly lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes. Obito also turned, his Sharingan trembling slightly. "Is it true?" Naruto's voice quivered, excitement shining in his eyes. Itachi smiled gently. "It is said that during her time at the Ninja Academy, Aunt Kushina once bound a lower-ranked ninja who mocked her hair to the gates of Konoha." Naruto burst into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. He wiped his face with the back of his hand, only to make it wetter. I really want to meet her." Itachi softly pressed down on Naruto's shoulder. "Some loves endure even across life and death." He gestured towards Naruto's abdomen. "The nine tails within you knows this best." The nine tails huffed in the ceiling space. "Humph, that red-haired woman was indeed special." Minato wiped his tears and smiled. Kushina never understood the meaning of giving up. Obito, with a darkened expression, felt out of place among the three who had interacted with the former Jinchuriki. In the real world, Naruto finally revealed a sincere smile. "Thank you, brother Itachi." Itachi rose and extended his hand to Naruto. "Let us return. Mother has made red bean dumplings for dessert." As they departed the Uchiha household, Mikoto deliberately called Naruto aside and handed him a handkerchief embroidered with sunflowers. Confused, Naruto examined the somewhat clumsy stitches. Mikoto smiled gently. "I found this while cleaning the attic. It was a gift for Sasuke's birth. After all, she made it by hand, so it is better for you to keep it." Trembling, Naruto accepted the handkerchief, faintly catching a whiff of a sunlit fragrance. "She was a wonderful friend," Mikoto softly remarked, her eyes glimmering with nostalgia whenever she visited. "She always brightened the atmosphere like a ray of sunshine." Mikoto secretly envied Kushina. As a Jinchuriki, she was constantly monitored by the village. Back then, one had to report to the third Hokage even to visit her. Yet, despite her burdens, Kushina never revealed her sadness to her friends. On the contrary, she spread her optimism and cheer among them. Had it not been for the village's fears of the Uchiha controlling the Jinchuriki, Mikoto would have quite liked to invite Naruto to live with her. Walking home, Naruto cautiously stroked the handkerchief. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and gazed up at the starry sky. "Dad, could you tell me more about Mom?" "Of course." Chapter 34. Reflections on Future Enemies that night. As Naruto slept, the nine tails lay behind the iron bars in the ceiling space, its golden, beastly eyes half open. Minato stood at the center, his expression grave. Obito leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, his Sharingan glowing a deep crimson in the darkness. "You know all too well the life of a Jinchuriki." Obito's voice was icy, yet you still allowed Naruto to become the vessel for the nine tails? Minato's fists instinctively clenched and then slowly loosened. The plan was for Naruto to become the Jinchuriki, with Kushina to protect him. But the nine tails raised its head, letting out a low, mocking laugh. "But I ended up piercing through both of you." Obito frowned. "What happened?" Minato took a deep breath, and a visual of chakra constructs unfolded in the space. 12 years ago, on that fateful crimson night, the colossal nine tails rampaged through Konoha, and the scene of the masked man controlling the tailed beast was vividly displayed. The nine tails rampage. Minato's voice carried a deep weariness. That masked man took advantage of Kushina's childbirth when the seal was weakened and unleashed the nine tails. The imagery shifted to reveal a fierce battle between Minato and the masked man, showcasing the clash of the Flying Thunder God technique and the mysterious space-time ninjutsu. In the end, I had no choice but to split the Nine Tails in two. Minato pointed at Naruto and himself, the Yin chakra sealed within me, and the Yang chakra given to Naruto. Obito's Sharingan fixated on the masked man in the image. Is this the one you mentioned who is immune to physical attacks? Minato nodded. His space-time ninjutsu is quite unique. It allows his body to become intangible, and any attack will simply pass through. Immunity to physical attacks is indeed troublesome. At that time, I questioned him and even speculated that he might be Madara. Minato spoke solemnly. Although I do not know the true identity of the person, I can surmise that his goal is to collect tailed beasts. Obito suddenly let out a cold laugh, then let him come and go without return. A flicker of battle intent crossed his eyes. With Hashirama out of the picture, I'll take on this descendant. Minato chuckled bitterly. The issue is, we are both trapped within Naruto. Unless what? The Nine Tails perked up its ears. Minato glanced at Obito. Unless we use the Sharingan to temporarily externalize the chakra, just like Madara did when he controlled the Nine Tails. Obito's Sharingan subtly shifted. Interesting. But what is more pressing now? He turned to the Nine Tails. You, foul fox. Do you not feel the slightest remorse for the suffering Naruto has endured all these years? The Nine Tails' tail thrashed irritably against the ground. Humph. This mess is of humanity's own making. Why should I be blamed? Minato's expression suddenly turned serious. Nine Tails. You know what I did during the sealing? The space fell silent. The Nine Tails' ears twitched, its golden eyes narrowing slightly. The double seal, Minato said softly, if I so wished. I could. You dare threaten me? The Nine Tails sprang up, its chakra surging like flames. Obito's Sharingan transformed into the eternal Mangeki state. Quiet down. It is nighttime. Do you wish to wake Naruto? Just as tensions escalated, the ceiling space trembled slightly. The three turned simultaneously to see Naruto, still asleep, unconsciously turning over. His brows furrowed. He was dreaming. Minato immediately retracted his chakra. The Nine Tails slowly lay back down, but kept its eyes warily fixed on Minato. Kid, what do you mean by your backup plan? Minato sighed. I made special arrangements in the seal. Even if you are drawn out from Naruto, the part of you within me can temporarily sustain his life. Obito pondered. So that's why you said that masked man indeed can. He likely knows this. The imagery changed again, showcasing various details of the masked man's battle. His mastery of the Sharingan, his familiarity with Konoha, even. Wait, Obito suddenly interrupted. That hand sign. Minato turned. What is it? Obito's brow furrowed. That hand sign resembles mine. The Nine Tails perked up its ears. So, that masked man is truly you? Obito thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, that guy's space-time ninjutsu resembles a genjutsu, and my Mangeki genjutsu is not space-time ninjutsu. The three fell into contemplation. Within the ceiling space, the ethereal blue chakra flowed silently, illuminating their complex expressions. Suddenly, Naruto murmured in his sleep, Mom. The three fathers froze simultaneously. A flicker of pain crossed Minato's eyes. Obito turned away, and the Nine Tails gently wrapped its tail around Naruto's chakra. Minato steadied his emotions and said, in the final sealing, I sealed both Mai and Kushina's chakra inside. Mine is the first layer of insurance, while Kushina's serves as the second layer. The imagery changed, revealing the red-haired woman's smile just before her demise and the special technique she left within the seal. Obito's Sharingan widened slightly. This was the last thing I could do at that moment, whispered Minato. Whenever Naruto faced life-threatening dangers, Kushina's chakra would manifest. The Nine Tails fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, that red-haired woman is indeed quite special. Minato smiled as he gazed at the sleeping Naruto. She will always protect him, just as we do. The ceiling space fell into quietude for a brief while, before Madara abruptly straightened his posture. All right, enough of this sentimental time, he declared, his Sharingan gleaming with a sharp light. Now that we know of such an enemy, we must prepare in advance. Minato nodded. First, we need to accelerate Naruto's growth. Leave the physical training to me, Madara replied decisively. That kid relied too much on shadow clones in today's battle. I will guide him in ninjutsu and sealing techniques, Minato said, looking towards the Nine Tails. As for chakra control, the Nine Tails turned its head away. Humph. That will be left to me. Suddenly, Minato recalled something. By the way, that masked man seems to be quite familiar with Tazuna. Is that so? A glint of cold light flickered in Madara's eyes. Whoever he is, if he dares to lay a hand on Naruto, he must be prepared to face the Uchiha. Outside the ceiling space, moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Naruto's sleeping face. His brow gradually relaxed, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, as if he were dreaming of something wonderful. The three fathers observed this scene, instinctively falling silent. Once the mission ends tomorrow, we will commence special training, Madara concluded, his figure gradually fading away. Minato tenderly gazed at his son. Good night, Naruto. The Nine-Tails gently covered Naruto's chakra with its tail, murmuring softly, stupid kid, grow up quickly. Chapter 35. Acceptance. A rank mission 3 days later, on a bright morning, as dawn light bathed the streets of Konoha. The three members of Team 7 stood at the entrance of the mission dispatch office. Naruto yawned, his golden hair disheveled like a bird's nest. Why is it so early? He complained, rubbing his eyes. Sasuke scoffed. Have you started picking up Kakashi's habit of being late? As if I want to. Naruto replied with a frown. For the past few days, every time a mission concluded, his father, Madara, would subject him to intensive training. Consequently, every night Naruto would collapse into bed, leading to frequent oversleeping during the day. However, Sakura was unaware of this. She was nervously organizing her ninja gear, occasionally stealing glances at Sasuke. Oh, I'm merely lost on the path of life. There's no need to serve as a cautionary tale. Kakashi had somehow leaned against a nearby tree, holding a copy of Ika Paradise. How can you still say that? The trio responded in unison. Kakashi, still fixated on the book, remarked, all right, our mission today is. He leisurely pulled out a mission slip from his pocket. To find a lost kitten named Wankai. Wankai? A kitten? Sakura's expression froze instantly. What a strange name combination. Sasuke's lips twitched. The person who named that cat must have a screw loose. Naruto jumped up in exasperation. What the heck? Another boring mission. Can't we have something more exciting? Like escorting a daimyo or exterminating bandits. Kakashi's single eye formed a crescent. It's an A-rank mission, so let's refrain from complaints. The mission reward is 5,000 Ryo, and the client is already waiting for us. After traversing several streets, the four arrived in front of a lavish mansion. Sasuke's Sharingan subtly rotated as he meticulously examined the ground and the surrounding walls. There are paw prints here, he pointed to a few marks in the corner, along with fallen orange fur. Sakura quickly flipped open the Konoha map she carried. According to the villagers' clues, Wankai has frequently been spotted near the fish market in the shopping district. Naruto clasped his hands behind his head. Why not just let me use shadow clones to find it? Idiot. Sasuke shot him a glare. We need to gather information first to enhance efficiency. Kakashi nodded approvingly. Sasuke is right. For ninjas, information gathering is the first step in executing a mission. Within the ceiling space, Madara snorted coldly. Finally, there's a semblance of a ninja. Minato smiled and nodded. Sasuke is very attentive. The Nine-Tails yawned. It's just finding a cat. Does it have to be this troublesome? It had already devised a plan, standing outside Konoha, unleashing a tailed beast bomb, and then warning the entire village, Wankai. Would you rather be destroyed with Konoha or come with me? Half an hour later, in the alley behind the shopping district. Found it, Sakura whispered. Right behind that garbage can. A large orange cat was lazily basking in the sun, a name tag hanging from its neck boldly proclaiming Wankai. However, its gaze held an air of worldly weariness. All right, watch me. Naruto formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang. Hundreds of Naruto clones instantly filled the alley. Wankai's eyes widened in shock, and its fur stood on end. Get it. Catch that cat. An unprecedented battle between humans and cats commenced. The clones surrounded Wankai from all directions, while the cat nimbly weaved through the crowd, occasionally swiping at the nearest Naruto. Ah, my face. It ran to the left. No, to the right. Sasuke and Sakura stood on the rooftop, calmly directing the battle. Sakura continuously threw shuriken to block Wankai's escape routes, while Sasuke used his Sharingan to predict its every movement. Now, Sasuke suddenly shouted. 3 Narutos lunged forward simultaneously, finally cornering Wankai. One of the clones, quick-witted, seized the hefty orange cat in a tight embrace. Got it, Naruto exclaimed in excitement. Wankai, held in the clone's arms, rolled its eyes in utter disinterest, as if to say, foolish humans. At the mission reception, a square-shaped noblewoman rushed over, her face brimming with excitement. My little Wankai, Mommy missed you so much. She hugged the orange cat tightly, rubbing her face against its fur. Wangsai's expression shifted from apathy to despair, its limbs limply hanging, resembling a squished plush toy. Naruto watched with a twitching mouth. Now I understand why Wankai always wants to escape. Sakura muttered softly, this cat doesn't have it easy either. Sasuke turned his face away, suppressing laughter. Kakashi calmly accepted the reward, informing the trio, all right, we still have 3 more A-rank missions waiting for us. What? More? Naruto wailed. Just as they were about to leave, the third Hokage entered, hands clasped behind his back. Grandpa Third. Naruto rushed forward. Please give us a harder mission. For the last few days, it's been either cleaning or weeding, and now finding a cat. Sasuke surprisingly chimed in, indeed. With our abilities, we can handle more significant tasks. Sakura mustered her courage. Hokage-sama, we have truly been working hard. The third smiled warmly, stroking his beard. Oh, I heard you completed a task in 1 hour that other teams needed half a day for? Kakashi nodded. Thanks to Naruto's shadow clones and Sasuke's tactical arrangements. Within the ceiling space, Madara scoffed disdainfully. Is such a trivial matter worthy of pride? Minato, however, expressed contentment. They worked well together. The third pondered for a moment before pulling out a scroll from his sleeve. Actually, I had prepared an A-rank mission for you long ago. Really? Naruto's eyes brightened instantly. However, the third's expression suddenly turned serious. An A-rank mission entails the potential for real danger. Are you certain you wish to accept it? The 3 exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Of course. The third chuckled, handing the scroll to Kakashi. Then, we depart early tomorrow morning to escort the bridge builder, Susanoo, back to the Land of Waves. After leaving the mission hall, Naruto danced with excitement. Finally, a decent mission. Sasuke, though outwardly calm, had a sparkle of anticipation in his eyes. Sakura had already begun to strategize the necessary supplies for their mission. Within the ceiling space, Minato suddenly furrowed his brow. The Land of Waves? I recall it has been in a state of seclusion for quite some time. How could there be a mission from there? Obito glanced at Minato, inquiring, what do you mean? Minato replied, the Land of Waves is a nation devoid of ninjas. When I assumed the role of Hokage, the Land of Waves declared its isolation, forbidding any external interactions. Obito scoffed, and now a mission appears out of nowhere. How amusing. The Nine-Tails perked up its ears, sensing trouble brewing. In the distance, the setting sun bathed Konoha in a golden hue. Unbeknownst to Team 7, their first A-rank mission would prove to be far more perilous than anticipated. Chapter 36. Not an A-rank mission. The gates of Konoha glimmered with an ancient luster in the morning light, shrouded in a thin veil of mist that clung to the stone pillars. Naruto squatted by the boundary marker, idly carving the characters for Hokage into a kunai. Sasuke leaned against a pillar, eyes closed in meditation, fingers absently caressing his ninja tool pouch. Sakura meticulously checked the bandages and antidotes in her medical kit for the 3rd time. Hey, are you the ninjas assigned to the mission? A raspy voice, reeking of alcohol, sliced through the fog. The trio looked up simultaneously to see an elderly man with disheveled, gray hair stumbling towards them, his hunched back accentuating his already diminutive stature. Bloodshot eyes peered over the rims of his filthy glasses, and he clutched a bottle of liquor that sloshed amber liquid with each unsteady step. Undoubtedly, this was their client, the bridge-building expert, Susanoo. Old man, are you drunk this early in the morning? You're not going to vomit on me, are you? Naruto pinched his nose and jumped down from the marker, dramatically waving his hands to disperse the stench. Susanoo squinted, assessing the 3 young ninjas over the top of his grimy glasses. Is there no one else in Konoha? You send 3 wet-behind-the-ears kids to escort me? What did you say? Naruto exploded, his azure eyes widening in fury. I'm going to be Hokage. I'm 100 times stronger than a drunken fool like you. Sasuke regarded Susanoo with a cold expression, silently wishing he could voice his irritation, but manners held him back. Please, both of you, refrain from such behavior. Sakura interjected hurriedly, bowing to Susanoo. Mr. Susanoo, we are professionally trained ninjas and will ensure your safe arrival in the Land of Waves. Professionally trained. Susanoo scoffed as he unscrewed the bottle and took a swig. Look at this loud-mouthed brat. I doubt he can even hold a kunai properly. In an instant, Naruto flashed in front of Susanoo, the tip of his kunai mere inches from the old man's nose. Susanoo's mocking expression froze, the bottle crashing to the ground and shattering. Now do you think I can hold it steady? Naruto grinned, revealing his sharp canines. In the ceiling space, Obito expressed satisfaction with Naruto's actions. That's the spirit. I've been wanting to put that guy in his place. Minato sighed, Naruto, you should reconsider such behavior. It could tarnish your reputation. Kakashi appeared behind them unnoticed. The pages of Ika Paradise fluttering gently in the morning breeze. Ah, everyone is here. Your student nearly murdered the client. Tazuna exclaimed, exasperated, pointing at Naruto. Is that so? Kakashi's single eye curved into a crescent as he spoke with a playful chill, but I see it was you who provoked him. By the way, damaging the mission scroll incurs a penalty of triple the deposit. He subtly gestured toward the shards of the broken bottle on the ground. Tazuna's face turned ashen as he fumbled for crumpled bills. 2 hours after departing Konoha, the mist in the forest grew thicker. Naruto forged ahead, clutching the last rice ball he had snatched from Tazuna. Sasuke followed closely, his dark eyes scanning the shadows among the treetops. Sakura walked beside Tazuna, her fingers resting on her tool pouch. Hey kid, hurry up, Tazuna urged for the 5th time. At this pace, we won't reach the coast before dark. Naruto turned and made a face. If you're so strong, why don't you carry this heavy toolbox yourself, you old coot? He slapped the patched metal box Tazuna was lugging around. That's precision equipment. If it gets damaged, you'll owe me more than you can afford. Huh? Who are you calling a kid? Shut up. Sasuke suddenly pressed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, his gaze fixated on the ground ahead. There is something off about that puddle. The group followed his gaze to find an unusually clear puddle lying in the center of the dry summer forest, devoid of even a fallen leaf. Kakashi's page-turning ceased abruptly. Splash! 2 chains, barbed and twisted, erupted from the water, lunging at Kakashi like venomous serpents. The chains glimmered with a sinister blue sheen under the sunlight, clearly coated in deadly poison. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura screamed, her voice piercing the tranquility of the forest. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing rang out. Under the constriction of the chains, Kakashi's body was severed into pieces, blood spraying forth like a fountain onto Tazuna's face. One down. From the puddle emerged 2 men adorned with the forehead protectors of the hidden mist. The taller one swung the chains, while the stocky one brandished a scythe. Recognizing the markings on their forehead protectors, both Sasuke and Sakura, who had excelled in their studies, identified them as rogue ninjas from the hidden mist. Next are you brats. The scythe-wielding man licked the blood from his weapon, suddenly charging at Sakura, who stood protectively in front of Tazuna. The other man's chains writhed like living creatures, ensnaring Naruto and Sasuke. Go to hell and regret taking this mission. Hey, aren't you getting ahead of yourselves? Surprisingly, Naruto showed no fear, forming hand seals as a dangerous smile crept across his face. Sasuke's eyes instantly transformed into the crimson Sharingan, the dark tomo locking onto the enemy, one for each of us. In unison, the 2 boys slammed their fists together. The chains howled as they ensnared 3 shadow clones. And before the rogue ninjas could revel in their triumph, the ground beneath them suddenly softened. Earth release, hiding like a mole technique. Naruto's real body emerged from the earth, gripping the ankle of one of the assailants and yanking him down. This was no amateur excavation. Through training, Naruto had mastered this technique. The rogue ninja found himself half buried in the ground, the chains losing their grip. Naruto leaped up, driving his knee violently into the man's jaw. This is for Kakashi-sensei. Thud. With a resounding impact, the rogue ninja spat blood, 2 broken teeth mingling with the crimson. The other rogue struggled to form hand seals. Water release. Hidden mist. Too slow. Naruto tightened his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the man's forehead. The sheer force knocked him unconscious. Meanwhile, the scythe glinted ominously as it sliced through the air, yet Sasuke, as if foreseeing the attack, tilted his head slightly. The blade grazed his ear just as his kunai pierced the wrist of the scythe-wielding assailant. Ah! The man screamed in agony as the scythe slipped from his grasp. Sasuke executed a spinning kick, striking the assailant squarely in the temple. The rogue crumpled against a tree as if a sack of flour, and before hitting the ground, he was pinned down by a kunai at his throat. Speak. Who sent you? The tomo in Sasuke's eyes spun slowly. Tazuna collapsed to the ground, watching the pink-haired girl take a defensive stance. Please step back, Mr. Tazuna. However, the battle from start to finish lasted barely 15 seconds. Clap, clap, clap. Kakashi emerged from behind a tree, dusting off his clothes as if he had not been involved. Impressive performance. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura stared in disbelief at what had just transpired. Was that just a substitution technique? Kakashi glanced at the wooden stakes that had been transformed into 2 halves on the ground. However, he turned to the bound rogue ninjas. I expected to wait until at least one of you was injured before intervening. Naruto proudly gave a thumbs up. Heh, I wouldn't be afraid if 10 of these weaklings came at us. Sasuke retracted his Sharingan, a tedious test. Tazuna trembled, pointing at Kakashi. Are you all ninjas insane? Kakashi crouched down to meet his gaze. Now can we talk? Why did the mission attract the attention of the hidden mist assassination squad? His single eye opened wide for the first time. After all, I am the responsible Jonin for this mission. Your request evidently exceeds the B-rank task and has reached the level of an A-rank mission. We are entitled to abandon it. The forest fell into a profound silence, with only the faint groans of the Ghost Brothers echoing. Chapter 37. The request of Dasna. Golden sunlight filtered through the trees. Yet it could not conceal the chill emanating from Kakashi's single eye. Faced with Kakashi's gaze, Dasna's throat tightened. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as his fingers instinctively clenched the shattered pieces of a sake bottle. Dasna opened his mouth, but could not articulate a complete sentence. Sighing, Kakashi realized that he could not extract any answers at this moment and turned away towards the bound Ghost Brothers. He crouched down and removed one of their mist headbands, revealing a grotesque tattoo beneath. Speak, who sent you? Kakashi's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable pressure. The Ghost Brothers exchanged glances, suddenly wearing a strange smile. In the next moment, they simultaneously crushed the poison sacs hidden in their molars. Black blood oozing from their mouths as their eyes glazed over. Damn it! Kakashi crushed the headband in his hand, gazing at the two still warm corpses on the ground. Rising, he brushed the fragments from his hands and turned his attention back to Dasna. Now, you have two choices, Kakashi stated, raising one finger. First, tell us the whole truth, and I will decide whether to continue the mission based on the circumstances. Second, he raised a second finger, we will immediately return to Konoha, and you will face a breach of contract penalty. Dasna's face turned pale in an instant. Trembling, he reached into his bosom and pulled out a crumpled wallet, which jingled with only a few coins. I truly have no way out. Dasna's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. The land of waves is on the brink of collapse. Naruto frowned. Hey, old man, what are you talking about? Dasna took a deep breath, as if steeling himself. The land of waves is currently under the control of a beast named Kato. His voice was low and oppressive, as if each word weighed heavily. Kato is the owner of a shipping company. On the surface, he runs a legitimate business, but in reality, he controls all maritime transport in the land of waves. Dasna's fists clenched tightly. He deliberately raises shipping fees, suppressing the fishermen and plunging the entire nation into poverty. Sakura could not help but ask, what about your daimyo? Doesn't the government intervene? Dasna laughed bitterly. The daimyo? He has long been bought off by Kato. Now, the people of the land of waves can't even afford food, and the children can't attend school. Sasuke's eyes flickered. So you want to build a bridge? Exactly. Dasna suddenly became animated. Once this bridge is built, we can break free from Kato's shipping monopoly. However, halfway through, he deflated like a punctured balloon. But how could Kato allow that? He has already assassinated 3 engineers. I am the last one. Kakashi's single eye narrowed. So you deliberately concealed the mission's rank, tricking us into accepting a bodyguard task that is at least A rank? Dasna lowered his head in shame. All my savings only cover the deposit for a B-rank mission. Last night, passing by a tavern, I simply couldn't resist. His voice dwindled. I just had one drink, and it turned out that wasn't enough. One drink? Naruto pointed at the strong smell of alcohol emanating from Dasna. You call that one drink? Dasna's face flushed. Well, it might have been 2 or 3 drinks. In the sealed space, the Nine-Tails scoffed. Humans are truly hypocritical. Minato shook his head helplessly. But this is indeed a gamble with their lives. Obito snorted coldly. Foolish, yet somewhat courageous. Kakashi remained silent for a moment before turning to Team 7. According to regulations, we should immediately terminate the mission and return to Konoha. What? Dasna exclaimed, suddenly kneeling. Please. If even you leave, the land of waves will truly have no hope. That bridge is our only lifeline. However, Kakashi replied, but the mission's difficulty exceeds what my students can handle. Seeing Kakashi's resolute stance, Dasna trembled, pointing at Naruto. Aren't you the one who wants to become Hokage? Isn't the Hokage supposed to protect the weak? He then pointed at Sasuke. As a Uchiha ninja, can you just watch innocents perish? Finally, he looked at Sakura. Miss, can you bear to see the children of the land of waves starve? The trio from Team 7 found themselves taken aback by this sudden moral assault. Naruto scratched his head, looking frustratedly at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi sighed. What do you three think? Sasuke appeared hesitant. This is troublesome. Sakura bit her lip. But those children. Naruto suddenly slammed his fist into a tree. Damn. This old man is too cunning. Seeing that his moral manipulation was effective, Dasna quickly adopted a nonchalant expression. Forget it. I won't press you. It's just that my daughter and grandson will have to live alone from now on, in that cruel, inhuman hell. That old man. The three of them looked at Dasna with expressions of utter shamelessness. Kakashi pondered for a long time before finally making a decision. The mission continues, but with two conditions. Dasna's eyes lit up. What conditions? First, the mission rank is elevated to A rank, and the difference will be paid after the bridge in the Land of Waves is completed. Kakashi raised a second finger. Second, you must fully comply with our arrangements, with no further concealments. Dasna nodded repeatedly. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Kakashi turned to Team 7. You three, prepare yourselves mentally. From now on, this is no longer a simple bodyguard mission. Naruto excitedly waved his fists. Finally. It's getting interesting. Sasuke, feeling bored, tilted his head, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. Sakura tightened her grip on her kunai. I will protect Mr. Dasna. Soon. As they set off again, it was Kakashi who took the lead, having tucked away his paradise of affection. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura positioned themselves around Dasna. In the distance, dark clouds began gathering over the sea's horizon. In the sealed space, Minato looked through Naruto's eyes towards the distance, murmuring, I hope this is just my illusion. Obito inquired, what's wrong? Minato remained silent for a moment before responding. I have a feeling this mission will not be so simple. Obito snorted, don't worry. With you and me, and that scruffy fox, no one can harm Naruto. The Nine-Tails voiced its discontent. Hey Obito, why do you make it sound like I'm an accessory? Obito shot a glare at him. Isn't that the case? Meanwhile, off the coast of the Land of Waves, a large ship bearing the flag of Kato's trading company slowly approached the shore. On the deck stood a tall figure, shouldering a beheading sword, gazing intently at the land drawing near. Chapter 38. Encountering a powerful enemy. Momochi Zabuza. The coastline of the Land of Waves shimmered in iron gray under the twilight. The damp sea breeze carried the scent of salt and fish, striking the faces of Team 7. After 2 consecutive days of marching, Dasna was panting, Sakura's medical kit was caked with mud, and even Naruto found it hard to stay quiet. Crossing this mangrove will lead us to the town. Dasna wiped his sweat, thinking that Kato's men would hardly dare to lay an ambush here. After all, this area was still considered the border of the Land of Fire. To arrange mercenaries here would be tantamount to declaring war on the Land of Fire. When that happens, it would not just be a group of low-ranking ninjas like Naruto and his team that would arrive, but a battalion of elite ninjas led by high-ranking jonin. However, no one anticipated that they had underestimated Kato's ambition and audacity. Get down. Kakashi's thunderous shout echoed like a clap of thunder. Almost instantaneously, a colossal blade, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, cleaved through the mist with a piercing whoosh. Naruto and Sasuke instinctively lunged towards Tazuna and Sakura. The edge of the executioner's blade grazed Naruto's forehead protector, embedding itself deeply into a nearby tree trunk with a resounding thud. Not bad, kids. A deep, gravelly voice emerged from the fog. A tall man, stepping onto the hilt of the blade, slowly materialized. His bare torso was wrapped in bandages, and his sharp canine teeth glinted ominously in a mocking smile. Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja of the mist. Upon seeing Zabuza, Kakashi's gaze grew icy. He pressed his hand against his forehead protector. Team 7, protect Tazuna. This is not an opponent you can handle. The copy ninja Kakashi narrowed his eyes at Zabuza, surprised to encounter the watchful hound of Konoha here. With a swift motion, he lifted his forehead protector, revealing the crimson Sharingan that blazed to life in the twilight. The 3 Tomo began to rotate slowly, reflecting the slight contraction of Zabuza's pupils. Sasuke, recognizing that familiar eye, gasped in astonishment. Is that the Sharingan? Kakashi's tone was colder than ever. Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a master of silent assassination, who once slaughtered an entire Umbu training squad in a single night. Sasuke's Sharingan involuntarily activated, his fingers trembling with excitement. This is what true power looks like. Within the ceiling space, Obito scoffed, claiming to be a demon with 7 broken blades. Minato's voice tinged with caution. We cannot underestimate him, Madara. for Naruto and the others. This is far too challenging. The Nine-Tails' tail thrashed irritably against the ground. Shall we intervene? Allow me to take control this time. Madara raised his hand. No need. That silver-haired brat is sufficient to deal with him, and Naruto needs to grow. We cannot solve all his problems. In the real world, Zabuza's expression shifted slightly after absorbing Kakashi's introduction. It seems you know quite a bit. With blinding speed, Zabuza formed hand signs, water style, hidden mist technique. A dense fog instantly engulfed the entire coastline, visibility plummeting to less than half a meter, accompanied by Tezuna's violent coughing amidst the damp mist. Zabuza's voice echoed ominously from all directions: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian vein, kidneys, heart. Where do you wish for me to strike? Sakura huddled protectively by Tezuna, doing her utmost to alleviate the pressure on her comrades. Meanwhile, Naruto summoned 5 shadow clones to encircle Tezuna protectively. Sasuke's Sharingan spun feverishly, yet his vision could only catch blurred afterimages. Don't waste your energy. Kakashi's voice suddenly resonated in their ears. This is the assassination secret technique of the mist. Wait until your eyes are sharper. Kakashi-sensei, you. Naruto was taken aback to find Kakashi had positioned himself before them, his forehead protector fully lifted. The 3 tomo in his Sharingan spinning at an eerie velocity. However, Kakashi's lips curled into a slight smile. Leave the rest to me. I will not let a single comrade perish. I await your demonstration. Suddenly, a cacophony of metallic clashes erupted from the dense fog. The executioner's blade clashed with shuriken, sparks flashing momentarily in the mist as Kakashi and Zabuza's silhouettes intertwined like phantoms. Kakashi's Sharingan traced 3 crimson arcs through the fog, rapidly deciphering the flow of chakra in Zabuza's technique. To the left, sparks illuminated a 3-meter radius as the blade's edge glimmered in the light. Zabuza's canine teeth glinted coldly. With a flick of his wrist, the serrated edge of his sword locked onto the shuriken. Water style, water bullet. A high-pressure jet of water shot forth from the blade, aimed directly at Kakashi's face. In a split second, Kakashi's Sharingan detected Zabuza's hand signs and initiated his own technique almost simultaneously. Water style, water bullet. The 2 spiraling jets collided, erupting in a shower of water droplets that formed a curtain of fine mist in the air. Zabuza seized the opportunity to leap back, releasing his blade, which spun menacingly towards Kakashi's lower half. Earth style, earth wall. A 3-meter earthen wall rose to intercept the blade, though it was cleaved in half, allowing Kakashi to vault into the air. As he descended, he completed 42 hand signs, puffing out his chest dramatically. Wine style, great breakthrough. The violent gusts of wind tore through the fog, revealing Zabuza's scornful visage. A whirlwind of sand and debris spiraled, uprooting the coastal rocks. Excellent. Now I can. Naruto felt his vision clearing, only to be enveloped once more by the thick mist. My fog is not so easily dispelled. Zabuza's voice echoed eerily around them, mocking Naruto's Navvet. The Nine-Tails could no longer contain itself, roaring, "Damn it! I want to go out and eliminate him." Madara raised his hand to calm it. "Steady yourself, you brash fox. Remember, that man is merely a training exercise for Naruto." In the real world, Kakashi infused lightning into a shuriken and hurled it towards Zabuza's position. Water style, water barrier. Zabuza swiftly conjured a wall of water before him. However, the lightning-infused shuriken pierced through the barrier, striking Zabuza in the chest. Yet, Zabuza's body instantaneously transformed into a puddle of water. Kakashi gasped in astonishment. A water clone? Die? Almost as soon as Kakashi heard the words, the executioner's blade whizzed past him. His body was cleaved in 2 by the raging winds, collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood. "Sensei." Naruto's shadow clone charged forward, but Sasuke yanked him back. "Don't move. You wouldn't be able to help." However, Zabuza's expression shifted in shock upon recognizing the color of the blood. It was water. This meant Kakashi had also utilized a water clone. Zabuza exclaimed in disbelief. "When did this happen?" "From the very beginning." "Humph. No wonder you're the copy ninja." The 2 adversaries found themselves in a tense standoff. Chapter 39, Victory. The growing shadows, the dense sea mist enveloped the coastline like a tangible veil, visibility dwindling to less than 3 meters. Kakashi's Sharingan traced 3 crimson arcs through the fog, the 3 tomos spinning wildly as they captured every minute fluctuation in chakra. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed through the mist, with the sparks from shuriken and the executioner's blade flickering in and out of sight. To the left, Kakashi suddenly sidestepped as the blade's edge grazed his forehead protector, sending a few strands of silver hair aloft. He swiftly retaliated, aiming a shuriken directly at Zabuza's throat, but Zabuza deflected it with the hilt of his sword. The two briefly engaged before vanishing once more into the dense fog. Sensei, Naruto clenched his fists, 5 shadow clones forming a protective circle around Tazuna. Sasuke's Sharingan spun incessantly, yet he could only perceive indistinct afterimages. In this moment, Sakura felt a pang of inadequacy. Confronted with battle, she could offer nothing beyond theoretical knowledge. This was the first time she felt her presence in the team was inconsequential. This won't do. Sasuke gritted his teeth. We must take action. Although Kakashi held his own against Zabuza, it was evident that Kakashi's stamina was depleting faster than his opponent's. Should he exhaust himself completely, they would merely be fodder on the enemy's chessboard. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Naruto's mind. That's right. Kakashi-sensei used wind techniques to disperse the mist before. He swiftly formed hand signs, though it quickly gathered again. If he keeps blowing wind style, great breakthrough. A torrent of violent air erupted from Naruto's mouth, tearing through the dense fog like an invisible hand. The mist was forcefully parted, revealing the two combatants locked in battle not far away. Well done, Naruto. Suddenly, the clear-sighted Kakashi swiftly noticed Naruto unleashing a jutsu in the distance. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi activated his Sharingan to lock onto Zabuza's position, launching 3 shuriken with precision. Zabuza was compelled to retreat, swinging his massive blade in a circular motion, deflecting the shuriken effortlessly. However, this retreat left him completely exposed to the onlookers. It's my turn. Sasuke's Sharingan shimmered faintly. He quickly hurled 6 special shuriken, each connected to nearly transparent wires. A mere parlor trick, Zabuza scoffed, evading with ease. Yet, just as he prepared to counterattack, Sasuke suddenly tightened the wires, forming seals with his hands while biting down on the wire. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. A searing fire dragon surged along the wires, instantly creating 6 walls of fire that sealed Zabuza's escape route. The intense heat caused the surrounding seawater to evaporate, rising into a dense mist. Damn brat. Feeling the scorching temperature, Zabuza bellowed, quickly forming hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged from the ocean's surface, charging directly at Naruto and his companions. The same technique is ineffectual against me. Kakashi's voice rang out suddenly. His seal formation was swifter than Zabuza's, sending forth his own water dragon bullet ahead of Zabuza's. The 2 water dragons collided in midair, transforming into a torrential downpour. Damn Kakashi! Zabuza exclaimed as he formed seals once more, while Kakashi mimicked his movements. You wish to copy my technique? A tedious endeavor. However, Zabuza was taken aback when he realized Kakashi's seal speed surpassed his own, as if he anticipated the technique Zabuza intended to employ. Water style, great waterfall technique. In the time Zabuza was momentarily stunned, Kakashi completed his seals. A towering wave materialized from thin air, crashing down upon Zabuza with overwhelming force. This technique was faster and stronger than what Zabuza had intended. What? Zabuza barely had time to raise his blade for defense, as the immense wave struck him, sending him crashing violently against distant rocks. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise, only to find Kakashi's kunai pressed against his throat. It's over. Kakashi's Sharingan coldly scrutinized him. Who sent you? What plans does Kato have? Just as Zabuza was about to speak, several senbon flew in, piercing through his throat. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell lifelessly to the ground, his expression one of bitter reluctance. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the sound, revealing a silver-haired youth wearing a fox mask who had appeared atop a nearby tree. Zabuza Momochi has been eliminated. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. The boy spoke, his voice cold yet courteous. Kakashi crouched down to check Zabuza's pulse, reluctantly affirming, he is indeed dead. In an instant, the masked youth darted to Zabuza's side. Then, I shall take Zabuza's body. With that, he vanished from sight, taking Zabuza's corpse with him. As Zabuza's death occurred, the mist conjured by the hidden mist technique finally dissipated. The crimson sun cast a sanguine hue over the sea. Kakashi gazed thoughtfully in the direction where the Umbu had vanished, the Tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotating. Sakura was tending to the injuries of the others when she noticed Kakashi's expression prompting her to inquire. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? The umbu. Before Kakashi could finish, Sasuke interjected. Strange, isn't it? Naruto, utterly confused, asked, What are you all talking about? Kakashi explained. For the umbu, handling a corpse should be done on site. Yet that individual took the body away. Sasuke added. Thus, that person isn't truly umbu. Huh? Naruto exclaimed in shock. So you mean they were just? Kakashi shook his head. We have no idea how many there are. Recklessly confronting them would put us in danger. Naruto realized. So that's why they were let go, right? Sasuke regarded Naruto's realization with approval. You're not as dim-witted as you seem. However, Sasuke's remark ignited a fire within Naruto, who rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Sasuke. What did you say, you arrogant jerk? Sakura quickly stepped between them. Regardless, we have completed our mission. Dasna, trembling, lit his pipe. Now do you understand why that bridge had to be built? Kato can hire shinobi of this caliber. The others nodded, having gained first-hand experience of this fact. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales suddenly perked up. That masked kid seal is rather peculiar. Minato pondered. He performed the seals for a medical jutsu at the end. Obito's Sharingan glimmered faintly. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Chapter 40. Dasna's grandson once assured of their surroundings. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector and slung his backpack over his shoulder. All right, everyone. Unless there are further issues, let us proceed. However, as Kakashi took a step forward, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed face first to the ground with a dull thud, falling into an undignified heap. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's exclamation startled the birds from the trees. Let me see. Sakura pushed past the others, quickly assessing Kakashi's condition. As her fingers brushed lightly over Kakashi's neck, the tension in her expression gradually eased. What is wrong with Kakashi-sensei? Naruto inquired. He is merely unconscious due to chakra exhaustion. He'll recover after some rest, Sakura replied. Dasna, pipe in mouth, crouched down, a flicker of concern in his murky eyes. It seems the battle with that rogue ninja from the mist took a heavy toll. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, a ghostly blue chakra flowed steadily. Obito stood with his arms crossed, an expression of disdain on his face. Such a paltry fight. And he has exhausted his chakra? Truly weak. Minato's brow furrowed in thought. That is not right. Kakashi's chakra reserves are undoubtedly above average for AJ Nin. His fingers absent-mindedly tapped the air. During his time in Umbu, he once undertook a continuous 3-day assassination mission, eliminating 3 rogue ninja hideouts in the process. The Ninetales flicked its tail, its golden eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be the burden of the Sharingan? No, Minato shook his head. Kakashi has long since acclimated to the Sharingan's drain. It shouldn't be the cause. Obito maintained his disdainful demeanor. He is simply weak. In the real world, Naruto bore Kakashi's unconscious form with great difficulty. The silver-haired Nin's head hung limply on his shoulder, his mask slipping slightly to reveal pale lips. Last place. Let us switch, Sasuke said with a stern expression, patting Naruto's shoulder. Huh, I can carry him for another 10 kilometers. Idiot, your legs are shaking. Sakura observed the two quarreling helplessly, turning to Dasna with an apologetic smile. Sorry, it might take us a bit longer. Dasna shook his head, the glow of his pipe flickering. I should apologize, had I known we would encounter such formidable foes. By the riverbank, Dasna's old friend had been waiting for some time. The weathered fisherman's eyes flickered with intrigue upon seeing the unconscious Kakashi. So this is a ninja from the Leaf? I've heard that the Leaf Village is the largest in the Land of Fire. Yet their ninja can't even stand on their own and need children to carry them. As the ferry docked in the twilight, a group of ragged children poked at shells left behind by the receding tide with their sticks. Their eyes brightened upon seeing Dasna, only to swiftly retreat into the shadows upon noticing the outsiders. Dasna's home was a rickety wooden house, the sea breeze whistling through the gaps in the walls, creating a mournful sound. As the door creaked open, the tantalizing aroma of hot soup wafted through the air. Father, a golden-haired woman donned in an apron hurriedly approached, only to cover her mouth in shock upon seeing the unconscious Kakashi. Oh my, Tsunami, prepare the guest room, Dasna instructed tersely. Where is Inari? The woman's gaze swept over the members of Team 7, managing to force a smile. Welcome. I am Tsunami, Dasna's daughter. Hello, the trio politely replied. The attic floor groaned under the weight. Just as Naruto settled Kakashi comfortably, a loud bang echoed from downstairs. This is all meaningless. A boy's scream pierced through the thin floorboards. Grandfather, you don't understand at all. Hastily, Naruto dashed downstairs to witness a black-haired boy, around 7 or 8, furiously kicking the table leg. Tears streamed down the boy's swollen eyes like ripe peaches, his small hand clenched tightly around a wooden boat. Inari. Tsunami attempted to embrace her son, but was forcefully pushed away. Wasn't my father so formidable? Yet he was hanged like a dog by Kato at the dock. Inari's tears fell heavily onto the floor. What heroes are they? Just a joke. At the mention of father, Dasna involuntarily trembled. His pipe clattered to the ground, sparking a few embers. Dinner proceeded in silence. Inari locked himself in his room, while the fish soup Tsunami brought remained nearly untouched. The sound of waves outside gnawed at everyone's nerves. It had been 3 years since that incident. Dasna finally broke the silence, his rough fingers tracing the wooden cup as he gazed at a fragmented family photo on the table. Kaisa, my son-in-law, was the best fisherman in the land of waves. The candlelight cast deep shadows in his wrinkles. He led the fishermen in defiance of Kato's monopoly, secretly building fishing boats. The old man's voice grew softer. During the most desperate times, we almost reclaimed a third of the fishing grounds. Sasuke listened intently, and then, Dasna sighed. Kato hired ninja from the land of water. Kaisa was publicly executed with the water torture, tied to a dock post as the rising tide slowly engulfed him. Sakura's spoon clattered into the soup bowl. Inari witnessed his father swallowed by the sea at high tide. Tsunami's voice was as light as a feather. Since then, he has never believed in heroes. These words struck deep into the hearts of the trio. Late at night, Naruto quietly climbed onto the rooftop. The salty sea breeze tousled his golden hair. And in the distance, Kato's cargo ships loomed like monsters in the darkness. Can't sleep? Sasuke's voice suddenly came from behind. I was thinking. Naruto clenched his fists. If that Kaisa had stronger power. Power is never the key, Sasuke replied, unusually devoid of sarcasm, his dark eyes fixed on the starry sky. What matters is how to wield it. Within the ceiling space, Minato sighed softly. That child is remarkably similar to Naruto. Humph, Madara scoffed. Weakness. A true strong man would not be swayed by such trivialities. The Nine-Tails' tail thrashed against the ground. Humans are easily governed by their emotions. In the real world, Naruto shook his head. I will use my own strength to help them rebuild hope. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two boys stretched long. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the land of waves, two figures silently stepped onto its territory. Before Kato, who ruled the land of waves, the two were met with great deference. You are here for that, aren't you? As he spoke, Kato handed over a wanted poster. From the shadows, one reached out to take it. Kato clearly noticed the numerous dark lines running along the person's arm. The shadow examined the wanted poster and remarked, all right, but first, a deposit of 3 million. No problem, no problem. Let us have a pleasant cooperation. Kato rubbed his hands together, unhesitatingly agreeing. Soon after, the two figures emerged, revealing their black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Chapter 41. Individual training. As the morning light filtered through the wooden window slats and spilled onto the tatama mats, Kakashi's eyelids fluttered slightly. Before long, he opened his eyes to find himself staring at the ceiling of the Dasna household. What is happening? As Kakashi attempted to prop himself up, a sharp pain shot from his temple down his spine, forcing him to lie back down. Is this the after effect of chakra exhaustion? He chuckled bitterly, brushing his fingers against his forehead protector, realizing that his chakra recovery was at least 3 times slower than anticipated. Outside the door, hurried footsteps approached, and Naruto suddenly flung open the door. Kakashi-sensei, you've finally woken up. His golden hair glistened with morning dew, clearly just returned from training outside. Sasuke and Sakura followed closely behind. Sakura held a steaming bowl of bitter herbal soup, its pungent aroma quickly filling the room. Mr. Dasna said this will help restore chakra. Kakashi managed to sit up, accepting the bowl with slightly trembling fingers. However, seemingly reluctant to reveal his true feelings, Kakashi turned away from the others to sip the medicine. Yet, as the bitter taste spread across his palate, his eyes twitched in response. This is worse than Kai's secret nutrient juice. Previously, he and Kai had a contest to see who could drink more of the concoction, and he lost that time. Little did he expect something even more dreadful existed. Upon seeing Kakashi pull up his mask, Sakura turned back, concern etched on her face. Kakashi-sensei, are you feeling better? Kakashi nodded and inquired, what about Dasna? Naruto replied, Grandpa Dasna left early this morning to begin constructing the bridge. I'm here to protect Inari and the others. while Sasuke is on guard over there. Kakashi nodded and continued. Call Sasuke over. I have something to discuss with you. Shortly after, Team 7 gathered in Kakashi's room. Sasuke, you should have noticed as well, Kakashi suddenly remarked. His voice regaining its usual calmness. Zabuza is still alive. Sasuke nodded. Yes, that Umbu is likely one of his subordinates or allies, meant to rescue him in case of danger. Kakashi appreciatively nodded, satisfied with Sasuke's response, and continued. Exactly. Naruto gasped. So they will come back to kill us? Given the injuries sustained, it is estimated they will return in about a week. Kakashi's gaze swept over the trio. Therefore, we need to conduct special training. In half an hour, meet in the woods. I will tailor the training to each of your unique abilities. Now dismissed. Half an hour later. In the red pine forest near Dasna's home, Sakura stood before a 30-meter-tall cedar tree, biting her lip. She concentrated her chakra in her feet, but struggled to maintain stability. You've done well. Few can climb such heights when they first arrive for training. However, when Sakura saw Kakashi leaning against the tree with his cane, her excitement waned. She continued to gather her chakra, but this is still not enough. Kakashi instructed. Imagine your chakra as glue sticking to the tree, not pushing, but rather pulling. Sakura nodded in understanding and attempted again. This time, her feet firmly adhered to the tree trunk, and she felt a remarkable improvement in her connection. You're progressing swiftly, Kakashi acknowledged. Your chakra control is among the finest I have seen. I will recommend you to the medical class when the opportunity arises. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Meanwhile, at the clearing by the waterfall, the sound of chirping birds filled the air. Because you and Naruto have already learned to walk on water, I shall impart to you my original ninjutsu. Kakashi's right hand, enveloped in dazzling lightning, refracted a spectrum of colors through the misty water. Chidori, he declared. Kakashi dispelled his chakra, explaining, this is my unique lightning technique, achieved by highly compressing lightning chakra and applying transformation to execute a rapid thrust. Sasuke, leaning on his knees, inquired, is this developed with your Sharingan? Kakashi replied calmly, no, I developed it before I had the Sharingan. At that time, I was too arrogant to notice its flaws. Interrupting Sasuke's question, Kakashi added, now is not the time for that. What do you think of my Chidori demonstration? Sasuke's Sharingan fixated on Kakashi's hand signs, recognizing that the final seal was crucial. Correct, Kakashi nodded, but the true challenge lies in how to protect oneself during the advance. Before his words had fully settled, Kakashi lunged forward, his palm pressed against Sasuke's neck. Sasuke's pupils dilated. He had barely registered Kakashi's movement. Even the cane could move that swiftly. This is what it means to be a Jonin? Kakashi withdrew his hand, stating, from today onward, you will practice hand signs 500 times daily until you can complete the entire sequence in 15 seconds. With that, Kakashi limped away. Then we will practice the advance route. Facing Kakashi's retreating figure, Sasuke wiped the sweat from his brow and commenced his rigorous training. Meanwhile, at the rocky seaside, Naruto shouted at the waves, Dad, old man, Uncle Kurama, let's get started. In the ceiling space, Madara clenched his fists, a rare excitement lighting his face. Listen well, Naruto. Do you remember wanting to learn the Great Fire Annihilation? Today is the day I will teach it to you. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The memory of Madara effortlessly incinerating Danzo's god tree using that technique lingered vividly in Naruto's mind, fueling his dreams of wielding such power. However, Madara had previously informed him that the technique required immense chakra, which Naruto could not sustain at the time. Satisfied with Naruto's reaction, Madara continued. The essence of the Great Fire Annihilation is to compress chakra. Wait, Minato interjected. I believe we should first teach the Rasengan. Huh. Madara's Sharingan widened in disbelief. That half-baked technique? Although Madara had seen the Rasengan, having lived alongside Minato for an extended period, he was aware that it was still an incomplete jutsu. Minato calmly explained. First, the Rasengan requires no hand signs and is quite swift. Second, it is purely a transformation of form, helping him to build a strong foundation in chakra control. Third, Minato raised his hand, forming a bright blue Rasengan that captured everyone's attention. While this technique may be considered incomplete, it is merely missing the addition of elemental transformation. And its current form is sufficient for the present circumstances. Kurama grinned. Interesting, elemental transformation, huh? Fine. Madara conceded, persuaded by Minato's rationale. A few hours later, under Minato's guidance, Naruto focused chakra into his hand. Soon, A blue sphere of chakra began to materialize in his palm. However, the chaotic swirling of chakra culminated in an explosive burst. The shockwave sent Naruto tumbling backward. Idiot! Madara roared in the ceiling space. The chakra must spin, not explode. Minato patiently demonstrated. Imagine twisting the chakra like a rope. Then, in the land of waves, where even rubber balls were scarce, Minato could only guide Naruto through the process. The difficulty was considerable, yet Naruto refused to back down. And neither could they afford to give up. Chapter 42. I have three overbearing fathers. The blood-red sunset cast a dark crimson hue over the forest as Sakura grit her teeth, dragging her two unconscious companions. Naruto's right palm was a bloody mess, while Sasuke's entire right arm was marred with charred electric burn marks. As a non-medical ninja, Sakura could only apply rudimentary bandaging techniques she had learned. For transporting them, she had to resort to the most primitive methods. Gripping Naruto by the back of his collar and hoisting Sasuke over her shoulder, she trudged along the muddy mountain path. These two idiots, Sakura muttered, her temples throbbing. Yet her footing remained surprisingly steady. After 3 days of chakra control training, she discovered that she could easily run atop treetops, and her muscle strength had increased threefold. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open. Kakashi, engrossed in studying a map, looked up to see Sakura unceremoniously tossing the two boys onto the tatami mat. Kakashi had barely begun to speak when, chakra depletion and third-degree burns, Sakura interjected, her movements laced with fury. Naruto lost control on his 250th Rasengan attempt, and Sasuke's Chidori backfired. She snapped the neck of a potion bottle in her hand. Do you want me to wake them up now? Kakashi took a cautious step back. Let's treat them first. He couldn't help but notice the expression on Sakura's face mirrored that of his late mentor when she was furious. I can still continue. Naruto, regaining consciousness, struggled to rise, but was promptly punched back down by Sakura. Sasuke fared worse. Upon awakening, he was swiftly subdued by Sakura's shoulder throw, locking him in a chokehold. While Sakura harbored feelings for Sasuke, she had no qualms about using force to quell any potential issues. Listen, Sakura's fist sank into the tatami beside the heads of the two boys. If I see you training with injuries like this again, her smile sent a chill through the room. I will tie you both up and dangle you from a bridge as bait. In the ceiling space, Kurama's fur bristled with alarm. When did she become so terrifying? She was just a sweet girl before. Madara, unusually agreeing, remarked, more ruthless than the Uchiha clan's rules. Minato wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thank goodness Kushina isn't this violent. After dinner, Naruto lay in bed, his hands throbbing painfully from countless attempts to form the Rasengan throughout the day. Turning over, he heard Sasuke's steady breathing from the adjacent room, indicating that the proud boy was equally exhausted. Hey, you keep tossing and turning. It's so noisy. Kurama's impatient voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Sorry, Uncle Kurama, Naruto mentally replied, unable to sleep due to the pain in his hands. Serves you right. Who told you not to listen to old Madara and insist on practicing excessively? Kurama scoffed. Yet, Naruto felt a warm chakra slowly enveloping his palm, alleviating the pain significantly. Thank you, Uncle Kurama. No need for thanks. Just try to act less impulsively in the future. Naruto smiled silently, about to close his eyes when he suddenly heard a faint sobbing sound emanating from the end of the corridor. The sound was stifled and tormented, as if someone was desperately trying to hold back tears but had failed. Cautiously, Naruto climbed out of bed and followed the sound. It was coming from Ino's room. Standing outside the door, he listened to the intermittent sobs, reminiscent of a haunting rainy night when he had been chased by a group of children wielding stones. Trembling beneath a bridge, the cries then echoed the sounds coming from within the room now. Father Naruto whispered in his heart. Yes, I can hear you. Madara's voice resonated in his mind, deep and calm. That child has lost their father. Just like I once did, Naruto murmured. Madara remained silent for a moment, aware of Naruto's nature, and could not allow him to ignore it. Finally, he said, if you wish to go, then go, given your current status. Naruto nodded lightly, choosing not to knock on the door, but instead deftly climbing through the window, making his way to Inari's window along the outer wall. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the boy curled up in the corner of his bed. Inari looked up, his tear-filled eyes meeting the sight of a golden-haired youth squatting on his windowsill. What are you doing? Inari hastily wiped away his tears, his voice tinged with anger and embarrassment. Hey, no need to be tense. Naruto replied as he jumped into the room, sitting cross-legged opposite Inari. I just heard someone crying and wanted to check it out. I wasn't crying, Inari retorted defiantly, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him. Naruto offered no rebuttal, simply sitting in silence. Under the moonlight, he could see Inari's swollen eyes and tightly clenched fists, a sight that reminded him of when he practiced his indifferent expression in front of the mirror. You know, Naruto suddenly spoke, I have 3 fathers. Inari looked up, confusion evident in his gaze. Naruto squinted thoughtfully for a moment. Well, to be precise, I have 1 dad, 1 father, and 1 uncle, the Nine Tails. Upon saying this, Naruto caught the look of bewilderment on Inari's face. This prompted him to scratch his head, revealing a slightly foolish grin. It's quite complicated, isn't it? What are you talking about? Inari frowned. Let me explain. Naruto took a deep breath. First, there's my dad, Uchiha Madara. He isn't my biological father. But one day he just appeared in my body. I was so confused that I ended up calling him dad. Inari's eyes widened. He appeared in your body? Yeah. Naruto nodded excitedly. At first, it was terrifying. He suddenly started talking in my head, and I thought I was seeing ghosts. But I've gotten used to it now. Although he always wears a serious face and speaks sternly, he genuinely cares for me. Like today, while I was practicing the Rasengan, he kept reminding me not to be impatient, but sadly, I didn't listen. Naruto displayed his bandaged hand and made a silly face. Then there's my father, Namake's Minato. He is my real father, who sacrificed himself to protect the village, and his chakra remains sealed within. Naruto's voice softened. Dad was always gentle and taught me many lessons. Sharing stories about my mother. Inari's expression began to shift from skepticism to curiosity. Lastly, there's Uncle Ninetails. Naruto pointed to his stomach. He has the Ninetails fox sealed within me. Although he has a bad temper and often yells at me, he always helps me when it matters most. Like just now, he used his chakra to ease the pain in my hand. The Ninetails fox? Inari's voice trembled. Isn't that dangerous? It used to be, Naruto admitted. But now we're partners. Although Uncle Ninetails refuses to admit it. He grinned. You know, the 3 of them often argue in my head, especially Dad and Uncle Ninetails. It's like they're 2 little kids. That's incredible, Inari murmured. Naruto's smile gradually faded, and his gaze turned serious. What I mean to say is, even without blood relations, even if only in spirit, they are still my family. They care for me and guide me. And you have a grandfather who loves you dearly and the entire village. Inari's eyes moistened again. But they don't understand. Dad is gone. And everyone calls him a hero. But what good is a hero if he is not here? Kato still controls the land of waves. We can't change anything. Naruto listened quietly to Inari's outburst, and, once his breathing steadied, gently spoke, I understand. Those simple words left Inari momentarily speechless. Before I met my dad, Naruto gazed out at the moon. The villagers called me Demon Fox, children threw stones at me, and shopkeepers refused to sell to me. Every night, I would hide under my blanket, crying and asking why no one liked me, why I had to endure all this. Under the moonlight, Naruto's blue eyes sparkled with the glow of memories. Until one day, my dad appeared. He told me that crying isn't wrong, but dwelling in pain will only make one weaker. He said if I wanted others to recognize me, I had to become strong enough to change everything. Have you accomplished that? Inari asked softly. Naruto smiled. I'm still working on it. But at least now, I have a group of companions who acknowledge me, teachers willing to guide me, and, as he concluded, Naruto pointed to his chest, 3 chatty fathers. Inari lowered his head, tears dripping onto his knees. But Dad can never come back. No, he can't, Naruto replied softly, gently resting his hand on Inari's shoulder. But that doesn't mean you should give up on what he once believed in. My dad sacrificed himself to protect the village, and your dad sacrificed himself to protect you. If we just give up, wouldn't their sacrifices have been in vain? Inari looked up, meeting Naruto's steadfast gaze. Tomorrow, we will continue training and then protect Grandpa Tazuna. Completing this bridge, Naruto said, patting Inari's small head. This is not just for the mission. It's to prove that the sacrifice of heroes holds significance, and their will be inherited by those who live on. Inari remained silent for a long time before quietly asking, do you really think we can defeat Kato? Absolutely. Naruto replied confidently, thumping his chest. With me, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei around, it's going to be fine. Besides, he added with a mischievous wink, I have 3 incredibly powerful fathers guiding me. Inari finally revealed a hint of a smile, albeit faint, marking the first smile of the evening. Thank you, brother Naruto. Naruto stood up, stretching. No problem. Now it's time for bed. We need to train tomorrow. Oh, by the way, he walked to the window and turned back. If you have any nightmares again tonight, feel free to come find me. Uncle Ninetails might be grumpy, but his chakra can dispel nightmares. Really? Would I lie to you? Naruto grinned widely before nimbly leaping out of the window, disappearing into the night. Inari gazed at the empty windowsill, feeling a slight lightness in his heart. He slowly lay down, and this time, as he closed his eyes, his mind was no longer filled with images of his father's death, but rather with the confident smile of a golden-haired youth and the words, "The will of heroes will be inherited by those who live on." Outside, Naruto did not immediately return to his room, but instead sat on the rooftop, gazing at the tranquil night of the land of waves. "Well said, kid." Madara's voice echoed in his mind, unexpectedly laced with approval. "Hee, all thanks to you, Dad." Naruto scratched his head bashfully. "Humph, quit the flattery," Madara scoffed. Yet Naruto could sense his good mood. "Naruto," this time it was Minato's gentle voice, "I'm proud of you." Naruto's eyes suddenly felt warm. "Dad, hey, don't get all mushy on me at this hour." The Ninetails interrupted impatiently. "Kid, hurry back to sleep. We've got training tomorrow." "Got it, Uncle Ninetails." Naruto chuckled as he stood up, gracefully jumping down from the rooftop. Under the moonlight, his shadow stretched long, but he no longer felt alone. Chapter 43. Danger reemerges. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On a bright morning, Naruto stood at the entrance of Tsuna's home, stretching his muscles, the sunlight shining on his hand, which had been freed from bandages. After a week of careful treatment from Sakura, coupled with the acceleration of the Ninetails chakra, the scars left from practicing the Rasengan had healed. He wondered if he could use a complete Rasengan today. Naruto excitedly clenched his fist. During this period, he had managed to form a Rasengan with one hand, but it would disperse as soon as it touched a tree trunk, leaving a spiral pattern on the bark. According to Minato, this was a sign of progressing to the second stage of Rasengan training. "Do not be overly proud," a deep voice echoed in his mind. "True combat encompasses more than mere ninjutsu." Madara was indeed correct, Minato gently added, as taijutsu forms the very foundation of a ninja's abilities. "Humph. I say it's most efficient to simply crush the enemy with a single strike," the Ninetails grumbled impatiently. Naruto grinned widely. "Fear not, Uncle Ninetails, Dad. I am the top of my class in taijutsu." Dasna emerged from the house, patting Naruto on the shoulder. "The bridge is set to be completed today. I must head over early. I entrust the house to you. Leave it to me." Naruto gave a thumbs up, assuring him that no one could harm Inari or Tsunami-san while he was around. After watching Dasna leave, Naruto returned indoors. Inari was seated at the dining table, having breakfast, and upon seeing Naruto, he quietly greeted him with a good morning. Since that night's conversation, this once guarded boy had noticeably softened his demeanor towards Naruto. "Today may hold some danger," Naruto said while stuffing bread into his mouth. "If you hear anything unusual, immediately retreat to the basement with Tsunami-san, understood?" Inari nodded, a flicker of worry in his eyes. "Will you be all right, Naruto and I?" "Of course." Naruto confidently thumped his chest. "I'm not that weak." Just then, a strange aura washed over him. He set down his bowl, his expression instantly shifting to one of vigilance. "Someone is coming," he mentally noted, "at least 3 individuals, armed." "The kid's perception has improved," the Ninetails remarked with mild surprise. Indeed, the sounds of hurried footsteps and clashing metal drifted in from outside. 3 ragged, blade-wielding vagabond warriors appeared in the courtyard, led by a one-eyed man who kicked the door open. "Kid, hand over that old man's grandson," the one-eyed warrior sneered. Brandishing his katana, Lord Kato wishes to use him for negotiations. Naruto calmly positioned himself in front of Inari, narrowing his blue eyes. "You have mistaken your target." Suddenly, Minato's voice grew urgent. "Close your mouth, Minato." However, before Minato could finish, Madara sharply interrupted. "Let him handle it himself." "But, Madara-senpai, this is too dangerous." "Dangerous?" Madara replied with a serious expression. "The true danger lies in us coddling him like an infant." Naruto did not engage in the mental debate, his focus entirely on the 3 warriors. He could sense the discord between his fathers, but oddly, it only served to calm him further. "Inari, step back," Naruto whispered. Assuming a peculiar stance with his right hand extended forward, left hand resting at his waist, legs slightly bent. This was the taijutsu posture personally taught by Madara. "You're a fool," the one-eyed warrior signaled, and the other 2 warriors flanked him. As the first warrior charged, Naruto sprang into action. His movements were so swift they nearly left an afterimage. He precisely grasped the opponent's wrist while delivering a fierce elbow strike to the warrior's armpit nerve cluster. Ugh! The warrior cried out in pain, his katana clattering to the ground. The second warrior lunged from the right, and Naruto capitalized on the first warrior's fall, executing a flawless spinning kick that struck the adversary's temple with a resounding thud. The second warrior collapsed without uttering a sound. The one-eyed warrior's eyes widened, evidently unprepared for the exceptional skill of this seemingly ordinary boy. He cautiously retreated a step and suddenly blew a whistle. He is calling for reinforcements. Inari cried out in terror. I know, Naruto replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the one-eyed warrior. Inari, go to the kitchen and find Tsunami-san, then hide. Seizing the moment while Naruto spoke, the one-eyed warrior unleashed a swift attack, his katana slicing toward Naruto's throat. Yet, Naruto remained unruffled, sidestepping as the blade narrowly grazed his nose. In the instant the opponent retracted his blade, Naruto darted forward, delivering a powerful punch to the one-eyed warrior's gut. The one-eyed warrior collapsed to his knees, spitting up bile. Outside, chaotic footsteps echoed. Through the window, Naruto observed at least 5 additional warriors approaching. There are quite a few of them. Scratching his head in resignation, Naruto smiled. Then let us utilize that shadow clone technique. With a loud bang, 2 clones materialized beside him. Unlike past tactics of overwhelming numbers, this time Naruto created a minimal number of clones, adhering to Madara's reiterated principle of efficiency. At last, he has learned to allocate chakra wisely. Madara's voice conveyed a hint of satisfaction. The 3 Narutos formed a triangular formation, back to back. As the reinforcements burst through the door, they were met with a spectacle of taijutsu. The real Naruto moved like a phantom among the enemies, each strike landing with precision on vital points. The back of the knee, the vagus nerve in the neck, the fragile areas between the ribs, his movements fluid and graceful. The 2 clones were equally adept. One focused on disarming opponents with expert techniques, while the other prioritized defense, ensuring no attack could threaten the original. That's it. The Ninetales couldn't help but cheer him on. The taijutsu training from Madara-san, combined with his own talent, is finally yielding results. Minato's voice brimmed with pride. Madara remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips. The battle concluded in a mere 2 minutes. 8 warriors lay sprawled on the ground, moaning but unable to rise. Naruto dismissed his clones, his breath unchanged. The entire encounter barely qualified as a warm-up. Inari rushed out from the kitchen, eyes wide with awe. You're amazing, Naruto and I. Naruto grinned, about to respond when a loud crash echoed from afar. He and Inari simultaneously turned towards the direction of the bridge, now shrouded in thick mist. Kakashi-sensei and the others Naruto's expression turned serious. Inari suddenly grasped Naruto's hand. Naruto and I, you must go help them. I will protect Mom and the house. Naruto stared in astonishment at this once timid boy, whose eyes now sparkled with determination. Are you sure? Yes. Inari nodded vigorously. Dad protected the bridge. And I will protect our home. I will notify the villagers to hide. Naruto ruffled Inari's hair. Well done. That's the spirit of a hero's son. He quickly checked his ninja gear, ensuring he was fully equipped. Madara guided him in his mind. Follow the coastline, avoiding potential ambush points. Understood. Naruto dashed towards the door, looking back to shout, when I return, I'll tell you even more impressive taijutsu stories. As Naruto's figure vanished into the woods, Inari wiped his eyes and turned to assist the newly awakened Tsunami. Mom, let us go warn the villagers to hide. The mist thickened towards the bridge, and the sounds of battle grew increasingly distinct. Naruto sprinted forth, his 3 fathers unusually united in purpose. Remember, kid, Madara said solemnly. The upcoming battle will be the true test. Trust your instincts, Minato added gently. You are no longer that reckless child. The Ninetales huffed. If you can't handle it, don't forget to call for me, though I doubt you will need it now. Naruto flashed a confident smile, accelerating into the mist. The final battle of the Land of Waves was about to commence. Chapter 44. The ice-release ninja thick fog enveloped the entire bridge like a tangible entity. Visibility reduced to a mere 5 meters. Naruto raced along the coastline, the thunderous roar of waves crashing against the bridge supports resonating in his ears. Yet, more distinctly, he could hear the clashing of metal and the muffled explosions of ninjutsu emanating from the depths of the mist. To the left, The third bridge support offers a shortcut. Madara's voice guided him in his mind. Naruto made a sharp turn, leaping onto the slick bridge support, weaving through the steel framework like an agile cat. As he drew closer, the sounds of battle became increasingly clear. It was the crisp sound of kunai clashing, accompanied by a peculiar noise he had never encountered before. Reminiscent of ice crystals shattering. Be cautious, Watergate suddenly warned. There is a strong chakra presence ahead. Naruto abruptly halted, and almost simultaneously, a water blade grazed the tip of his nose, leaving a smooth cut on the steel beam behind him. What on earth is that? This is water release. Water blade slash. It seems the mist-hidden specter is engaging your teacher. Obito, targeted by Madara, is also well-versed in various water techniques. Naruto swallowed hard and rummaged through his ninja tool pouch for a shuriken. The mist was too thick. He could not discern the battle ahead, relying solely on sound and chakra sensing for judgment. Ninetales, can you sense Kakashi-sensei's position? The Ninetales reluctantly replied, 200 meters straight ahead, 2 chaotic chakra signatures. It appears to be quite intense. 80 meters to the right, there's a Uchiha brat and another peculiar chakra. At that moment, the Ninetales' voice turned alert. Naruto had no time to inquire further when a loud explosion erupted from the right. It was the sound of Sasuke's great fireball technique detonating, followed by a series of crisp sounds akin to ice crystals fracturing. Sasuke is in danger. Without hesitation, Naruto darted to the right. As he navigated through the thick fog, the sight before him made his eyes widen in shock. Sasuke knelt on one knee, blood trickling from his mouth, his Sharingan frantically tracking the movements of his opponent. His adversary, a boy wearing a mist-hidden Umbu mask, stood atop a shimmering expanse of ice crystals. Even more astonishing was the mist around them, which had coalesced into countless suspended ice needles, glistening with lethal brilliance in the sunlight. Secret art, 1,000-kill water flight, the masked youth murmured, his fingers twitching. Countless ice needles shot towards Sasuke like a torrential downpour. Sasuke. Naruto instinctively formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. 2 clones materialized, simultaneously charging towards Sasuke. One clone tackled Sasuke to the ground, while the other brandished a kunai, attempting to block the ice needles. However, it was instantly pierced and dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Naruto? Sasuke stared in astonishment at his suddenly appearing companion. Of course, I'm here to help. Naruto pulled Sasuke up, keeping a wary eye on the masked boy. Aren't you that masked kid from before? So it was you. He is one of Zabuza's subordinates. Sasuke wiped the blood from his lips. Be careful of his bloodline limit. He can manipulate ice. Bloodline limit? Naruto felt as if he had heard that term before, but could not recall when. At that moment, Madara interjected. It is a special ninjutsu passed down through bloodlines. My Sharingan and his ice release both fall under this category. Ice release. Madara's tone suddenly grew serious. It is a secret ninjutsu of the Yuki clan from the land of Water's Mist Village. Naruto, be cautious. This is not an ordinary opponent. The masked boy, known as Haku, gazed serenely at the newly arrived blonde youth. Contrary to his cold demeanor, his voice was unexpectedly gentle. Please, do not resist any further. You are no match for me. I merely need you to be temporarily incapacitated. Don't underestimate me. Sasuke was incensed. Since the beginning, the enemy's attacks had not aimed at his vital points, and although he had dodged several thanks to his Sharingan, it seemed that Haku was intentionally missing. This led Sasuke to believe that Haku was merely toying with him. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball shot forth, but Haku merely raised a hand, and an ice wall materialized instantly. The fireball collided with the ice wall, generating a massive cloud of steam, yet the ice wall did not melt as anticipated. Useless. Haku's voice drifted through the steam. My ice contains special chakra, ordinary fire techniques cannot melt it. As the steam dissipated, Haku's figure re-emerged. Most striking was the ice crystals extending from beneath him, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, they covered the bridge's surface within a 10-meter radius. Naruto felt a bone-chilling cold beneath his feet and quickly leaped away. Ice release, secret technique, Ice Rock Hall, Haku softly stated. In this domain, my speed will triple, while you will be slowed by the cold. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly. The enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to see Haku's movements, yet his body could not react swiftly enough. Haku appeared like a specter at Sasuke's left side, wielding an ice Senbon. This ends now. The Senbon aimed for Sasuke's neck, but was blocked at the last moment by Naruto's kunai. The metallic clash against ice rang out sharply. Don't ignore me, Naruto shouted, delivering a swift kick aimed at Haku's waist. Haku gracefully leaped back, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Your taijutsu is quite unique. Humph, there's even more to it. Naruto formed hand seals once again, shadow clone technique. This time he summoned 5 clones, all attacking Haku from different angles simultaneously. The taijutsu was taught personally by Madara. Each movement was precise and exuded a decisive killing intent. Useless, Haku's figure suddenly blurred, weaving through the clones and leaving trails of ice crystals in his wake. So fast. Naruto barely dodged an ice blade, but his sleeve was still sliced open. To the left, Watergate's warning echoed in his mind. Naruto instinctively sidestepped, an ice sunbon whizzing past his cheek, leaving a blood mark. Behind you, Sasuke shouted urgently. Naruto executed a forward roll just as several ice spikes erupted from where he had been standing. Haku slowly rose, declaring, "You are impressive, but defeating me is still far from enough." Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke regrouped, launching shurikens like a rainstorm at Haku while quickly forming hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. The shurikens, now enveloped in fireballs, created a combined assault. Haku was forced to retreat a few steps to avoid the onslaught, but he quickly regained his footing. Hands clasped together. Ice release. Ice pillar technique. Several massive ice pillars erupted from the bridge surface, nearly skewering Naruto and Sasuke. The two narrowly avoided being impaled, forced to create distance between them. Naruto, listen to me. Watergate's voice resonated in his mind. His ice release requires moisture to function. Try using fire release to evaporate the surrounding water. No, Madara immediately countered. That brat's fire release lacks sufficient power. We should engage in close combat. Ice release ninja are weak in taijutsu. If you ask me, just let me out, and I can solve everything with a tailed beast bomb. The Nine Tails impatiently interjected. Naruto gritted his teeth, temporarily silencing the debate in his mind. This was not the time to be distracted. Sasuke was once again being overwhelmed by Haku. And despite the Sharingan's predictive abilities, Sasuke's stamina was clearly waning. Sasuke, cooperate with me, Naruto shouted, simultaneously throwing 3 shurikens. Sasuke understood immediately. Forming seals almost in unison, fire release, great fireball technique. Naruto's shurikens flew through the fireball, transforming into flaming shuriken. Haku had no choice but to create an ice wall for defense, but this time, the flames left noticeable melting traces on the ice. It worked, Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 45. The roar of Chidori. Haku gazed at the melting ice wall, his expression finally turning grave. Good coordination, but it is still insufficient. Suddenly, he pressed both hands to the ground. Ice release, secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Countless ice crystals rose from the ground, coalescing into dozens of smooth, mirror-like ice panes, encircling Naruto and Sasuke. Even more terrifying was that Haku's figure seemed to meld into the ice mirrors, as if he could traverse freely between them. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sasuke exclaimed in shock, desperately attempting to track Haku's movements with his spinning Sharingan, yet still struggled to capture his actions. Be careful. Naruto shoved Sasuke aside just as an ice sunbond shot between them, embedding itself deep into the ground. The next minute felt like a nightmare. Haku's figure flickered among the dozens of ice mirrors, each appearance followed by the launch of deadly ice sunbon. Naruto and Sasuke stood back to back, desperately blocking attacks. Yet new wounds continued to adorn their bodies. Sasuke's Sharingan struggled to keep pace, and he gasped for breath as the tomo in his eyes slowed their rotation. His speed was overwhelming. Naruto's right leg was pierced by an icy sunbon, blood trickling down his pant leg, yet he clutched his kunai tightly. Sasuke, can you use that technique Kakashi-sensei taught you? Sasuke's pupils constricted. Chidori? I fear the chakra requires preparation time. I'll cover you. Naruto suddenly lowered his voice. Remember our tree climbing training? Sasuke paused, then realized Naruto's intent. Are you insane? In a place like this? Trust me, Naruto replied with a resolute smile. I have a plan. Sasuke scrutinized Naruto for 2 seconds before finally nodding. Don't hold me back. You slacker. At that moment, Bai re-emerged from the ice mirror to attack. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, shadow clone jutsu. 5 clones appeared simultaneously, charging towards the ice mirrors in different directions. Bai was forced to split his attention, swiftly weaving through the mirrors, dismantling each clone in turn. Now, Naruto's original form leaped up, chakra-infused feet landing on the vertical surface of the ice mirror. What? Bai clearly did not anticipate this move. Naruto jumped rapidly between the mirrors, the pressure from his powerful chakra leaving web-like cracks with every step. As more mirrors shattered, Bai was compelled to emerge from the reflections, engaging Naruto in close combat. However, hand-to-hand combat was Bai's weak point, while Naruto's skills were honed under the tutelage of the legendary ninja Madara. After a brief exchange, Bai found himself pushed back by Naruto's relentless assault. Yet, just as Naruto pressed his advantage, Bai lowered his body. "You've fallen for it." The ice mirror beneath Naruto contorted, ensnaring his legs as if alive. "Naruto!" Sasuke shouted, but was obstructed by a suddenly rising ice wall. Bai slowly approached the immobilized Naruto, forming a sharp ice spear in his hand. "You are unique, but this is the end." The ice spear plunged towards Naruto's vital points. Bang! A puff of white smoke erupted, and the pierced Naruto vanished. Shadow clone. Bai looked around in astonishment. Above, by the time Bai realized, Naruto descended from the sky, his feet crashing down on Bai's shoulder. This blow was finally effective. Bai staggered back, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "Well done, kid," the Ninetales commended. However, before Naruto could revel in his success, Bai suddenly clasped his hands together. Ice release, shattering crystal. All the ice mirrors exploded simultaneously, countless shards flying like shrapnel. Naruto and Sasuke had nowhere to evade, instantly becoming riddled with cuts. Yet, despite their numerous wounds, none were fatal. As the ice mist dissipated, Bai still stood firm, slightly injured but evidently with remaining strength. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke knelt on the ground, nearly at their limits. "It's over," Bai whispered, once more conjuring an ice senbon. At that moment, a piercing sound resonated across the bridge like the cry of 1,000 birds. Bai whipped around to see Sasuke with his right hand raised high, brilliant blue lightning coalescing in his palm. This was no ordinary chakra, but a highly compressed lightning nature transformation. Countless arcs of electricity danced like living beings, enveloping Sasuke's entire right arm in blinding light. The air crackled with static, Sasuke's black hair standing on end from the electric charge. "Is this lightning release?" Bai's eyes widened beneath his mask. Sasuke crouched low, the single tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly, a second tomo faintly emerging. Recognizing the imminent danger from the crackling blue light, Bai swiftly melded into the ice mirrors. The entire realm of the magic mirror reactivated, his figure darting through dozens of mirrors at sonic speed. "Useless," Naruto grunted, forcing himself to stand as he formed hand seals again. Shadow clone jutsu. This time, he conjured 10 clones, each rushing towards different mirrors, using their bodies to block Bai's escape routes. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the clones were obliterated by Bai's ice senbon, but with each clone that vanished, Bai's movement was increasingly restricted. Now, Naruto's original form charged towards a specific angle, kunai thrusting into empty air. Astonishingly, Bai's figure appeared right there, as if deliberately colliding with Naruto's attack. How is that possible? Bai hastily blocked, forced to reveal himself, quickly turning to kick Naruto away. "Go, Sasuke!" Naruto yelled with all his might just before being sent flying. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Sasuke surged forward, the roar of Chidori echoing as he charged. His speed was so great that a blue lightning afterimage trailed behind him. The cry of Chidori grew sharper, the arcs piercing the air, leaving a charred mark on the bridge. Ice release, Ice Rock Fortress. Bai had just landed when he hastily erected a thick ice wall in front of him. Yet, the power of Chidori surpassed expectations. Sasuke's right hand sliced through the ice wall as if it were butter, the ice vaporizing under the intense heat of the lightning. Bai's pupils dilated as he barely dodged the fatal blow, but Chidori still grazed his left shoulder. The sound of flesh searing from the lightning was agonizing. Bai's left shoulder became charred, half of his mask shattered from the shockwave, revealing his astonished face. The residual force of Chidori shattered several more ice mirrors, causing the entire realm of the magic mirror to collapse. "We did it," Naruto exclaimed, rising from the ground with exhilaration. However, Sasuke knelt on one knee, his right hand hanging limply. Chidori had drained his last chakra, and his Sharingan had closed due to overexertion. Bai clutched his injured shoulder, disbelief filling his eyes. "You actually broke through my magic mirror ice crystal?" Since its inception, no one had ever forced their way through after the full deployment of the magic mirror ice crystal. Yet, it mattered little now. Though Sasuke was incapacitated from chakra exhaustion, Naruto still stood. Meanwhile, having been struck by Chidori, found his shoulder utterly incapacitated, and after the recent skirmish, his chakra reserves were depleted. He had become a completely useless tool. Chapter 46. The Undying Duo. Amidst the thick fog, Kakashi and Zabuza's duel had persisted for nearly half an hour. Both bore injuries and had expended a significant amount of chakra, yet the fervor in their gazes remained undiminished. "What is the matter, Copy Ninja?" Zabuza taunted, his executioner's blade resting on his shoulder. "Isn't your Sharingan supposed to see through everything? Why are you just hiding now?" Kakashi offered no reply, merely adjusting his breathing. His forehead protector had long been pushed up, the crimson of his Sharingan fixated on the mist, ready to react the moment Zabuza revealed himself. At this moment, blood seeped from the wound on his left arm, dripping onto the bridge below. This was one of his few mistakes, but perhaps it was part of his strategy. Not speaking, then remained silent forever. Zabuza suddenly formed hand seals, water release, great waterfall technique. A colossal wave materialized from thin air, surging towards Kakashi. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, employing his own water release to counter the assault. The two torrents collided, sending a deluge of water splashing into the air, thickening the already dense fog. Earth release, tracking Fong technique. Kakashi's voice resonated, startling Zabuza, who mistakenly believed Kakashi had spotted him. However, after glancing around, the mist showed no signs of thinning, indicating Kakashi had not seen him. At that moment, 8 ninja hounds burst forth from the ground, clamping down on Zabuza's limbs and torso. These hounds were not conjured from thin air, but had tracked Zabuza via the blood Kakashi had previously spilled on him. "What?" Zabuza struggled, but the hound's sharp teeth had pierced his flesh, firmly pinning him to the ground. "It's over, Zabuza." Kakashi approached slowly, his kunai glinting ominously in the light. "Your mist technique is indeed formidable. Even on my second attempt, I find myself unable to unravel it. Yet, with each strike, my blood stains your hands, and from the very first cut, you have already fallen into my trap." Zabuza's eyes flickered with a trace of astonishment, swiftly morphing into a snarl. "Do you believe that this will lead to my demise?" Kakashi shook his head. "No, I shall return you to Konoha. We have numerous inquiries regarding the hidden mist village." At that moment, a languid voice echoed through the thick fog. "Ah, it appears we have arrived just in time." A raspy voice followed. "Silence, Haydn. Let us complete our task. This wretched place is saturated with moisture." 2 figures gradually emerged from the mist. One donned the iconic black cloak adorned with red clouds of the Akatsuki, his silver hair slicked back revealing a face marked by a roguish demeanor. The other was wrapped tightly, save for a pair of icy green eyes peering out, his own black and red cloak emanating an eerie aura. It was the Akatsuki. Kakashi's pupils constricted, immediately adopting a defensive stance. He was well aware of the notorious reputation of the Akatsuki, a terrifying organization comprised of rogue ninjas. To this day, the identity of their leader remains shrouded in mystery. What is known is that they all share the same striking red cloud-patterned attire. "Kisame, look." The man referred to as Haydn pointed at the subdued Zabuza. "Isn't that the head our benefactor specifically requested?" Kisame scoffed. "This is a 30 million Ryo bounty. Do not mess it up." I know. Haydn waved dismissively, suddenly drawing a massive 3-bladed scythe from behind him. "Then allow me to claim this offering." His movements were astonishingly swift, the scythe slicing through the air, aiming directly for Zabuza's throat. "Zabuza!" A white figure flashed into view before Zabuza. It was Haku. Using his remaining arm to form a hand seal, he conjured an ice wall in an instant. However, Haydn's scythe extended unnaturally, circumventing the ice barrier and continuing its deadly advance. "Be careful." Naruto, who had just arrived, surged forward instinctively, shoving Haku aside. "Oh!" Haydn's scythe grazed Naruto's cheek, an intriguing little brat. His gaze suddenly locked onto Naruto's face, a glimmer of ecstasy flashing in his eyes. "Wait, is that the chakra of a Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails?" Kisame's eyes sharpened instantly, an unexpected prize. Haydn licked his lips with excitement. "The Lord of the Evil Gods has truly favored me today." He abandoned Zabuza and launched a ferocious attack on Naruto. The scythe danced through the air like a living creature, carving an ominous path, but Naruto barely managed to evade the initial strike. He was then struck squarely in the abdomen by a follow-up kick, sending him flying several meters away. "Naruto!" Kakashi attempted to rush to his aid, but was intercepted by Kisame. "Do not interfere, Copy Ninja," Kisame said coldly. We are only interested in the Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Haiden closed in on Naruto once more. Submit and become an offering to the Lord of the Evil Gods. Naruto struggled to rise, but his injuries hindered him, causing him to falter. Just as the scythe was about to pierce his chest, ice release, ice rock dome. Several ice pillars erupted from the ground, shielding Naruto. Haku appeared beside Haiden, unleashing a barrage of ice and Senbon upon the dangerous foe. Annoying insect, Haiden grumbled, effortlessly parrying every Senbon with his scythe. Since you seek death, I will make you the first sacrifice. His attacks intensified, the scythe whirling into a tempest of death. Haku barely managed to defend with his ice release. But the disparity in strength was insurmountable. In a moment of oversight, Haiden's scythe sliced through Haku's arm, drawing forth droplets of blood. Gotcha! Haiden suddenly halted his assault, gleefully licking the blood from his scythe. Ha! The ritual can commence. He leapt back several meters, quickly sketching an eerie circular seal on the ground with his scythe before standing in its center, plunging the blood-stained scythe into his own chest. Lord of the Evil Gods, please accept this offering. A chilling scene unfolded. Haku clutched his chest, his face paling as he fell to his knees. Blood seeped from between his fingers, as if an invisible dagger had pierced his heart. What is happening? Naruto rushed to support Haku. Why is he wounded despite no attack being made? A curse ritual. Kisame explained indifferently. Haiden's ability allows him to inflict harm upon himself, thereby inflicting the same damage upon his opponent, provided he possesses their blood. Haku! Zabuza roared, straining against the restraint of the ninja hounds that held him down. Haiden laughed maniacally, slashing his own arm with the scythe. In response, Haku's arm bore a deep wound, blood gushing forth. Stop! Naruto's eyes filled with fury as he charged at Haiden without a second thought. Stay back! Haku called out with the last of his strength. Flee! You cannot contend with this. Haiden tilted his head toward Naruto. Do not rush, little brat. You will be next. With that, he raised his scythe, aiming for his own throat. The blade cut through, blood splattering. Haku's body trembled violently before collapsing like a marionette severed from its strings. His eyes remained open, yet devoid of life, the pool of blood beneath him expanding ominously. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Naruto knelt on the ground, unable to fathom the horrific scene before him. Just moments ago, Haku had said, Naruto, you are truly remarkable. I accept my defeat. Kill me if you must. Why? What good could that man possibly be? You were such a good person. Perhaps it is true what Zabuza said. I am simply not suited to be a killer. But you have taken lives, have you not? Then return with me to Konoha. A gentle soul, like you would surely be accepted by the third Hokage. No, I have taken lives, and the ones I killed were my own parents. Thus, I am a guilty man. Aside from Zabuza, I have no other refuge. Yet, Naruto, thank you for offering a refuge to a guilty soul like me. Had it not been for those events, we might have become good friends. Now, back to the present, Haku. Naruto's voice shifted from a roar to a sob, tears blurring his vision. Kakashi seized the opportunity to break free from Kisame, positioning himself protectively in front of Naruto. Naruto, remain calm. Ha! What a delightful expression of agony. Haiden withdrew the scythe from his chest, and miraculously, his wound began to heal rapidly. The Lord of the Evil Gods will surely delight in you, little brat. Kisame glanced at Zabuza, then back at Naruto. Mission altered. Haiden, capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki takes precedence. Understood. Haiden dragged his scythe toward Naruto. Do not worry. I will ensure that you and your friend reunite in the underworld. Yet, just as he took his third step, a chilling aura enveloped the entire battlefield. Both Haiden and Kisame halted, warily surveying their surroundings. What is this chakra? A grave expression crossed Kisame's face for the first time. Naruto remained kneeling beside Haku's corpse, but now an eerie dark red chakra began to emanate from him. This was no ordinary chakra. It radiated with a sense of malice and violence. The Nine-Tails is going berserk? Kakashi stepped back, his anxiety palpable. However, the situation seemed to be even more intricate. Damn it, Naruto's negative emotions are overwhelming. I cannot control this chakra. The Nine-Tails crouched low, attempting to rein in the chaotic chakra coursing through it. Yet, the chakra seemed to possess a will of its own, rebelling against the Nine-Tails' control, surging wildly. Bane! Madara's voice resonated within the Nine-Tails, releasing his own chakra to assist. You must control it as best as you can, or this chakra will lead Naruto to rampage. The gate of the water has been opened, and the sorcerer of the 8 trigram seals. I am adjusting the 8 trigram seal. Nine Tails. Please bear with it for a moment. It may be a bit uncomfortable. No problem, bring it on. As the 3 elders exert their efforts, the external situation begins to deteriorate. The dark red chakra intensifies, gradually forming a vague silhouette behind Naruto. It is the outline of a colossal fox. For the first time, Haiden and Kakuzu display solemn expressions. Hey, this was not in the plan. Haiden tightened his grip on his scythe. Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals. The situation has changed. Retreat. What? But the Nine Tails, this is an order. Haiden, unwilling, clicked his tongue and cast one last glance at Naruto. You're lucky this time, kid. But we will meet again soon. Did I allow you to leave? Before the two could move, a chilling voice emanated from within Naruto's body. This voice carried a tremendous killing intent, causing even Kakuzu, who had lived for nearly a century, to break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 47. The Father-Son Duo, the Immortal Duo. When Kakuzu and Haiden looked back at Naruto, the eerie chakra had vanished without a trace, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the aura of killing intent radiating from Naruto was palpably real. It was not the kind of killing intent possessed by an ordinary ninja, but rather a tangible essence forged through countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The puddles on the bridge began to tremble slightly under this murderous aura, sending ripples across the surface. What is going on with this kid? Haiden gripped his scythe tightly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. What happened to that chakra just now? Kakuzu's green pupils constricted. Something is off. His aura has completely transformed. Moreover, this aura is overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, whom I encountered in my youth. At this moment, Naruto slowly stood up with his head bowed. To have made Naruto so sorrowful, I suppose you must be tired of living. The icy words sent shivers down the spines of the immortal duo. That was not the voice of a youth, but a bizarre echo laced with 3 distinct tones. Each syllable sounded like a curse clawing its way from the depths of hell. If that is the case, allow me, as his father, to meet you both. A deep, authoritative voice resonated from the depths of Naruto's throat. I am also Naruto's father. I cannot stand idly by while my child suffers. A second, gentle yet resolute voice followed. Very well. The first low and commanding voice grunted. However, you two should be aware that Naruto can only exert about 40% of his original strength at present. At this moment, a third, somewhat irritable voice interjected with a warning. As the words were spoken, Naruto formed hand seals with one hand, summoning a shadow clone. Unlike the usual shadow clone's white smoke, this separation was accompanied by violent fluctuations of chakra, almost creating a miniature energy storm. When the chakra turbulence subsided, 2 Narutos stood side by side, exuding entirely different auras. The Naruto on the left lifted his head, his eyes transformed into the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan, the black tomo spinning slowly, as if capable of devouring souls. The Naruto on the right exhibited minimal changes, his originally vibrant blue eyes now faded to a nearly transparent light blue. Who are you? Kakuzu demanded sternly, secretly forming hand seals in preparation for ninjutsu. Decades of instinct warned him that what lay before him was extremely dangerous. Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato. The 2 Narutos replied in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. Haiden was momentarily taken aback before bursting into maniacal laughter. Huh? What nonsense. Uchiha Madara has long been dead. And the 4th Hokage as well. You kids. His words were abruptly cut off. The Sharingan-wielding Naruto, no, Madara, had already vanished from sight. The next moment, a searing pain radiated through Haiden's abdomen, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing through 3 bridge pillars before finally coming to a halt. It was only then that the sound of air being torn apart reached everyone's ears. So fast, Kakashi's Sharingan whirled frantically, capturing only a blurred afterimage. Is this the true essence of the other souls residing within Naruto? The genuine Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu reacted swiftly, completing hand seals the moment Madara moved. Earth release. Hardening. His skin instantaneously hardened like rock, just in time to block Madara's follow-up sidekick. Bang. With a dull thud, Kakuzu's feet carved deep grooves into the bridge surface, retreating over 10 meters before stabilizing his form. To his astonishment, even with the earth release, hardening technique, 2 of his ribs had still broken. Madara wore a playful smile. Those lines must be the earth grudge fear. I've heard that Hashirama once fought a child with earth grudge fear. The result? Shut up. I have fought directly against the first Hokage. Kakuzu barked angrily. This was his honor. No one could desecrate it. Madara, upon hearing this, revealed a mocking smile. Fight Hashirama? It's a wonder that fool is so kind. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lived to see today. Kakuzu's pupils constricted sharply. How do you know about earth grudge fear? Madara coldly interrupted. The forbidden technique of takigakure, relying on the despicable art of seizing others' hearts to prolong life. If Hashirama truly fought you, you wouldn't even be worthy to stand before him. A gritting voice emerged from beneath Kakuzu's mask. Arrogant. I have lived for 91 years, collecting 5 hearts. Today, yours will be the 6th. His black robe suddenly swelled, and 4 black monsters wearing masks burst forth, each emanating different chakra natures. Wind, fire, lightning, water. Oh, Madara raised an eyebrow, surprised to find an extra one more than he expected. Meanwhile, Haiden finally crawled out from the ruins, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his face bore an ecstatic smile. It hurts so much. This is fantastic. The pain god will surely appreciate this suffering. He picked up his fallen scythe, about to rejoin the battle when he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Your opponent is me. The Naruto controlled by Minato had somehow appeared behind him. A kunai gently pressed against his throat. Haiden swung his scythe backward in a frantic motion, only to slice through empty air. Minato had already materialized 5 meters away, his light blue eyes calmly observing him. Body flicker technique. No. Haiden licked his lips, realizing that was space-time ninjutsu. Minato offered no reply. Instead, he slightly turned his head toward Madara and asked, Madara-san, do you need to switch opponents? Humph, Madara scoffed. I don't need to waste my time on such trifles. No sooner had he spoken than Kakuzu's wind and fire dual attribute masked monsters simultaneously launched their assault. Composite ninjutsu, flame wind rampage. Fiery flames, enhanced by a hurricane, formed a massive fire tornado that instantly engulfed Madara's figure. The intense heat charred the bridge surface, evaporating the surrounding mist. Did we succeed? Kakuzu thought, only to feel an unsettling prickle at the back of his neck. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A flame, 10 times hotter than his fire release, erupted from Madara's mouth, instantly consuming Kakuzu and his 4 masked monsters. This was no ordinary J-Nin level fire technique, but a terrifying ninjutsu that required 20 water release ninjas to counter, belonging to the realm of the Shura. The 2 opposing attribute masked monsters were instantly reduced to ashes. Kakuzu himself barely clung to life through the earth release, hardening technique, yet his entire body was severely burned. The first, Madara coldly announced, his Sharingan locking onto the remaining 3 masked monsters. On another front, Haiden and Minato's battle had reached a fever pitch. Die, die, die. Haiden frantically swung his scythe, but each attack fell short. Minato flickered around him like a specter, each appearance leaving a deep, bone-visible wound. Useless. Haiden cackled. No matter how you attack, I will not die. The pain god has granted me an immortal body. Chapter 48. The overwhelming battle confronted with the seemingly indestructible body of Haiden. Minato could not help but pause, contemplating the implications of such a being. An immortal existence? Surely, this could not merely be a variant of advanced medical ninjutsu. Do you understand anything? Haiden suddenly bit into his finger, smearing blood upon his scythe. Once I obtain your blood, you'll witness the true might of Lord Jashin. He hurled the scythe with ferocity, its 3 blades contorting in the air, effectively covering all of Minato's potential escape routes. Yet, Minato merely raised his hand, and a 3-meter-tall dark sorcerer materialized before him. Flying Thunder God, lightning induction. The whirling scythe plunged into the sorcerer. In the next moment, a mark already positioned on a kunai behind Haiden emitted a radiant glow. The spinning scythe struck Haiden's thigh with brutal force. What? Haiden's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. It's merely a fundamental application of space ninjutsu, Minato replied calmly. Now, enlighten me about your so-called immortality. In return, I could grant you a swift demise. Haiden erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! Do you truly believe this will kill me? He withdrew the scythe from his leg, the wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Do you see? This is the blessing of Lord Jashin. Minato furrowed his brow slightly. So, high-speed regeneration, is it? What if I were to slice you into pieces? By all means, try. Haiden taunted, charging at Minato once more. This time, Minato did not evade. Instead, he drew multiple kunai, each adorned with the mark of the flying thunder god. He launched them all at once, and dozens of kunai instantly filled the battlefield. Flying thunder god, second stage spiral flash super wheel dance. Minato's figure flickered among the kunai, moving with such speed that it appeared as though several versions of him were attacking simultaneously. Haiden's body was incessantly pierced and sliced by the kunai, yet each wound rapidly healed. Useless! Useless! Haiden screamed in madness. Minato abruptly halted in a specific position, his hands forming a seal. Sealing technique. For symbol seal. The seals previously arranged on the kunai illuminated simultaneously, creating a vast barrier that ensnared Haiden within. Haiden was taken aback to discover that his regeneration speed had noticeably decreased. Regeneration consumes chakra, Minato explained. This barrier will continuously absorb your chakra. Now, let us see how long you can endure. Damn it! Haiden bellowed, crashing against the barrier in vain. Meanwhile, the battle between Madara and Kakuzu was approaching its conclusion. Lightning release, false darkness. Water release, water curtain jutsu. The remaining two masked beasts of Kakuzu unleashed their jutsu, combining high-pressure water jets with lightning spears into a lethal assault. Yet, Madara merely smirked, his Sharingan whirling rapidly until it coalesced into a complex form. Immediately, a cyan skeletal frame enveloped Naruto's body, followed by an arm extending forth to intercept the attack. This is impossible. Kakuzu gasped, staggering back. Who are you? I have already told you. Madara stepped forward slowly. Uchiha Madara. Visible chakra radiated from Madara's entire being. Now, witness true power. Susanoo. The azure chakra swiftly condensed into a half-formed skeletal shape, rapidly growing flesh and armor. The half-formed Susanoo loomed atop the bridge, its mere chakra fluctuations causing the bridge surface to crack. Kakuzu turned ashen. This is the end. Susanoo swung its massive sword, cleaving downwards. Kakuzu desperately dodged, but still lost an arm and two masked beasts. The remaining wind attribute masked beast fled in terror back into his body. No, I cannot perish here. Kakuzu trembled as he formed hand seals. Earth grudge fear, final form. His body suddenly split apart, unleashing countless black tendrils that coiled into a grotesque monster. This is the final form of Earth grudge fear, sacrificing all reason for a fleeting surge in power. Madara expressed his disdain. A repulsive, forbidden technique. Silence. Kakuzu's voice had become inhuman. I shall kill you. I will take your heart. The black tendrils surged like a tide towards Susanoo. Madara scoffed, and Susanoo crossed its swords, instantly shredding the sea of tendrils. Yet, Kakuzu's true form had already burrowed underground, launching a surprise attack from behind Madara. Got you. Kakuzu's tendrils ensnared Susanoo's neck. Madara, however, did not even glance back. Boring trick. Susanoo erupted with chakra, shattering all the tendrils. Following this, Madara's true form leaped out from within Susanoo, gathering a sphere of blue chakra in his right hand. It was the Rasengan that Naruto had painstakingly trained, but in Madara's hands, the technique appeared even more refined, its edges glowing faintly with flames. Farewell, imposter. The Rasengan struck Kakuzu's chest, utterly obliterating his last remaining heart. Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the hollow cavity in his chest. Impossible. I was clearly equal to Senju Hashirama. Madara coldly interrupted. If Hashirama were to engage you, you wouldn't even possess the qualifications to stand before him. Kakuzu's body collapsed, his eyes frozen in resentment and fear. On the other side, Minato had also concluded his battle. Although Haiden was immortal, his regenerative abilities had significantly diminished under the continuous weakening effects of the four-symbol seal. Minato pinned Haiden's limbs to the bridge with kunai, rendering him completely immobile. Curse you! Curse you! Haiden raged impotently. Have the courage to release me. Minato shook his head. Immortality does not equate to invincibility. As long as I seal you in pieces, no matter how strong your regenerative abilities are, they will be of no consequence. With the battle concluded, the two Narutos converged. The Naruto controlled by Madara gazed at Bai's lifeless form, unusually silent for a moment. That boy died to protect Naruto. Minato spoke softly. Foolish, yet deserving of respect, Madara remarked. At that moment, both clones began to tremble violently. Madara and Minato exchanged a glance, simultaneously dispelling the control. They are waking up, Madara stated. Yes, from here on out, it will be up to Naruto himself, Minato agreed. As the white smoke dissipated, The two clones fused into one. The true Naruto swayed slightly, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. Upon spotting Bai's corpse, memories flooded back like a tide. Naruto collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Kakashi, finally recovering from his shock, approached cautiously. Naruto, are you all right? Naruto did not respond, but within him, three voices engaged in conversation. The little brat has been hit hard, the Nine-Tails observed, surprisingly devoid of mockery. He will need time, Madara stated succinctly. Minato's voice was the gentlest. Let him cry. After all, this is the price of growth. Chapter 49, Kato's Interference. The demoness' furious lament. The smoke of battle had yet to dissipate. The bridge steeped in the scent of blood and charred remains. Naruto knelt beside Bai's corpse, tears falling onto the tranquil face as if he were merely asleep. Kakashi was assessing the conditions of Kakuzu and Haiden, while Sasuke had already been dragged to safety by Sakura, who sheltered him beside Tazuna. At that moment, Sasuke regained consciousness. Sakura? What happened? Sakura hurried to reassure him. Don't move. Your injuries are severe. Any sudden motion could cause your wounds to reopen. I'm not entirely certain of the situation. I only know that the battle has calmed down, due to the lingering mist technique. Sakura could only hear the sounds of battle through the fog, completely unaware of what had transpired. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. On the other side, Naruto's voice was hoarse. Is Bai really beyond saving? Kakashi silently shook his head. Haiden's curse ritual directly connected to his body, unless treatment had been administered immediately after the injury. No one could save him now. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the bridge's entrance. Everyone instinctively looked up to see a throng of ragged warriors surrounding a diminutive figure, none other than Kato. Clad in a tailored suit, his small eyes, hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, glimmered with avarice and cruelty. Ah, it seems I have arrived just in time. Kato adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the corpses of Kakuzu and Haiden, settling upon the subdued Zabuza. The immortal duo of the Akatsuki is nothing remarkable. I am fortunate to have merely paid a deposit. He kicked Kakuzu's lifeless body, revealing a grin full of gold teeth. This saves me a considerable sum. Naruto clenched his fists, the tears in his eyes evaporated by fury. You bastard. Only then did Kato notice the body of Haku, a distorted smile creeping onto his face. Oh, isn't this the pretty little brat? He was the one who severed my arm last time. He prodded Haku's cheek with the toe of his shoe. Serves him right. How dare a mere tool strike at his employer? Silence. Naruto surged to his feet, his blue eyes blazing with rage. You shall not insult him. Kato took a half-step back in surprise, then bristled with indignation. What? Am I mistaken? He is nothing but Zabuza's dog. He pointed at the subdued Zabuza. Look, even his master does not care. Why are you so agitated? Naruto turned to Zabuza. The man known as the demon of the hidden mist had his head bowed, his grayish-white hair concealing any hint of emotion. Zabuza. Naruto's voice trembled. How can you remain so indifferent? Haku respected you. In his eyes, you were paramount. But what of you? Do you regard him as a mere tool? Zabuza remained silent, his fingers slightly trembling, betraying a flicker of emotion. Kato laughed heartily. See? How could such a cold-blooded creature care about the life or death of a dog? He waved his hand. Bring forth Zabuza's head. I want it as a trophy in my office. Several warriors drew their katana and advanced toward Zabuza. In that instant, he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Do you truly wish to proceed in this manner? Zabuza's words sent a shiver through all present. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, causing the warriors to retreat in fear. Kakashi, Zabuza rasped ominously. Release me. Kakashi's Sharingan flickered slightly. On what grounds? Hand me a kunai. Zabuza fixed his gaze on Kato. Just one. Naruto suddenly comprehended, rummaging through his ninja tool pouch to throw a kunai. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then finally released the hound's restraint. You have 5 minutes, Kakashi warned, after which I will rearrest you. Zabuza flexed his wrist, retrieving the kunai from the ground. His movements were slow, yet commanded an involuntary retreat from the warriors. You worthless bunch. Kato shouted in frustration, lacking even a decapitating sword. What do you fear? Attack. Kill him, and the bounty will double. Under the lure of riches, over 20 warriors charged at Zabuza. The ensuing scene would haunt all present for a lifetime. Zabuza made his move. There were no grand jutsu or intricate taijutsu, only the primal, ruthless instinct to kill. The kunai in his hand became the scythe of death. each swing precisely severing a warrior's throat. Blood sprayed onto him, staining his already crimson bandages. The first, Zabuza whispered, his voice as cold as ice. The warriors, terrified by this horrifying method of slaughter, began to flee. Yet Zabuza was swifter, darting like a specter through the throng, each flicker of the kunai claiming a life. The fifth, one warrior, summoning courage, attempted a sneak attack from behind, his katana thrusting toward Zabuza's back. Without turning, Zabuza caught the assailant's wrist with his left hand and plunged the kunai into the warrior's eye socket with his right. The 10th, Kato finally realized the gravity of the situation and turned to flee. Zabuza hurled the kunai with precision, pinning Kato's right foot to the ground. Ah! Kato screamed like a slaughtered pig. Stop him! Quickly stop him! The remaining warriors, steeling themselves, formed a wall to shield Kato. Zabuza picked up a katana from the ground, wielding it with both hands as he plunged into the crowd. His movements were bold and unguarded, each slash imbued with a sense of mutual destruction. The 15th, the 18th. When the last warrior fell, Zabuza had transformed into a figure of blood. His left arm bore a gaping wound down to the bone, and a broken blade jutted from his right side. Yet he seemed impervious to pain as he advanced toward Kato, who lay crumpled on the ground. Stay away. Kato trembled as he crawled backward. I can offer you money. A great deal of money. Zabuza leaned down to extract the kunai from Kato's foot, blood splattering across his impassive face. Do you know, Zabuza's voice was unexpectedly calm. Haku never enjoyed killing. After every mission, he would secretly wash his hands by the river for a long, long time. Kato's eyes widened in terror, not grasping why this was being mentioned now. I scolded him many times, saying a ninja should not harbor such pointless compassion. Zabuza raised the kunai, but I never told him that it was precisely because of that trait that I allowed him to remain by my side. The kunai fell, severing Kato's left pinky finger. Ah! Kato screamed, spare me. I beg you. Last winter, Zabuza continued, as if lost in his own thoughts. I had a high fever, and he knelt in the snow all night, pleading with an old doctor to tend to me. Another slice, and Kato's ring finger flew away. 3 months ago, a traitor poisoned my meal. Haku discovered it and tasted it first. Zabuza's voice began to tremble. He curled up in agony, yet smiled at me, saying, It's all right, Zabuza-sama is fine. This time, it was the index and middle fingers. Kato's screams had become unrecognizable, his face smeared with snot and tears. Yet Zabuza seemed immersed in his own world, continuing his gruesome task. A week ago, you called me the stray dog of the hidden mist. Zabuza grasped Kato's throat, lifting him. Haku lost an arm for that remark. Please, I'm sorry, Kato pleaded desperately. And today, Zabuza's eyes finally shed a tear. He died saving a stranger. The kunai glinted ominously. Kato's head rolled onto the ground, his expression forever frozen in terror. Zabuza dropped the kunai, staggering as he turned away. His injuries were grave. Each step left a bloodied footprint upon the bridge. Naruto yearned to approach, but Kakashi restrained him. Let him go, Kakashi murmured gently. Zabuza struggled to reach Haku's side, kneeling beside him. With his still functioning right hand, he tenderly brushed the dust from Haku's face. His touch gentle, incongruous with that of a killer. Haku, I will take you home. Zabuza formed a seal. This was his final chakra. A thick mist began to rise, enveloping the two. Under the cover of the hidden mist technique, this man, who had never known defeat, finally crumbled, holding Haku's body tightly, trembling silently. From the mist came his hoarse whispers. I am sorry for not providing you with a better world. When the fog dissipated, onlookers beheld the two entwined in eternal repose. Zabuza's head hung low, resting against Haku's forehead, as if merely asleep. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a golden halo around them. Naruto could no longer contain himself, collapsing to the ground in anguished sobs. Within him, three fathers fell into an unusual silence. The QB, Zabuza's inner beast, was the first to speak, a true man indeed. He loved that child in his own way. Minato said softly, yet it was too late. Obito offered no commentary, merely snorting in disdain. However, Naruto could sense that this usually cold father was also moved by the death of Haku. Kakashi stepped forward and gently placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, saying, They have gone to the same place and will never be apart again. Sasuke turned his face away, a complex emotion flickering in his dark eyes. Sakura had already dissolved into tears, and even Tezuno was repeatedly wiping his glasses. Why did it have to end like this? Naruto sobbed, looking to Kakashi. The teacher gazed at the azure sky of the land of waves and replied softly, because this is the world of ninjas, Naruto. Yet, it is precisely because of such tragedies that we need someone to change it. Change. Naruto murmured to himself. Suddenly, Obito's voice echoed in his mind. Kid, remember the anger of today. Use it to propel yourself to grow strong enough to change this distorted world. Madara-san is right, Minato added gently. But it is not only anger that fosters growth. Haku's kindness and Zabuza's final awakening are equally significant. The Ninetales snorted but remained silent. Wiping away his tears, Naruto slowly stood up. He walked over to Zabuza and Haku, gently closing their eyes. The sea breeze swept past, carrying away the bloodshed, along with the souls of the two mist ninjas. In the distant land of water, perhaps there would be a small river where cherry blossoms bloomed year-round. And two figures walked side by side, one tall and aloof, the other gentle as water. Here, on the bridge of the land of waves, the sunlight finally dispelled all gloom. Naruto turned to his companions, the sadness in his eyes replaced by determination. Let us go, we still have a bridge to build. Chapter 50. The mission of the land of waves, completed. As the sun rose, the bridge of the land of waves was officially named the Friendship Bridge, symbolizing the bond between the land of waves and the land of fire. It shimmered with a silvery glow in the morning light. The final steel plate had just been welded into place, and hundreds of workers and villagers gathered at the bridge's head, cheers erupting in waves. I declare the Friendship Bridge of the land of waves officially completed. Tazuna proclaimed from a makeshift podium, his voice trembling with excitement. He turned to Team 7, expressing special gratitude to the Leaf Village. Without you, this bridge would never have been built. Kakashi stood at the forefront as the teacher, with Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura behind him. Soon, Tazuna presented him with a specially crafted certificate of honor. This is what we ought to do, Kakashi replied with a smile. The three young ninjas stood in a line. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and couldn't help but ask, aren't you supposed to jump up and shout that you want to become Hokage at a time like this? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Let us keep it quiet for a formal occasion. Sakura smiled gently. Naruto, you've grown up. Kakashi caught this moment out of the corner of his eye, a flicker of contentment crossing his one visible eye. Indeed, he had matured. The celebration lasted all day. In the evening, villagers spontaneously lit lanterns on the bridge. Some played the shamisen, while others sang newly composed ballads. Surprisingly, the songs not only recounted the deeds of Team 7, but also the stories of Haku and Zabuza, the cold-blooded ninja and his young companion, who ultimately died protecting the land of waves. They're celebrating us as heroes, Sakura whispered, her feet swaying nervously. Sasuke scoffed, boring. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the singing children. Naruto did not join the conversation. He quietly slipped away from the festivities to the thickest steel cable at the center of the bridge, gazing at the two small graves on the shore. Those were the resting places of Zabuza and Haku. Although Zabuza had initially come as a mercenary hired by Gato, in the end, he had personally vanquished the scourge of the land of waves. Therefore, the residents of the land of waves were willing to grant these two a resting place. So you were here. Naruto turned to find Kakashi standing behind him, having appeared unnoticed. The silver-haired ninja held 2 bottles of coconut juice from the land of waves, offering one to Naruto. Kakashi spoke, Naruto, do you think Haku and Zabuza were good or bad people? Leaning against the railing, Kakashi gazed out at the distant horizon. Ninjas cannot simply be categorized as good or evil. Haku fought to protect what was important to him, and Zabuza ultimately chose the right path. He turned to Naruto, emphasizing, what matters is what you learn from them. Naruto tightened his grip on the coconut juice. Lost in thought, the next morning, Team 7 arrived at the resting place of Zabuza and Haku. The location offered a panoramic view of the entire bridge and the land of waves. Sasuke carved a tombstone into the rock with a kunai, while Sakura gathered wildflowers to weave into a wreath, and Naruto used a kunai to dig a deep hole. I got these from Grandpa Tazuna, Naruto said, retrieving 2 cherry saplings from his backpack. They say this variety is from the land of water, called snow cherry. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. What do you plan to? Naruto nodded, to bury them here. Snow cherry is perfect for Haku. Sasuke silently accepted the saplings and placed them into the dug hole. Sakura laid the wreath in another small pit, representing Zabuza. Finally, Kakashi drove a large sword into the ground between the graves. In the Uchiha clan, Sasuke suddenly spoke softly. We believe that the souls of the departed reside within the cherry blossoms. Each year during the blooming season, the clan gathers at the shrine to converse with our ancestors. Naruto looked at Sasuke in surprise. It was the first time he had voluntarily mentioned his family. Sakura placed a bouquet in front of the tombstone. May they find peace. The sea breeze gently rustled the newly planted cherry saplings, as if affirming their hopes. That night, Team 7 stayed at Tazuna's home. Lying on the rooftop, Naruto gazed at the starry sky. The three father figures within him stirred rarely in unison. The Nine-Tail spoke first. Time flies. You still feel like that little meatball to me. Madara retorted, your perception of time is simply too slow. The Nine-Tail snapped back, and what are you? A relic from the Warring States era. Know about that? The two began their usual bickering. Ignoring their quarrel, Minato said with warmth, Naruto, your actions today were very mature. If Kushina saw this, she would be proud of you. Naruto felt a lump in his throat. Dad, don't get too carried away, Madara interjected coldly. Ideals are beautiful, but realizing them requires strength. You are still far from that. I know, Dad. Naruto clenched his fists, so I will continue to grow stronger. Strong enough to change everything. The next morning, Team 7 prepared to return to the Leaf Village. Villagers from the entire land of waves gathered to see them off, with a boy named Inari squeezing to the front, holding a rough wooden carving. Naruto and I, this is for you. The boy blushed as he handed over the sculpture. A crooked fox figure. I will work hard to become a ninja like you. Naruto accepted the wooden carving, grinning broadly. Then you better work hard. The next time we meet, I will be even stronger. Tazuna stepped forward, handing each of them a small package. These are local specialties from the land of waves. Eat them on your journey. He affectionately ruffled Naruto's golden hair. You little rascal, come visit often. Naruto nodded vigorously. Soon, after Team 7 departed from the Friendship Bridge, Kakashi suddenly asked, for the mission report, what do you think we should write? Sakura looked at him disdainfully, huh? Kakashi-sensei, don't be lazy. Kakashi, unfazed, replied, oh. Come on, isn't this just a questionnaire? Sakura pondered for a moment. Didn't you say there were 2 members of the Akatsuki organization? Their abilities should definitely be analyzed. However, Kakashi could only smile wryly at Sakura's suggestion. For now, one of those members had been directly killed by Madara, while the other was sealed by his own teacher. Moreover, the location of the seal was concealed by the teacher. Thus the one known as Haiden must reside there for the rest of his life. Unaware of all this, Sasuke added, and that ice release Kekkai Genkai. Naruto shook his head, saying, of course, those are important, but I believe the most significant takeaway is what we have learned. He turned to his 2 companions, right, Sasuke? Sakura? Sasuke turned his face away, but did not retort as he usually did. Sakura smiled and nodded. Naruto is right. This mission has transformed us all. Kakashi squinted. Oh? How so? For instance, Sasuke has started to speak up. Naruto exclaimed, throwing an arm around Sasuke's shoulders and quickly jumping away before the latter could get angry. And Sakura has grown more confident. He continued. And me. He paused, his smile softening. I have come to understand that true strength is not merely power, but also the determination to protect what matters. A flicker of surprise crossed Kakashi's eyes before he returned to his laid-back demeanor, a commendable summary. It seems I, as your teacher, can afford to write fewer reports. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto suddenly turned. How about we train together when we get back? Dad said he could teach me some new taijutsu. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Where did you get it, Dad? Well, Naruto replied mysteriously, guess. Sakura chimed in. I want to join too. Kakashi-sensei, could you arrange special training for us when we return? Kakashi lifted his head from the intimate paradise, his single eye curving into a crescent. Of course, if you can pass my tests. The sea breeze swept through, carrying away the essence of the land of waves. Yet it could not erase the memories and growth that remained here. Naruto cast a final glance at the island, now a mere speck in the distance, then turned to continue onward. Ahead lay new missions and fresh challenges, but at this moment, his heart was filled with tranquility and resolve. For no matter what lay ahead, he was no longer alone. Chapter 51. The consultation with Shursui with the mission in the land of waves concluded. Team 7 swiftly returned to Konoha to report on their undertaking. Although the false reporting of the mission's difficulty by Tazuna nearly led to complications, Team 7's plea spared the client from any repercussions, merely requiring Tazuna to compensate for the difference in the mission's rank. Following this journey, Kakashi generously allowed the 3 to rest for 3 days. In the tranquil depths of the night, Konoha lay enveloped in stillness, the moonlight streaming through the window onto Naruto's sleeping face. His breathing was steady, golden strands of hair cascading over the pillow, occasionally mumbling in his dreams. Another bowl of ramen. Yet within his mental realm, a different scene unfolded. This was an ethereal Uchiha clan land, with ancient stone tablets, familiar structures, and the venerable tree that symbolized the Uchiha. Madara sat alone upon a stone tablet, his crimson Sharingan flickering, gaze distant as if transcending time. The Nine Tails lazily lounged nearby. Old Madara, why have you conjured this scene? Meanwhile, Minato leaned against a tree, arms crossed. Are you reminiscing about the old Uchiha days? Madara closed his Sharingan, the surroundings slowly distorting before reverting to the original room. You too should not overthink it. Suddenly, ripples appeared at the edges of the mental realm, and a figure quietly emerged. The Nine Tails perked up, its golden slit pupils turning towards the newcomer. Humph, Uchiha Chakra. Madara did not turn around, but spoke coolly. Intruding into another's mental world is hardly a courteous act. The newcomer knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully, voice low yet clear. I apologize for disturbing your peace, ancestor. Fourth Hokage. Only then did Madara slowly turn, his gaze falling upon the person, Uchiha Shursui. The genius known as Shursui of the body flicker now knelt before him. A slight smirk graced Madara's lips, tinged with irony. I never anticipated you would seek me out. Shursui raised his head, determination in his eyes. Ancestor, I have a request. Minato smiled gently, stepping forward. I have heard of you. Thanks to your efforts, Konoha remains as it is. Shursui nodded in acknowledgement. You flatter me, Fourth Hokage. The Nine Tails scoffed. Another little Uchiha. Your clan truly is relentless. Madara snorted, his gaze returning to Shursui. Speak. What is it? Shursui took a deep breath, meeting Madara's eyes. I wish to request your guidance in mastering Susanoo. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Madara remained silent, then suddenly laughed. Do you think I am still the Uchiha clan leader of your? Now, I am merely a spirit residing within this child's body. Shursui did not waver. Yet you are still the strongest Uchiha ninja. Your experience is unparalleled. Madara's gaze flickered slightly. He rose, looking down at Shursui. What makes you think I would assist you? Shursui replied calmly. Because you once said that power only holds meaning when wielded by the right hands. I wish to use this power to protect the Uchiha and safeguard Konoha. Madara narrowed his eyes, seemingly appraising Shursui's resolve. Minato interjected with a knowing smile. Though Madara may say otherwise, he is quite concerned about Naruto. Madara shot him a glare. Silence, Minato. The Nine Tails yawned lazily. If you're going to fight, make it quick. I wish to sleep. Madara snorted, but ultimately turned his gaze back to Shursui. Very well. Since you are so insistent, I shall impart some guidance. Shursui's eyes sparkled with joy. Thank you, ancestor. Madara's eyes shifted again, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan manifesting, and in an instant, the landscape of the mental world transformed dramatically. The desolate earth stretched out, the sky painted a deep crimson, as if they stood upon an ancient battlefield. Susanoo is not merely a power. Madara's voice was deep and commanding. It is the embodiment of will. Shursui was taken aback. Will? Madara nodded. The reason you could summon it in the face of death was due to the strength of your will. However, your heart is now troubled. Shursui fell silent. Madara continued. The future of the Uchiha, the peace of the village, your own mission, these burdens weigh heavily upon you, constraining you. Minato nodded thoughtfully, much like when I developed the Rasengan. I became too fixated on its form, neglecting its essence. Madara shot him a glance. Humph, that isn't entirely foolish. Shursui inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. Ancestor. What must I do? Madara's voice echoed in his ear. Feel with your heart, rather than see with your eyes. Contemplate what you wish to protect most. The image of Itachi, his comrades from Konoha, and his clan members surfaced in Shursui's mind. Ultimately, his chakra began to coalesce, a green light enveloping him. Skeletal structures gradually formed, the framework of Susanoo enveloping his body. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Madara's eyes. Not bad, much more stable than before. Recalling the last time he had used it, when Susanoo had struggled to maintain form, the current manifestation was indeed the true Susanoo. The Nine Tails interjected, Hey, why are your Uchiha Susanoo so flamboyant? Minato couldn't help but chuckle. Nine Tails, are you envious? The Nine Tails bristled. Who is envious? My chakra cloak is far more impressive. Ignoring their banter, Madara continued guiding Shursui. Now, try to make it even more complete. Shursui nodded. channeling his chakra further as Susanoo's muscles and armor gradually enveloped the skeletal framework, ultimately forming its half-body shape. Madara crossed his arms, a smirk playing at his lips. Finally, it's starting to take shape. Shursui opened his eyes, gazing at the Susanoo he had summoned. Filled with awe, "This is the true Susanoo." Madara replied indifferently, "Remember, the power of Susanoo stems from your will. If you lose your way, it too will grow weak." Shursui bowed deeply. "Thank you for your guidance, ancestor." Ban turned away, his back to him. "Do not misunderstand. I merely believe your potential should not be squandered." Shursui smiled slightly. "Even so, I have benefited immensely." He hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Ancestor, what would you do if the Uchiha and Konoha were to oppose each other once again?" Ban remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "I am no longer the leader of the Uchiha clan. But that lad Naruto would likely do everything in his power to prevent war." Minato smiled with relief. "Indeed, that child is just that kind of person." Shursui nodded. "I understand." His figure gradually dissipated, and the spiritual realm returned to tranquility. The Nine Tails yawned. "Finally gone. What a nuisance." Minato looked at Ban and remarked with a smile, "Mr. Ban, you seem rather pleased, do you not?" Ban closed his eyes to meditate. "Mind your own business." The following morning, Naruto awoke, rubbing his eyes and stretching. "Ah, I slept so well." Suddenly, he felt light, his chakra more abundant than usual, and he could faintly sense a lingering, unfamiliar ocular power. Curious, he scratched his head, puzzled. Within the spiritual realm, the Nine Tails scoffed. "It's all because of a certain Uchiha brat visiting." Naruto scratched his head again. "Huh? Sasuke came to visit yesterday?" Minato chuckled silently. Ban still had his eyes closed, but the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. A few days later, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a pipe in his mouth, squinted at the seventh squad standing before him. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and the languid Kakashi leaning against the wall. Naruto hastily clasped his hands together, as if in prayer. "Grandpa Third, I beg you, grant us another high-ranking mission." Sasuke and Sakura exchanged approving glances. However, their eagerness was understandable. It had been a week since the completion of the Wave Country mission, and during that time, the 7th Squad had nearly exhausted all available low-ranking tasks. They had engaged in everything from finding lost pets to babysitting, gaining life experience, but feeling utterly exhausted. The third Hokage looked at them with a kind smile. "Indeed, it seems a bit beneath you to keep assigning low-ranked tasks. Very well. Your next mission will be to escort a merchant caravan to the northern trade town." He took a puff from his pipe and continued leisurely. "We have confirmed that this mission will not involve the difficulties encountered during your last assignment. Finally, no more searching for lost pets." Naruto exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. "What an idiot," Sasuke muttered, rubbing his forehead. He had thought this underachiever had matured, yet within days, he had reverted to his foolish ways. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, Ban could not help but snort. What a racket. However, as neighbors, Minato and the Nine Tails exchanged knowing glances. After all, Ban always spoke one way but conveyed a different sentiment through his expressions. If they continued to watch, they would likely lose control of their own expressions. Kakashi's dull eyes squinted slightly, a hint of satisfaction evident. He had been worried that Naruto might be disheartened by the events in the Wave Country, but it appeared his concerns were unfounded. The third Hokage continued cheerfully. "This mission will be executed in conjunction with the 8th Squad. You will meet them at the village entrance." The 8th Squad. Sakura blinked, recognizing it as Hinata's team. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, coldly scoffed, showing little interest in the joint mission. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. "A team up? Let them witness the prowess of our squad." In the ceiling space, Minato pondered thoughtfully. "Speaking of Hinata, I have noticed several times while training Naruto that a girl from the Hyuga clan has been watching him intently." The Nine Tails recalled, I remember her. She was the girl Naruto saved from a group of bullies shortly after he started school." Ban scoffed. Back then, he could barely use ninjutsu, but his taijutsu was well trained, which saved him from being beaten up. Minato, confused, asked, "So she has been observing him ever since?" The Nine Tails shook his head. "She is likely just too shy. I recall one time she mustered the courage to ask Naruto to share lunch. And when he praised her cooking, she turned red and fainted." Minato sighed, finding her demeanor ill-suited for a ninja. Not long after, the 7th Squad arrived at the village entrance, where the 8th Squad was already waiting. They consisted of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and their J-Nin instructor, Kurenai Yuhi. Upon seeing Naruto, Kiba grinned widely. Hey, underachiever, I heard your last mission was quite thrilling. Huh, who told you that? Naruto replied, hands on his hips with a proud expression. The whole village knows, okay. Kiba rolled his eyes, reminding him that during the Wave Country mission, they had fought against the rogue ninja Zabuza and defeated 2 members of the Akatsuki. Naruto's grin widened. That's right. We experienced a true ninja battle. Sasuke remained impassive, though the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Hinata stood nearby, nervously twisting her fingers together, stealing glances at Naruto. Her cheeks flushed. Naruto-kun, you weren't hurt, were you? Naruto proudly declared, of course not. Sasuke shot Naruto a sidelong glance. I wonder who was covered in injuries back then. Naruto retorted, it must have been you. Their banter lightened the atmosphere considerably. Finally, Kurenai interjected, breaking the peculiar exchange. All right, enough chatter. We must focus on the mission. Let us depart. Kakashi lazily followed suit. Let's go. We can't afford to waste time. As the team set off, Kiba noticed Shino deliberately keeping his distance from Naruto, often observing him with a suspicious gaze. Kiba quietly asked Shino, hey, what's up? Why do you keep staring at Naruto? Shino adjusted his glasses. There is something unsettling about him. Huh, it's definitely Naruto. His scent hasn't changed, Kiba said, sniffing the air to confirm Naruto's identity. Shino replied solemnly, I am not sure. It just feels like Naruto is unconsciously exuding an aura of dominance. Within the ceiling space, Ban noted Shino's keen observation. That bespectacled boy is quite perceptive. Minato followed Ban's gaze. That must be Shino's child. Their clan specializes in insect training. The Ninetales yawned. I detest insects. Ah, so that's why he noticed, Ban mused. At that moment, Hinata walked beside Naruto, occasionally stealing glances at him, hesitating to speak. Sakura leaned toward Sasuke, whispering, Sasuke, have you noticed anything? Sasuke discreetly glanced. Hinata has always had a fondness for that idiot. But the question remains, does he even realize it? Sakura sighed. When will Naruto ever notice? The fact that Hinata liked Naruto was evident to all their classmates, except for Naruto himself. After all, who else would prepare lunch for him every day? Yet, Naruto remained oblivious to Hinata's feelings, having praised her many qualities without recognizing her affection. In the past, classmates had attempted to play matchmaker, but Naruto simply wondered why they were doing so, as they were already friends. Ultimately, the other students had no choice but to give up. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, after hearing the Ninetales account of Hinata's story, Minato looked at Ban with a forlorn expression. Madara, this isn't healthy for Naruto's well-being, is it? Ban, however, displayed an indifferent demeanor, merely trivial emotions. Why concern yourself? The Ninetales chuckled. Minato, you need not worry. Old Ban here is a rare breed of ascetic, completely uninterested in women. Mongrel Fox, what do you mean by ascetic? I am only interested in the strong, which is why I have a love-hate relationship with Hashirama. Chapter 53, Naruto, What is Love? The escort mission had progressed for 3 days, with the caravan steadily traversing the winding mountain path. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. At the forefront of the group, Naruto stretched widely, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Ah, what a beautiful day, he exclaimed, turning to Sasuke with a broad grin. Hey, Sasuke, how about a race to that big tree up ahead? The loser buys ramen. Sasuke scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering in his dark eyes. Who would engage in such a trivial competition with you? Come on, Naruto urged cheerfully. Just then, Hinata, walking alongside the caravan, suddenly raised her hand, the veins around her white eyes prominent. Wait, there are chakra signatures 500 meters ahead, approximately 15 people, lying in ambush behind the rocks on either side of the road. Naruto instantly dropped his playful demeanor, turning towards Hinata. Really? Hinata, you're amazing. You can detect them from so far away. Hinata's face flushed crimson, her fingers nervously entwined. This is just what I should do. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, calmly adding, based on the chakra signatures, they appear to be ordinary bandits, lacking any ninja. Kiba crouched down, allowing Akamaru to sniff the air. Akamaru confirms it. There's no trace of chakra. Sakura, hands on her hips, beamed with confidence. Then it's simple. Let's take a detour to avoid them. After all, our mission is to escort, not to eliminate bandits. Naruto frowned. But what if they attack other caravans later? It's a concern whether other groups have ninja escorts or not. If they get robbed because of this, I would feel guilty. At that moment, Madara's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. If you wish to fight, do so. But do not employ any ninjutsu. Only use taijutsu. Utilizing ninjutsu on such foes is a waste. Minato nodded in agreement. Indeed. This could serve as a training opportunity for Naruto's taijutsu. The Nine-Tails lazily interjected. I say, just let one rip and scare them away. The dialogue among the three fathers made Naruto chuckle, prompting Sasuke to shoot him a look that screamed Yuri an idiot. Ultimately, under Kakashi's decision, they chose a slightly longer route to avoid the bandits. Throughout the process, Hinata's Byakugan continuously monitored the bandits' movements, ensuring the caravan safely passed through the perilous area. During the midday break, the caravan halted in a spacious meadow. Wealthy merchants descended from their luxurious carriages, unfurling exquisite carpets and laying out lavish feasts. In stark contrast, the ninjas simply sat beneath the shade of nearby trees. Esteemed ninjas, would you care to join us for a meal? A portly merchant warmly invited. Kakashi politely declined. Thank you for your kind offer, but we have regulations that prevent us from accepting hospitality from our clients while on duty. At that moment, Hinata took several meticulously packaged bento boxes from her backpack. I prepared some bento, if everyone wouldn't mind. Wow. Hinata, you're amazing, Naruto exclaimed, rushing over first. Hinata's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she carefully handed a larger bento box to Naruto. Naruto-kun, this is yours. Upon opening the bento box, Naruto marveled at the golden omelet shaped like a sun, surrounded by carrot-carved foxes, with rice molded into the shape of Naruto's favorite ramen bowl. Wow, this is incredible. Hinata, you're so thoughtful, he exclaimed, devouring it eagerly, completely oblivious to Hinata's hopeful gaze and her slightly trembling fingers. In the sealed space, Minato covered his face. Goodness, how can my son be so oblivious? Minato did not consider himself a heartthrob, but he at least possessed basic emotional intelligence. Otherwise, how could he have won over Kushina? That fiery pepper? However, Naruto felt like a solid block of wood, utterly unmovable. Madara chuckled knowingly. At least he expressed gratitude. That shows basic politeness. The Nine-Tails rolled on the ground, laughing heartily. Huh? This kid is completely oblivious to that girl's feelings. Just look at the artistry of that bento. I've lived for hundreds of years and have never seen such heartfelt food. Minato cast a mournful glance at Madara. It's all your fault. What kind of education did you provide him before I woke up? Madara turned away, a bit sheepish. At least he hasn't gone astray. I must have taught him correctly, as I merely imparted what my father taught me. Quite normal, Spartan, training. In the real world, Sasuke watched Naruto's gluttonous eating and couldn't help but mock him. You at the back, can you eat with a bit of decorum? Mouth full of food, Naruto mumbled. Food is meant to be enjoyed. Hinata's cooking is so delicious. Hinata's heart raced at his words, her fingers gripping her clothes tightly. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Sakura shook her head helplessly, leaning closer to Hinata to whisper, this guy is hopeless. Isn't? Hinata, however, wore a gentle smile. No. Naruto-kun is just a sincere person. I really like that about him. Sakura, upon seeing Hinata's expression, suddenly understood something, her eyes widening. Wait, Hinata. You wouldn't? Hinata hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's nothing. But in her haste, she accidentally knocked over her bento box. Ah, she exclaimed, watching helplessly as her carefully prepared food threatened to spill onto the ground. In a flash of gold, Naruto darted forward, catching the falling bento box with remarkable speed. Not a single grain of rice spilling out. That was close. Naruto sighed in relief, returning the bento box to Hinata. Be careful, Hinata. It would be such a shame to waste such delicious food. Hinata stared at Naruto, her heart pounding as if it might burst from her chest. Thank you, Naruto-kun. In the spiritual realm, the three fathers fell silent for a few moments. Minato smiled with satisfaction. It seems he retains a hint of my character. Madara scoffed. It was merely a reflex. The Nine-Tails scratched his chin, a burst of speed triggered by the desire for food. This kid truly embodies the spirit I had in my youth. Madara then teased. No wonder he eats so much. The Nine-Tails fumed. I am not fat. Chapter 54, Naruto. The emotionally oblivious, the afternoon journey was uneventful until night fell, when the caravan set up camp beside a small stream. The wealthy merchants took up residence in lavish tents, while the ninjas took turns keeping watch. Naruto and Hinata were assigned to the first half of the night's guard duty. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and the stream babbled softly. Naruto sat atop a large rock, gazing into the distant darkness. Hinata stood not far from him, her Byakugan scanning the surroundings vigilantly. "Hey, Hinata." Naruto suddenly spoke up. "Your Byakugan is really convenient. Thanks to you, this mission has gone so smoothly." Hinata nervously twisted her fingers. It's just what I should do." "I'm really happy to help you, Naruto-kun." Naruto turned to her, flashing a radiant smile. "I wish you had always been in our class. You're amazing at scouting and cooking. Sasuke is just cool, and Sakura always hits me." In the spiritual realm, Minato facepalmed. "Son, this isn't a comparison moment." Madara sighed. "At least he's giving compliments." The Ninetales wore a mischievous grin. "Just wait and see. This kid is bound to say something even more astonishing." Sure enough, Naruto continued. "And Hinata, you have such a good temper. You never get angry like Sakura does, nor do you have a permanent scowl like Sasuke. By the way, do you remember that time when we were kids?" Naruto rambled on about past memories, while Hinata blushed, responding softly from time to time. Under the moonlight, their shadows grew long on the ground, nearly overlapping. At that moment, Hinata's Byakugan suddenly caught something, and she spun around abruptly. "We have a situation." In the northwest direction, approximately 30 individuals were rapidly approaching. Naruto immediately sprang into action, forming hand seals, shadow clone technique. 3 clones emerged, each dashing off in different directions to deliver the message. After all, Madara had only instructed them not to engage in combat. Not that they couldn't use ninjutsu to convey information. Indeed, mere minutes later, a band of masked bandits surged forth from the shadows, brandishing an array of weapons. "Surrender all valuables," the leader of the bandits bellowed. Combat erupted in an instant. Naruto and Sasuke led the charge, while Sakura safeguarded the retreat of the merchant caravan members. And Team 8 stood vigilant for any potential reinforcements. Fire style, great fireball technique. With no restrictions, Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball, creating a breach in the enemy ranks on the right flank. "Watch this," Naruto shouted as he barreled to the left, employing both fists and feet to send several bandits flying. Hinata stood guard in front of the merchants' tents, her gentle fist technique ready, incapacitating any foes who dared to approach. Suddenly, a bandit launched a surprise attack from the side, his sharp dagger aimed directly at an elderly merchant. "Watch out." Hinata leaped forward, using her body as a shield for the merchant. The dagger grazed Hinata's left arm, instantly staining her sleeve with blood. "Hinata!" Naruto's heart raced as he witnessed the scene. Memories of the land of waves flooding back to him. His expression turned furious. Multi-shadow clone technique. With a roar, hundreds of shadow clones materialized, overwhelming the bandits. In the mental realm, Madara seethed. "Fool! Using shadow clones against such rabble? Do you dare to belittle my teachings?" However, Minato understood. To unleash oneself for the sake of comrades is commendable. The Ninetales incessantly urged Naruto to control his chakra. "Calm down, kid. Don't let anger dictate your actions." Yet, in the tangible world, Naruto was beyond hearing, his shadow clones flooding the battlefield like a tide. Within a minute, all enemies were subdued and bound tightly. Once the battle concluded, the group gathered around Hinata. Sakura had already begun to utilize her medical ninjutsu to tend to her wounds. Since returning from the land of waves, Sakura had embarked on her journey into medical ninjutsu. Although she hadn't yet mastered it, treating minor injuries had become second nature. After all, back in the land of waves, she had to tend to her companions daily, regardless of her lack of medical knowledge. "It's just a superficial wound, nothing serious," Sakura reassured. "You'll heal by tomorrow." Naruto pushed his way to the front, gazing at the bandage on Hinata's arm, his expression a mix of anger and concern. "Hinata, are you all right? Does it hurt?" Hinata shook her head, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, Naruto-kun, just a minor injury." Frustrated, Naruto slammed his fist into a nearby tree. "Damn it, I should have noticed them sooner." Sasuke scoffed. "What's done is done, lamenting now is futile." To everyone's surprise, Naruto turned to Hinata, his expression earnest. "Impressive, Hinata. You can take a hit far better than Sasuke. That guy cried like a baby when he got nicked by a kunai last time." Sasuke's face darkened instantly. "What did you say? Do you want to fight? Come on, I'm not afraid." Naruto retorted without hesitation. In the mental realm, the 3 fathers facepalmed in unison. Madara sighed deeply. "Now's the time to check for injuries." Minato's forehead was lined with worry. "I'm genuinely concerned for you." The Ninetales, however, was doubled over in laughter. "Do you two believe he could whip out a soldier's food pill and claim it would cure the pain?" As expected, after a brief tussle with Sasuke, the latter found himself pinned to the ground. Suddenly, Naruto remembered something, rummaging through his ninja tool pouch to produce a soldier's food pill. "Hinata here," he said sincerely, offering it to her. "If you eat this, it won't hurt anymore." At this, Sakura could no longer contain herself. Her clenched fist landed squarely on Naruto's face. "You idiot, Naruto. That's not how you use a soldier's food pill." Sakura's punch sent Naruto flying 10 meters, crashing into a large tree before he finally stopped. Yet, even then, as he stood up, he merely rubbed his head in protest. "Ouch! Sakura, what was that for?" Hinata gently accepted the soldier's food pill, smiling as she said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Although the pill would do nothing for her wound, she cherished it nonetheless. Just then, a young woman dressed in splendid attire approached the merchants. She was Misaki, the daughter of Mr. Yamamoto, the main client, who had shown great interest in the ninjas, particularly in Naruto. "Naruto-san," Misaki said sweetly, "you were incredibly brave just now. My father wishes to invite you over to express his gratitude personally." Naruto scratched his head. No need for that. It's our duty." Misaki, undeterred, grasped Naruto's arm. "Please, my father has prepared exquisite sake." Hinata watched the two departing figures, her eyes dimming. Sakura, noticing her expression, comforted her with a gentle pat on her shoulder. "Don't worry, that fool will realize it sooner or later." In the mental realm, the three fathers engaged in a heated discussion. Minato was anxious. "That girl seems to have ulterior motives." Madara sneered. "The daughter of a merchant? Merely enamored with this boy's strength." The Nine-Tails narrowed its eyes. "Should I unleash some chakra to intimidate her?" Minato quickly intervened. "No. Let Naruto handle this. Hopefully, he'll make the right choice." In the distance, Misaki leaned in to whisper something in Naruto's ear, who appeared utterly perplexed and pulled away. Under the moonlight, Hinata quietly observed the scene, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the soldier's food pill Naruto had given her. Chapter 55. Naruto will never be tempted by beauty. Misaki led Naruto to her father Mr. Yamamoto's opulent tent, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Yet her eyes sparkled with cunning. "Naruto-san, please come in. My father wishes to thank you in person." Her voice was soft and inviting, her fingers brushing tantalizingly against Naruto's arm. Misaki believed herself quite charming, having suitors line up from neighboring countries daily. Surely, with her allure, she could easily ensnare this naive man before her. Oh. However, Naruto merely scratched his head, oblivious to her flirtations, as he boldly entered the tent. "Hey, no need to be so formal. Protecting you is merely our duty." Mr. Yamamoto, a shrewd businessman, immediately recognized his daughter's intentions upon seeing her gaze. If they could win over this powerful ninja, the safety of his caravan would be greatly assured. Thus, he cheerfully poured a cup of sake. "Naruto-san, we owe you our safe passage. Please, have a drink." "Oh, my apologies. My father told me that my mother once said I can't drink until I'm 20, Naruto replied, pushing the cup back with both hands. "Good. That's a true man," Mr. Yamamoto praised, undeterred. Misaki stifled a giggle. "Naruto-san, you are so genuine." She deliberately leaned closer, the scent of her perfume wafting into Naruto's nose. "Actually, I have always admired powerful ninjas like you." Naruto blinked. "Huh, you admire me?" "Haha, of course. I aim to become Hokage." Faced with Naruto's bright and sunny smile, Misaki was momentarily taken aback, bewildered that he was not following the expected script. In the ceiling space, Madara's mouth nearly twisted to one side. The daughter of a merchant thinks she can use her beauty to ensnare this boy? How naive. Minato, on the other hand, felt a mix of joy and exasperation. "Naruto, can't you sense the atmosphere?" Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails lay on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. "Haha, this woman has completely misread her target. This kid can't even recognize Hinata's obvious affection. How could he possibly grasp her hints?" In the real world, Misaki, undeterred by Naruto's response, resolved to escalate her advances. She gently tossed her long hair, intentionally allowing her collar to slip slightly, revealing her fair shoulder. "Mr. Naruto, I actually have something I wish to discuss with you privately." Naruto, with utmost seriousness, responded, "Huh? What is it? You can tell me now." Misaki noticed that Naruto's gaze was remarkably pure, so innocent that it seemed he completely overlooked her deliberately exposed shoulder. Encountering such unadulterated sincerity for the first time, Misaki suppressed her rising anger. "This place is not very convenient. Let us move to the small grove over there." Naruto recalled the conditions in the grove and hesitated. Is that wise? It's south dark in the grove. What if you accidentally get bitten by a snake or insect? We can talk here. Faced with Naruto's obstinate nature, Misaki found herself at a loss for words. In the mental realm, the Ninetales was laughing uncontrollably. She thinks she is tempting him. But this boy isn't even considering that. Minato, facepalming, thought, how could my son be so oblivious? Meanwhile, Madara's indifferent expression revealed a hint of satisfaction. It's not entirely a bad thing. At least he won't be deceived by a woman like her. Taking a deep breath, Misaki decided to be more direct. She seized Naruto's hand and pressed it against her chest. Mr. Naruto, I actually have feelings for you. Startled by Misaki's bold action, Naruto quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, Whoa, why did you suddenly grab my hand? Misaki clenched her teeth and donned a look of affection. I mean, I like you. Huh, you like me? This was the first time Naruto had encountered the concept of liking someone, having been educated solely by one human and one beast during his formative years. He was utterly unfamiliar with the notion of affection. Seeing Naruto's bewildered expression, Misaki felt a glimmer of hope. Yes, after a moment of contemplation, Naruto finally understood. Oh, you mean like how Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, and Sasuke like me, right? His words completely thwarted Misaki's intentions to elaborate further. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales was laughing so hard it was nearly in tears. She's utterly defeated. Minato found himself at a loss for words. Surprisingly, Madara concurred with the Ninetales. Though foolish, at least he is not falling for her tricks. Misaki, now at her wit's end, decided to make one final attempt. She abruptly leaned in, aiming to kiss Naruto. However, Naruto instinctively jumped back, crossing his arms defensively. Hey, why did you suddenly get so close? Are you attacking me? At this point, Misaki was completely exasperated. How could there be someone so impervious to subtlety? Truly a blockhead. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales was laughing so hard it was clutching its stomach. She thinks she is tempting him, but he is treating her like an enemy. I can't take it anymore. Minato felt embarrassed to face Kushina again, but thought optimistically, though humiliating, at least he didn't get taken advantage of. Realizing this, Misaki finally gave up. She forced a smile. Mr. Naruto, you are truly something special. Although Naruto was puzzled by her actions, upon receiving the compliment, he beamed with his characteristic sunny smile. Of course, I'm going to be the next Hokage. This guy, completely oblivious to the nuances of good and bad, is destined to remain single forever. Ultimately, Naruto patted her shoulder. All right, I need to go back to my night watch. Get some rest. With that, he turned and dashed away, entirely unaware of Misaki's rigid expression. Soon, Naruto rejoined his team. Upon seeing him return, Sasuke shot him a glance. What is up? Did that young lady latch onto you? Naruto, scratching his head in confusion, replied, No, she just said some strange things. Sakura wore a mischievous smile. Could it be that she has feelings for you? Yet, Naruto's response left everyone speechless. Feelings? What does that mean? Only Hinata stood by, shy and silent. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales remarked, This boy has no idea what feelings are. Observing the entire scene, Minato sighed. I suppose I need to find an opportunity to teach him about relationships. Madara scoffed, a waste of time. Ninjas don't need such frivolities. At that moment, Misaki glared at Naruto from afar, gritting her teeth as she returned to her tent. Her plan had utterly failed. Meanwhile, Naruto remained blissfully unaware that he had just evaded a seductive trap, excitedly demonstrating his recent battle moves to Sasuke. Hinata watched him, feeling both relieved and somewhat disappointed. Sakura patted her shoulder, silently comforting the true lady of their team. Chapter 56. Hinata, I will take responsibility for you. 2 days later, the escort mission was successfully completed, and the merchant convoy safely arrived at the port on the border of the Land of Fire. The wealthy merchants expressed their deepest gratitude to the ninjas, especially to Naruto. Although Misaki's plan had completely failed, it was undeniable that without him, the convoy would have been plundered by bandits long ago. However, Misaki stood at a distance, glaring at Naruto with gritted teeth, muttering, Vortex Naruto, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will make you fall at my feet. At that moment, Naruto was entirely oblivious to her resentful gaze. His attention was solely focused on Hinata's arm. Although her wound had healed, the bandage remained, and he felt responsible for her injury. Thus, on the way back to the village, Naruto suddenly ran up to her, looking earnest. Hinata, Let me carry you back. Uft. In the midst of drinking water, Kiba spat it out. What? Shino adjusted his glasses, remaining silent, but clearly surprised. Hinata's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. In Naruto-kun. Why all of a sudden? Naruto confidently patted his chest. Because you're injured. And it's my fault the enemy had the chance to ambush you. So I must take responsibility. In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails whistled. Has this boy finally wised up? Minato felt a sense of relief. Not bad, not bad. He showing concern for a girl. Madara snorted dismissively. Sentimental nonsense. Meanwhile, Hinata's head was nearly steaming from Naruto's words. And no, it's not necessary. Naruto-kun. My injury is already healed. Naruto frowned. No way. Look at you. You're walking so slowly. Your wound must still hurt. Sakura rolled her eyes. You idiot, Naruto. Hinata's walking slowly because she's shy, not because her wound hurts. Sasuke scoffed. When did you become so concerned about the Hyuga clan's young lady? Naruto replied defiantly. Because she's an important companion to me. And her injury is my responsibility. Hearing the words important companion, Hinata's heart raced, her fingers twisting together tightly. In Naruto-kun. Seeing Hinata still hesitating, Naruto squatted down and turned his back to her. Come on. Don't be shy. I'm very stable when carrying someone. I used to carry Iruka-sensei home when he was drunk. This statement caused the Nine Tails in the ceiling space to laugh uncontrollably. No way. This kid is actually comparing Iruka to Hinata? Minato could only cover his face. Son, this is not the time to bring up other men. Madara's mouth twitched. Fool. Hinata gazed at Naruto's broad back, feeling like she might evaporate. Trembling, she reached out her hand, gently resting it on his shoulder. But as soon as she made contact, she recoiled as if shocked. I still can't. Naruto looked back in confusion. What's wrong? Hinata, her head bowed, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. I'm too shy. Naruto scratched his head, suddenly having an idea. How about this? He swiftly turned around and picked Hinata up in a bridal carry. This way should be fine. Ugh. Hinata's eyes instantly widened, her entire body stiffening like a block of wood. Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, Shino, adjusting glasses. In the mental realm, the Nine Tails was laughing so hard. Its nine tails were flailing wildly. Ha! The young man is utterly oblivious to his actions. Minato, unable to bear the sight any longer, reflects. Although his approach is flawed, at least his intentions are sincere. In the real world, Hinata is on the verge of fainting, her face flushed with warmth as she clutches Naruto's shirt tightly. In Naruto-kun. Let me down. She stammers. Naruto, with a serious expression, insists, no, you're injured. I must take responsibility. Our responsibility. Hinata's voice rises abruptly, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of their future married life. Naruto nods affirmatively, asserting, indeed. I, Uzumaki Naruto, always keep my word. Since it was my negligence that caused your injury, I will certainly take care of you. With a thud, Hinata can no longer withstand the weight of the situation and faints, collapsing softly into Naruto's arms. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kiba observe. Hey, Shino, am I seeing things? Did Hinata just faint? Shino adjusts his glasses, confirming, no, you're not mistaken. The Nine Tails chuckles heartily. Ha! A single statement has sunk her. Is this kid a genius? Minato ponders his son's emotional intelligence. Son, the word responsibility should not be used lightly. Meanwhile, Obito recalls Hashirama from years past. They share a certain similarity in matters of the heart. However, Naruto is too preoccupied to hear the trio's conversation in the ceiling space. Alarmed at Hinata's unconsciousness, he shakes her frantically. Hey, Hinata, what's wrong? Wake up. Don't scare me. Sakura, unable to watch any longer, delivers a punch to Naruto's head. Idiot. Stop shaking her. She's just fainted from shyness. Rubbing his head in confusion, Naruto exclaims, huh? Shy? Why? Sasuke, weary of Naruto's ignorance, remarks, if you keep being this dense, you'll meet an untimely end. Ultimately, Sakura takes it upon herself to care for Hinata, while Naruto follows behind, utterly baffled by the implications of his earlier words. Without the burden of the merchant convoy, the group returns to Konoha in merely a day's time. The Jonin sensei reports on the mission, while the others disperse, awaiting the distribution of their commission. Soon, Hinata awakens. But upon seeing Naruto, her face reddens once more, and she quickly hides behind Sakura. Naruto scratches his head and approaches earnestly. Hinata, I meant what I said earlier. I will take responsibility for you. Thud. Hinata's head spins again, and she faints once more. Sakura, Holding Hinata, yells Naruto. Shut up. Sasuke instinctively distances himself from Naruto. This guy is hopeless. Kiba stifles a laugh. Haha. Naruto, what kind of ninja technique is this? One sentence and Hinata faints. Shino observes. An intriguing phenomenon. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales nearly laughs himself into a fit. Ha! Twice in a row. Is this kid a love assassin? Minato strokes his chin, contemplating future plans. It seems I must teach him how to converse with young ladies. This time, Obito does not object. Meanwhile, on the sea, Misaki stands at the bow of the ship, gazing at the horizon with clenched fists, resolute. Uzumaki Naruto, humph. The next time we meet, I will make you my man. Chapter 57. Sarutobi Kanomaru. On a day following their joint mission, Kakashi summons everyone to the 7th training ground. The trio quickly arrives at the designated location. Team 7, assemble. Kakashi's languid voice echoes. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura simultaneously look up to find their Jonin instructor standing at the center of the training ground, holding a sheet of paper. His gaze perpetually lackluster. Kakashi-sensei, you're late again. Naruto protests. This time, you're half an hour late. Sasuke casts a reproachful glance at Kakashi, while Sakura sighs, Kakashi-sensei. Is there a mission today? Kakashi scratches his head, leisurely handing over the paper. Well, you can see for yourselves. As they lean in to read, they discover it is a Chunin exam registration form. Chunin exam. Naruto exclaims, brimming with excitement. Wow, are we finally going to become Chunin? Sasuke smirks slightly. Finally. A challenge worthy of our skills. However, Sakura's expression shifts. Wait. We've only graduated for less than 3 months. Is it too soon to participate in the Chunin exam? As an academically inclined individual, Sakura is acutely aware that a Genin must undergo a year of practical training before attempting the Chunin exam, which is no trivial matter. It is a life-or-death competition. Yet Naruto and Sasuke seem undeterred. Naruto turns to her. Sakura, what are you afraid of? With me and Sasuke around, we'll be just fine. Sasuke, arms crossed, adds coolly, if we can't even face this exam, what use is there in being a ninja? Sakura bites her lip. But the Chunin exam is a competition among elite genin from various nations. Our lack of experience could lead to. As the trio debates, Kakashi yawns. Well, I've given you the registration form. It's up to you to decide. Just let me know your answer by tomorrow. With that, he vanishes with a puff of smoke. Naruto pouts. He ran away again. Sasuke contemplates. Let's each think it over and decide by tomorrow. Sakura nods in agreement. After parting ways with Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto strolls home, hands behind his head, murmuring, the Chunin exam. I wonder what kind of opponents I'll face. In the ceiling space, Minato explains. The Chunin exam is organized in conjunction with the 5 great nations. Obito scoffs, such a foolish act of revealing one's own strength. Minato shakes his head. No, Madara. The Chunin exam is not merely a test. It also serves to showcase one's national strength to other countries. A slight smile crosses Obito's lips. Oh? A show of force. How intriguing. At that moment, a commotion arises around the street corner. Hey kid, are you blind? A menacing voice bellows. Naruto turns to see a sand ninja gripping a child's collar, his face twisted in anger. The child, adorned with a long scarf and a bowl-like hat, struggles helplessly. Despite not knowing the child, Naruto intervenes. Hey, let him go. Help me. The child cries out, writhing in distress. What are you doing? Naruto rushes forward, seizing the sand ninja's wrist. Picking on a child is hardly impressive. The sand ninja smirks derisively. A leaf genin? Mind your own business. Naruto's eyes narrow. Release him. Humph. The sand ninja forcefully tosses the child aside and swings a fist at Naruto. Swiftly, Naruto sidesteps and delivers a kick to the ninja's abdomen, causing him to stagger back. You little brat. The ninja, eyes filled with malice, prepares to form hand seals when suddenly, a cold voice resonates from the shadows. Enough. Naruto freezes, a chill running down his spine. He turns slowly to see a red-haired boy standing in the shadows, a massive gourd on his back. His gaze is indifferent as that of a corpse. Aye, Gaara. The sand ninja stammers, lowering his head and retreating. Gaara ignores him, fixing his cold stare on Naruto. What is your name, Leaf Ninja? Naruto swallows hard, but stands tall. Uzumaki Naruto. And you? Uzumaki Naruto? Gaara repeats softly, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. I shall remember you. He strides forward, addressing the ninja with an icy demeanor. Release him. Yes. The sand ninja recoiled as if electrified, hastily releasing the child's hand. As the child scurried away, Gaara spoke up. I apologize. My companion has given you a poor impression. Although Gaara intended to apologize, his tone was chilling, resembling a mere statement rather than a genuine expression of regret. Once Gaara departed, the child cautiously peeked out from behind Naruto, trembling as he remarked, "That person is frightening." Naruto, his brow furrowed, gazed in the direction Gaara had taken, acknowledging, "That guy is strong." In the ceiling space, the Ninetales' tail flicked with agitation. "Hey, Naruto, that guy just now has the aura of a tailed beast." Surprised, Naruto responded, "So he is like me." Minato began to ponder. "The sand has even sent a Jinchuriki. We must be cautious in the upcoming exams." Madara, however, scoffed. "A mere tailed beast. Even if I summoned all the companions of that mutt fox, I could handle it." Yes, old Madara, you are the strongest." The Ninetales yawned, responding dismissively. Back in the real world, Naruto snapped back to reality, gently patting Konohamaru's head. "Are you all right? How did you get involved with them?" The child scratched his head. "I accidentally bumped into him." Konohamaru looked down, his small hands tightly gripping the hem of his shirt. The sand ninja's fierce visage lingered in his mind, making him tremble at the thought. He cautiously glanced at the golden-haired older brother before him. At that moment, Naruto crouched down to meet his gaze, his cerulean eyes devoid of impatience. "Konohamaru," he whispered, his voice barely audible. The mere utterance of his name made him instinctively shrink back. Each time he introduced himself, he would hear, "Ah, the grandson of the third Hokage." He loathed this, despising the perpetual shadow cast by his grandfather. "Konohamaru? So you are." Naruto's reaction seems to mirror everyone else's. Konohamaru's heart sank as he mechanically nodded. "Yes. My surname is Sarutobi." Here we go again. The same predictable pleasantries. The third Hokage's grandson? Naruto's voice unexpectedly rose, but contrary to Konohamaru's expectations, it held no trace of the insincere flattery he was accustomed to, only pure astonishment, akin to discovering a speaking kitten by the roadside. Even more astonishing was that this golden-haired older brother addressed his grandfather as third grandpa rather than the respectful third Hokage. Konohamaru's head shot up, scrutinizing him closely. The sun-kissed hair, the feline-like whiskers on his cheeks, and those eyes clearer than the sky. "You are Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you?" Konohamaru blurted out, his heart racing. He recalled the special ninja dossier in his grandfather's study, remembering the complex expression of both frustration and admiration when his grandfather mentioned that name. Naruto appeared momentarily taken aback. "Oh, you know me?" Konohamaru felt a sudden warmth in his cheeks. Summoning his courage, he involuntarily raised his voice. "Yes. The ninja even my grandfather cannot handle." Realizing what he had just said, he quickly covered his mouth in shock. "Oh no, I just revealed my grandfather's private opinion." "Huh, am I really that strong?" Naruto scratched his head, a puzzled expression that made Konohamaru want to laugh. This older brother was truly unique, despite being acknowledged by the Hokage. He showed no signs of arrogance. Konohamaru nodded vigorously, his face displaying an unprecedented seriousness. "Yes. Grandpa admitted you are strong. Anyone recognized by Grandpa must be formidable." As he spoke, his voice grew more resolute. In that moment, he suddenly understood what he sought. Not the insincere flattery associated with being the third Hokage's grandson, but rather a role model like Naruto, someone he could genuinely admire. Observing Naruto's bashful reaction to the praise, Konohamaru took a deep breath. Making the most significant decision of his life, he stood tall, summoning all his strength to exclaim, "So, please teach me how to become stronger, Naruto brother." Naruto stroked his chin. "I'm not really good at teaching. If you insist on following me, it will be quite challenging. I'm not afraid of any difficulties as long as I can surpass my grandfather," Konohamaru blurted out, then realized he had inadvertently revealed his innermost thoughts and hurriedly lowered his head. He had never shared this aspiration with anyone, not even his closest teacher, Ebisu. "Why do you want to surpass the third Hokage?" Naruto's question pierced his heart. Konohamaru's nails unconsciously dug into his palm. The long-suppressed grievances suddenly erupted. "I am always referred to as the third's grandson." His voice began to tremble. "No matter what I do, the praise I receive is always as expected of the third Hokage's grandson. I work hard, yet my achievements are forever overshadowed by the third Hokage's name." He couldn't continue. Tears welled in his eyes. These feelings had been bottled up too long enough for him to nearly forget his true self. "So you want to break free from the third Hokage's name and have everyone recognize you instead, right?" Naruto's voice turned unusually gentle. imbued with a resonance that Konoha couldn't quite grasp. He looked up abruptly, tears finally spilling over. He nodded vigorously, his small frame trembling with emotion. Yes. This older brother, whom he had known for only a few minutes, truly understood his feelings. Then let us work hard together. In that moment, Konoha resolved that no matter how arduous the path, he would strive to become a ninja whose name would be remembered by all, just like Naruto. Chapter 58. The Legendary Sannin. Jiraiya. The next morning, at the 7th training ground, Kakashi leaned against a training post, idly toying with the Chunin exam registration form. His single eye narrowed slightly, shifting his gaze between the 3 students. All right, have you all made your decisions? Kakashi's voice was languid, yet carried an undeniable seriousness. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he recalled his encounter with Gaara from the previous day. The murderous intent in his eyes sending chills down his spine. Yet, it was this very sense of pressure that ignited the fire within him. I've decided. Naruto abruptly lifted his head, his azure eyes ablaze with determination. We will participate in the Chunin exam. His voice echoed across the empty training ground, as though declaring war on the world. Sasuke smirked coldly, his arms crossed, long fingers unconsciously tapping against his elbow. The pride of the Uchiha clan surged through his veins. He craved stronger opponents and harsher trials. Of course, the simple response carried an unyielding conviction. A flicker of crimson glimmered in the depths of his dark eyes. Sakura anxiously fiddled with the hem of her shirt, recalling the Chunin exam materials she had reviewed yesterday, the daunting 70 elimination rate causing her stomach to twist painfully. Yet, when she stole a glance at her 2 companions, witnessing the fiery determination in Naruto's eyes and the resolute expression on Sasuke's face, warmth surged within her. All right then. She inhaled deeply, her emerald eyes gradually firming. But we must be fully prepared. Although her voice trembled, it now carried a hint of resolve. Kakashi's eye curved into a crescent, a look of approval shining through. Good. You all qualify. Why is that? Naruto asked, bewildered, his golden hair glistening in the morning light. Kakashi tucked the registration form into his ninja tool pouch, his tone suddenly serious. The Chunin exam is a team exam, so if only 1 or 2 of you participate, you will not be able to register. He gazed with satisfaction at the expressions of shock on the faces of the 3 students. This was the ultimate test. Huh, Kakashi-sensei, are you testing us again? Naruto exclaimed, flailing his arms dramatically, yet a warm current surged within him. It turned out that their teacher had been quietly observing their growth. Kakashi turned to leave, his silver hair gently swaying in the morning breeze. Life's trials are numerous, he remarked, glancing back at them with a suddenly light-hearted tone. All right, I'll go submit the registration forms. Prepare yourselves, the exam begins in a few days. With that, he vanished with a loud bang, leaving only a few fallen leaves in his wake. After a brief silence in the training ground, Sakura spoke up first. I want to join the medical class to learn healing ninjutsu. Her voice grew increasingly resolute. In team battles, medical ninjas are indispensable. Sasuke scoffed, do as you wish. Though Sasuke appeared indifferent, he genuinely cared for Sakura's decision. His gaze then shifted to Naruto. Are you up for a spar? Sounds perfect. Naruto rubbed his fists together. Watch me knock you out. The 2 soon arrived at a secluded mountain spring outside the village. The crystal-clear water bubbled forth from the rocks, shimmering under the sunlight. Just as Naruto assumed his stance, Sasuke suddenly raised a finger to his lips. Shoo, did you hear that? Amid the faint sound of flowing water, there was a subtle rustling. Following Sasuke's gaze, they spotted an older man with white hair crouched behind a rock, peering intently through binoculars at the other side of the spring. What is that old man doing? Naruto wondered aloud, only to find a group of girls bathing there. That perverted old man is spying on the kunoichi. Naruto shouted indignantly. Sasuke's eyes flashed with disdain. Boring. Yet his hand had already reached for a shuriken. Hey, you over there, you creep. Naruto dashed forward. The white-haired man was startled, hastily retracting his binoculars. He turned to reveal a face adorned with red-eye makeup. You little brats, ruining someone's good time will bring retribution. Cut the chatter, Naruto declared, throwing a punch. Take this. As Naruto charged, Sasuke skillfully hurled 3 shuriken, blocking the man's escape route. However, in the next moment, they were both taken aback. Jiraiya's figure flickered like a ghost, effortlessly evading all attacks. He pressed one hand on Naruto's head and seized Sasuke's wrist, holding them firmly in place. Let me go? Naruto struggled desperately. Quiet down. Kids, Jiraiya hissed. If they find us. Before he could finish, a piercing scream shattered the air. Pervert. 3 kunoichi wrapped in towels came rushing towards them. Jiraiya's expression changed drastically as he prepared to flee, only to discover that Naruto and Sasuke had clung tightly to his legs. You too. Jiraiya's eyes widened. You want to escape. Naruto gritted his teeth. Perverts deserve punishment. Sasuke held on resolutely. Slap. 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 After 3 resounding slaps, 3 men with swollen cheeks found themselves by the mountain spring. Shortly thereafter, in the corridors of the Konoha hospital, Naruto and Sasuke held their still warm cheeks, colliding with the equally bruised Jiraiya. It's all your fault, you brats. Jiraiya fumed. You ruined my perfect material gathering plan. The perverted old man was clearly in the wrong. Naruto retorted defiantly. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Who exactly are you? That level of skill. Upon hearing their inquiries, Jiraiya suddenly wore a mysterious smile, as if a switch had been flipped. Good question. Listen well, I am one of the legendary Sannin, the sage of Mount Myaboku, and the author of the best-selling book Ika Paradise. Naruto looked utterly bewildered. Who? Sasuke's pupils narrowed. The legendary Sannin Naruto was taken aback. Do you know him? Sasuke shot him an exasperated look. Idiot, the Sannin of Konoha are renowned throughout the ninja world. Haven't you read about them in history books? Faced with Sasuke's gaze, Naruto could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly, looking away. That haha. In the ceiling space, Minato felt embarrassed, wishing to find a hole to hide in. Jiraiya-sensei, your first impression is quite poor. Naruto questioned, Dad, what do you call him? Minato replied, Jiraiya is my teacher. Huh. Naruto expressed disbelief. His father was a paragon of virtue. How could his teacher be such a perverted old man? Noticing Naruto's disdain for Jiraiya, the Ninetales laughed heartily. No wonder the 4th Hokage looks like that. I want as well. Obito scoffed. His strength is impressive, but his character leaves much to be desired. In the real world, Jiraiya, upon seeing Naruto's golden hair and blue eyes, couldn't help but recall his student Minato. Meanwhile, the other boy, with black hair and black eyes, was unmistakably from the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya laughed heartily, patting Naruto and Sasuke on the shoulders. It seems we are destined to meet. As an apology, how about I teach you a few techniques? I guarantee you'll excel in the Chunin exams. Sasuke watched him warily. What is your motive? Motive? Jiraiya stroked his chin. I want to see how far you can go. Naruto hesitated, glancing at Sasuke, who nodded slightly. Despite his eccentric approach, the man's strength was undeniably profound. Deal. Naruto extended his hand. But if you dare spy on girls bathing again, that was research. Artistic research. Jiraiya corrected him with righteous indignation. Thus, following this unexpected encounter, the 2 boys of Team 7 commenced their special training with the legendary Sannin, unaware that this chance meeting would irrevocably alter their paths as ninjas. Chapter 59. The Training of the Frog Sage in the 7th Training Ground. Jiraiya stood in the center with his arms crossed, his white hair gently swaying in the breeze. He squinted at the 2 boys before him, a playful smile gracing his lips. Come on, kids, let me see what you're made of. Jiraiya beckoned with a finger. It's fine to come at me together. That is what you said. Naruto exclaimed, eagerly forming hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a surge of chakra, 10 clones instantly appeared, surrounding Jiraiya. Sasuke's eyes swiftly transitioned to Sharingan, the Tomo within spinning slowly. This surprised Jiraiya. You've awakened your Sharingan at such a young age. That talent would rank among the top in any Uchiha generation. Sasuke lowered his center of gravity, his right hand crackling with piercing lightning. Chidori. Oh, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Kakashi taught you that as well. With the shrill cry of Chidori resonating, Sasuke darted forward like a lightning bolt. Meanwhile, Naruto's clones charged from all directions. Good coordination, Jiraiya chuckled softly, his form suddenly blurring. Sasuke's Chidori pierced through an afterimage, while Naruto's clones collided into one another. Behind you. Sasuke's Sharingan caught Jiraiya's movement, prompting him to spin around swiftly. However, it was too late. Jiraiya's hand had already gently tapped the back of his neck. Your Sharingan has good insight, but your body cannot keep up, Jiraiya remarked, simultaneously sweeping Naruto's original self off his feet. The ensuing battle was a lopsided affair. No matter how many shadow clones Naruto conjured or how accurately Sasuke predicted Jiraiya's movements, Jiraiya effortlessly countered every attack. What astonished Sasuke the most was how Jiraiya could precisely dodge the trajectory of his lightning attacks the moment he unleashed Chidori. 10 minutes later, The two boys sat breathless on the ground, while Jiraiya appeared completely unfazed. Damn it, I can't land a hit. Naruto lamented, pounding the ground in frustration. Sasuke clenched his fists, his Sharingan filled with dissatisfaction. Is this the power of the Sannin? Jiraiya pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Sasuke, your mastery of lightning release is commendable. However, I am not well versed in it. For that, you should consult Kakashi. But I can certainly teach you fire release. Turning to Naruto, he continued, as for you, I am somewhat surprised. Your taijutsu exceeds my expectations, and your control over chakra is quite impressive. Naruto grinned widely, exclaiming, really? Really? Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression turned enigmatic as he declared, I've made up my mind. I shall teach you the summoning technique. Upon hearing this new jutsu, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Summoning technique? Jiraiya relished the moment, elaborating, indeed. By using your blood to sign a contract with animals, you can summon them. It is a space-time ninjutsu that anyone can learn. With this, Jiraiya bit his finger and swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and a gigantic toad, Fukasaku, appeared on the training ground, a pipe clasped in its mouth. Jiraiya, why have you summoned me again? Fukasaku asked impatiently. Haha, don't be so cold. Allow me to introduce you to two newcomers, Jiraiya said, patting his friend's head. Fukasaku glanced down at the two boys and chuckled. Oh, how interesting. Jiraiya has taken on apprentices. Sasuke and Naruto stood in awe of Fukasaku's size, their mouths agape. Sensing the opportune moment, Jiraiya retrieved a scroll from behind him and unfurled it before them. It contained the names of all humans who had signed contracts with Mount Myaboku throughout the ages, the last being none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. So, it's my father's summoning beast, Naruto thought, a smile spreading across his face at the realization of sharing the same summoning creature as his father. Jiraiya explained, by using your blood to sign your name and pressing your handprint, you can summon the Toad Clan's creatures. Without hesitation, Naruto bit his finger and signed the contract. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, considering the potential for increased power before also signing. All right, now let us give it a try. Jiraiya instructed. Remember the hand seal sequence I just taught you, and the summoning technique requires precise chakra control. I got it. Naruto exclaimed eagerly, smearing blood across his palm. He completed the hand seals and slapped his hand on the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. As the smoke cleared, a tiny toad appeared at his feet. Naruto exclaimed, Jiraiya, while Sasuke simply muttered, Pfft. The small toad looked up. Hey, a new contract holder? I'm called Toad Gishi. Naruto, bewildered, shouted, Hey, why are you so small? Before he could finish his complaint, Fukasaku interjected, What's that? You little brat, do you look down on my son? Naruto quickly laughed nervously, No. As Naruto struggled to contain his frustration, the Ninetales could not hold back, and its crimson chakra began to surge. You foul toad, do you seek death? Calm down. There's no need to fight right now, Jiraiya urged. However, in the next moment, Obito appeared, standing atop the Ninetales' head in his Susanoo form. While Minato rushed in to placate the situation, Obito remained composed. Naruto needs more power. Your reckless behavior could ruin everything. Humph. The Ninetales sulked, turning its head away. In the real world, witnessing Naruto summon his creature, Jiraiya sighed. It's your chakra control that's the issue. Taking Jiraiya's advice, Sasuke smirked at Naruto and declared, Watch this. He completed the hand seals, summoning technique. Boom. A toad that resembled Toad Gishi in size, but was yellow instead appeared before Sasuke. Oh, you summoned me on your first try. Not bad. Toad Ryu praised. Sasuke merely responded with a nonchalant expression, while Naruto burst into laughter. Jiraiya, slightly exasperated, couldn't he believe that these two talents had only summoned such small toads on their first attempts. After imparting the summoning technique, Jiraiya took Sasuke aside and said, Next, I will teach you a fire release technique. Demonstrating, Jiraiya formed the hand seals. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. A blazing fireball shot forth, incinerating a distant target. Sasuke's Sharingan meticulously recorded every detail as he attempted the hand seals. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. Although his attack lacked the strength of Jiraiya's, the cohesion of the flames was markedly superior to his previous techniques. Not bad. Try again, Jiraiya encouraged. After a full day of training, Naruto finally succeeded in summoning a toad of normal size, while Sasuke not only mastered the fireball jutsu, but also summoned Toad Ryu to assist in battle. Jiraiya gazed at the two with satisfaction. Let us call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow. Exhausted, Naruto collapsed onto the ground. I'm dead tired. Sasuke, though weary, had a glint of excitement in his eyes. He had never imagined he would form a contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku. And this new combat method opened up a world of possibilities. As the sun set, Jiraiya watched the two youths depart, a knowing smile gracing his face. It seemed the new generation of Konoha was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Chapter 60. Jiraiya's shock. 2 consecutive days of intensive training had led to a noticeable enhancement in Naruto and Sasuke's abilities. On the first day, Jiraiya focused on guiding Naruto in mastering the chakra distribution for the summoning technique. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, beads of sweat formed on Naruto's forehead as his hands trembled slightly while forming the seals. Concentrate. Jiraiya squatted beside him, lightly tapping his head with a twig. The summoning technique relies not on brute strength, but on precise chakra control. I know. Naruto grimaced, rubbing the spot where he had been tapped. Taking a deep breath before forming the seals again. Summoning technique. Boom. A cloud of white smoke dispersed, revealing a toad of normal size. It blinked its round eyes and surveyed its surroundings. Finally, you can summon a larger toad consistently. I did it. Naruto exclaimed, leaping for joy, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Jiraiya nodded in approval and turned to observe Sasuke. The black-haired youth practiced fire release against a distant rock, his Sharingan subtly rotating as he expertly controlled the flow of chakra. Fire release, fireball jutsu. The searing fireball shot forth, exploding upon impact with the rock, shattering it into fragments, some even melting at the edges. Not bad, kid, Jiraiya whistled, impressed by the power of Sasuke's technique, which surpassed that of a standard fireball. Sasuke wiped the sweat from his brow, a slight smirk on his lips. Humph, I'm still far from it. He had witnessed Itachi's fire release, which far exceeded his own fireball jutsu. However, the second day of training took an unexpected turn. Jiraiya mysteriously produced a water balloon from his robes and waved it in front of Naruto. Today, I'll teach you something new. Naruto tilted his head, confusion evident in his azure eyes. A water balloon? Exactly. Jiraiya beamed with pride. Use your chakra to destroy this water balloon from the inside. This is the Rasengan? Naruto interjected, extending his right hand, palm up. In the next instant, blue chakra began to swirl rapidly, emitting a piercing hum, as a perfect Rasengan formed in his palm. Jiraiya's smile froze, his mouth agape in disbelief. When did you learn this? My dad taught me. Naruto replied cheerfully, watching the Rasengan gradually dissipate. Back in the land of waves, he hadn't quite mastered it, so he had allowed Sasuke to use Chidori against Haku. Later, when he became proficient, their enemies had merely been bandits, rendering the Rasengan unnecessary. Thus, this was Naruto's first time forming a Rasengan in front of someone else. Your father? Minato? Jiraiya's voice rose sharply, his eyes widening in shock. Yes, Naruto nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. In truth, he didn't mind sharing this detail, as no one would believe it anyway. Aside from the previous conversation with Naruto has indeed spoken to many others. However, apart from no one believes him. After all, one is a legendary Uchiha ninja, and the other is the fourth Hokage. Who would believe that these two figures are the father of Naruto, an orphan? As for the reason, except for the third Hokage and Kakashi from Konoha, as well as Shisui and Itachi, everyone else who believed in this matter has already been silenced by Madara. Jiraiya's expression shifted from shock to confusion and finally to profound skepticism. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly pressed his hand against Naruto's forehead. Wait a moment. I need to confirm something. The instant chakra flowed, his consciousness was pulled into Naruto's mental world. As soon as Jiraiya's feet touched the water surface, he saw a familiar figure, golden hair, a warm smile, and that iconic Hokage cloak. Jiraiya-sensei greeted Minato Namikaze with a smile. Is it really you? Jiraiya's voice quivered. His gaze lingered on Minato for quite some time, as if to confirm that this was not an illusion. Memories of the Nine Tails incident surged back. If only he could have returned to Konoha in time. Hey, don't wear that expression. Minato shook his head helplessly. I'm not blaming you. Jiraiya took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. At that moment, he noticed the man standing beside Minato, clad in dark armor, with unruly black hair and a pair of Sharingan eyes that seemed capable of seeing through everything, the patterns unmistakably belonging to the Manjiki. You are. Jiraiya's nerves instantly tensed. Uchiha Madara, the man stated coolly. Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply, and his body instinctively adopted a defensive posture. The legendary ninja? Why are you here? Minato offered a wry smile and explained, that's a long story. Madara scoffed, it's nothing to make a fuss about. Cold sweat beaded on Jiraiya's forehead as his mind raced. The legendary Shura of the ninja world is actually residing within Naruto? Does the third Hokage know? No. Judging by Minato's demeanor, they seem to coexist relatively peacefully. At that moment, Madara suddenly spoke. Since you know Minato, you should be able to get close to Naruto. Spend more time with him outside. Huh. Jiraiya thought he misheard. Madara continued. We can only reside within his body. We cannot accompany him physically, hence his life is solitary. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, surprised that the legendary Uchiha Madara would actually care about a young boy's growth. Madara's sharp gaze turned towards him. Is there a problem? No. It's just. Jiraiya scratched his face. I heard that Uchiha Madara is ruthless and heartless. Who spread that rumor? Madara's expression darkened instantly, and the chakra around him became agitated. Damn it, claiming I'm brutal is one thing, but if it weren't for Hashirama's intervention, I would have single-handedly annihilated the 5 great nations. But what does heartless even mean? He actually cares about family. Minato quickly intervened. All right, that is not important. Jiraiya-sensei, I entrust Naruto to you. Jiraiya's expression softened. Don't worry, this kid is far more capable than I imagined. He paused, suddenly realizing something. Wait. So Naruto's taijutsu and chakra control are taught by me. Madara crossed his arms, a hint of pride in his tone. And me. The voice of the Nine Tails suddenly echoed from the darkness, followed by the appearance of a massive fox. The reason this kid has such an immense chakra reserve is thanks to me. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Goodness. This lineup is too extravagant. Minato smiled and added, so, about the Rasengan. I understand. Jiraiya nodded, his expression turning serious. In that case, I shall teach him something different. In the real world, Naruto watched as Jiraiya rested his hand on his head, his expression shifting constantly. Naruto called out, Hey, pervy sage. What are you daydreaming about? Jiraiya retracted his hand, gazing at the golden-haired youth before him with a complex expression. He suddenly reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair. You little brat, with such a formidable tutor, what more do I need to teach? Huh. Naruto looked bewildered. Sasuke stood not far away, seemingly practicing shuriken techniques, yet his ears were perked up. He keenly sensed the change in Jiraiya's attitude. A hint of confusion flashing in his Sharingan. What other secrets does that underachiever hide? However, Naruto had actually confided his secret to him long ago, but he simply didn't believe it. Meanwhile, Sakura was intently focused on the chakra thread in her hand. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, her green eyes unwavering. Good. Maintain this rhythm, the leader of the medical team instructed from the side. In medical ninjutsu, stability and precision are paramount. Sakura bit her lip, the light of chakra flickering at her fingertips. Although she couldn't yet master advanced healing like the sage arts, basic bleeding control and pain relief posed no challenge for her. I must become stronger, she vowed silently. I can't hold everyone back anymore. Outside, the glow of the setting sun bathed the streets of Konoha. The final preparations before the CH-NIN exams were underway, tense yet orderly. Chapter 61. The CH-NIN exams officially begin at the venue of the CH-NIN exams. Team 7 gathered early at the entrance, each displaying different expressions. Kakashi leaned against a tree, his silver hair concealing his left eye, while his right eye was focused intently on the book Ika Paradise, not even lifting his head. The rules are simple. Come back alive. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto waved his fists in discontent. What kind of encouragement is that? Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, his dark eyes flickering beneath his black hair, remarked, just don't hold us back. Sakura took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously entwined. I will do my best. Kakashi finally looked up from his book, his visible right eye curving into a crescent moon. Well, good luck to you all. The three exchanged glances and sighed, seemingly accustomed to Kakashi's demeanor. Together, they pushed open the door to the exam hall. However, the sight inside left them momentarily stunned. The venue was bustling with voices, ninjas from various villages such as Sunagakure, Amagakure, Kusagakure, and Otogakure gathered in groups. Gaara from Sunagakure stood in a corner, his massive gourd on his back, his icy gaze exuding a do-not-approach aura. Kankuro held a puppet raven, his face adorned with purple patterns. Temari leaned against the wall, her oversized fan resting in front of her. On the other side, the ninjas from Amigakure wore breathing masks, revealing only their emotionless eyes, obscuring their faces and intentions. Newly formed Otogakure ninjas, wrapped in bandages, emanated a chilling aura. As for the Kusagakure ninjas, they were burly, each carrying exaggeratedly large swords on their backs. Sakura's pupils slightly constricted, and she unconsciously swallowed. Who are all these people? Her fingers tightened around her clothing, a hint of fear creeping in. Yet, Naruto's reaction was entirely different. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a broad smile spread across his face. Wow, are these the ninjas from other villages? He rubbed his hands together eagerly, his enthusiasm palpable. Sasuke's black eyes scanned the crowd like a blade. Humph, mostly weaklings. His voice was low yet carried an undeniable arrogance. Forget about them, let us move. Just as the three prepared to enter, a voice interrupted. Wait a moment. A green figure dashed in front of them like a whirlwind. The newcomer was quick, and both Naruto and Sasuke only registered his presence when he stood before them. Sporting a watermelon head, thick eyebrows, and a tight outfit, even Naruto, who typically paid no mind to fashion, felt a twinge of disdain. The green-clad watermelon head executed a textbook-perfect 90-degree bow, blocking their path. Hello, I am Rock Lee, a genin from Konoha. Sasuke's expression instantaneously turned cold, the corners of his mouth curving downward ever so slightly. Naruto blinked, revealing a friendly smile. Oh, hello there. Sakura forced out a polite smile. Hello. Her gaze lingered on Lee's tight-fitting outfit for a brief moment before swiftly darting away. Lee straightened up, his eyes sparkling with an almost starry brilliance. I've heard that you are the geniuses of this generation, especially Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. He suddenly clenched his fist, his blood surging with excitement as he exclaimed, I would like to spar with you. Naruto scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. It might not be convenient right now. We have an exam coming up. Sasuke walked past him without a glance. Move aside. However, Lee persistently chased after them. Wait. Although I do not know ninjutsu or jinjutsu. My taijutsu, sorry. Naruto turned around, displaying an apologetic expression, his hands pressed together in a gesture of contrition. Let us talk after the exam. Without so much as a backward glance, Sasuke continued forward. Boring. Lee was momentarily frozen, as if all color had drained from him, standing still in place. A gust of autumn wind swept by, stirring up a few fallen leaves, adding to the desolation. Noticing this, Sakura hurriedly ran over to bow an apology. I'm sorry. My teammate can be a bit, rude. She lifted her head, only to meet Lee's tear-filled eyes. What a sweet and gentle girl she is. Suddenly, Lee knelt on one knee, producing a vibrant red rose from seemingly nowhere. Please go out with me. Huh. Sakura's expression froze, her pale green pupils constricting violently, her lips trembling slightly. I swear I will protect you with my life. My youthful fire burns only for you, Lee passionately declared, his thick eyebrows dancing with excitement. There was even an impulse to unleash his chakra. Eek! Sakura let out a startled cry, reflexively grabbing Naruto and Sasuke by their collars, dragging them towards the examination hall with astonishing strength. Run, hurry. Wait, at least tell me your name. Lee's voice faded into the distance. After shaking off Lee, Sakura released her grip, bending over to catch her breath. That was too terrifying. Her cheeks flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Naruto, while adjusting his disheveled collar, chuckled helplessly. Sakura, you don't have to be so dramatic. Sasuke, with an expression of exasperation, was fixing his crooked collar. Just ignore that kind of person. Just then, indeed, the ninjas of Konoha are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. A chilling voice slithered into the ears of the trio from behind, akin to a venomous serpent. They abruptly turned to see Gaara from Sunagakure, coldly staring at them. The gourd on his back radiated an ominous aura, and his emotionless teal eyes, shadowed by dark circles, gazed at them as if they were mere corpses. Kankuro stood beside him, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Temari partially concealed her face with a fan, her eyes scrutinizing. Naruto's expression turned serious. What did you say? Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the tomo spinning slowly. Do you want to fight? Sakura instinctively took a half step back, but quickly forced herself to stand firm, her legs still trembling slightly. Gaara's lips curled into a sinister smile. I hope you survive the second round of the CH-NIN exams. With his words, the atmosphere around them felt as though it had thickened. After speaking, Gaara strode into the examination venue with his two teammates. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails narrowed its eyes and remarked, "Umph. Just a Jinchuriki of Shikaku, how arrogant." However, Minato sensed the chaotic chakra flowing within Gaara. That childish-tailed beast is quite unstable. Obito scoffed at Minato's reaction, a mere one-tailed Jinchuriki. If he dares to act recklessly, I'll turn him into a cat. Chapter 62, an exam? Or cheating? The trio from Team 7 arrived at the examination hall and found their seats according to the names on the desks. They were not seated together. But they were not worried, as they were the top 3 in overall scores. What exam could they possibly fail? Soon, Naruto noticed that his desk neighbor was Hinata. Hinata? We're desk partners. Hinata shyly nodded in agreement. However, before Naruto could familiarize himself with the person beside him, the noisy chatter in the hall fell silent with the heavy door slamming shut. Over 300 genin sat neatly in closely arranged desks, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Beside him, Hinata shyly glanced at Naruto, her heart brimming with happiness and excitement. "Everyone, quiet down." A deep, gravelly voice resonated from the direction of the podium. Startled, Hinata quickly averted her gaze, only to see Naruto sitting upright with a sudden tension in his posture. At that moment, a man, his face marred with scars, entered the room. His voice was as rough as sandpaper. "I am the chief examiner for the first test, Marino Ibiki." With that, Ibiki slammed a stack of test papers onto the table, coldly announcing, "Now, I will declare the rules of the exam." In the ceiling space, Minato was slightly taken aback. "So it's Ibiki from the interrogation division." Obito turned his head, a look of disdain on his face. "Is he really that impressive?" Minato replied with a faint smile. "I wouldn't say impressive, but as the head of Konoha's interrogation division, it is said he can extract information from the mouths of the dead." The Nine-Tails, intrigued, chimed in, "Oh, that is interesting." Meanwhile, in the real world, Ibiki rapped the blackboard. Rule number 1. Each person starts with 10 points, with a total of 10 questions. For each incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. He paused, his lips curling into a dangerous arc. Rule number 2. The total score of each team must reach 20 points to pass. An uproar erupted in the examination hall. "What?" Naruto abruptly stood, the chair screeching against the floor. "That's unfair." Hinata's heart leaped into her throat. She noticed Ibiki's sharp gaze slicing through Naruto, instinctively tightening her grip on her pen. "Don't be impulsive." She mustered the courage to tug at Naruto's clothes, though her hands trembled. Ibiki sneered. "What I say is the rule. You may choose not to abide by it, but I will kick you out immediately." This retort left Naruto speechless, and he reluctantly sat back down. Ibiki's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the others before continuing. Rule number 3. If caught cheating, 2 points will be deducted. He paused once more, and the final rule. If any individual scores 0 points, the entire team will be eliminated. The moment the test papers were distributed, Naruto's face turned pale. This was no ordinary exam. It was akin to an UMBU training examination. The questions were densely packed with coded messages, tactical analysis, and advanced chakra theories. Naruto couldn't even begin to comprehend the questions, let alone answer them. This was entirely beyond the curriculum of the Ninja Academy. In the ceiling space, Minato expressed his interest. "These are advanced questions. This is certainly not an examination meant for genin." Obito smiled slightly. It seems this exam was never intended to be a simple test from the very beginning. The Nine-Tails, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you worried? That kid can't answer a single question." Minato, however, was unconcerned. "If I'm not mistaken, the purpose of this exam is not to answer these questions, but to achieve another goal. If that goal is accomplished, even a blank paper can suffice to pass." At this moment, Naruto remained oblivious to the conversation in the ceiling space, his anxious scratching of his head causing Hinata great concern. Through her Byakugan's perspective, she could clearly see Naruto's test paper, which was completely blank. "This is bad." Naruto rested his forehead on the desk, emitting a desperate groan. His golden hair shone brightly under the sunlight, yet it lost its usual luster due to his disheartened demeanor. On the other hand, Sasuke and Sakura, having seen the questions, were equally dismayed. Sasuke was taken aback by the difficulty of the questions, while Sakura swiftly began to answer based on her years of knowledge. Suddenly, an Odonin was seized. "Cheating, deducting 2 points. Candidates 3, 50, and 91 are disqualified," announced the proctor, a cold jonin. "What? You bastard." The disqualified candidates were promptly expelled. Naruto lifted his gaze towards the returning proctors, feeling a sense of urgency. I need to find a way. Hinata bit her lip, torn within. She understood that cheating was against the rules, yet witnessing Naruto's distress prompted her to contemplate how to assist him in cheating. Meanwhile, Sasuke quickly grasped the true purpose of the exam, which was to test their information-gathering abilities, essentially, to cheat. With clarity, he scanned the room and soon focused on a fellow candidate who was writing fervently. Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke began to replicate the answers in real time. Soon, he had transcribed one answer after another. Others, too, discovered their own means to succeed in the exam. The Suna trio, led by Gaara, utilized sand to form a sensory organ, connecting to the air to facilitate cheating. Kankuro blended his puppets among the proctors, obtaining answers under the guise of a restroom break, while assisting Temari in her attempts. The Ino Shikicho trio devised a unique strategy. Ino employed the mind transfer technique to copy Sakura's answers, subsequently sharing them with Shikamaru and Choji. Meanwhile, the Otonin capitalized on the varying sounds of others' writing to discern their answers. Tintin ingeniously manipulated ninja tools, using mirrors hidden in the ceiling to relay reflected answers. Thus began a silent yet earnest contest. However, halfway through the exam, Hinata noticed Naruto's deteriorating condition. His back was drenched in sweat, his golden hair stuck to his forehead, and his azure eyes lacked their usual sparkle. Naruto-kun, she silently called, unconsciously resting her fingers upon her chest. Through her Byakugan, she could see Naruto's chakra flow becoming erratic, indicating extreme anxiety. When a Reinin team was expelled for cheating, Hinata saw Naruto flinch. She yearned to approach him, even just to offer a word of encouragement. But the exam rules strictly prohibited communication. As the clock ticked to the final hour, Ibiki suddenly rapped on the podium. Now, I will announce the rules for question 10. His voice commanded silence, compelling everyone to hold their breath, pondering whether to respond or abstain. Choosing not to answer would disqualify the entire team, forcing them to retake the exam. Conversely, responding incorrectly would result in a permanent loss of eligibility for the Chunin exams. The examination room erupted in chaos. Hinata watched as Naruto's complexion turned ashen, and her heart twisted in concern. Discontent arose among the candidates. This is absurd. Ibiki merely smirked. Absurd? I already stated. My word is law. You may choose to disregard it, but know that I will expel you. The prospect of answering, risking eternal disqualification from the Chunin exams, weighed heavily on the candidates. I want to withdraw. Under immense pressure, candidates began raising their hands to exit one by one. Hinata anxiously glanced at Naruto, who was fixated on the desk, his fists turning white from clenching. Sakura and Sasuke also worried for him, acutely aware that such questions were beyond Naruto's capabilities. They had learned far beyond the curriculum, yet Naruto and Sasuke were merely average students, unable to answer. Sakura had observed Sasuke's confident demeanor, indicating he had devised a solution, while Naruto wore a defeated expression, signaling he had not found a means to cheat. In the stifling examination hall, the air felt almost solid. The breaths of over 300 genin rose and fell in unison, beads of sweat forming on each brow. Ibiki, standing at the podium, surveyed the candidates with a scarred visage reminiscent of a predator awaiting its prey. Choose to answer or not. His voice was grating, like sandpaper. If you answer incorrectly, you will lose your eligibility for the Chunin exams permanently. This statement struck like a stone cast into a serene lake, causing the room to erupt. Hinata cautiously lifted her gaze, her Byakugan revealing the frantic heart rates of her fellow candidates. In the front row, Kiba was agitatedly tugging at his hair. Choji forgot to snack on chips, and even the typically composed Shikamaru furrowed his brow. They had come to take the Chunin exam, yet now faced the prospect of never advancing. This is absurd. I want to withdraw. As the pressure mounted, more candidates chose to abandon the exam. The announcements of disqualified candidates echoed like a relentless drumbeat in everyone's hearts. Naruto remained fixated on the desk, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned blue. His back was soaked with sweat, his uniform clinging to him, accentuating his youthful frame. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the silence. We will not give up. Naruto sprang to his feet, the chair scraping against the floor. His golden hair glistened in the sunlight, his blue eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. Hinata's heart skipped a beat. Through her Byakugan, she could see his legs trembling slightly, yet his upright posture radiated remarkable resolve. That unwavering spirit of perseverance was what she admired most. Ibiki narrowed his eyes, shadows cast by his scars. Oh? Even if you remain a genin forever? So what? Naruto's fist struck the desk with a resounding thud, echoing throughout the examination hall. I, Naruto Uzumaki, mean what I say? Even if I have to be a genin for life, I will become Hokage. The room fell into stunned silence. No one anticipated such fervor from the typically naive boy. However, Naruto's declaration rippled through the stillness like a stone tossed into a quiet pond. And I too. Hinata was astonished to see the previously oppressive atmosphere transform completely. Candidates began to rise, inspired by Naruto's words, their fear replaced by determination. One individual slammed his hands on the table. What nonsense! How could we possibly back down here? Choji tightened his grip on his pencil. This time, I won't give up either. Shikamaru, despite his usual complaints, regarded Naruto with admiration. What a hassle. Ibiki's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet, this smile sent a shiver through the crowd. After all, he had not smiled throughout the entire ordeal. Now that he did, it surely signified trouble. But everyone was mistaken. Ibiki cast a glance of appreciation at Naruto and then declared, "Congratulations, this is question 10. A collective gasp filled the room. The true test is your resolve. Ibiki surveyed the crowd. Now, everyone remaining has passed the first exam. No one expected to pass the exam so haphazardly. For a moment, the candidates were at a loss until someone cheered, "Wonderful." Then, the entire room erupted in celebration for their triumph. Suddenly, a window shattered. A black parcel spiraled through the air, unfurling into a colossal canvas, upon which the blood-red characters declaring the second Susanoo exam boldly stood out. A woman with ebony hair hung gracefully before the fabric, her form accentuated by a snug black outfit that delineated her alluring curves. She licked her lips, her sharp gaze sweeping across the assembly. Oh, it appears there are still quite a few of you remaining. Ibiichi, shedding her earlier cold demeanor, adopted a more amiable disposition. After all, they are all exceptional students. With such remarks, the anticipation for the next examination heightened. Who are you? Grumbled a rain ninja with evident dissatisfaction. Whoosh. A sound pierced the air as a kunai grazed the cheek of the disgruntled ninja, embedding itself deep into the wall behind him. The dark-haired beauty maintained her sweet smile. Please raise your hand if you have questions. The previous rain ninja, now thoroughly intimidated, sank back into his seat. Ibiichi sighed in exasperation as she stepped out from behind the curtain. I am your examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. Hello, everyone. Anko greeted warmly. Yet, the gentle smile sent shivers down the spines of all present. Those remaining, please gather in the Forest of Death tomorrow morning. I shall provide the rules for the second exam then. Anko's demeanor shifted as she winked, her voice turning grave. However, I must warn you. The next exam may prove perilous, so I advise all contestants to prepare their wills. Her words stunned the audience. It was widely acknowledged that the Chunin exams were dangerous, but such life-threatening risks seemed excessive. All right, you're dismissed. Shortly after, Hinata hesitated in the corridor. When she spotted Team 7 approaching, her heart raced. See, congratulations. She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Kiba threw an arm around Naruto's shoulders. That was a pretty cool speech back there. Naruto scratched his head, beaming, of course. And it's all thanks to Hinata. Huh, me? Hinata's pale eyes widened, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. It was Hinata cheering me on from the sidelines that gave me the courage to say those words, Naruto confessed earnestly. Hinata's fingers twisted nervously. Naruto-kun, you were really impressive. Haha, I was almost scared to death. Naruto exaggeratedly thumped his chest, prompting Sakura to stifle a giggle behind her hand. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales flicked its massive tail. Hey, old man, fourth Hokage, if Naruto really marries that girl from the Hyuga clan. Obito scoffed. What a tedious hypothesis. Minato, however, smiled as he interjected. Hinata is a good girl. Gentle, kind-hearted, aside from her excessive shyness. She truly is the ideal candidate for a daughter-in-law. The Ninetales grinned, revealing its sharp teeth. True, but if he fancies any Uchiha, I'd be utterly vexed. Obito's eyes darkened with danger. What did you say? Minato quickly mediated. Haha. All right, you two, it's far too early to discuss such matters regarding Naruto. Chapter 64. An unreliable mentor. The twilight sun cast its warm glow upon the paths of Konohagakure as Naruto hummed a tuneless melody, bouncing joyfully towards home. The victory from the first exam buoyed his spirits, lightening his steps considerably. Today was simply splendid. He mused, gesturing animatedly. Once I become a nin, I will make everyone gaze at me in awe. As he spoke, Naruto allowed his imagination to wander, envisioning himself transitioning from nin to nin, ultimately clad in the Hokage's robes. Watch where you're going. Obito's warning snapped Naruto back to reality just in time to avoid colliding with a telephone pole. Chuckling awkwardly, Naruto pressed on. Upon rounding the final corner, he suddenly froze in place. Narrowing his blue eyes, he focused intently on his home. The door, which had been securely locked, now stood ajar. A thief. Naruto's expression turned grave. After over a decade of residing here, he had never encountered a burglar. He crept closer, pressing his ear against the door to listen intently. Inside, faint sounds emerged, accompanied by the slurping of noodles. Noodles? How dare they pilfer my food supplies? Naruto seethed, his golden locks bristling with anger. He stealthily formed a hand seal, producing a shadow clone, and the two slipped inside, one on either side. Meanwhile, in the living room, a white-haired man lounged comfortably on Naruto's sole sofa, cradling a steaming bowl of instant noodles. The television droned on with a mindless variety show, completely oblivious to the impending danger at the entrance. Gotcha, thief! Naruto leaped forth, his clone simultaneously lunging from the side. Whoa! Jiraiya fumbled, spilling noodle broth all over himself. He clumsily scrambled to his feet, only to be ensnared by the shadow clone, who tripped him, sending him sprawling onto the floor. Wait, it's me, Jiraiya protested, struggling to lift his head, his red eyeliner now a smudged mess. Pervy Sage, what are you doing in my house? Naruto exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. After all, he should have been gathering material at the hot springs at this hour. However, as Naruto's gaze fell upon the coffee table, he spotted several empty noodle cups, all featuring his favorite flavors. My limited edition seafood noodles. Naruto's voice cracked in disbelief. I saved up for 3 months to buy those. Jiraiya sheepishly rose. Come on. Don't be so stingy. I was just helping you taste test. Helping me taste test. Naruto's blue eyes welled with tears, his voice quivering. That was meant to be my reward after the exam. Do you know how hard it is to find those at the convenience store now? In the ceiling space. The Nine Tails erupted into laughter. Ha! The legendary Sannin indeed. Ha! Minato could only bury his face in his hands, while Obito found Jiraiya's actions despicable, stealing a child's snacks. How shameless. Back in the real world, Naruto lunged at Jiraiya, and the two began wrestling in the cramped living room. Hey, watch my hair. Who cares about your hair? Give me back my noodles. It's just a few packets of noodles. They're my last food supplies. The sofa toppled over, and the clutter on the coffee table scattered across the floor. Naruto delivered a headbutt to Jiraiya's stomach, causing the latter to gasp for breath. You little brat. Are you serious? Jiraiya groaned, clutching his belly. Realizing he had wronged the boy, he refrained from retaliating, but if this continued, the entire village would learn of his disgraceful theft of a child's food. His reputation would be ruined. Suddenly, Jiraiya had a brilliant idea. Wait. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen to make amends. Naruto halted mid-struggle. Really? Unlimited. Eat as much as you want. Jiraiya hurriedly added. Naruto's fury began to dissipate, replaced with skepticism. No trickery. I'm the Toad Sage. I keep my word. Not long after, at Ichiraku ramen, Naruto sat at the counter, relishing a bowl of ramen. His empty bowls piled high before him. Another bowl of chashu ramen. He mumbled, mouth full of noodles. Jiraiya, slightly embarrassed, glanced at the chef preparing yet another bowl. Hey, this is your 7th bowl. So what? Are you backing out? Naruto squinted, mimicking a threatening pose. And no, please, go ahead. Jiraiya surrendered, fully aware of his culpability. As the steaming ramen was presented, Naruto contentedly slurped up the noodles. Jiraiya, observing the chef tending to other customers, propped his chin on his hand and suddenly inquired. By the way, how are those beings inside you doing? Naruto nearly choked on his noodles. Why, you believe me? After all, he had often spoken of them, only to be met with skepticism, leading him to refrain from discussing such matters later on. Of course, but haven't you told anyone else? Naruto slurped a mouthful of ramen before speaking. I mentioned it before, but no one believed me, so I stopped bringing it up. Moreover, my father later asked me not to share it casually, so I haven't told anyone except those I trust. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya recalled his visit to his teacher earlier that day. Old man, you know about Naruto's condition, right? Yes, but it's best that the villagers remain skeptical. I've instructed the Umbu to keep this information under wraps, merely passing it off as Naruto's jest. But aren't you worried that some unscrupulous individuals might discover this and put Naruto in danger? If anything happens, I'll have to rely on you, Jiraiya. Returning to the present, Jiraiya chuckled. After all, sometimes the truth is quite absurd. I senti it? He paused, adding, for instance, I am your father's teacher. Huh. Naruto, having finished his noodles, shot a disdainful look at him, his eyes clearly expressing disbelief. Jiraiya, acting like a child, protested. Hey, what s with that look? Naruto replied with distaste. I can't possibly connect the pervy sage with my dad. If you don't believe me, you could always ask. In the ceiling space, Minato wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Madara snorted. That's why it's so unreliable. Kurama taunted. To be rejected by your own disciple's son. How hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. On their way back, Naruto patted his round belly, contentedly burping. Hey, pervy sage. Call me Jiraiya-sama. All right, pervy sage. Jiraiya sighed in resignation. What is it? Naruto paused, his expression unusually serious. After our second exam, will we be able to meet again? Under the moonlight, Jiraiya looked at the boy's hopeful gaze, recalling Madara's words in the ceiling space. Although they had been accompanying Naruto in the ceiling space, it wasn't true companionship. Naruto's life was still solitary. Contemplating this, Jiraiya stroked his chin. Given that you treated me to ramen, I'll agree to that. You treated me. Details are inconsequential. Their shadows stretched long under the moonlight as they walked home, one in front of the other. Chapter 65. The Forest of Death the next morning. All the candidates who passed the first exam gathered at the entrance of the Forest of Death. However, looking around, the morning mist drifted like a ghost through the trees, enveloping the entrance in a shroud of obscurity. Two ancient trees twisted and intertwined, their stout trunks marred by horrifying claw marks. The scars, several inches deep, still bore dark red bloodstains, appearing particularly glaring in the morning light. These claw marks. Hinata's Byakugan quivered slightly, her voice trembling involuntarily. They're at least 3 times larger than an ordinary bear's. Nearby, Kiba's nose twitched, his face suddenly paling. I can smell at least 5 different beasts. Akamaru trembled in his arms, whimpering softly. Kankuro unconsciously tightened his grip on his crow puppet, his fingers anxiously fidgeting over its mechanisms. Temari's large fan snapped open and shut, the metallic ribs clashing with a crisp sound, betraying her inner tension. Hey, look over there. CHG suddenly lowered his voice, pointing his pudgy finger at the roots of a tree. The group followed his gaze to find several pale bones partially buried in the soil, clearly human in shape. Sakura gasped, covering her mouth as her stomach churned. Naruto remained relatively composed, though he couldn't suppress his shivers. Even the usually calm Sasuke appeared serious. Good morning, lovely children. At that moment, a sweet voice drifted down from above. They all looked up to see Akame standing atop a moss-covered boulder, her brown trench coat splattered with dew, indicating she had been waiting for them. However, Akame's expression was lethargic, nonchalantly toying with a kunai, its sharp edge reflecting a blinding glint. Welcome to my playground. She licked her lips, revealing a chilling smile. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. This woman feels more dangerous than the forest itself. Akame gracefully leaped down from the boulder, her ninja boots crunching the white bones beneath her. Yet, no one dared to inquire about the origins of those bones. Seeing that no one spoke, Akame contentedly began. The rules are quite simple. She raised a finger adorned with black nail polish. Time limit: 120 hours for a survival game. Shikamaru replied solemnly. So, we have 5 days, how troublesome. Akame paid him no mind and continued, raising a second finger. Each team will randomly receive either a Heaven Scroller and Earth Scroll, and only those who collect both types and reach the central tower may pass the exam. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, instantly grasping the brutality of it. That means at least half the teams will be eliminated. Not just that, Akame's smile turned menacing, her voice dropping an octave. It could be more. After all, she deliberately elongated her tone, her tongue slowly gliding over her lips. The dead have no need for scrolls. A chilling wave swept through the crowd. CHG's bag of chips slipped from his grasp, scattering across the ground, causing him great distress. What a joke. A ninja from an unknown village suddenly stood up, veins bulging beneath his forehead protector. This is nothing but instigating us to kill each other. In an instant, Akame vanished, only to reappear before the ninja. The cold edge of her kunai pressed against his throat, leaving a thin line of blood. You're right. Though Akame maintained her smile, It radiated a chilling cold. Nin are meant to lead teams on missions. Those who lack the resolve to kill are worthless. She gently withdrew the kunai. Yet a faint scar remained on his neck. You may withdraw at any time. Even Naruto, having faced the calamity in the land of waves, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He stole a glance at Sasuke, finding his expression quite similar, albeit better concealed. I withdraw. A kunoichi from the grass village trembled as she raised her hand, her face as pale as a sheet. Her two teammates glared at her in fury, but she dashed towards the exit without looking back, as if pursued by a demon. Soon, 3 more teams chose to surrender. Sakura's lips quivered slightly, her nails digging deep into her palm. Yet, upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke's resolute profiles, she took a deep breath, steadying her trembling legs. Now come and collect your fate. Akame shook the lottery box in her hand, the wooden box producing a dull thud. Team 7 stepped forward, and Naruto eagerly reached into the lottery box. Earth Scroll. As Akame announced, she tossed them a scroll marked with the character for Earth. Naruto, excited to open the scroll, was halted by Sasuke's firm grip on his hand. The force was enough to make Naruto grimace. Come on, did you forget this is an exam? Opening it directly could get us disqualified. Naruto hesitated. Shouldn't it be fine? Sasuke replied earnestly, better to be cautious. One misstep could lead to life-threatening danger. All right. Reflecting on everything that had just transpired, Naruto nodded seriously. He certainly did not wish for his actions to result in their demise. Not far away, Hinata's team had received the Heaven Scroll. She instinctively glanced at Naruto. Meeting his gaze, both quickly averted their eyes, Hinata's cheeks flushing a faint red as her fingers unconsciously intertwined. Remember, after all the scrolls had been distributed, Akame's voice suddenly took on a serious tone. There are some rather special little pets in the forest. Her lips curled into a treacherous arc. If you encounter them, it is advisable to flee immediately. In response to Hondo's words, Zeno lowered her head, sensing the unsettling movements of the insects within her body. She could not help but speak solemnly. What are the insects afraid of? There are things in this forest more perilous than ferocious beasts. As the sharp whistle of the signal flare pierced the sky, the first team plunged into the forest. The dense canopy swiftly enveloped their figures, leaving only the faint sounds of their footsteps fading into the distance. Naruto swallowed hard, suddenly noticing the unusual softness of the soil beneath his feet. He crouched down and brushed aside the fallen leaves to reveal a fractured skull, its hollow eye sockets staring intently at him. Whoa! Having witnessed such a gruesome sight for the first time, Naruto stumbled backward, colliding with Sasuke. Silence! Sasuke shot him a fierce glare, lowering his voice. Something is watching us. Even in the sealed space, the Ninetales was stimulated by the deathly atmosphere of the forest. Its ears perked up. From Naruto's perception, this place is indeed terrifying. Obito snickered. A mutt like you, feeling fear? The Ninetales huffed in response. Let me out. I could level this place. Minato's expression turned grave. Naruto, be extremely cautious. Chapter 66. Do you have the signal phrase? If not, I regret to inform you. You are the enemy. The dense treetops fragmented sunlight into shards, dappling the damp ground with shifting shadows. The air was thick with a smell of decaying matter and blood, mingled with an oddly nauseating floral scent. Team 7 advanced cautiously in a triangular formation, each step deliberately avoiding the brittle twigs underfoot. Suddenly, Sasuke raised a hand, signaling for them to halt. He knelt, his slender fingers brushing against a bent fern, dew droplets still clinging to its leaves. After a careful examination, Sasuke confirmed, someone has passed through here, and it should not have been more than 10 minutes ago. Naruto anxiously swallowed again, his fingers brushing against his shuriken. Could it be other examinees? Sakura's pale face appeared even more ghostly in the shadows. It could also be the things in the forest. She recalled the small creatures mentioned by Hondo, shivering involuntarily. Suddenly, all 3 became alert as the nearby bushes began to rustle without wind. Sasuke's hand was already on the shuriken's hilt, his muscles taut like a drawn bowstring. Prepare for combat. Fortunately, a squirrel emerged from the thicket, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the trio. Sasuke glanced around, ensuring no one was present before signaling to the others. Quickly change positions. Lingering in one spot too long will make us vulnerable to ambush. Observing Sasuke's actions, Obito couldn't help but admire. This kid has far superior adaptability compared to Naruto. Minato expressed his helplessness. Such skills can only be cultivated over time. We cannot teach Naruto. Half an hour later, the three took a brief respite within a hollow giant tree. At this moment, Sasuke stood up, a cold glint flashing in his black eyes. Listen, we need a signal phrase. He lowered his voice to prevent eavesdropping. If someone returns alone, they must use the signal phrase to be trusted. Both Naruto and Sakura nodded in agreement. After all, as Sasuke said, caution was paramount in such circumstances. Sasuke then retrieved a piece of paper from his ninja tool pouch. Speaking as he wrote, "Pay attention, this is our signal phrase, the guiding principle of Team 7. Do not pray for the teacher to be punctual." However, what Sasuke scribbled on the paper was, "Remember, a signal phrase is unnecessary. Anyone who responds is the enemy." After writing, he incinerated the paper with a small fire technique and then raised his head to ask the other two, "Do you understand?" Naruto's eyes lit up. "I see now. I get it." Sakura's emerald eyes were fixed on the ground, her lips silently memorizing the words. Her fingers unconsciously traced patterns on her thigh until Sasuke suddenly grasped her wrist. Enough. His voice brooked no argument. Over-repetition could be interpreted through lip reading. Soon noon arrived, yet a thick fog unexpectedly enveloped the forest. Visibility plummeted to less than 5 meters, making the candidate's movements even more cautious. "Be careful." Sasuke's warning had barely left his lips when several shurikens whizzed through the air. The trio quickly dispersed. Naruto rolled behind a tree but was startled by a strange rustling noise behind him. He whipped around, only to see the gaping maw of a giant python. Bang! The replacement wooden stump was shattered. The real Naruto leaped onto a branch, only to hear a chilling hissing above. Another giant python coiled ominously overhead. "Sasuke! Sakura!" His calls were drowned out by an abrupt explosion. When the fog began to lift, his companions had vanished from sight. All that remained were a few drops of fresh blood on the ground, and a snake pinned to a tree by a shuriken, still convulsing. 2 hours later, following the trail of battle, Naruto discovered Sakura by a stream. "Sakura! Thank goodness!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he rushed over. Yet, just a few steps in, he recalled Sasuke's warning and abruptly halted 3 steps away. "Wait, the signal phrase. The guiding principle of Team 7. Sakura replied with a smile for the first half. However, upon hearing this, Naruto's expression darkened. "Do not pray for the teacher to be punctual." Successfully exchanging the signal phrase, Sakura beamed as she approached. "Great. Naruto, I finally found you. Hey, you too," the signal phrase. Just then, Sasuke emerged from the shadows of the trees, shuriken aimed at the pair. Sakura appeared puzzled. "Sasuke-kun? It's me. The guiding principle of Team 7. Do not pray for the teacher to be punctual, right?" Sasuke sneered. "Unfortunately, you have been deceived." Almost simultaneously, Sasuke and Naruto struck. The shuriken sliced through the air. However, Sakura reacted swiftly, leaping aside just as they attacked. Realizing her disguise had been uncovered, she ceased pretending. Her figure distorted like rippling water, ultimately transforming into a sound ninja. The sound ninja licked his lips with interest. "How did you see through my ruse? My signal phrase should have been flawless." "I knew someone was eavesdropping." Sasuke's Sharingan slowly rotated. The verbal signal was merely bait. The sound ninja, impressed, remarked, "So, what was written on that paper was the true signal phrase." "Indeed." Sasuke rose, looking down at the defeated foe. "Thus, those who know our verbal signal cannot be allies." Sakura's voice emerged from behind a tree, dragging a fainted sound ninja. "Sorry for being late. I just dealt with a guy disguised as Naruto." Naruto scratched his head, laughing heartily. "Ha! I knew you were clever, Sasuke." For this, Naruto couldn't help but admire Sasuke. "Ha ha ha." However, the sound ninja suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, the madness in his voice putting the three on high alert. After all, no one knew the true extent of this individual's power. Once his laughter subsided, the sound ninja spoke slowly. "You truly deserve to be an Uchiha. Exceptional strategic planning, yet careless enough to fall into your own trap." Naruto frowned, his fingers already gripping a shuriken. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Sasuke's Sharingan subtly shifted, keenly observing their surroundings. "Be cautious, he may have accomplices." Sakura quickly retreated, positioning herself to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Naruto moved beside Sasuke, both vigilant of the sound ninja's every move. However, the sound ninja showed no intent to attack further. Instead, he slowly produced a scroll, the heavenly scroll, shaking it in his hand. "Is this what you desire?" Naruto inquired, What do you intend to do? Come and take it if you want. As he spoke, the sound ninja performed an unexpected act, swallowing the heavenly scroll whole. After consuming the scroll, he licked his lips and grinned ominously, remarking, "You all should know the rules, right?" In an instant, a powerful killing intent permeated the air, leaving the members of Team 7 momentarily frozen in place, quickly engulfed by overwhelming fear. Chapter 67. The Legendary Three Ninjas, Orochimaru. The sound ninja's murderous aura radiated as if it were a tangible force, causing the atmosphere to feel as though it had solidified. Team 7 stood paralyzed, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their breaths becoming labored. Naruto's pupils constricted sharply, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He attempted to raise his hand to form a seal, but found his fingers weighed down as if burdened by lead. "Move, move," he silently screamed within. Yet his body betrayed his will. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, yet he remained shackled by the oppressive dread. His teeth ground together, his entire body shaking. Sakura's complexion turned ashen, and she could hardly remain upright. At that moment, Team 7 felt as though they had lost all control over their bodies. Thoughts raced in their minds, urging action. Yet they could not even move a finger. A sinister laugh escaped the sound ninja's throat. "What's the matter? Didn't you want the scroll?" He patted his stomach, taunting. "It's right here. Come and take it." Just as the trio teetered on the brink of being consumed by their fear, an energy that rivaled, even surpassed the sound ninja's killing intent surged from within Naruto. Boom. The air seemed to tear apart, and the surrounding trees swayed without wind, dry leaves spiraling down like confetti. The sound ninja's smile froze, instinctively taking a step back. "What is this?" His pupils narrowed in shock. In the ceiling space, Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan flickered with a cold light. "A mere insect dares to release killing intent before me?" In the real world, Team 7 finally regained control of their bodies. "Now's our chance," Sasuke shouted as he swiftly positioned himself in front of the others, forming seals with his hands. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A scorching fireball shot forth, aimed directly at the sound ninja's face. The sound ninja dodged hastily, yet his sleeve was singed by the flames. He stared at the burning cuff, surprise flickering in his eyes. "What technique is this? Who are you?" Sasuke offered no answer but exchanged a knowing glance with Naruto. Instantly understanding, Naruto seized Sakura's wrist without hesitation. "Sakura, let's go." But no time for arguments. He pulled her into the dense forest. Sasuke remained behind, his Sharingan fixed intently on the figure amidst the flames. "Dad, help us," Naruto cried silently. However, in the ceiling space, Madara crossed his arms and coldly replied, "The opponent bears no intent to kill. He likely seeks merely to toy with you. We need not intervene this time." Naruto was taken aback. "Huh. That guy nearly," Minato agrees, Madara interjected. "He doesn't seem like an ordinary genin. He is far too dangerous. A moment's negligence could lead to disaster." Madara sighed. "I have always said that Naruto must grow. One day, we will leave him, and if he remains under our protection, what will become of him in the future?" The Ninetales felt somewhat surprised, for according to Madara's previous protective nature, he would have seized control of Naruto's body to wreak havoc long ago. Suddenly, the Ninetales noticed Madara's form flickering uncertainly. "Old man Madara, you," Madara shot a cold glance at it. "Do not speak carelessly. We are the last line of defense for Naruto. If that indecisive fool ever truly intends to kill, I will make him regret ever coming into this world." Madara was unaware of the underlying issue. Ever since entering the Death Forest, his consciousness had felt somewhat hazy, as if something beneath was resonating with him. Nevertheless, he had no time to ponder, remaining vigilant of Naruto's movements. Should that indecisive fool make a serious move, he would have to intervene, regardless of the cost to his own soul. As the flames dissipated, the sound ninja stood unscathed, an eerie smile gracing his lips. "Do you think you can escape?" In the next moment, his body melded into the ground like liquid, transforming into a shadow that pursued rapidly. Sasuke's Sharingan barely tracked his movement as he turned to flee. "Naruto, look out below." Suddenly, the ground erupted, and the sound ninja lunged forth like a venomous serpent, his pale fingers aimed directly for Naruto's throat. Bang! In a frantic effort, Naruto used a kunai to block, the metallic clash creating sparks that illuminated the dim forest. "Not bad," the sound ninja mocked, his voice dripping with mockery, clearly surpassing the capabilities of a mere genin. His arm twisted at an unnatural angle, circumventing Naruto's defense, and a single finger jabbed into his shoulder. "Ah!" A wave of numbness coursed through Naruto's arm, causing the kunai to clatter to the ground. "Naruto!" Sakura cried out, rushing to assist, only to be yanked back by Sasuke. "Don't go near him. His joints can twist freely." The sound ninja cast an appreciative glance at Sasuke. "Clever Uchiha." But his neck suddenly elongated, his head darting forward like a snake, nearly touching Sasuke's nose. "You are all still too inexperienced." Sasuke's pupils dilated, and he shoved Sakura aside, his Sharingan spinning frantically. At the last moment, he averted his head to dodge the sound ninja's bite. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. A barrage of fireballs erupted from his mouth, forcing the sound ninja back. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke leaped back to regroup with Naruto. This guy is no ordinary ninja. Naruto gritted his teeth, clutching his numb arm. Sasuke's breath quickened. His body is as supple as a serpent. "Sakura," Sasuke said quietly, "you take the scroll and escape." "What? No, I can't leave you. Fool." Naruto's usual light-hearted demeanor vanished, replaced by grave seriousness. "If we all fall here, the scroll will be for naught." Sasuke's Sharingan fixated on the shifting shadows of the trees ahead. "We will hold him off. You wait near the tower." Sakura's lips trembled, but she ultimately nodded resolutely. "You must come back alive." She turned and vanished into the underbrush. Almost simultaneously, the sound ninja leaped down from the treetops. "Such touching camaraderie," he remarked, licking his lips, his long tongue sending chills down the spine. "Do you think you can stop me? Then let us see you try." Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The battle erupted anew. The sound ninja's combat style defied all logic. His arms could stretch like rubber, his fingertips laced with paralyzing poison. His legs spun in a full 360 degrees, striking from impossible angles. Most terrifying of all, his neck could extend like a serpent, his head poised to strike from any direction. Each of his attacks claimed numerous shadow clones' lives. Bang! One of Naruto's shadow clones was struck in the abdomen by a spinning kick, dissipating into smoke. A piercing shriek suddenly rent the air, akin to 1,000 furious birds. Dazzling lightning erupted in Sasuke's palm, blue-white arcs dancing madly, illuminating the surrounding trees with a ghostly glow. As the sound ninja turned his head, the crimson glow of the Sharingan was already upon him. Chidori. The lightning chakra tore through the air, leaving a distorted trail behind Sasuke. The dry leaves scattered by the gust were charred to ash before even touching the lightning. Almost simultaneously, Naruto burst forth from the side. A rapidly spinning chakra sphere roared in his palm, churning the air into a miniature whirlwind. The cerulean Rasengan and the lightning clashed brilliantly, pinning the sound ninja in a deadly crossfire. Rasengan. Heh, impressive teamwork, the sound ninja crooned, a sticky admiration escaping his throat. At the moment when two fatal strikes were about to land, his body suddenly twisted as if bereft of bones. His cervical vertebra bent backward at a 180-degree angle to evade the Chidori, while his lumbar spine curved forward, allowing the spiraling sphere to graze past his abdomen. The dislocating sounds of his joints sent shivers down one's spine, resembling a marionette manipulated by an invisible hand. But that was not the end. The sound ninja, about to mock, suddenly realized that his limbs had been ensnared by transparent steel wires. Naruto grinned widely, tightening the spool in his hand. "Go for it, Sasuke." The double tomo of the Sharingan spun wildly as Sasuke, biting his finger, smeared the blood onto the wires. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Boom. A crimson fire dragon roared forth along the wires, the iron threads glowing red-hot in the extreme heat. The flames coiled around the sound ninja like a living creature. The sound of sizzling flesh accompanied by inhuman howls of agony. The explosion engulfed the giant tree that the three of them had embraced. The shockwave uprooting the surrounding shrubs within a 10-meter radius, burning debris raining down like a meteor shower. Naruto supported the chakra-depleted Sasuke as they retreated, both of them panting as they gazed into the sea of flames. Had they succeeded? A sudden crackling sound emerged from within the inferno. A pale hand pierced through the fiery curtain, its fingertips tearing open the charred exterior. The burnt skin peeled away like a snake shedding its skin, revealing new flesh that glowed as white as jade beneath. Golden slit pupils flickered in the smoke and fire, a forked tongue brushing past the illuminated fangs. What a warm welcome indeed. The moment Orochimaru fully emerged, the surrounding flames strangely twisted away from him. He stepped across the still-burning ground, each footfall causing the grass and trees beneath him to wilt rapidly. To think that I could be compelled to shed my skin. He suddenly elongated his neck, his head slithering towards the two, their noses nearly touching. You might want to remember this name. The decaying chakra washed over them, and Naruto saw fear flicker for the first time in Sasuke's Sharingan. Orochimaru, one of the three legendary ninjas? Sasuke's eyes widened involuntarily. Was this not a ninja of the same renown as Jiraiya? As for now, Orochimaru merely chuckled at his former title. I am but a scientist in pursuit of truth. Chapter 68. The Ultimate Technique. Kirin Orochimaru's golden pupils glimmered in the firelight as he slowly raised his pale arm. Naruto struggled to rise from the ground, blood still staining his lips, yet an indomitable flame burned in his azure eyes. Sasuke is stronger than we anticipated. Naruto wiped the blood from his mouth. The memories of his shadow clones still churned in his mind. Just moments ago, dozens of clones had been obliterated by Orochimaru in an instant. Sasuke's Sharingan had long since closed, his entire body racked with pain from the excessive chakra depletion. However, he looked up at the sky. The burning forest created a tremendous updraft, dark clouds gathering overhead, faint flashes of lightning visible. With Chidori, it should be possible. Suddenly lowering his voice, Sasuke instructed, Naruto, help me ignite this forest. Huh? Naruto blinked in surprise. Are you crazy? Trust me. Sasuke consumed a soldier pill, forcibly extracting chakra from his body. I need this condition for a jutsu. All right. Without a second thought, Naruto inhaled deeply, swiftly forming hand seals, multi-shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of shadow clones appeared instantly, surrounding Orochimaru. Huh, is this the best you can do? Orochimaru's long tongue licked his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. This time is different. All of Naruto's clones formed hand seals simultaneously, taking a deep breath. Fire style, great fire extinguishing technique. This was a technique Naruto learned from Madara in the ceiling space. Although it couldn't match Madara's world-destroying might, the fire unleashed by dozens of shadow clones still formed a terrifying wave. The searing flames spread in a fan shape, igniting the forest within a 100-meter radius in an instant. The fire licked at the tree trunks, thick smoke billowing upwards, painting the sky a blood-red hue. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Oh? What technique is this? Fire style, great fire extinguishing technique. This is a long-lost jutsu of the Uchiha clan. The last known user was Uchiha Madara. In the ceiling space, Madara rarely displayed a hint of approval. You've learned it rather well. In the sea of flames, Orochimaru's figure darted about like a phantom. His skin began to melt and peel away, a new body emerging from the charred shell. A commendable attempt, but suddenly, Orochimaru appeared behind Naruto, his icy fingers brushing against the back of his neck. You're still far from enough. As he spoke, Orochimaru's head elongated grotesquely, his gaping maw lunging toward Naruto's throat. Naruto. Sasuke's Sharingan contracted sharply. Instinctively, he infused lightning into a kunai and threw it. The electrified kunai directly intercepted Orochimaru's attack. However, Sasuke was unaware that Orochimaru's target had always been him. Orochimaru, concealed through earth style, sank his teeth deeply into Sasuke's shoulder. The teeth pierced through, and dark, cursed markings spread forth like living tendrils. Sasuke. Naruto accelerated back to Sasuke's side, lifting him and quickly distancing themselves from Orochimaru. At that moment, Sasuke clutched his wound in agony, his body convulsing. The excruciating pain from the curse marks nearly rendered him unconscious. Yet, his Sharingan remained fixed on the storm clouds above, the lightning intensifying. Just a little more crack. As the sky darkened, thunder rumbled. Sasuke finally revealed a smile. Do you know what a lightning rod is? With Naruto's support, Sasuke suddenly wore a cold smile, forcing himself to stand. Orochimaru watched with keen interest. And what of that? It's my only way to defeat you. Sasuke's hands began to form seals, and the curse mark on his neck was forcibly suppressed. Using Chidori as a catalyst doesn't require massive chakra. The blue lightning gathered violently in his palm, more radiant than ever before. The sound of Chidori echoed through the forest, even overpowering the roar of the flames. Do you intend to? Orochimaru seemed to realize Sasuke's intentions, his pupils finally wavering. Exactly. Sasuke aimed Chidori skyward, channeling nature's lightning into Orochimaru. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning descended, connecting with the Chidori's electric glow. The blue-white lightning of Chidori pierced through the swirling storm clouds. In an instant, the billions of volts lying in wait within the clouds were activated, cascading down in a lightning waterfall over 3 meters in diameter. This pillar of lightning connecting heaven and earth transformed Sasuke's Chidori into a dazzling bright blue. Panic flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he rushed forward to stop Sasuke. What is the name of this technique? But Sasuke calmly swung down the elevated Chidori. Let us call it Kirin. The blinding white light consumed everything. The summoned lightning twisted and reformed in midair, producing a hum that shook the earth. This Kirin, composed entirely of plasma, roared silently, causing all metallic ninja tools within a 5-kilometer radius to erupt with tiny arcs of electricity. The terrifying shockwave instantaneously vaporized the surrounding burning trees, carving a deep, blackened trench into the ground. Naruto had to shut his eyes, yet he could still feel the intense current raising the hairs on his body. As the claws of Kirin reached for the top of Orochimaru's head, the entire world was engulfed in a piercing white light. At the moment the superheated plasma exploded at the Earth's surface, the epicenter generated a flash of 30,000 degrees Celsius, permanently etching Orochimaru's shadow onto the unvaporized rock wall behind him. The spherical shockwave snapped every tree within 100 meters in half. And as Naruto was flung by the force, he watched his shadow clones dissipate like bubbles. When Naruto emerged from the debris, the sight before him made him tremble uncontrollably. A perfect circular scorched earth zone, with a diameter of 120 meters, has emerged in the once lush forest. The bottom of the pit displays a crystallized, glass-like state, still emitting a dull red heat. The air is laden with ionized ozone, which stings the nostrils with a metallic tang reminiscent of blood. At the epicenter, Orochimaru's carbonized form remains in a defensive posture, hands raised. As a gust of wind sweeps by, the surface of the charred corpse suddenly fissures in a web-like pattern, revealing pale new skin underneath. However, this process of rebirth is evidently slowed by more than tenfold. The newly emerged Orochimaru bears a sinister black stain at the corner of his mouth, and for the first time, his golden slit pupils reflect an emotion known as fear. No one could fathom that such a terrifying technique could be wielded by a mere genin, freshly graduated just months prior. Nonetheless, to execute this technique, Sasuke has succumbed to unconsciousness, his entire left arm charred. Sasuke. Naruto hastily rushes over to assist him. Orochimaru chuckles. Rest assured, nearly all the power was directed at me. He merely suffered collateral damage. Spitting blood, Orochimaru sneers. I intended only to test the two of you. Heh. It appears the Uchiha truly are the suitable candidates. Naruto, wary. Questions, what do you intend to do? Orochimaru does not respond, but begins to sink away, declaring, let it be for now. We shall meet again, Jiraiya's apprentices. Author, surprised? Unexpected? Chapter 69. Naruto's resolve. The golden rays of the setting sun drape over the makeshift camp, as Naruto leans against a rugged tree trunk, observing Sakura tending to Sasuke's wounds. The unconscious Sasuke's complexion is as pale as a sheet. Though the cursed mark on his neck is temporarily suppressed, it still occasionally twitches, causing him to furrow his brow involuntarily. Sakura, with her somewhat unrefined medical ninjutsu, strives to mend Sasuke's left hand. While her skills are not yet polished, she at least manages to staunch the bleeding. During the treatment, tears stream down Sakura's cheeks. It's so wonderful, truly wonderful. I thought I would never see you again. Naruto beams widely, his smile radiant. Of course. We are Team 7. His voice rings out, as if attempting to dispel the unease within. Sasuke's Kirin was simply magnificent. Even Orochimaru was driven away. However, Sasuke is unable to engage in their usual banter. Wiping her tears, Sakura remarks, this time, it was thanks to you. Those words cause Naruto's smile to falter. He lowers his gaze, golden locks obscuring his eyes, fists clenching unconsciously. Thanks to me? I clearly held him back. In the stillness of the night, Naruto sits alone by the campfire. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows in his blue eyes, mirroring the turmoil in his mind. If only I were stronger, Sasuke wouldn't have been injured. Memories surge forth like a tide. Orochimaru's cold fingers, Sasuke's gaze, and that muffled groan of pain. Each detail pierces his heart like a knife. I am such a fool, Naruto mutters to himself. Despite having my father and the fourth Hokage, I remain so weak. He recalls the training of recent times. Having grown accustomed to the notion that 3 fathers were always there to catch him, he relied on Madara's physical prowess, Minato's ninjutsu techniques, and even the Nine Tails chakra, like a willful child assured of an unwavering safety net. Sasuke, however, is different. That arrogant guy, lacking any extraordinary parental support, managed to independently develop techniques like Kirin. Even in the direst moments, his thoughts remained on protecting his comrades. Naruto's nails dig painfully into his palm, yet he feels no pain. An unprecedented emotion churns within his chest, not anger nor sadness, but a stifling sense of guilt and resentment. Father, Dad, Uncle Ninetails. Naruto finally speaks within, his tone more serious than ever. I want to grow stronger. A sudden silence envelopes the spiritual realm. Having that desire is commendable. Madara breaks the stillness, revealing a rare expression of approval. However, his next words shock Naruto. Then we shall double your training regimen and commence at my level back in the day. What? Naruto exclaims, feeling akin to a startled cat. That would be lethal. Scenes of the grueling training from Madara's memories flood his mind, running with boulders on cliffs, enduring torrents of water beneath waterfalls, and those nearly suicidal sparring matches. Naruto quickly retorts, doubling the current training load is acceptable, but Dad, your training back then was outright murder. Minato interjects with a chuckle, Madara, that joke is quite frightening. He ruffles Naruto's golden hair, a gesture reminiscent of his past, adding, however, Naruto, I am very glad you recognize your shortcomings. Madara counters, letting this kid rely on our strength day in and day out without imparting some lessons won't do. The Ninetails, hidden behind the iron gate, snickers, speaking of arrogance, you were the most haughty back in the day. It points at the sulky black-haired figure. You once declared, in this world, no one can stop me except Hashirama. Madara scoffs, that was because I had the strength. Then, recalling a moment during a battle when he said, Hashirama, I can take them on myself. The Ninetails mimics Madara's tone from that era, leaving Madara blushing crimson. How do you remember that? At that time, the Ninetails should have been completely under his control. How could it still possess memories? The Ninetails flicks its tail. I shouldn't have those memories. But perhaps it's because you slept on my head for so long that I recalled the time you controlled me during my dreams. Madara unfolds the Susanoo skeletal form. It seems I should ensure you forget again. Come. Minato quickly positions himself between the two. All right. The focus should be on Naruto's training plan. Naruto watches the three fathers bickering and suddenly finds it amusing. The heavy emotions he bore moments ago dissipate unnoticed. He timidly raises his hand. May I make a request? The 3 or 4 turn to him in unison. I wish to begin learning nature transformation. That is fine, but let us discuss it after the exams. Understood. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko stands at the edge of the deep pit, the scorched earth beneath still emanating intense heat. Her brown trench coat flutters in the night breeze, her pupils reflecting the land ravaged by lightning. Could this truly be the work of a genin? An Umbu crouches down, fingertips brushing the ground, where the glass-like soil emits faint cracking sounds under his touch. Anko's brow furrows as her gaze sweeps over the circular scorched pit, exceeding 100 meters in diameter. The rock layers at the bottom have crystallized, displaying a bizarre blue-black sheen, as if directly struck by divine retribution. The air is thick with the scent of ionized ozone, mingled with the lingering odor of charred remains. Has the chakra residue been analyzed? Anko's voice is notably solemn. Yes. Confirmed to be lightning release. Another Umbu retracts the detection scroll, the gravity in his voice unmistakable, but its intensity surpasses the normal range of ninjutsu, approaching the destructive power of forbidden techniques. Anko's fingertips unconsciously trace the handle of a kunai. She recalls the recent discoveries of several bodies, drained of chakra, with strange bite marks on their necks. The edges of those wounds shimmered with an unnatural purple-black hue, unmistakably the mark of some cursed seal. Orochimaru, you have indeed arrived. Captain, there's a new discovery. An Umbu leaps from the pit's depths, cradling a charred fragment in his hands. Anko receives the piece, her pupils narrowing in shock. It is a remnant of a snake's shedding, its edges still resonating with familiar chakra fluctuations. Indeed, it is him. The knuckles of Akane turned pale from exertion as she promptly notified the Hokage of the confirmed presence of highly dangerous intruders within the Forest of Death. Her gaze swept into the depths of the forest, where the outlines of burning trees could be seen, still emitting dark smoke. Not long ago, they had discovered a team of corpses belonging to Grass Hidden's lower ninjas, deceased at least 3 days prior to the commencement of the exam. This indicated that an infiltrator had blended into the ranks of the candidates, and the true participants may have already met their demise. The examination had transformed into a hunting ground. She hastily issued directives to redeploy the surveillance barriers, with particular focus on all sound ninja candidates. Furthermore, Akane commanded the dispatch of 2 teams of Umbu to covertly protect the surviving lower ninjas, especially. She paused, her gaze returning to the remnants of a snake's shed skin, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The Umbu swiftly dispersed, leaving Akane alone at the center of the scorched earth. The night breeze tousled her black hair, revealing the scar from a cursed mark on the back of her neck, long healed, yet still menacing. This time, you shall not succeed, Orochimaru. Chapter 70. The Assault of the Sound Ninja Trio. The heavy scent of decaying organic matter weighed down in the depths of the forest of death, as if one could wring out a dark green liquid from it. Light filtered through layers of ancient branches, twisted like a great serpent, casting only a few faint and dreary beams when it reached the entrance of a hollow tree. It barely illuminated the thick roots that lay in wait nearby. Deep within the hollow, shadows clung thickly to the air, which felt as stagnant as solidified resin. Sasuke lay in the innermost corner. A cloak hastily shed by Sakura spread beneath him. His complexion was pallid, lips cracked, and his breathing barely perceptible. The eerie black, cursed mark on his neck pulsed faintly, each rise and fall radiating an ominous glow, as if it were greedily siphoning his life force, akin to an evil brand pinning him in the abyss of unconsciousness. Sakura knelt beside Sasuke, mechanically wiping the cold sweat that perpetually beaded on his forehead with a damp cloth. Within her verdant eyes lay a tempest of suppressed fear and helplessness, akin to a moth ensnared in a spider's web. With each wipe, her fingertips trembled slightly, as if the cloth bore an unbearable weight. The tears had long since dried, leaving her eyes red and parched, fatigue etched deep within. At the entrance of the hollow, Naruto stood with his back to them, a silent statue. He faced the darkened forest outside, his body coiled tight, every muscle brimming with pent-up energy. His clenched fists hung at his sides, knuckles pale from exertion, nails digging into his palms, bringing waves of sharp pain that paled in comparison to the heavy guilt that weighed on his heart. 2 days had passed since they repelled Orochimaru, yet Sasuke remained unconscious. Damn it! A low growl, suppressed to the utmost, finally erupted from Naruto's clenched teeth. For the first time, he wished to hasten the training his father had assigned him. Next time, if he were just a bit stronger, Sasuke wouldn't have to struggle so desperately. Sakura. Naruto's voice broke through, as she forced a semblance of a smile. Don't worry, Sasuke will be fine. She attempted to reassure him, yet her words drifted into the oppressive air, seeming utterly feeble. Not wanting to see Sakura distressed, Naruto could only nod in response. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to release his grip, leaving crescent-shaped indentations on his palms. Suddenly, Naruto caught the faintest sound, his expression sharpening with seriousness. Someone was moving through the underbrush, signaling an approaching presence. Instantly, his muscles tensed, like a bowstring drawn taut, and he sprang up from the ground. His keen blue eyes narrowed, fixated on the distorted light cloaking the darkened forest outside the hollow. Sakura, stay with Sasuke. Do not come out. He barked urgently, his tone resolute and unyielding. Without waiting for Sakura's response, Naruto dashed out of the tree hollow like a golden arrow released from its bough. The damp air enveloped him, carrying the forest's characteristic chill. He landed firmly in a relatively open patch of ground before the hollow, slightly bent forward, like a wall shielding the 2 most vital individuals behind him. No sooner had he steadied himself than 3 figures descended silently from different directions, surrounding him in a formation. Their movements were as light as air, barely rustling the fallen leaves upon landing. The figure to his left, with a face wrapped in bandages, revealed only a sinister right eye, while an arm adorned with a peculiar metallic device hung low, emitting a disquieting hum. The individual to his right bore a cruel smile, with metallic contraptions linked to wind holes gleaming coldly in the dim light. The one directly in front crossed his arms, fingers interlaced with several glinting shurikens, his gaze sharp and mocking, as if laced with poison. Although Naruto did not recognize the trio, he discerned through their forehead protectors that they were indeed Orochimaru's allies. Humph. Just as I suspected, one of them sneered, his voice sharp with undisguised contempt. Hiding like rats, how pathetic, Leaf's lower ninjas. Save your breath, Jean. Another replied with a low grunt. The target is inside, that Uchiha brat. Sack, grinning wickedly, flexed the device on his arm, producing a cacophony of metal grinding. I hear this blonde kid is also someone Lord Orochimaru desires. Should we bring him back as well? Just eliminate him, TOS remarked. His gaze fixed on Naruto as if he were a mere obstacle in the way of a greater goal. Orochimaru did not specify, so just dispose of him. The name Orochimaru pierced Naruto's mind like a frigid needle. The image of the cursed mark on Sasuke's neck and the agonized expression he wore when he collapsed surged vividly into his thoughts. You shall not have him. Naruto growled darkly. He surged forward like a swift cheetah, his feet propelling him into a blur of golden motion, devoid of any flashy ninjutsu, relying solely on the explosive power ignited by his fury. With a direct, ferocious charge, he lunged toward Tess, aiming to strike that loathsome, bandaged face. Fool! Jean spat derisively, flicking his wrist as numerous shurikens shot toward Naruto's joints, attempting to thwart his advance. Simultaneously, Sak's grin widened, and with a forceful push of his arms, he unleashed a devastating technique. Air slash, he shouted, as the metallic device on his arms erupted with blinding light, forming two visibly compressed blasts of turbulent air that surged forward, poised to crush Naruto from either side. The air, heavily compressed, twisted into two indistinct vacuum trails, obliterating the decayed leaves and small stones in their wake. Naruto's momentum was abruptly halted by Jin's shurikens and Sak's air blasts. His pupils dilated, and he forced his body to rotate mid-charge, narrowly evading the deadly onslaught, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. The fierce winds generated by the compressed air stung his cheeks, tearing his clothing. Yet, just as he regained his footing, the true threat loomed closer. Disarm, adorned with the strange device, had already steadied its aim at him, the corners of his bandaged mouth curling into a wicked grin. Meanwhile, within the sealed space, the Ninetales flicked its 9 tails, questioning, "What? Do you require assistance?" However, Obito remarked, "These 3 are perfectly suited for Naruto, as long as we ensure he remains unharmed. All will be well." Minato expressed his concern, stating, "Though those 3 lack strength, their abilities seem rather formidable. Naruto, be cautious." Chapter 71, The Loss of Hearing. Listening with the heart, a sonic wave reverberated. Tus's deep voice echoed like a harbinger of doom. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an indescribable, thundering sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. This sound did not traverse through the air, but bore a terrifying force that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. The air twisted violently, oscillating and forming visible, high-frequency ripples. Centered around Tus's arm, it surged forth like an invisible tsunami, completely engulfing Naruto, who had just evaded the slicing wave. Naruto felt as though an invisible giant hammer had struck his entire head with ferocious intensity. Excruciating pain, an indescribable agony. The horrifying high-frequency shockwave disregarded all his defenses. It pierced through his ears like countless searing needles, driving deep into his very brain. The world before him instantly lost all its colors, leaving only a blinding white light that flickered erratically, his vision shattering like fractured glass, interspersed with dark red cracks. Then, every sound, the rustling of leaves, the mocking laughter of enemies, even the frantic beating of his own heart, was abruptly replaced by a piercing tinnitus that seemed to threaten to perforate his skull. This sharp ringing swiftly diminished, blurred, and ultimately succumbed to a suffocating silence. A warm liquid, reeking of iron, gushed uncontrollably from his ears, trickling down his neck. The world had fallen utterly silent. A deathly silence. Staggering, Naruto felt as though he were intoxicated, his vision violently alternating between the shattered white light and the engulfing darkness. He struggled to cover his painfully throbbing left ear with one hand, his fingers slick with warm, viscous blood. The other hand flailed desperately, seeking something to grasp for support. His insides churned violently, as if his very organs had been turned to mush by the invisible shockwave, a powerful urge to vomit rising in his throat. How does it feel to be deaf? Sak's maniacal laughter rang hollow in Naruto's silent world, yet he could see the twisted smile of his foe, reveling in his triumph. Kin emitted a sharp mockery, her fingers glinting with the chilling light of 1,000 needles. Too solitary, I coldly regarded the swaying Naruto, akin to observing a dying insect struggling on a laboratory table. He refrained from launching another attack, instead savoring the moment with a cat-and-mouse demeanor. He slowly raised his lethal right arm, aiming the metallic nozzle of his device once more at Naruto. Danger! A lethal warning blared in Naruto's completely deafened, disoriented mind. Though he could hear nothing, the chilling intent to kill compelled his body to instinctively scream, dodge. Naruto bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain granting him a fleeting clarity. Summoning every ounce of remaining strength, he hurled himself awkwardly to the right. At that very moment, buzz! The device on Tu's arm unleashed another wave of silent horror. The ground where Naruto had just stood, along with the tangled roots beneath, was violently crushed and torn apart by an invisible hand. The hardened earth and wooden fibers shattered into countless tiny fragments and dust, exploding upwards into a grotesque pit without a sound. Debris rained down upon Naruto's newly prone form like a torrential storm. Soon after, Sak's slicing wave and Kin's poison needles surged toward him again. Naruto could only rely on his blurred vision and the remnants of his instinctual danger response to roll and leap across the narrow space. Each evasion was a chaotic struggle, every movement sending fresh pangs of agony through his ears. Sweat, blood, and dirt mingled together, matting his golden hair, sticking to his face and forehead. Under the duress of panic and pain, his chakra became sluggish and unwieldy. His shadow clone technique repeatedly failed, and the few clones he managed to summon were instantly dispersed by sound waves or torn apart by slicing waves. He could hear nothing, absolutely nothing. Naruto screamed within. An overwhelming panic akin to a frigid tide threatened to engulf him entirely. His hearing had always been his primary means of interacting with the environment, and now, deprived of it, an acute discomfort pervaded his being. His vision remained fuzzy, and the dizziness intensified with each passing moment. Tu's silent shockwaves felt like the scythe of death, each swing presenting perilous challenges. Sak's slicing waves and Kin's glittering needles blocked every potential escape route. He felt like a bug trapped in a glass jar, with his enemies outside, maliciously tapping on the walls, delighting in his desperate struggles. Just as he rolled awkwardly to evade a wind blade that grazed his back, his body collided heavily against the trunk of a large tree, the pain rendering his vision dark. Leaning against the rough, cold bark, he gasped for breath, each inhalation tearing at the agony in his ears. Despair coiled around his heart like a chilling vine. Just then, Obito's voice resonated within the sealed space. Naruto, do not panic despite your inability to hear. Use your chakra to sense. Minato should have taught you how. It was his father. That voice thundered through the chaos and despair in Naruto's mind. Almost simultaneously, a gentle voice chimed in. Naruto, envision yourself as a launching tower, releasing your chakra in waves. This will allow you to explore the chakra responses around you. It was Dad. You need not despair. We will always be with you. The final voice belonged to the Nine Tails. Three distinctly different voices represented three disparate forces and wills, like three torrents converging in Naruto's moment of near collapse. They swiftly obliterated the fear within him. Wiping the dirt and blood from his face, Naruto's expression lightened immediately. Soon, Sak and the others located the hiding Naruto. Yet, before they could mock him, they witnessed him perform an action that left all his enemies in shock. Naruto closed his eyes. In that instant, Naruto's world plunged into absolute darkness and silence. Vision severed. Hearing silenced. The scent of blood and earth overwhelmed his sense of smell. Touch was reduced to the searing pain in his ears and the dull ache from his body colliding with the tree. Taste was filled with the metallic tang of rust. All external sensory pathways had been forcibly severed. Yet, within this profound deprivation of sensation, a new and wondrous vision unfolded like ink spreading across rice paper, suddenly illuminating the darkness of his conscious world. It was the realm of chakra. Chapter 72. The counterattack begins, savage mode behind him, deep within a tree hollow. Two incredibly familiar and warm chakra points glowed like campfires in the night, vividly emerging in his darkened vision. One flickered weakly, akin to a candle struggling against the wind. Imbued with the unique coldness and corrosive aura of a cursed seal, it was the unconscious Sasuke. The other, though bright, pulsed with intense waves of panic, worry, and helplessness. Resembling a small candle flickering in a storm, that was Sakura. Before him loomed three cold, twisted chakra sources, radiating a potent malice and murderous intent. They resembled three stones cast into a dark pool, stirring nauseating ripples. The chakra core of TOS pulsated violently on the right arm of his apparatus, oscillating at a high frequency. It resembled a black vortex of energy, perpetually compressing and exploding. Each tremor emanated a bone-chilling aura and destructive force, heralding the imminent resurgence of sonic waves. Meanwhile, Sak's chakra wildly coalesced and compressed along the exterior of his arm's wind cavity device, forming a sharp, unstable ashen hue akin to two poison daggers poised to be hurled. This was the signal for the impending strike of the air slash. Gold's chakra gathered into tiny, flickering emerald points at her fingertips, reminiscent of a serpent's fangs, coldly targeting his vital points with deadly precision. There was no sound, no image, only the pure trajectory of energy flow. Their convergence and eruption were vividly apparent in this realm constructed of chakra, where every detail was laid bare. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Tu's single eye. The blonde youth, cornered and beleaguered by their onslaught, had changed. After covering his ears and closing his eyes, the aura he exuded transformed. No longer was it the fury and chaos of before. Instead, it was a chilling, unsettling silence. The hum of his arm's apparatus seemed to momentarily cease. Sak and Gold sensed the anomaly as well, their cruel grins faltering slightly. Just as the two ashen daggers on Sak's arms gleamed ominously, Naruto made his move. His eyes remained tightly shut, yet his body surged forth like a golden lightning bolt piercing the darkness. Without warning, he shifted laterally with an unprecedented speed and precision. The motion was swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Almost simultaneously with his departure from his previous position, a deafening wave erupted. The devastating sonic wave unleashed by Tu's apparatus silently engulfed the tree he had just leaned against. The sturdy trunk emitted a painful groan as its bark and wood shattered instantly, leaving behind a gaping hollow as if gnawed by a monstrous beast. Whoosh, whoosh. Sak's air slash and Gold's poison projectiles both missed their mark. The violent air blades and chilling emerald light grazed the edges of Naruto's rapidly moving silhouette. They struck the distant tree trunk and ground, leaving deep gashes and corrosive black marks. What? Sak's sinister smile froze, morphing into incredulous shock. How could he predict Naruto's movements when he had his eyes closed and ears rendered useless? Gold's pupils constricted sharply, the projectiles trembling slightly between her fingers due to the shock. Tu's single eye fixated intently on the figure that deftly evaded in the darkness, his bandaged visage betraying an unprecedented gravity. Something was amiss. Very amiss. Naruto was oblivious to their astonished gasps. In his inner realm, only the flow of chakra existed. He landed, rolled, dissipating the momentum, his movements fluid as if rehearsed countless times. Without pause, his form morphed once again into a blurred golden shadow. This time, the objective was no longer evasion, but retaliation. He aimed directly at Sak, the closest and most volatile chakra presence. Sak witnessed Naruto, eyes shut and drenched in blood, charging towards him with an aura that sent chills down his spine. The absurdity of being countered by his prey was swiftly eclipsed by a surge of rage. Seeking death, he roared, his arm's wind cavity device glowing fiercely. Two even more refined and ferocious compressed air cannons formed instantaneously. With a piercing shriek, they shot forth, like two invisible pincers, ruthlessly clamping down on the advancing Naruto. He aimed to utterly shred this oblivious blonde youth. Yet, within his inner vision, the trajectory of the two ashen energies on Sak's arms was as clear as meteors igniting the night sky. Naruto's path of charge inexplicably traced a slight angle midair. His body flowed like a boneless fish, narrowly slipping through the singular gap between the approaching death blades. The speed was blinding, the timing impeccable. Sak's furious expression had not yet transformed into horror when Naruto's bloodied, tightly shut face appeared mere inches from him. A startled sound escaped Sak's throat. Naruto's hands, akin to the talons of a predatory bird, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. With pinpoint accuracy, he viciously clutched the metal gauntlets connected to Sak's wind cavity apparatus. Ack! Sak let out a chilling scream, the excruciating pain jolting him awake. He struggled desperately, attempting to harness chakra for a counterattack. However, Naruto's seemingly frail hands now unleashed a terrifying strength, locking his arms in an iron grip. As Sak's screams reverberated, under the horrified gazes of TOS and Gold, crack, crack. The clear, bone-crushing sounds echoed in the silent forest like a heavy hammer striking. Ugh! Sak's eyes bulged, his face contorting in unimaginable agony, his cries escalating to inhuman levels. The metallic gauntlets on his arms, along with the bones beneath, were mercilessly crushed inward by Naruto's overwhelming force, bending at a grotesque angle. Blood erupted from the mangled metal seams and shattered flesh, splattering Naruto from head to toe. Sak's body crumpled like a limp rag doll, convulsing violently on the ground, his broken arms dragging uselessly beneath him, each spasm accompanied by heart-wrenching wails. Naruto released his grip, allowing Sak to collapse like a broken sack. His blood-soaked visage bore no expression, only an icy stillness. He slowly turned, his tightly shut eyes, akin to the gaze of death, fixating on his next target, Toes. Chapter 73. The Cost of Victory Within To's Single Eye. The gravity of the situation transformed into sheer terror. Before him stood a blood-soaked, blind-eyed youth, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. What manner of creature was this? Sak's horrific plight sent chills down his spine. Without hesitation, he raised his lethal right arm once more, the metal mouth of the apparatus igniting with blinding light. This time, he poured every ounce of chakra into it. The device emitted an unbearable, sharp hum. He aimed to obliterate this monster once and for all. Sonic Wave Extreme. TOS bellowed in a frenzied roar. A terrifying shockwave, unlike anything before, surged towards Naruto, poised to distort the very fabric of space. As it passed, the air warped violently, and the debris and fallen leaves on the ground were silently reduced to dust. This was To's ultimate trump card. However, within Naruto's inner vision, the energy accumulating on To's right arm no longer resembled a vortex. Instead, it had transformed into a cataclysmic black sun on the verge of eruption. Its energy intensity and attack range exceeded all previous attempts. With no retreat and no means to evade, Naruto's blood-splattered face bore a slight, icy curl of the lips. He did not flinch. Rather, he charged headlong into the annihilating energy capable of reducing stone to powder. At the moment of the charge, a crimson chakra enveloped his right hand. Unlike the previous frenzied and terrifying chakra, this one radiated gentleness and warmth. As the chakra coalesced, compressed, and spun, a visible, expanding sphere of chakra materialized. The Rasengan. In the fleeting moment when Tor shrank in horror as the devastating sound waves threatened to engulf Naruto, he slipped sideways like a wraith, narrowly evading the core of the sonic impact. The fabric of his left shoulder disintegrated into ashes upon contact with the shockwave's edge, and his skin and muscle burst forth with a horrifying crimson mark. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain, propelled forward by the momentum of his sidestep. His right hand, imbued with the essence of the Rasengan, pierced forth like a spear, resolute and destructive, striking with precision against Tor's raised right arm, which was ensconced in the sound wave apparatus. A dull, chilling sound echoed, reminiscent of mud being struck rather than a cataclysmic explosion. At the moment of contact, the Rasengan whirled violently, and Tor's arm, from elbow to shoulder, was as if thrust into a high-speed grinder. The sturdy metallic apparatus twisted and shattered instantly into countless fragments, which shot outwards. Following was a merciless tearing of muscle, fascia, and bone under the relentless whirl of chakra energy. Tor's emitted a shriek far more harrowing and despairing than Saku's. He watched in disbelief as his right arm was consumed and disassembled in less than a second by the brilliant blue spiral of death. Blood and flesh flying in all directions, shattered bones scattering like fireworks. Thick blood gushed forth like a fountain. Excruciating pain and overwhelming fear shattered Tor's resolve. His remaining left hand futilely pressed against the horrific stump, his body staggering backward uncontrollably. His eye, filled with incredulous agony and utmost terror, fixated on the golden figure that loomed near, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. His right arm was reduced to a jagged, bloodied remnant below the shoulder, blood still gushing from the severed end. Naruto slowly retracted his right hand, now smeared with flesh and blood, the luminescence of the Rasengan fading. He kept his eyes shut, his face splattered with the warm blood of his foe, which dripped from his chin, blooming dark red flowers in the mud at his feet. He turned his head slightly, his closed eyes, as if capable of penetrating the soul, sweeping over the last remaining Jean. Jean had long lost her earlier malice and cruelty. She stood trembling violently, her face as pale as parchment, lips quivering, teeth chattering uncontrollably. The kunai she held had already fallen weakly to the ground. Her terrified gaze darted between the wailing, disarmed Saku and the blood-soaked Tors, finally locking onto the blood-drenched, silent figure of Naruto, who stood as if risen from a mound of corpses and a sea of blood. She saw the cold, emotionless gaze on Naruto's face, a mere 12-year-old boy, yet so terrifying. Monster! Demon! Jin's voice trembled uncontrollably as she staggered back, her legs giving way, collapsing to the ground. She curled up, shivering, devoid of the courage to flee. Tors, enduring the agony of his severed arm and the dizziness from blood loss, trembled as he reached into his ninja tool pouch with his remaining hand. He extracted their heaven scroll, exerting his last reserves of strength to fling it towards Naruto. The scroll landed in the mud near Naruto's feet. The scroll will spare you. Tors's voice was hoarse and weak, filled with unprecedented fear and pleading. His single eye now devoid of malice and arrogance, reduced to the most abject plea for survival. He dared not look at Naruto any longer. His left hand pressed tightly against the severed arm, blood seeping through his fingers. Struggling, he attempted to retreat from the demon. Saku, too, had ceased her rolling. Curled on the ground, groaning in pain, her broken arms sprawled helplessly, her gaze hollow and despondent. Jin crawled and stumbled toward Tors and Saku, tears streaming down her face. Desperate to escape this hell on earth, Naruto remained with his eyes closed, standing silently, like a blood-stained statue. He did not retrieve the scroll at his feet, nor did he impede the enemy's frenzied escape, until those three sources of chakra, filled with suffering, fear, and despair, fled in disarray into the depths of the forest, disappearing from his perception altogether. With a thud, he fell to his knees, collapsing onto the cold, muddy ground, soaked in blood. His body trembled violently, as if all his bones had been extracted. The intense battle, blood loss, and the relentless pain in his ears, coupled with the mental strain from overexerting his chakra sensing, overwhelmed him. Exhaustion, pain, and dread surged forth like a flood, engulfing him. He gasped for air, each breath tainted with the heavy scent of blood and the burning ache in his lungs. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, mingling with the blood of both his enemies and himself, dripping into the earth below. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded from the tree hollow. Naruto! Sakura's voice, tinged with tears, shattered the silence. She burst forth, immediately spotting Naruto kneeling in a pool of blood, looking like a figure drenched in crimson. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, broken trees, shattered ground, and blood splattered everywhere. Naruto, are you all right? You've lost so much blood. Sakura rushed to his side, her voice quaking with fear and concern. Yet Naruto offered no response. At that moment, he could see nothing, hear nothing, only sensing a familiar chakra nearby. Naruto, your ears. Sakura quickly noticed his ears and promptly employed her medical ninjutsu for urgent treatment. Simultaneously, the chakra of the Nine Tails began to mend Naruto's ears. Soon, a cooling sensation alleviated the searing pain. With Sakura's support, Naruto's violently trembling body began to stabilize somewhat. He gradually lifted his heavy eyelids, his vision still blurred, tinged with crimson shadows. He gazed at Sakura's tear-streaked face, filled with worry and fear. Sakura. Naruto's voice was gravelly, like sandpaper, yet he managed a smile. I succeeded. I'm all right. Chapter 74. Sasuke's awakening. A heavy aroma of herbs mingled with the scent of damp earth, permeating the narrow tree hollow. Sasuke's eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Each attempt to lift them was accompanied by intense headaches and the searing pain of the cursed seal at the nape of his neck. He labored to breathe as his blurred vision gradually came into focus. Sasuke wished to speak, but his throat was parched, producing only a muffled sound. He struggled to turn his eyes, attempting to discern his surroundings and what had transpired during his unconsciousness. Just then, a bizarre figure caught his attention. Near the entrance of the tree hollow, a humanoid was slumped against the wall, completely swathed in thick, medicinal white bandages that covered everything from forehead to chin, even encasing the ears, leaving only two familiar azure eyes visible. The eyes fixed on him unblinkingly, brimming with pure joy and a nearly foolish smile. Sasuke, you're awake? The voice, muffled through the bandages, belonged to Naruto, familiar in its buoyancy and casualness. Oh dear, you've been asleep for 3 whole days. I was just thinking. If you didn't wake up today, Sakura and I would have to concede defeat and give up on the exam. 3 days? A jolt ran through Sasuke. Had he truly slept for so long after that battle? He struggled to sit up, but his body felt too weak to obey. I've been asleep for that long. His voice was hoarse and laden with the vulnerability of having survived a catastrophe. Did Orochimaru come by? Yet, the one wrapped like a dumpling, or rather Naruto, seemed oblivious to his inquiry. He continued, speaking a tad faster. Are you talking? Oh, my bad, Sasuke. Yesterday, to drive off those pesky troublemakers. I had a little issue with my ears and can't hear too well. He raised his bandaged hand and pointed to his similarly wrapped ears, his clumsy demeanor eliciting a chuckle. But Sakura told me my healing ability is pretty good. She said I should be able to hear again by tomorrow. Isn't that impressive? Observing Naruto's head, which was nearly obscured except for his eyes, and listening to him describe his ear troubles in such a light-hearted manner, Sasuke felt his heart constrict painfully. His last memories before losing consciousness were of the overwhelming agony and darkness caused by the cursed Seal's eruption, followed by the sight of Orochimaru's survival after the Kirin struck. Awakening to find Naruto, gravely injured yet still so cheerful, was a stark contrast. This underdog, despite his severe injuries and head wrapped up like a mummy, was trying to lighten the mood, unwilling to let Sasuke feel the weight of despair. Sasuke's gaze lingered on Naruto's eyes, which bore no trace of complaint or suffering, only pure delight at his awakening. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him, a mix of guilt, self-reproach, and an inexplicable irritation. He abruptly turned his face away, not wanting Naruto to glimpse the turmoil in his eyes. By the way, Naruto seemed entirely unaware of Sasuke's distress, or perhaps chose to ignore it, his voice still laced with feigned energy. Sakura specifically instructed that your arm, the one you used for Chidori, must absolutely not use chakra for the time being. She said your left arm suffered significant damage from the high-voltage current and needs time to rest and recover. Sasuke fell silent, glancing down at his powerless left arm. Though it was wrapped, the stinging sensation had not diminished. His reckless haste had turned it into a fragile part that required protection. The irony was that the protector was this very Naruto, who appeared to be in worse condition. This realization pierced his proud ego like a knife. What about Sakura? Sasuke's voice dropped even lower, seeking to divert his focus. Naruto seemed to anticipate his question, bursting into laughter that sounded odd through the bandages. Haha. Sakura went out to find something to eat. We're both patients now, especially you. I wanted to go out and grab a bite, but Sakura punched me back. He mimicked Sakura's tone, deliberately raising his pitch. Naruto, stay put. You should have seen her. She was super fierce. Sasuke imagined the scene, his brow furrowing slightly. He was well aware of Sakura's formidable strength. It was absurd that Naruto, in such a state, would even consider venturing out. What a reckless move, he muttered quietly, unsure if he was referring to Naruto's desire to go out or his own impulsive use of Chidori, or perhaps both. However, Naruto, despite his hearing impairment, seemed to sense his thoughts, quickly responding. Resuming his normal tone, he teased, Haha, I bet you're blaming me for being reckless, right? But, Sasuke, his voice turned serious, blue eyes peering through the bandages directly at Sasuke, who was the genius that acted first. Naruto's words struck Sasuke like a dull blade, slowly unraveling the calm he had tried to maintain. He spun around abruptly, his black eyes glaring at Naruto, filled with a mix of irritation and confusion at being cared for by this underdog. What? What did you say? Naruto leaned in closer, his expression puzzled. Due to his hearing issue, he completely missed the emotion in Sasuke's voice, only noticing his lips moving. I can't hear. Speak up, Sasuke. Were you complimenting me for scaring off the enemies? Seeing Naruto's foolish expression, tinged with a hint of seeking praise, the anger Sasuke had built up dissipated instantly. He felt as though he had punched a pillow, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness once more. He pressed his lips together, falling silent, only able to gaze at the foolish figure before him, wrapped like a mummy and temporarily deaf, yet still radiating warmth and light. At that moment, soft footsteps and the rustling of leaves echoed from outside the tree hollow. Sakura cautiously entered, cradling a bundle of wild fruits wrapped in broad leaves. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and her face bore the fatigue of a search. But the instant she spotted Sasuke sitting inside the hollow, her emerald eyes sparkled, as if all her worries had been dispelled. Sasuke-kun, you're really awake. Her voice trembled with joy, and she stumbled forward, placing the fruits on the ground. Then, she could no longer contain the fears, worries, and pressures that had accumulated over the days, nor the immense relief she felt in this moment. Tears streamed down her mud-streaked cheeks, like a flood that had burst its dam. Thank goodness. Oh, I'm so relieved. She sobbed uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking violently. You were unconscious for 3 days, and I was so scared. Scared you wouldn't wake up again. Naruto was also so badly hurt. And I didn't know what to do. The facade of strength she had maintained for the past few days crumbled entirely at this moment. She crouched before Sasuke, like a child who had suffered great injustices, crying without restraint. Chapter 75. Unvoiced gratitude. Sasuke watched Sakura in her state of despair, listening to her fragmented recounting of the torment from the past 3 days, and the tumult of complex emotions within him intensified. During his 3 days of unconsciousness, Sakura had been alone, caring for the severely injured Naruto, guarding him while also remaining vigilant against potential enemies. Her exhaustion, fear, strength, and the subsequent breakdown weighed heavily upon him. For the first time, he clearly understood how his reckless actions had thrust his comrades into such peril and suffering. He opened his mouth, the words "don't cry, I'm fine" almost spilling out, but they lodged in his throat, appearing feeble and ineffective. Ultimately, he simply reached out, awkwardly placing a hand on Sakura's trembling shoulder. This simple gesture marked a significant change for him. Naruto sat quietly beside them. Though he couldn't fully discern what Sakura was saying, the long-suppressed cries and Sasuke's clumsy attempt at comfort conveyed everything. The lightheartedness in his blue eyes faded, replaced by a profound sense of empathy and warmth. He remained silent, merely observing them, as if safeguarding the fragile reality of the moment. Sakura cried for what felt like an eternity, as if trying to purge all her fears and pressures through her tears. The cries gradually diminished, transforming into intermittent sobs. She lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing at the hand Sasuke had placed on her shoulder, then glanced at Naruto, who remained silent yet concerned. A warm wave surged within her, easing her sorrow. She hastily wiped her face with her sleeve, inhaling deeply, striving to regain her composure. "I'm so sorry, I lost my composure." Sakura's voice still carried a heavy nasal tone, but her gaze had regained its resolve. "Sasuke-kun, how are you feeling now? Is there any particular pain?" "I'm fine," Sasuke replied tersely, retracting his hand and casting a glance at Naruto. "What exactly happened? And who was the assailant?" Following Sasuke's gaze, Sakura looked at Naruto. Her eyes filled with both fear and gratitude. She gathered her thoughts and began recounting everything that had transpired after Sasuke lost consciousness. It was the Sound Ninja trio, Sak, Toes, and a female ninja named Kin. Her voice lowered. "They are subordinates of Orochimaru, and their goal was to take you away. They found this place just yesterday afternoon." Sakura's account was not particularly detailed. She deliberately omitted many gruesome and brutal details, such as the horror she felt seeing blood pour from Naruto's ear when his eardrum ruptured, or the pitiable state he was in after being slashed by wind blades. She refrained from describing the visual shock of Naruto's near-manic counterattack, which broke Sak's arms and severely injured Toes with a close-range Rasengan. Even now, recalling those moments sent shivers down her spine. Instead, she emphasized Naruto's valiant effort to protect them, single-handedly facing the 3 adversaries and, against all odds, driving them back with his remarkable willpower and explosive strength. "Naruto fought with all his might to protect us," Sakura choked, her gaze toward Naruto filled with compassion and admiration. "He was injured while evading Toza's sonic attacks, and he has many wounds on his body. However, his recovery ability is indeed quite strong. Many of his external injuries have started to scab over. The most troublesome is the injury to his ear, which will require time to heal." Sasuke listened silently, his gaze returning to Naruto. The bandaged head, the wounds hidden beneath the wrappings, no longer appeared ridiculous to him. Instead, they resembled a silent monument inscribed with the harrowing price paid for the protection of him and their comrades. He could imagine the ferocity of the battle. 3 sound ninja endowed with special techniques were not foes to be taken lightly. How had Naruto, often perceived as the underdog, managed to unleash such power in that dire situation? Was it to protect Sakura, or was it for him? They left behind this. Sakura retrieved a scroll from her ninja tool pouch, the very heaven scroll left by the sound ninja. Naruto scared them off. They left this scroll behind to escape with their lives. Sasuke regarded the scroll before turning his gaze back to Naruto. It seemed Naruto sensed their discussion about him. Although he could not hear clearly, he still displayed a proud expression upon seeing Sakura present the scroll. This familiar, slightly foolish gesture stirred a mix of emotions within Sasuke. He diverted his gaze, looking outside at the darkening sky. "What shall we do next?" Sasuke's voice regained its usual calmness, though upon closer inspection, it lacked some of the arrogance it once held. "You and Naruto need to rest," Sakura asserted, her her tone leaving no room for argument. Especially you, Sasuke-kun. Your body is severely depleted. That black mark may be calm for now, but you must not forcefully use chakra again. Naruto also needs time to recover his hearing. He won't be able to act until tomorrow at the earliest. Indeed, Sasuke acknowledged, though it's pushing my limits, tomorrow marks the last day of the second exam. Besides, we have already gathered 2 scrolls, meeting the requirements to advance. Given my current state, I can hardly walk, let alone fight. Though Naruto seemed somewhat alert. His severe head injury and hearing loss significantly diminished his combat effectiveness. Forcing a journey would only make him a burden and potentially attract enemies once more. I'll go fetch some water. Sasuke struggled to rise, needing space to process everything. No. Sakura immediately intervened. She pressed her hand firmly on his shoulder. Sasuke-kun, you absolutely cannot move. Rest well. Meanwhile, Naruto shifted closer, blocking the cave entrance. Though he said nothing, his eyes clearly conveyed a message. Do not attempt to leave. Sasuke observed the anxious expressions on their faces, particularly Naruto, who stubbornly obstructed the cave entrance despite being wrapped in bandages. A familiar feeling of discomfort surged within him. But in the end, he relented and leaned back against the cave wall. Sakura picked up a clean wild fruit, carefully peeling a bit of its skin before offering it to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, eat something to replenish your strength. Naruto, you should eat too. She handed one to Naruto as well. Naruto took the fruit, awkwardly holding it with his bandaged hand, bringing it to his only exposed mouth and nibbling at it. Sasuke watched as Sakura offered him the fruit, then glanced at Naruto, who resembled a hamster gnawing on the treat. The cave was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the soft sounds of chewing and the occasional chirping of insects outside. The tension that had gripped him for days began to loosen in this brief moment of tranquility forged by the scars and protection of comrades. A weighty feeling, unlike anything he had experienced before, settled heavily upon his heart. Not mere gratitude, but a profound sense of responsibility and a binding connection. He silently took a bite of the fruit Sakura offered, the sweet and sour juice spreading across his palate. His gaze swept over Naruto's comically bandaged head, and Sasuke's lips moved soundlessly. A minuscule syllable, barely perceptible, rolled off his tongue before dissipating deep within his throat, akin to an unuttered thank you. Chapter 76. Respite and the final stage deep within the forest of death. The tree hollow that had borne so much fatigue and pain finally welcomed a long-awaited atmosphere of relief. Wow, I can hear. Sakura, Sasuke, I can hear. A jubilant cheer erupted, nearly toppling the tree hollow's ceiling. Naruto sprang up like a tightly wound spring toy, wildly tugging at the bandages that had encased his head for days. The sheer vigor of his movements stirred up a breeze that almost toppled Sakura's neatly arranged ninja tool pouch nearby. Idiot Naruto, be careful. Your wounds have just healed. Sakura gasped, her face paling as she rushed to restrain the overly excited boy. But Naruto was uncontainable, bouncing around the small hollow like a monkey that had finally regained its freedom. He pressed his ear against the cave wall, straining to catch the faint sounds of the outside world, then shouted towards Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke, did you just make a sound? I heard it. I definitely heard it. He even darted to the entrance, calling out to a circling crow outside. Hey, good morning, Mr. Crow. The startled crow cawed in response, flapping its wings and soaring away. Sasuke leaned against the cave wall, a clear frown appearing on his forehead, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ultimately, he swallowed his retort, opting instead for a resigned sigh. Fine, considering this fool is just recovering from a serious injury, I'll let it slide. He turned his face away, feigning interest in a trivial crack on the cave wall. Sakura watched Naruto bounce with exuberance, as if he were trying to reclaim all the lost vitality from the past few days. Glancing at Sasuke, who wore a disdainful expression of unfamiliarity, she couldn't help but laugh, the tension and worry she had felt dissipating somewhat under Naruto's exaggerated joy. That's wonderful, Naruto. It's great that your hearing has come back. Sakura smiled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Naruto finally ceased his celebration, which had the potential to trigger a minor earthquake. Swiftly, he tore away the last few bothersome bandages from his head, revealing a face that, despite bearing some faint scars, radiated vitality and wore a bright, sunny smile. He vigorously rubbed his ears, now liberated, and grinned broadly. It feels like the entire world has brightened. Even your nagging, Sakura, sounds delightful. Who's nagging? Sakura instantly flared up, her fists clenching reflexively. Ah, my apologies. Naruto quickly ducked behind Sasuke, fully aware that Sasuke, a fragile porcelain doll in his current state, could hardly shield him from Sakura's formidable strength. Sasuke remarked, Naruto's wild howls of excitement can be felt even by us trapped in this ceiling space. It's deafening. This little brat. Is it really necessary to be so loud just because he regained his hearing? My ears are about to be permanently damaged. The Nine Tails, in its vast form, restlessly shifted within its iron cage of confinement. Its 9 enormous tails whipped around with a loud crack, creating ripples in the chakra waters below. Meanwhile, Madara, perched atop the 9 tails, commented, after being deaf for a day, regaining hearing would excite anyone. What? That doesn't sound like you. Old Madara, the 9 tails retorted. Indeed, after spending so much time with you, I find you to be entirely different from the rumors, Minato added. Madara replied, those rumors were fabrications. Are you certain? The 9 tails questioned, tilting its head. Madara redirected the conversation. Speaking of which, how did you end up captured, you scruffy fox? I recall that during my fight with Hashirama, he had already depleted his chakra and could no longer suppress you. While Madara's memories were hazy, he distinctly remembered the battle at the Valley of the End. He had used Susanoo to envelop the 9 tails, withstanding Hashirama's true 1,000 hands, after which the 9 tails was unable to continue fighting due to Hashirama's control. Their battle had led them to the Valley of the End, where Hashirama eventually fell due to his own chakra exhaustion. At that point, Hashirama could not possibly have had the chakra to suppress the 9 tails. If it weren't for his own chakra depletion at that time, he would have summoned the 9 tails to escape. I have no idea. The 9 tails grumbled. When I came to, I was already sealed away. Didn't you claim to have regained your memories? Regaining them doesn't mean I remember everything, Madara replied. And if it weren't for your control back then, I wouldn't have been treated as a tool to be seized by you ninjas. You, the instigator, have no right to lecture me. The 9 tails shot back. Humph. The excuses of the weak. Power is meant to be wielded. Possessing it without knowing how to use it leads to your imprisonment, and you deserve it, Madara scoffed. What did you say? All right, Mr. Madara, 9 tails, let us refrain from arguing, Minato sighed, feeling as though he was managing 2 troublesome children. Naruto needs our support and guidance now, not in fighting. Besides, didn't we agree to maintain some semblance of harmony, at least while Naruto is in need? Who was being harmonious with him? Both the 9 tails and Madara retorted in unison. The rent for the brat inside should be raised. The 9 tails declared. Humph. Out of respect for you, Minato, I shall temporarily overlook this scruffy fox, Madara conceded. Very well, that seems to be the extent of their harmony, Minato mused. In the real world, Naruto remained oblivious to their bickering. At that moment, Sasuke gazed toward the cave entrance and solemnly said, Enough of the antics, you laggard. Don't forget, today is the last day. Naruto quickly leaped to Sasuke's side, exclaiming, I'm coming. Sasuke, observing his 2 comrades, crouched down and explained. The teams that have gathered 2 scrolls are likely concentrated around the tower, while those who haven't gathered their scrolls but are unwilling to concede are probably surrounding the area near the tower, preparing for a final ambush and scramble. He paused, his gaze shifting to Naruto and Sakura, a serious expression crossing his face. The Earth Scroll we possess and the Heaven Scroll acquired from the Sound Ninjas are 2 substantial prizes. The final stretch toward the tower will be fraught with peril. Naruto's smile faded, his blue eyes sharpening with determination. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of power within him and the clarity brought by his restored hearing. Danger? Humph. Just what I need. Let them witness the strength of Uzumaki Naruto, now rejuvenated. This time, it's my turn to protect you, he proclaimed, thumping his chest confidently. Sakura, seeing Naruto's serious demeanor and glancing at Sasuke's determined profile, despite his weakness, felt a swell of courage. Yes, together, the 3 of us will surely reach the tower safely. Chapter 77, Group Brawl? I fear no brawl. After regrouping, the trio cautiously departed from the tree hollow that had sheltered them for days, setting forth towards the imposing tower at the heart of the Forest of Death. As they approached the tower, the surrounding forest grew eerily silent, the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects dwindling. The air was thick with a sense of impending storm. Sunlight filtered through the increasingly dense canopy, casting mottled and enigmatic shadows, as if every shadow concealed a pair of malicious eyes. Sasuke led the way, though still not fully recovered. He remained capable of surveying for threats. Sakura followed closely, her role as the medic requiring her to be attentive and responsive. Naruto brought up the rear, his ears keenly attuned to any unusual sounds. Be careful. Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly detected a faint chakra fluctuation among the treetops, prompting him to sound the alarm. However, the warning came too late. Ninjutsu, Rain of Poison Needles. Water style, Water Chaos Wave. Earth style, Earth Piercing Spear. Shouts accompanied simultaneous attacks from 3 directions. An onslaught of poison needles descended like a torrential downpour. A powerful wave of water surged forward, while the ground erupted with sharp stone spikes aimed directly at the trio. Damn it, it's the Rain Ninja. Sakura recognized the enemy's forehead protector immediately. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto reacted swiftly, forming hand seals just as the attacks drew near. In an explosive display, hundreds of Naruto clones burst forth like a golden mushroom cloud, instantly filling the clearing. Boom. Thud. The majority of the needles were halted by the sudden wall of clones, producing a cacophony of impacts. The water wave toppled dozens of clones in the front, but reinforcements quickly replaced them. Stone spikes pierced through some clones' feet, eliciting exaggerated cries of "Ouch, my foot." What? The 3 hidden Rain ninjas were taken aback. They had anticipated a counterattack, but never expected it to be so brutal and on such a grand scale. Does that blonde kid have limitless chakra? Haha. So it's a numbers game, is it? Let us see who has more. Naruto's original self, mingling among the army of clones, laughed heartily. Brothers, charge. Beat them up. Oh. Thousands of Naruto clones shouted in unison, their uproar shaking the very earth. The golden wave split into 3 torrents, surging toward the concealed positions of the 3 Rain ninjas. Quick, use the clone technique to cause confusion, the lead Rain ninja ordered urgently. The other 2 Rain ninjas immediately formed seals. Clone technique. In an instant, dozens of Rain ninja clones appeared in the branches and behind the bushes, attempting to confuse Naruto's army of shadow clones. Yet, reality proved harsh. The Rain ninjas' clones were merely basic, illusory clones without substance. To confuse the eyes or serve as a decoy is one thing, but to engage in battle? Against Naruto, whose shadow clones possess physical forms and can throw punches. The result is a one-sided, chaotic brawl that is visually striking. Take this punch. Look out. Don't run. You stepped on my foot. That one is real. He used a jutsu. Brothers, surround him. The golden shadow clones, like sharks sensing blood, disregard the illusory images and precisely pounce on the clones created by the Rain Ninja. The Rain Ninja clones attempt to punch and kick, but when their attacks connect, the shadow clones merely dissipate into smoke, obstructing their vision. However, what awaits them is the retribution of other shadow clones' iron fists. Bang! Ouch! The scene is exceedingly chaotic. The Rain Ninja's clones are surrounded by the shadow clones, taking heavy blows. If not for the sheer number of shadow clones diluting their strength, they would not have lasted this long. Captain, this is impossible. There are too many of his clones, and they are all real. One Rain Ninja, awkwardly hiding atop the treetops from several shadow clones trying to yank his hair, exclaimed in frustration. Damn it. Use Earth style. Dig underground. Launch a surprise attack with the heart decapitation technique. Sensing the situation turning dire, the Rain Ninja captain immediately altered his strategy. He swiftly performed hand seals, Earth style, underground navigation. His body rapidly sank into the ground. The other 2 Rain Ninjas followed suit. On the surface, the army of shadow clones stared at one another, having lost their target. Huh, where did they go? Burrowed underground? How cunning. The real ones. They burrowed underground. Naruto's original form also sensed the disappearance of chakra fluctuations on the surface. Humph, trying to play hide and seek? You have chosen the wrong opponent. Having learned how to sense enemies through chakra during his last encounter with the Sound Ninja trio, he was more than capable of dealing with these foes, despite his hearing recovery causing a slight decrease in accuracy. Soon, Naruto closed his eyes. Instantly, the ground beneath him became transparent in his perception. 3 points of light representing the Rain Ninja's chakra darted underground like gophers, aiming directly for him, Sasuke, and Sakura's feet. Not a chance. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Naruto's eyes. Brothers, they are trying to grab our feet from underground. Let's go down and catch them. Use the Earth style that Kakashi-sensei used. A portion of the shadow clones immediately responded, understood. Earth style, heart decapitation technique. Dozens of shadow clones simultaneously formed hand seals, and then dove headfirst into the earth. The scene resembled a spectacular display of trained gophers collectively digging. Sasuke and Sakura stared. Wide-eyed. Sasuke's lips twitched. This slacker has turned ninjutsu into gopher brawls? Ha! In the ceiling space. The Ninetales couldn't help but roll around in laughter at the ridiculous scene outside. This kid, using the heart decapitation technique to fight gophers? Ha! Minato, did you see that? Your son's tactical genius is unparalleled. Minato's ethereal form wore an expression of mixed amusement and exasperation. Naruto is quite creative. At least the results appear practical. He made an effort to defend his son. Humph, a barbaric tactic devoid of aesthetics. Obito's spectral form snorted, but upon closer inspection, the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly upward. Although fleeting, it did not escape the Ninetales' notice. Old Obito, you smiled. I did not smile. I just saw it. It seems I've been too nice to you lately. You're getting a bit cheeky, aren't you? Just speak properly. Don't summon Susanoo. All right, here we go again. In the real world, an even more absurd scene was unfolding. The Rain Ninja Captain was stealthily advancing beneath Naruto's original form, smirking to himself. Blonde brat, prepare to die. His hand was poised to emerge from the ground and grab what he anticipated to be Naruto's ankle. Suddenly, pop, 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 from the soil around him. Heads adorned with messy golden hair shot up, one after another. Each head wore a similar, somewhat silly but enthusiastic grin. Hey, brother, you're playing Earth style too? What a coincidence. We are too. Who are you looking for? Looking for our original? He's up on the surface. The air down here isn't great. Want to come up and chat? The Rain Ninja Captain. His sinister smile froze instantly, his mind going blank. He was confronted with a dozen identical faces, their eerie brightness standing out in the dim underground. He felt as if he had fallen into a field of golden sunflowers, surrounded by countless blooms peering down at him. What is this mental pollution? Before he could react, a flurry of hands belonging to Naruto's shadow clones reached up from the ground with enthusiasm. Their target, his arms, shoulders, hair, even his nose. Brothers, we've got one. Grab him. Don't let him escape. Pull him out. Pull him out. No. Wait. Let go of me. The Rain Ninja Captain struggled in terror, but his fists were no match for 4 hands, let alone dozens. He was like a fish entangled in a net, forcibly extracted by a swarm of eager shadow clones. The other 2 Rain Ninjas faced similar fates. One barely poked his head out, trying to grab Sakura, only to have 7 or 8 waiting shadow clones pin his head down. The other, even worse off, targeted Sasuke for a sneak attack. As soon as his hand emerged from the ground, it was met by Sasuke's precise, albeit weakened, kick to his wrist. I may be weakened, but that doesn't mean I can't move. Thanks, Sasuke said, as the adjacent shadow clones enthusiastically dragged him out of the ground, providing an impromptu massage. On the surface, the one-sided beating finally reached its conclusion. The 3 Rain Ninjas found themselves surrounded by Naruto's densely packed shadow clones, enduring a barrage of punches and kicks that, while individually weak, were overwhelming in number. They were forced to huddle together, bruised and battered, their headbands askew, clothes torn. There was no longer any semblance of ninjas. They resembled 3 unfortunate souls being beaten by a gang of thugs. Stop! Stop! Here, a scroll. A scroll for you. The Rain Ninja Captain, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, cried out as he pulled a scroll from his pocket and threw it out. Please, spare us. All right, everyone. Stop. At Naruto's call, the shadow clones reluctantly ceased their actions. One of them picked up the scroll, examined it, and scoffed. TCH, another Earth scroll. We all have one already, utterly useless. He tossed it to the original. Naruto caught the scroll, gazing at the 3 trembling Rain Ninjas on the ground, looking unrecognizable. Chapter 78. Successful promotion. Confronted with the battered Rain Ninja trio, Naruto placed his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. Ha! Now you know how formidable I am. Next time you attempt a sneak attack, make sure to identify your target. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am not to be trifled with. Brothers, retreat. Oh. Thousands of shadow clones echoed in unison, then poofed into white smoke like firecrackers. The forest fell silent, leaving only the 3 moaning Rain Ninjas on the ground, alongside Sasuke and Sakura, whose expressions were a mix of complexity. Sakura looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with exasperation. Naruto, you just... Sasuke rubbed his temples, wearing an expression that conveyed he didn't know this fool, but had to admit he performed admirably. Slacker, your fighting style is truly... He struggled to find the right words. Naruto scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Huh? Pretty cool, right? I told you, more people means greater strength. And they chose to dig underground themselves. You can't blame me. He saw no flaw in his tactics, only a sense of exhilarating triumph. The unexpected welcoming ceremony was resolved, and the three individuals encountered no further obstacles, successfully arriving at the towering edifice at the heart of the Forest of Death. Upon pushing open the heavy tower doors, they entered a vast hall already bustling with several teams that had also arrived. As Team 7 stepped inside, many gazes turned towards them, particularly drawn to Naruto's iconic golden hair and vibrant demeanor, eliciting expressions of surprise, scrutiny, and even apprehension. Clearly, news of the Sound Ninja Trio's defeat at the hands of Team 7, along with Naruto's wild display at the end, had quietly circulated among the survivors. However, Naruto scratched his head, bewildered, his azure eyes filled with questions. Where is everyone? Where did the teacher go? He spun around like a headless fly, pondering what to do next. Surely we're not expected to wander aimlessly? Simply open the scroll, came a calm voice from the shadows beside them. Naruto whipped around, his face lighting up with surprise. Kiba, it's you guys. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino emerged from behind a massive support pillar. Akamaru barked a friendly greeting from Kiba's head. Seeing familiar faces, Naruto eagerly rummaged through his ninja tool pouch. He pulled out an extra earth scroll seized from the Rain Ninja and cheerfully offered, "Hey, Kiba, do you guys need a scroll? We have an extra." Hinata's fair cheeks flushed slightly as her hands nervously entwined. Her clear Byakugan eyes gazed at Naruto with unabashed admiration. Her voice barely above a whisper. "Naruto-kun, you're really amazing to have an extra scroll." Her words brimmed with genuine awe. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, the lenses reflecting a glimmer of light. His tone remained steady and factual. "We appreciate the offer, but we have gathered what we need and only require the opening of one scroll to complete our registration." "Oh, I see." Naruto blinked in realization, while Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. It seemed the key to their success lay within their own hands. The trio exchanged glances, confirming their scrolls. Taking a deep breath, Naruto, with a sense of ceremony, carefully untied the scroll of heaven, and in concert with Sasuke, slowly unfurled it. Just as the scroll completely opened, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The runes inscribed in the center of the scroll erupted in blinding white light. With a soft pop, a dense white mist billowed up, rapidly coalescing into a familiar figure. As the smoke dissipated, Iruka-sensei, adorned with his Konoha forehead protector and a gentle smile, materialized before them. "Congratulations, Team 7. You have successfully passed the second stage of the Nin selection exam." Iruka's voice radiated heartfelt warmth and encouragement. "Iruka-sensei," the trio exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide and jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Naruto exaggeratedly rubbed his eyes, questioning his own perception. "How can you be here? Aren't you supposed to be at the academy or overseeing the exam outside?" Sakura voiced the collective astonishment. Seeing their shocked yet adorable expressions, Iruka couldn't help but chuckle, patiently explaining, "This is a special setup of the examination rules. These two scrolls are sealed with specific jutsu. If you had succumbed to curiosity and opened them outside of this tower in the Forest of Death." He paused, his tone growing more serious. "The powerful Jinjutsu contained within would have activated instantly, putting the opener into a forced slumber until the entire second exam concluded." Naruto instinctively gasped, clutching his heart in a moment of trepidation. "Thank goodness we didn't have that wretched curiosity." Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Congratulations on successfully passing the second stage of the Nin selection exam. Iruka confirmed with a flourish. "Yay, we did it." Naruto leaped up, exuberantly pumping his fists. Despite the arduous journey and the scars they bore, they had triumphed in the end. Sakura's face lit up with a radiant smile of relief as she tightly clenched her fists, exclaiming, "That's wonderful." Though Sasuke maintained his usual cool demeanor, the tension in his shoulders visibly eased. A flicker of unnoticeable relief and warmth crossed his eyes as he observed the excited Naruto and the content Sakura. Glancing at his bandaged right hand, the heavy feeling of bonds, named camaraderie, seemed to clarify within him. The external commotion also resonated within this mental space. "Humph, we finally made it through safely." Although the process was rather foolish, the Ninetales remarked, resting its chin on its paws, its tone seemingly grumbling. Yet the tip of its tail swayed slightly, betraying a good mood. "Indeed, Naruto performed admirably. Minato's ethereal form smiled gently, brimming with pride. Humph, it was passable. Madara maintained his aloof facade, though his tones softened considerably. At least it proves he possesses the potential for explosive power at the brink of life and death. Not bringing shame to Konoha, he nearly let slip a thought. Hey, old man Madara, were you about to say he didn't tarnish the Uchiha name? The Nine-Tails teased, a mischievous glint in its eye. Admit it, seeing that kid use his strength to protect the Uchiha girl must have pleased you, especially since he carries Uchiha blood. Silence. You mangy fox. Madara's form flickered violently, seemingly miffed. I was merely making an objective assessment. It has nothing to do with the Uchiha. Sure. The Nine-Tails proudly wagged its tail. All right. Nine-Tails, Madara, let us all refrain from further comments. Minato interjected, his tone pleading. Now that Naruto and the others are safe, shouldn't we rest for a bit? After their successful advancement, Iruka guided them to a resting area to recuperate while awaiting news of the third exam. Naruto plopped down on a bench, exhaling deeply, his face radiating satisfaction. Phew, we finally made it. Though it was a bit perilous, the outcome is fantastic. Right, Sasuke? Sakura? Sakura nodded vigorously, yes. Thanks to Naruto and Sasuke-kun. She turned to Naruto with sincere eyes, especially you, Naruto. Thank you for always protecting us. Heh, of course. I'm destined to become Hokage. Protecting my comrades is my duty. Naruto declared proudly, thumping his chest without a hint of modesty. Sasuke leaned back, eyes closed in rest, merely responding with a nonchalant HM. Yet the barely perceptible, almost never-seen curve at the corner of his mouth betrayed his currently unsettled emotions. He glanced at Naruto's sunlit, albeit scarred, smiling face, then at Sakura, who had relaxed and wore a reassuring smile. It felt rather pleasant. In the past, he viewed interactions with others as a waste of time, but now, he began to relish such a life. Chapter 79. The preliminaries officially begin within the tower. After a brief respite, all the successful genin were directed to an exceptionally spacious hall resembling an indoor training ground. The walls were constructed from sturdy stone, and the towering ceiling cast a somewhat harsh light. The air was thick with the scent of battle and the exhausted yet exhilarated atmosphere of the young ninjas. Whispers filled the expansive space, creating a buzzing echo. Team 7 stood towards the back of the crowd. Naruto remained his energetic self, scanning the surroundings, his gaze flitting over various teams, some familiar and others unknown. However, the three sound ninjas who had initially been defeated by him were no longer present. It appeared that after sustaining severe injuries, they were unable to acquire the scroll. Sakura stood beside Sasuke, her face etched with concern, occasionally glancing at his bandaged right arm and his slightly pale complexion. Sasuke, on the other hand, stood upright, striving to maintain an outward semblance of calm. Yet, the fine beads of sweat at his temple and the occasional furrowing of his brows, triggered by the stinging pain from the cursed seal on his neck, betrayed his deteriorating physical state. Suddenly, amidst a wisp of smoke, several figures emerged. At the forefront was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, cloaked in a white Hokage mantle, a straw hat atop his head, and a pipe clenched between his teeth. Behind him stood a number of composed, sharp-eyed jonin from Konoha, including familiar faces like Kakashi Gai, Asuma, and Kurenai, as well as the special jonin, Mizuki, who, despite appearing unwell, bore a serious expression as he took on the role of judge. The hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes were riveted upon the venerable elder, the embodiment of Konoha's highest authority. An intangible pressure filled the air. The third Hokage slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze tranquil, yet imbued with a wisdom that seemed to perceive all. He scanned the youthful, dust-covered, scarred yet determined faces below. Finally, the third Hokage's voice, robust and clear, resonated in every ear. I wish to congratulate all the Chunin candidates present. You have successfully navigated the trials of the forest of death through your wisdom, courage, strength, and, most importantly, teamwork. This signifies that you possess the potential and foundation to become Chunin. In the crowd, Naruto puffed out his chest, his face brimming with pride. Sakura smiled, and a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Sasuke's mouth. However, the third Hokage's tone shifted, becoming grave. The path to becoming a Chunin is not without its challenges. The true test is only just beginning. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. The second exam tests teamwork. However, The forthcoming third exam will serve as the ultimate trial of your individual strength and will. It will be a series of one-on-one elimination matches. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of gasps and discussions. Excitement and apprehension mingled as some rubbed their hands together eagerly. Others swallowed nervously, and some wore expressions of solemnity. Naruto's eyes sparkled, fists clenched tightly. One-on-one? Fantastic. Just what I wanted. I will show everyone my true strength. Sakura, however, glanced at Sasuke with concern. Sasuke-kun, your health. Sasuke raised a hand dismissively. I'm fine. The third Hokage raised a hand for silence and continued. Because the third exam is an individual contest, the outcome of victory and defeat rests solely on each participant. To ensure that everyone can compete at their best, and to avoid a situation where one person's poor condition jeopardizes the entire team's opportunity, I hereby announce a new rule. His gaze swept across the assembly, his voice steady. During the upcoming preliminary phase, any candidate may, at any time, based on their condition, decide whether to continue participating in the competition. If you feel your injuries are too severe, your chakra depleted, or for any reason believe you cannot perform to your fullest in the upcoming individual battles, you may choose to forfeit at this moment. Forfeit. The term rippled through the crowd like a stone thrown into a still pond, stirring waves of reaction. Forfeiting did not signify cowardice. Rather, it represented a lucid acknowledgement of oneself, one's comrades, and the value of this examination. The third Hokage emphasized, those who choose to forfeit will automatically gain the right to observe the third exam, while the other members of their team may still participate in the individual matches, provided their conditions allow. As his words settled, the atmosphere in the hall shifted subtly. Many gazes instinctively turned towards those candidates evidently bearing injuries. On Team 7's side, Sakura's anxious eyes were glued to Sasuke. From the Sand Village, Temari glanced at Kankuro's puppets and Gaara's somber demeanor, while Shikamaru from Konoha wore an expression of utter exasperation. The third Hokage's gaze ultimately landed on Kabuto, the bespectacled, seemingly benign Konoha Chunin, who now slightly bowed his head, the lenses of his glasses glinting in the light. After a brief silence, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, fatigue and resignation evident on his face. He raised his hand calmly and stated clearly, "Third Hokage, I choose to forfeit." A stir rippled through the crowd. "Me too," exclaimed a Grass Village Chunin, his arm in a sling, limping as he raised his hand. His expression a mix of reluctance and relief. "And me, I forfeit too." One after another, several injured and exhausted Chunin opted to withdraw. They understood that participating in the brutal one-on-one elimination matches in their current state would yield no chance of victory and could even threaten their lives. Medical personnel swiftly approached, guiding the forfeiting candidates out of the hall towards a resting area. Although the number of participants diminished, those remaining were resolute, their eyes alight with fighting spirit. Naruto, observing the departing figures, shot a sidelong glance at Sasuke. "So, do you want to do the same?" Sasuke shot him a look. "You should know me best." Naruto grinned. "Indeed." Then, both shared a knowing smile, a testament to their mutual trust. Their camaraderie evoked memories from Madara in the ceiling space. Reminiscent of the days he stood alongside Hashirama atop Hokage Rock, planning their future together. They had stood there, determining the name of their country and the name of their village, the land of fire, Konohagakure. The Nine Tails, noticing Madara lost in thought, poked him with its tail. "What's wrong, old man Madara? Lost in a daydream?" Madara swatted the tail away. "Since when did you start caring about me?" The Nine Tails tilted its head. "I don't care about you. If you were gone, I'd definitely celebrate with fireworks for a few days." Minato, observing from the sidelines, could see the Nine Tails was not being truthful. "Huh. Nine Tails, you're quite the hypocrite. The fourth Hokage should mind his own business." Chapter 80. Sasuke's red copper armor in the realm of reality. The third Hokage noted that no one else raised a hand to forfeit and nodded slightly. "Excellent. Now, everyone present, please prepare yourselves. The preliminary matches will commence immediately. Mizuki, you will preside over the proceedings." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Mizuki cleared his throat and stepped to the center of the arena, holding a lottery box in his hands. The rules are simple. Drawing lots will determine the order and opponents of the matches. Winners will advance to the main event of the third exam, while losers will be eliminated. Now, please come forward to draw lots. The tension in the air intensified. Candidates stepped forward one by one, drawing the fateful slips of paper from Mizuki's box. Sasuke drew the number 2, indicating he would be among the first to compete. Naruto drew number 7, placing him further back in the lineup. Sakura drew number 9. Once the last candidate had drawn their lot, Mizuki cleared his throat. Please have the first 2 candidates step forward. As he spoke, the large screen displayed the names of the competitors. Uchiha Sasuke against Rock Lee. The crowd surged back like a tide, retreating towards the raised seating area. The vast central arena was instantly left with just the 2 combatants. Uchiha Sasuke, clad in black, with raven hair and a stern countenance, stood tall despite the bandages on his right arm and the curse mark S encroachment, exuding an air of solitary strength. His opponent, Rock Lee, a tall, lean ninja with dark skin and a mohawk hairstyle, bore a near-manic smile, his eyes greedily fixed on Sasuke, as if sizing up a rare prize. Though both hailed from Konoha, Lee's aura was cold and eerie. Hee, Uchiha Sasuke. Chi Tong Kai extended his crimson tongue and licked his lips. That esteemed gentleman mentioned you, claiming that your chakra possesses an exquisite aroma. Sasuke's brows furrowed. The demeanor of this individual evokes memories of that perverse Orochimaru. Soon, both parties took positions at opposite ends of the arena. The match began. As the voice of Moonlight Gale faded, he retreated to the sidelines. Whoosh! Chi Tong Kai launched his attack first. His movements were so swift and elusive, not a direct sprint, but rather gliding close to the ground. He pounced at an exceedingly cunning angle towards Sasuke's rear flank, targeting his injured right arm. The speed astonished many watching Genin. Sasuke's pupils constricted, and his Sharingan activated instantaneously. The crimson tomo spun rapidly in his eyes. Chi Tong Kai's peculiar trajectory became clear to him. Pivoting on his left foot, he spun his body sharply to the right, channeling chakra into his left arm and delivering a fierce knife hand strike towards Chi Tong Kai's approaching wrist. Humph! Without flinching, Chi Tong Kai's eyes glimmered with cunning as he deliberately met Sasuke's strike with his frail wrist. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Sasuke's hand struck true, but the anticipated block or counter did not materialize. A strange, cold suction surged from the point of contact, akin to a malignant affliction. What? Sasuke's expression changed dramatically. He could distinctly sense the chakra in his left arm being ravenously siphoned away by Chi Tong Kai's wrist. The speed of the drain exceeded his imagination. To make matters worse, as his chakra diminished, the curse mark on the back of his neck flared violently, unleashing a searing agony, as if a scalding iron had seared his nerves. Ugh! Sasuke let out a muffled groan, his left arm's strength evaporating in an instant, his body stiffening momentarily from the excruciating pain and chakra loss. Hee, gotcha! Chi Tong Kai's face lit up with elation, his other hand striking like a viper. Fingers clawed and slicing through the air, lunging for Sasuke's throat. His fingertips pulsed with an ominous, dark chakra. Sasuke! In the stands, Sakura screamed in horror. Naruto was frantic, jumping up and down. Bastard! That guy is suspicious. Sasuke, be careful. In this critical moment, Sasuke gritted his teeth against the pain, pushing the limits of his Sharingan's insight. He leaned back sharply, narrowly evading the deadly claw aimed at his throat. However, the fabric of his shirt was still sliced by the fierce wind of the attack. Simultaneously, he infused the remnants of chakra into his right foot, forcefully pushing off the ground, retreating to create distance. Cold sweat trickled down Sasuke's brow. His left arm felt increasingly weak. That single contact had drained nearly 1/5 of his chakra. Even more alarming, the curse mark's encroachment seemed to intensify due to the fluctuation of chakra and his weakened state. That sinister, cold force slithered like a serpent, persistently attempting to invade his consciousness, disrupting his focus. Hee, do you feel it, Uchiha Sasuke? Chi Tong Kai did not pursue, but instead remained stationary, reveling as he flexed the wrist that had absorbed chakra, as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. All the while, Orochimaru, disguised as an elite sound ninja, watched with keen interest, muttering to himself, Chi Tong Kai's secret technique, the devouring hand. Once touched by his limbs, your chakra becomes his sustenance. And he chuckled sinisterly, glancing at the curse mark on Sasuke's neck. Sasuke, your curse mark is quite susceptible to his chakra. What will you do now? At this moment, Sasuke's heart sank. Not only did his opponent possess a bizarre ability to absorb chakra, but he also seemed able to sense and even provoke the curse mark's fluctuations. This was nothing short of adding insult to injury. I cannot let him get close. I must avoid any contact. Otherwise, my chakra will be drained, and the curse mark will spiral out of control. What is wrong? The noble Uchiha clan only knows how to run? Chi Tong Kai mocked, launching another attack. This time, his movements were even more bizarre and elusive, his hands darting like two poised serpents, continuously seeking opportunities to make contact with Sasuke's body. He did not aim for a decisive blow, but rather played with Sasuke like a cat with a mouse, forcing him to dodge and defend. With each time Sasuke was compelled to block with his arms or legs, Chi-Tonkai would take the chance to touch him, however fleeting, siphoning away a fragment of chakra and exacerbating the curse Mark-S encroachment. Sasuke found himself in an exceedingly passive predicament. Through Naruto's perspective, Minato in the ceiling space pondered. That guy feels unlike any ninja from Konoha. The Nine-Tails yawned. Konoha's secret techniques have always been diverse. It's not surprising to encounter various techniques. Obito countered. No, this technique clearly pertains to human modification. When I established Konoha with Hashirama, he vehemently opposed such practices. So Konoha could not possibly harbor such techniques. The Nine-Tails expression shifted. So, this person is a spy. Minato and Obito responded in unison. Chapter 81, Summoning Technique. Toad Fire. Sasuke, relying on the formidable dynamic vision and predictive capabilities of his Sharingan, barely evaded his opponent's attacks. However, each evasion drained his precious stamina and chakra. Each forced block further weakened him. His movements began to slow, and his breathing grew labored. The searing pain and cold sensation from the curse mark gnawed at his mental fortitude, attempting to shatter his resolve. Cold sweat drenched his back. Damn, this cannot continue. Sasuke's mind raced. Long-range attacks? He could only use his chakra once, and with his opponent's speed, a miss would spell disaster. Kunai and Shuriken? He had employed Shuriken extensively in the previous skirmish, yet his opponent could withstand them barehanded, indicating this tactic was futile. Jinjutsu with the Sharingan. His opponent's mental state was unusually heightened and greedy, unlikely to succumb easily, and moreover, if the Jinjutsu failed, the risk of close combat would escalate exponentially. What to do? Just as Sasuke narrowly evaded Chi-Tonkai's claw aimed at his shoulder, the sting of the curse mark momentarily blurred his vision, and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Cannot touch him? Then attack with something he cannot touch. Utilize absolute power from a safe distance to obliterate him. At that moment, Sasuke recalled Jiraiya's words during their training. Sasuke, you and Toad Fire should resonate well, for he is one of the masters of fire at Mount Myoboku. Toad Fire. A decisive glint shone in Sasuke's eyes. The summoning technique was his only option. Though summoning Toad Fire would consume a substantial amount of chakra, it was certainly preferable to being drained by his opponent and devoured by the curse mark. Can't hold on any longer? The Uchiha bloodline is merely this. Chi-Tonkai closed in again, his hands radiating with dark chakra, resembling two greedy nets ensnaring Sasuke. In that critical moment, Sasuke suddenly performed a backflip, creating several meters of distance. Simultaneously, his hands began to form seals at a blinding speed, leaving afterimages. Not fire release seals, but summoning technique seals. In Hitsuyu Shun. Way. Summoning technique. Sasuke bit his right thumb, pressing his chakra-infused blood fiercely onto the ground. Poof! A thick white smoke erupted with a tremendous sound. The smoke billowed, obscuring vision. What? Chi-Tonkai's forward momentum halted, warily eyeing the swirling mist. The audience in the stands craned their necks in anticipation. As the smoke swiftly dissipated, a colossal figure emerged in the center of the arena, standing protectively in front of Sasuke. It was a colossal toad, several times larger than an ordinary frog. Its body radiated a dark crimson hue reminiscent of molten lava, its skin etched with grooves as if carved by flowing magma. Its eyes glowed like burning coals, exuding a fierce radiance. Most striking was its enormous mouth, slightly ajar, from which a wave of scorching breath emerged, distorting the surrounding air. This was the Fire Realm toad, Gamabunta. With a guttural croak that resonated like a war drum, it turned its enormous gaze towards the somewhat unsteady Sasuke behind it. Hey, are you the Sasuke that Jiraiya mentioned? What brings you to summon me? Its voice was thunderous, laced with the distinctive timbre of a toad. Sasuke, panting and grappling with the dual agony of chakra depletion and the curse mark's encroachment, spoke with a hoarse but resolute voice. Just leave it to me. I'll handle this while there's still time. Gamabunta's attention shifted to the astonished and wary guy, a glint of interest flickering in its fiery eyes. Just when I needed some exercise. But this place seems a tad cramped. Don't blame me if I cause some damage. Recovering from his initial shock, Guy's face betrayed a greedy desire, though a hint of caution lingered in his gaze. A summoning beast of such immense size, radiating a terrifying heat. He pondered whether his chakra absorption technique would be effective against such fiery energy. Yet, the chakra within this toad was a tantalizing temptation. No matter how large you are, I shall claim your chakra. A spark of madness flickered in Guy's eyes as he abandoned Sasuke, determined to confront the greater threat. He darted around Gamabunta's massive form like a wraith, seeking an opportunity to strike. His emaciated hands glimmered with dark chakra, poised for action. Humph! An ignorant flea. Gamabunta's vast nostrils expelled 2 jets of scorching vapor. It regarded Guy's circling movements with utter disdain, just as Guy attempted to approach its powerful hind legs. A crimson lightning bolt cleaved the air. It was faster than most genin could perceive. The toad's long, robust tongue, slick and resilient, lashed out with the force of a thunderclap, striking with unerring precision at Guy. What? Guy gasped, taken aback by the swiftness and cunning of the colossal creature's assault. Reacting instinctively, he crossed his arms defensively. The dark chakra of his absorption technique surged as he braced for impact. Crack! The sound was utterly bone-chilling as Gamabunta's tongue collided with Guy's arms. The sheer force was unimaginable, causing his limbs to feel as if they were being torn apart. He was propelled backward, as if struck by a siege hammer. To his horror, despite his technique's efficacy in absorbing chakra, the fiery energy coursing through the tongue was explosive and volatile. It surged through his arms like lava, inflicting excruciating agony. The absorption was far too slow to counteract the damage. His arms turned crimson, the skin even emitting a faint, burnt odor. Ah! Guy cried out as he crashed heavily onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A charred whip mark was imprinted on his arms, the chaotic fire chakra wreaking havoc within him, leaving him in torment. How does it taste? My chakra is not so easily digested. Gamabunta relished in its triumph, retracting its tongue and licking its lips as if merely swatting away a fly. Guy struggled to rise, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. He realized that coming into close contact with this toad was perilous. A change in strategy was imperative. He slammed his hands onto the ground, contorting his face in rage. Earth style, earth prison. He aimed to trap the toad. With a thunderous rumble, thick earthen walls erupted from the ground, forming a massive square cage that ensnared Gamabunta's colossal form. The walls swiftly converged at the top, creating a sealed dome. Gamabunta. Sasuke's heart raced. Humph. You dare to display such trivial skills. Within the confines of the earthen prison, Gamabunta's voice boomed like thunder, dripping with contempt. Sasuke, prepare yourself to witness my signature move. Almost immediately, the top of the prison bulged ominously. With a resounding crack, a viscous toad oil erupted like a fountain, shooting into the air. Following this, Gamabunta's enormous tongue, coated in the thick toad oil, shot forth like a chain from the depths of hell. As it emerged, the oil ignited, transforming the tongue into a fiery whip. Fire style, toad oil flame whip. The blazing tongue, engulfed in flames, surged forth with a terrifying heat and a whistling sound, slicing through the air with precision towards Guy, who had just executed his earth technique and found himself in a vulnerable state. Guy's pupils dilated in terror. The flaming whip's reach was vast, and its speed was beyond comprehension. He attempted to evade, but his body, still reeling from the backlash and chakra disarray, reacted too slowly. In a moment of despair, he raised his painfully scorched arms, attempting to employ the same technique. Absorption technique. Absorb it. Yet this time, he was not met with pure chakra energy, but rather a physical conflagration enveloped in raging flames. Crackle. The burning tongue struck Guy's arms with devastating force. The first sound that resonated was the sharp crack of bone shattering. In an instant, his arms were broken, reduced to splinters by the immense heat and power of the strike. Immediately afterward, the toad oil and raging flames ignited his very being. The flames, ravenous as demons, voraciously consumed his skin, hair, and clothing. A horrifying scream echoed throughout the training ground. In an instant, he transformed into a blazing inferno, rolling and thrashing on the ground. Yet the viscous toad oil clung to him like a parasite, intensifying the fire. In mere seconds, the agonizing cries ceased abruptly. All that remained was a charred, curled figure, emitting wisps of smoke and small flames, the air thick with the stench of burnt flesh. Meanwhile, the earth prison collapsed with a resounding crash. Gamabunta stood unscathed amidst the swirling dust, retracting its still smoldering tongue, savoring the moment as if relishing a feast. It cast a disdainful glance at the charred remains, snorting derisively, "Humph. Those who underestimate their foes, seeking to consume the flames, shall ultimately be consumed by the flames." The training ground fell into an oppressive silence. All spectators, whether genin or jonin, were left utterly stunned by the brutal and merciless conclusion that unfolded in the blink of an eye. The entire training ground lay steeped in an eerie stillness. Everyone was utterly astonished by this devastating blow. Even Kakashi, seated in the upper ranks, displayed an exceptionally grave expression beneath his mask. The Moonlight Gale, taken aback by the overwhelming power, coughed several times before managing to steady his voice and announce, "The victor is Uchiha Sasuke." Upon the conclusion of the proclamation, the tension in Sasuke's body finally relaxed, and he could no longer hold himself up. He fell to one knee, gasping for breath, his complexion as pale as parchment. The cursed seal on the back of his neck, having just unleashed a tremendous chakra, momentarily lay dormant, yet the burn marks became even more vivid and grotesque. "Hey kid, are you alright?" The massive form of the Toad Sage turned slowly, lowering its head to gaze at Sasuke with a hint of pride. "I had quite the fun this time. Call me again if there's an opportunity." With that, without waiting for Sasuke's response, it vanished in a puff of smoke. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura rushed down from the stands, hurrying to Sasuke's side to assess his condition. Naruto followed closely behind, his face etched with concern and dread. Despite having been momentarily stunned by Sasuke's earlier display. "Hey, Sasuke, how are you? Don't push yourself." With Sakura's support, Sasuke managed to stand. Casting a glance at the terrifying, charred pit in the arena, and then at his slightly trembling hands. That last strike had nearly drained the last of his strength. "I'm fine," he uttered, though he could only remain upright with the help of Naruto and Sakura. Soon, under the medical team's arrangements, Sasuke was carried on a stretcher into the infirmary. Regardless of the circumstances, he had emerged victorious in this battle. As for the other, that one would have to be dealt with by the logistics team. After all, the CHNIN exams were inherently perilous, and no one could guarantee absolute safety throughout the process. Chapter 82. The second match, High GA Clan Internal Conflict in the Stands. The oppressive silence was replaced by hushed whispers, a blend of shock, apprehension, and excitement. Moonlight Gale suppressed a cough and announced the commencement of the next duel. Second match. His hoarse voice resonated, and the names of the competitors appeared on the screen. High GA Hinata versus High GA Niji. Please welcome the contestants. The combination of names struck like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring greater ripples among the crowd of Konoha's shinobi. The High GA clan. And it was the main branch's eldest daughter against the genius of the branch family. Naruto, still reeling from Sasuke's narrow victory, lifted his head upon hearing these names. Hinata? Niji. He instinctively turned to look in Hinata's direction. There, she stood, her petite form visibly trembling, her fair cheeks devoid of color. Those pure white eyes reflected an unmistakable fear and confusion as they fixed upon Niji, who was slowly descending the steps. Niji moved with steady steps, his expression cold and austere, the forehead protector around his head gleaming menacingly under the lights. An aura of chilling detachment surrounded him, akin to an ancient, unyielding glacier. Hinata, why hi, her teammate, called out in concern, while Akamaru emitted a distressed whine. Shino silently adjusted his sunglasses. As Hinata's teammates, they understood her precarious position within the High GA clan all too well. Compared to Niji, she could not compete, and even her younger sister, Hanabi, surpassed her. When their mentor, Kurenai, approached the High GA clan to discuss matters, the old man Hayashi had displayed a nonchalant attitude, as if indifferent to her plight, which was quite infuriating. At this moment, Hinata lowered her head, gripping the fabric of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Her steps were hesitant, as if the solid ground beneath her were nothing but a searing iron. The tide of fear engulfed her. How could I ever win against my brother Niji, who is so strong and harbors such resentment toward the main family? I don't even like fighting. The two stood firmly in the center of the arena. Hinata kept her gaze lowered, unable to meet Niji's equally wide eyes, which were devoid of emotion. She felt like a fragile boat amidst a storm, on the verge of being swallowed by the towering waves before her. Hinata, Niji's voice, calm yet chilling, pierced through the silence, resonating clearly in Hinata's ears and echoing throughout the arena. Give up. You cannot defeat me. This fate has been sealed from the very beginning. Your weakness, your hesitation, your so-called noble status are all meaningless before my all-seeing eyes. Surrender is your only dignified choice, allowing you to evade unnecessary suffering. Niji's words struck Hinata's fragile heart like a cold dagger. Fate, weakness, meaningless. These terms shattered her already wavering courage. Indeed, Niji was right. She was too weak and would only be a burden to everyone. Perhaps surrender truly was the best option. Her head drooped lower, her shoulders trembling slightly. On the verge of tears. Hey, kid, what nonsense are you spouting? A booming voice, filled with strong discontent, shattered the oppressive silence. All eyes turned to the golden-haired youth in the stands. Naruto leaned forward against the railing, his face a mask of anger and defiance. His blue eyes fixed intently on Niji. What nonsense about fate? Who says Hinata can't win against you? She just hasn't shown her true strength yet. She's much stronger than you think. He suddenly turned to the timid figure in the arena, his voice rising with undeniable encouragement and trust. Hinata, don't listen to him. Lift your head. Look at me. Hinata jolted, as if struck by lightning. Instinctively, she slowly raised her tear-streaked, pale face. Her pure white eyes, filled with confusion and disbelief, met the radiant figure of Naruto, who shone like the sun. Naruto locked eyes with Hinata, his face breaking into a dazzling smile that seemed capable of dispelling all shadows. He clenched his fist and shouted, Hinata, go for it. I believe in you. In Naruto-kun. Hinata murmured his name, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Yet this time, the tears washing away her fear and despair were different. The trust and encouragement emanating from Naruto felt like a warm ray of sunlight piercing through the layers of her inner gloom, infusing her with an unprecedented strength. Though fragile, that strength was remarkably resilient. Hinata took a deep breath, vigorously wiping away her tears with her sleeve. When she looked at Niji again, her pure white eyes still glistened. But now they held a newfound determination, no longer shying away. Fear had not vanished, but a stronger emotion surged within her, overpowering it. She did not want to betray Naruto's trust. She refused to continue fleeing in cowardice. Drawing a deep breath, she slowly assumed the starting stance of the high GA-style gentle fist technique. Her palms moved gracefully, one forward and one back, chakra swirling within them. Though her movements were somewhat stiff and awkward, her gaze had transformed into one of unwavering resolve. Niji-Nizan, Hinata's voice trembled yet rang clear. Please, teach me. A crack finally appeared on Niji's eternally frozen face. He regarded the unfamiliar glimmer of resistance in Hinata's eyes, his brow furrowing deeply. His gaze was laden with icy disappointment and a more profound mockery. He scoffed. Humph, foolish. Have you lost your mind over a few empty words of encouragement? Unable to see the reality of our disparity? The eldest daughter of the main family, you truly remain so naive, so repulsive. He slowly raised his hands, mirroring the gentle fist stance, his movements fluid and flawless, like a finely tuned mechanism. Since you insist on experiencing despair, I shall oblige. In the face of absolute strength and predetermined fate, how laughable your meager courage appears. The match begins. The sound of moonlight and swift winds descends. The battle erupts instantaneously. Niji moves. His motions are ghostly, with speed that leaves only a faint afterimage in his wake. The traditional steps of the Hyuga clan are executed flawlessly beneath his feet, closing the distance in an instant. A palm infused with chakra strikes forth, piercing the air with a shrill scream, aimed directly at Hinata's vital point. Hinata's pupils constrict, her Byakugan activating instantly. Ninji's movements become clear to her, yet her body reacts a fraction too slowly. In a moment of panic, she sidesteps, channeling chakra into her right hand, attempting to block and deflect the force with her gentle fist technique. Crack! Their palms collide, producing a sharp sound. Hinata can only feel an overwhelming force surging towards her, her arm instantly numbing. She stumbles backward uncontrollably for several steps, her internal energy in turmoil. Ninji's pure chakra, like steel needles, seeks to invade her chakra network through their point of contact. Remarkable. The spectators can't help but exclaim. Niji is hardly exerting himself, Shaoli states solemnly, concern evident in his eyes. The two teammates easily discern this, especially Shaoli. He frequently battles with Niji, and now, Ninji's movements seem significantly slower than when they spar, as if he is deliberately slowing down to accommodate Hinata's actions. Naruto watches intently, his fists clenched, grinding together. Damn you, Ninji. You're clearly holding back. He can see the ease in Ninji's motions, the disdain he holds for Hinata. At this moment, he regrets having let Hinata take the stage, yet he watches as she, though in disarray, grits her teeth and steadies herself once more. The stubbornness in her eyes grows ever clearer, but the words Hinata, give up, refuse to leave his lips. He can only repeatedly shout in his heart, go for it, Hinata, hang in there. In the arena, Hinata steadies her form, her gaze sharpening with focus. She is acutely aware of the vast disparity, yet she refuses to surrender, to respond to Naruto's expectations, to prove that she is not without merit. With a fierce shout, Hinata initiates her attack. She unleashes her most proficient gentle fist techniques, her hands dancing in the air, chakra condensing at her fingertips, seeking the gaps in Ninji's defense. Aiming for his chakra points. Mere flashy moves. Ninji scoffs, his bagua footwork flowing effortlessly, easily evading Hinata's onslaught. His Byakugan activates as well, rendering Hinata's every exertion, every trickle of chakra, utterly transparent. He need not block with full force. With minimal movement, he effortlessly deflects and redirects her attacks, dissipating her offense into nothingness. Each point of contact sends precise chakra shockwaves, causing Hinata's arms to tingle and her insides to ache. For a time, the arena resembles a bizarre dance. Hinata, akin to a moth drawn to flame, appears relentless in her assault, yet she can never quite grasp the hem of Ninji's garment. Ninji, on the other hand, moves with an air of elegance and lethal grace, each nonchalant counterattack extracting a toll from Hinata. Meanwhile, this clash of bloodlines, though from the same origin, showcases starkly different styles, capturing the attention of three fathers. Ban suddenly scoffs, laced with heavy sarcasm. Humph, the Hyuga clan? Those white eyes evoke memories of unpleasant old stories. The Ninetales lazily raises an eyelid, flicking its immense tail. Old Ban, what whim has seized you now? Remembering your fond days of being beaten by Hashirama? Ban's shadow flickers, emanating an aura of displeasure. It was those fellows with eyes atop their heads, relying on their ancestral ability to see chakra, that made the Hyuga clan leader's nose nearly touch the sky. The Ninetales, now intrigued, shifts into a more comfortable position. Oh? What is the story? Did they dare to act presumptuously before you and Hashirama? Quite audacious indeed. Ban huffs. Wasn't I the one who founded the Hidden Leaf Village with Hashirama? Back then, the old Hyuga patriarch felt that we, two outsiders, were unworthy of sharing the same village. The Ninetales, embarrassed, exclaims, the Hyuga clan was that formidable back then? Then they wanted to compare strengths and see who the true leader of the village was. Ban's tone drips with disdain. The Ninetales can't help but chuckle. Huh? Overestimating themselves. Weren't they? What happened next? Did you wipe them out with your Susanoo? The Ninetales' voice brims with schadenfreude. To Ban's surprise, he shakes his head, his shadow rolling its eyes. No, it was Tobirama who made the final move. The Ninetales tilts its massive head, confusion evident in its golden slit pupils. Huh? That white-haired brat. Old Ban, since when did you become so restrained? Someone dares to provoke you to your face, and you manage not to strike back? Ban's form trembles with agitation, as if struck by a sensitive nerve. After a moment, he expresses a deeply repressed grievance. Good temper? Nonsense. That old coot-esque condescending demeanor nearly etched unworthy onto your Byakugan. How is that different from pointing at me and calling Uchiha Ban a mudleg? Minato, with a gentle shadow, listens intently, struggling to maintain a smile that has grown rigid. Mr. Ban, please stay calm. Minato had never imagined that at the founding stage, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan would be so audacious as to openly berate Ban, known for his fiery temper. Had he been present, he would have immediately used the flying thunder god to teleport the Hyuga patriarch away. After a moment, Ban grumbles. If it weren't for Hashirama watching, I would have turned their encampment into a flat plain long ago. Not only that, but Ban had been so furious that he set up a massive forbidden technique at the Hyuga clan's encampment. One he had never used, the Super Earth Release, Ground Movement Core. This technique could launch a large section of land into the sky, subjecting all people and objects upon it to free fall. The Ninetales, captivated, slaps its tail loudly. I was wondering how you managed to hold back. It turns out it was because of Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing the Ninetales mention Hashirama's name, Ban recalls the moment he was ready to send the Hyuga clan skyward. Hashirama had rushed over, gripping his waist tightly. Ban. Calm down. One must conquer with virtue. Violence cannot resolve issues. The village needs unity. Hashirama's strength was immense, and Ban found himself unable to break free. After all, they were still within the confines of the hidden leaf. Unleashing Susanoo and Golem would flatten the village before they could even wipe out the Hyuga clan. The Nine Tails erupts into raucous laughter, rolling in its cage. I never thought Uchiha Ban could be so patient. Ban, furious and embarrassed by the Nine Tails' laughter, unleashes his blue Susanoo. You mangy fox. Are you done laughing? Do you believe I want to turn this cage into a flat plane right now? After such a lengthy exchange, the Nine Tails feels its skin toughen. Come on, old Ban. Are you afraid of me? Just the right opportunity to stretch my limbs. Minato rushes between the two. Madara. Nine Tails, please remain calm. Naruto is still observing. If you two start fighting now, it will affect Naruto's performance. Minato feels as though he is a kindergarten teacher, trying to pacify two unruly children on the verge of a brawl. As the one man and beast prepare to clash in the ceiling space, the gentle fist duel in the real world intensifies into a more brutal stage. Hinata's perseverance. Naruto's declaration. With each exchange, Hinata's determination, once perceived by Ninji as foolishness, gradually morphs into provocation and insult in his eyes. He cannot comprehend, nor can he tolerate, this branch family heiress, blessed by fate yet so weak. Why does she repeatedly rise after falling before him? What grants one the unwavering trust and encouragement akin to Naruto's? The brilliance of such trust pierces the depths of his heart, intensifying the agony of darkness and resentment within him. Why? Why not surrender? For the first time, Niji's voice bore evident anger and agitation, his attacks transcending mere defense and pressure points, now infused with greater force and aggression, descending upon Hinata like a tempest. Each strike landed with precision upon the chakra points of her arms, shoulders, and even her abdomen, as her defenses crumbled like paper. She was akin to a leaf tossed in a storm, continuously pushed back by Niji's relentless onslaught, blood oozing from her lips, staining her pristine garments. The excruciating pain radiated from every corner of her being, her chakra flow becoming sluggish and laborious, her vision beginning to blur. Yet, her pure Byakugan remained steadfastly focused on Niji. The determination and resilience in her gaze did not wane. Rather, under the weight of pain and oppression, it blazed ever more fervently. I cannot give up. Hinata's consciousness began to fade, her body swaying precariously, yet a singular belief sustained her. Naruto-kun is watching me. I cannot disappoint him. Niji's fury ignited completely, the last vestiges of reason in his eyes replaced by a frigid, murderous intent. He beheld the bloodied figure before him, still refusing to succumb, as if confronting the unyielding shackles of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. All his resentment and suffering erupted in that moment. Since you are so intent on seeking your demise, I shall employ this technique to utterly shatter your laughable resolve and your so-called destiny. A chilling light flashed in Niji's eyes as he crouched slightly, his hands forming an exceedingly perilous stance. Powerful chakra coalesced in his palms, the surrounding air thickening with an oppressive weight. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Niji compressed the gathered chakra and unleashed it like a cannonball, aimed directly at the defenseless Hinata's chest. Hinata. In the stands, Kiba's eyes widened in horror. Danger! Shino cried out in alarm. Sakura gasped, her hand covering her mouth. Hinata. Naruto's eyes blazed with fury, his chakra erupting, just as that destructive wave of chakra was poised to engulf Hinata's petite form. A flash of golden lightning tore through the space between them. Naruto unleashed his body flicker technique to its utmost limit, even resorting to a hint of the Nine Tails feral chakra to hasten his speed. He arrived before Hinata before anyone could react. Without a moment's hesitation or the time to cast any defensive jutsu, he braced his back against Niji's furious, lethal strike. Simultaneously, he spread his arms wide, gathering all his strength to tightly embrace the bloodied Hinata, shielding her protectively. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated, sending chills through the heart. Naruto was struck head-on, as if by a speeding train. Cradling Hinata, they were hurled like a pair of kites severed from their strings, crashing violently against a wall several meters away. The solid structure instantly fractured, resembling a spider's web. Puff! Naruto tasted blood, which splattered across Hinata's pale face. Pain like tearing flesh coursed through his back, his clothing shredded to reveal bruises and burn marks. Yet, His arms remained like iron clamps, refusing to release her for even a moment. The arena fell into an eerie silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. No one anticipated Niji would strike so ruthlessly. Even less did they expect Naruto to rush out with such resolve to save her. As the dust settled, Naruto knelt before the shattered wall, cradling Hinata in his arms. She curled within his embrace, her consciousness fading, blood seeping from her lips, staining both his and her garments. Naruto bore traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, his face pale from the pain and the severe depletion of chakra. Yet, the gaze he cast upon Hinata was filled with compassion and rage. He abruptly lifted his head, his blue eyes ablaze with fury, locking onto Niji at the center of the arena. His voice, hoarse yet thunderous, echoed, "Hinata is already incapable of fighting. You still wish to deliver a fatal blow. Niji, have you lost your mind?" Niji forcibly suppressed the backlash of chakra within him, his complexion paling slightly. He looked at Hinata, cradled in Naruto's arms, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face, yet coldness and resentment prevailed. He spoke icily, his voice laced with suppressed fury. "This is an internal matter of the Hyuga clan. There is no need for you, an outsider, to meddle. Step aside." "An outsider?" Naruto stood, cradling Hinata, his movements aggravating his back injury, causing him to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, he stood tall, his voice resolute and unwavering. "I once promised Hinata. I will protect her. I will take responsibility for her. How can her affairs not concern me?" Hinata, teetering on the brink of consciousness, distinctly heard his words. A wave of indescribable warmth surged through her, dissipating all pain and cold. An overwhelming sense of happiness and security graced her pale face, bringing forth a faint yet captivating blush and smile. She struggled to articulate something, but the effort exacerbated her internal injuries. Cough, cough, sputter, another mouthful of blood escaped her lips, staining Naruto's chest and plunging her into unconsciousness, her body slumping against him. "Hinata." Naruto's heart tightened, hastily assessing her condition. "Medical team, quickly." Moonlight Gale finally reacted, barking orders. Several medical ninjas rushed into the arena. Niji observed Hinata, unconscious and barely breathing in Naruto's embrace. He met Naruto's furious and resolute gaze, opening his mouth, yet ultimately saying nothing. The chill and murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unfathomable weariness, pain, and an ineffable emptiness. Silently, he turned away, no longer looking at anyone. Moonlight Gale surveyed the scene, inhaling deeply before announcing loudly, "The outcome is clear. Hyuga Hinata has lost her ability to fight. The victor is Hyuga Niji." As the declaration echoed, Naruto gently handed the unconscious Hinata to the arriving medical ninjas, casting one last worried glance at her as she was carried away on a stretcher. Then, he abruptly turned, his icy gaze piercing through Niji's aloof figure. "Niji." Naruto's voice was low yet powerful, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and fighting spirit. "Remember this. I care not for your notions of fate. You have harmed Hinata, and you shall pay the price." Niji's steps faltered slightly, yet he did not turn back or respond. He straightened his back and walked silently back to the stands. Like a prisoner bearing an immense burden, his silhouette elongated under the lights, appearing exceptionally solitary and heavy. Chapter 85, the fourth match, Naruto vs. Kiba. The medical room was suffused with the sterile scent of disinfectants. Naruto sat at the bedside, gazing at Hinata's pale, yet steady breathing, the weight on his heart finally lifting. Her earlier state, coughing blood and slipping into unconsciousness, had terrified him. He clumsily tucked the blanket around her, mumbling, "Rest well, Hinata. When you awaken, I'll treat you to a lavish ramen set from Ichiraku. 3 portions of char siu." This remark caused the spirit of Minato, sealed within the space, to again facepalm at his son's lack of emotional intelligence. Confirming Hinata was unharmed, Naruto stealthily slipped out of the medical room. Upon returning to the main stance passage, the distinct cough of Moonlight Gale echoed as he announced, "The victor is Sand Hidden Village S. Kankuro." "Huh, is it over?" Naruto squeezed to the edge of the railing, peering into the arena. Suddenly, an unexpected figure turned to inquire, "How is Hinata?" "Sasuke, how wonderful. You're safe." Upon seeing Sasuke back in the competition venue, Naruto excitedly rushed over to embrace him. Sasuke, with a look of disdain, thwarted Naruto's advance, exclaiming, "Let go of me, you idiot." "That's great. Sakura observed their interaction, showing no inclination to assist. After much effort, Sasuke managed to push Naruto away. Only then did Naruto respond with a grin. Hinata is fine. She just needs to rest and avoid exertion. What about you? Kakashi helped me with a seal that temporarily suppresses that thing, Sasuke replied, gesturing to the cursed mark on his shoulder. Both leaned in to inspect, confirming that a circle of sealing techniques surrounded the three-tomo curse mark. Naruto glanced at the competition arena and asked, "How's the exam going?" "See for yourself." In the center of the arena lay a ninja clad in sand-hidden attire, contorted in an impossible position, being carefully lifted onto a stretcher by the medical team, evidently with several joints dislocated. Meanwhile, Kankuro was leisurely tending to his meticulously wrapped puppet Crow, a faint smile gracing his face. The puppet behind him appeared to have scarcely moved. What happened? So soon? Naruto looked bewildered. Beside him, Sakura crossed her arms, fully aware. That one, named Kinmi, is as flexible as rubber. Ordinary attacks can't hit his weak points. Kankuro is clever. He feigned a flaw, pretending to be ensnared by Kinmi's strange gentle techniques. In reality, what Kinmi seized was merely a puppet disguised as Kankuro. The real Kankuro was hidden behind the puppet, manipulating it. When Kinmi assumed he had captured the real body and let down his guard, he was ensnared by mechanisms springing forth from the puppet, rendering him incapacitated. A classic puppet master tactic, devious yet effective. Wow, so that's how it's done, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with understanding, his spirit rekindled. However, such tricks would not work against me. Sasuke leaned against a nearby pillar, eyes closed, regaining his strength, merely huffing in disdain at this opportunistic victory. Group 4, Moonlight Gale's voice rang out again, tinged with urgency. Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka. Please enter the arena. It's my turn. Naruto's eyes sparkled, instantly casting aside the earlier interruptions. With a graceful somersault, he leaped over the railing, landing squarely in the center of the arena. His movements clean and swift, eliciting gasps from the spectators. Kiba also descended from the opposite steps with Akamaru. Sensing his master's fighting spirit, Akamaru barked a few times, showing his little white teeth. The two stood in the arena's center, eyes locked in a fierce stare. The air was thick with a familiar blend of rivalry and determination. Kiba looked at the spiky-haired blonde opposite him, scratched his head, and suddenly grinned widely, posing a question that left the audience momentarily stunned. "Hey, Naruto, from our little skirmishes back in ninja school until now, how many matches have we fought? Is it 20? Naruto stroked his chin, feigning deep thought for 2 seconds before replying with a serious expression. I've lost count, but I remember this. You've never beaten me." The last part of his grin caused a visible vein to pulse on Kiba's forehead. "You jerk." Taking a deep breath, he pointed at Naruto with a somewhat cocky smile. "No matter how many matches we've had, today will be different." Naruto dropped his hands, his azure eyes blinking. Then he revealed a grin more dazzling and infuriating than Kiba's, filled with a knowing mischief. "Oh? Is that so? But I must remind you of a sad truth." He deliberately elongated his tone before suddenly raising his voice, pointing dramatically at Kiba's nose. "No matter how many matches we've fought, the outcome is always the same. You have never beaten me." Ha ha. Uffed. Sakura couldn't suppress her laughter, quickly covering her mouth. "This fool." Sasuke's lips twitched in irritation. Shikamaru buried his face in his hands. "What a hassle. These two hot-headed idiots." CHG chimed in. "Want some chips? This is going to be a farce." Ino sighed. Honestly, Naruto's knack for inciting hatred is still so strong. Shino adjusted his glasses, remaining silent. After all, Naruto spoke the truth. Akamaru barked. "Woof woof woof." Translation, "Boss. He's looking down on us. Bite him." Kiba's face turned beet red, steam seemingly rising from his head. "You bastard, Naruto." Akamaru. "Show him the results of our training. Go." Fong over Fong. Kiba and Akamaru transformed into two high-speed, spiraling gray tornadoes, swirling with sand and violent chakra, like two roaring earth dragons, poised to crush everything in their path. They charged towards Naruto, who stood in the center of the arena, arms akimbo, laughing heartily. The ferocity was even more terrifying than in the Forest of Death. "Wow, quite an impressive display," Naruto exclaimed, though he exhibited no sign of panic. Rather, he was brimming with eager excitement. "However, this move won't work on me. Earth style, heart-cutting technique. Just as the two Fong-over-Fong attacks were about to collide with him, Naruto clasped his hands together. Then, with a poof, he dove into the ground beneath him, disappearing from sight. Boom! The two violent tornadoes crashed into Naruto's vanished position, producing a deafening roar. With dust and debris shooting skyward, the ground was gouged with two deep trenches. However, when the dust settled, the spot was utterly empty. Chapter 86. The Groundhog Tactic. Where did he go? Kiba and Akamaru, having reverted from their Fong-over-Fong state, landed on the ground, scanning their surroundings warily. The familiar roar of Fong-over-Fong and Naruto's cheeky evasion once again drew the attention of the three fathers. The Nine-Tails yawned lazily. Another round with that little pup and his dog? This circular tactic has been seen hundreds of times. Don't they get dizzy? Madara, unperturbed, expressed interest in Naruto's evasion technique. Since mastering that heart-cutting technique, Naruto has become increasingly adept with Earth style, slipping away like a groundhog. Minato watched Naruto with a gentle gaze. Indeed, Naruto's experiences in the Forest of Death have fostered significant growth. The Nine-Tails snickered. This little game's antics remind me of the time you and Hashirama fought to the Valley of the End, old man Madara. Minato pondered. It is said that the battle between the first Hokage and Madara-san leveled the surrounding terrain. Madara proudly raised his head. Naturally, this world is too small. If not for Hashirama, there would not be enough room for me to play alone. The Nine-Tails chuckled. Listen to him boast. Old Madara was hammered all the way to the Valley of the End by Hashirama, looking like a rabbit on the run. Upon hearing this, Madara's expression darkened. The skeletal form of Susanoo materializing, ready to extend its might. Mongrel fox, have I been too lenient on you these days? My retreat was strategic. It was to seek an opportunity for counterattack. How could such a mindless gopher act compare? The Nine-Tails perked up, standing in its cage, its tail swaying provocatively. Oh, you're getting anxious, old Madara. Did I hit a sore spot? Strategic retreat? You simply ran away. Don't dress it up so poetically. The figure of Madara had already manifested into a humanoid Susanoo, standing defiantly before the Nine-Tails. Silence. You foolish fox who has been imprisoned for decades. It seems your prolonged confinement has dulled your intellect to the level of that little dog outside. The Nine-Tails erupted in fury, its nine tails dancing like flames, crashing against the iron bars of its seal. What? I am no dog. If you dare, come in and face me one-on-one. Minato, with a concerned expression, positioned himself between the two combatants, smiling nervously. Mr. Madara, Nine-Tails, please, remain calm. Naruto is still competing. Moreover, Kiba and Akamaru seem ready to unleash their ultimate techniques. Don't you want to see that? Minato skillfully employed a distraction tactic. On the battlefield, Kiba and Akamaru stood back to back, their senses heightened, attempting to detect movements beneath the ground. There, Akamaru, Kiba suddenly shouted, turning his head sharply. Naruto emerged from the earth like a gopher, grinning widely and holding a clump of mud. Catch this. Naruto's special mud shuriken. He flung the mud directly at Kiba's face. You scoundrel! How despicable! Kiba exclaimed, dodging just in time, the mud grazing his ear. Akamaru barked in strong disapproval. All's fair in war. Having missed his target, Naruto quickly retreated back underground. Kiba was furious, jumping up and down. Damn it! If you have the guts, come out and fight me properly. Naruto's muffled voice came from beneath the surface. Not a chance. If you're so brave, come down and catch me. In the stands, Sasuke twitched the corner of his mouth. TCH. That idiot is starting to resemble Kakashi, picking up all the useless tricks. CHG munched on chips. But it looks pretty fun. Sakura wanted to cover her face. Idiot Naruto. How embarrassing. Shino, however, analyzed the situation seriously. Based on behavioral analysis, Naruto is effectively utilizing his environmental advantage to exhaust his opponent's patience and stamina. The strategy is sound, albeit lacking in spectacle. Kiba was infuriated by Naruto's underhanded tactics. All right, Naruto, you force my hand. A fierce glint flashed in Kiba's eyes. Akamaru, show them our true power. Beast clone technique. Woof. Akamaru responded, leaping to Kiba's side. Kiba swiftly produced 2 soldier pills, consuming one himself and placing the other in Akamaru's mouth. Their chakras surged dramatically. Ninja art. Beast clone technique. Boom. A puff of white smoke erupted. As the smoke cleared, 2 identical Kibas stood in the arena. Every detail, from height to physique, hairstyle, eyes, and even that rebellious expression was perfectly replicated. Wow. Two Kibas. Naruto's whistle echoed from underground. The audience erupted in astonishment. Humph. Naruto, let us see how you evade this. The two Kibas roared in unison. They transformed into two even larger, more ferocious gray tornadoes. This time, the spiraling trajectories were more erratic, covering a wider area, effectively blocking all possible escape routes for Naruto. The terrifying force of the whirlwinds lifted debris from the ground into the air. Oh no, it's getting serious. Naruto seemed to sense the pressure. Just as the two raging tornadoes were about to engulf the entire area, Naruto finally ceased his hiding. He burst forth from a cleverly concealed corner, swiftly forming hand signs. Earth style, earth flow wall. Boom. A sturdy earthen wall shot up instantaneously, standing protectively before Naruto. Useless. The two Kibas roared amidst the tornadoes. Break it down. Rumbling. The ferocious tornadoes crashed violently against the earthen wall. The wall shook violently, debris raining down, and it was filled with cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. Now, a gleam of determination flashed in Naruto's eyes. He had been waiting for this chance. Seizing the brief moment when the impact of the twin tornadoes was momentarily halted by the earthen wall, he formed another set of hand signs, this time entirely different. This was a technique he had learned from Jiraiya. Earth style, yellow spring swamp. Splash. Just as the twin tornadoes were on the verge of breaching the earth wall, the ground beneath them suddenly softened and collapsed, transforming into a vast expanse of viscous, mud-scented swamp. The rapidly spinning twin tornadoes, much like tires caught in asphalt, suddenly plummeted in speed. The ferocious whirlwinds dissipated. Splash. Splash. Both Kiba and Akamaru, caught off guard, plunged headfirst into the sticky swamp, instantly becoming two mud-covered figures. Arg. How filthy. Boss. Akamaru whined. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter. Ha ha. Naruto pointed at the muddy duo, roaring with laughter. Kiba. Akamaru. Are you enjoying a mud bath? That has quite the unique look. In the stands, all of Kiba's contemporaries burst into laughter in unison. Chapter 87. A complete domination. Hearing the laughter around him, Kiba felt his pride slipping away. Naruto. He struggled to raise his head from the swamp. His face smeared with mud, with only his fiery eyes visible, trembling with rage. I will kill you. The nine tails in its cage rolled with laughter. Ha ha. Oh dear. I can't take it. This mud bath. That little pup has turned into a mud ball. Even Madara was momentarily taken aback by the comical scene, though he scoffed, lacking in aesthetic appeal, merely exploiting the opponent's foolishness and the terrain's convenience. A true warrior crushes with absolute strength. It seemed Madara wanted to provide an example, but was momentarily at a loss for words, recalling Hashirama's violent demolition techniques, which also lacked elegance. Minato struggled to contain himself. Ahem, Naruto, yes. Quite creative and has effectively utilized the environment, although his methods are, somewhat unconventional. Minato felt his vocabulary was insufficient. His son was truly full of surprises. In the swamp, Kiba and Akamaru struggled desperately, attempting to free themselves from the sticky mire. Yet, the yellow spring swamp only ensnared them deeper the more they fought. Damn it! Damn it! Kiba roared in frustration, mud splattering across his face. Naruto stood at the edge of the swamp, dusting off the mud from his hands. Let us see who the real Kiba is. Kiba sneered, it's useless. The beast clone is nearly identical to the original. Not necessarily, Naruto said, closing his eyes. In an instant, his perception expanded like invisible ripples. The chakra sensing ability he honed in the Forest of Death, though still somewhat unrefined, was sufficient for the current situation. Within the swamp, the true Kiba, the beast clone, and the chakra emanating from Akamaru appeared as clear as lights in the darkness. The original Kiba's chakra was the most restless, fueled by anger and struggle. The clone was relatively stable, yet slightly ethereal. Akamaru's chakra exuded a canine essence, small yet concentrated. Found you. A confident smile crept across Naruto's lips. He suddenly opened his eyes, launching himself like an arrow straight towards the most agitated, chakra-radiating figure, Kiba's true form. Shadow clone technique. Naruto shouted, summoning a shadow clone beside him. And both leaped high into the air. What? Kiba's alarm bells rang as he saw two Narutos descending from above, but being trapped in the swamp. He had no way to dodge effectively. It's over, Kiba. The two Narutos shouted in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. They infused chakra into their right legs and brought them down like battle axes. Damn it! Kiba could only emit a reluctant roar, crossing his arms defensively over his head. Bracing for impact. Bang! Bang! The heavy thuds resonated simultaneously. The first kick landed forcefully against the crossed arms of Ya, sending a shockwave of pain coursing through his limbs, causing his body to sink deeper into the mire. The second kick swiftly followed, deftly bypassing his feeble defense. Like a precise battering ram, it struck Ya's mud-streaked face, which bore expressions of shock and indignation. A heart-wrenching cry escaped him, as an irresistible force radiated from his nose, blinding him with a flurry of golden stars. Soon followed by an overwhelming darkness, he distinctly heard the sickening crack of his nasal bone. Thud! Ya's body crumpled, as though his bones had been extracted, collapsing into the viscous swamp, face down, completely losing consciousness. The muddy water jubilantly enveloped him, leaving only a protruding, mud-coated backside exposed. With a puff, he transformed into white smoke, and the true Chikamaru struggled to emerge from the sludge. Witnessing their leader sprawled in such an undignified manner, he let out a mournful howl. Boss, your demise is truly tragic. Meanwhile, Naruto, propelled by the recoil, executed a graceful backflip and landed firmly on the dry ground at the edge of the swamp. He dusted off his hands, placed his hands on his hips, and surveyed the scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly at the mud-laden backside and the weeping Chikamaru nearby. Mission accomplished. The arena fell into an eerie silence. In the stands, Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Sasuke were momentarily speechless. Moments later, a thunderous laughter erupted, nearly toppling the tower's roof. Ha ha! Ya's backside. So high. Face down. Absolutely face down. Listen to that sound. Ha ha! Chikamaru. Chikamaru has turned into a mud dog. Still crying. Ha ha! Naruto. That was ruthless, but well done. The medical team stifled their laughter as they rushed into the arena to lift the face-down Ya onto a stretcher. Another group carefully cradled the equally muddy and tearful Chikamaru, taking him to the veterinarian. Kakashi, suppressing laughter and coughs, managed to say, "The winner, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto proudly waved to the stands, especially towards Team 7, revealing his signature bright smile. "Did you see that? This is the might of your lord, Uzumaki Naruto." Sakura covered her face, her shoulders shaking, unsure whether to laugh or feel embarrassed. Sasuke turned away, adopting an expression of indifference. Shikamaru sighed deeply at the sight of Ya being carried away and the weeping Chikamaru. A victory is a victory, but it feels like it brought more trouble. What a hassle. He foresaw the chaos that would ensue once he recovered and sought vengeance against Naruto. In Naruto's sealed space, the Ninetales laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha! A kick to the face. Precise. Ruthless. Well done. Ha ha. Madara remained silent for a moment, seemingly taken aback by the crude, yet comically effective conclusion. Finally managing to utter, "Humph," a brutish act devoid of finesse. However, the angle of the kick was barely acceptable. This was likely the highest praise he could muster. Minato wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, displaying a weary yet relieved smile. Naruto has indeed matured. His application of perception is commendable, and his combat style is increasingly distinctive. He chose to selectively disregard the personal vendetta behind that final kick. Uzumaki Naruto, employing his unique groundhog style and a decisive finishing kick, once again emerged victorious. Chapter 88. Former friends beaming with pride, Naruto returned to the stands, his radiant smile blinding enough to provoke the urge to deliver a few playful punches. He bounded towards Sasuke and Sakura, hands on his hips and chin held high. "Did you see that? Did you see that? Sasuke, Sakura," Naruto exclaimed, gesticulating with excitement, nearly spitting out his words. "This is what strength looks like. This is what strategy looks like. Under my groundhog style. That guy, you couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. Ha ha. Easy advancement." Sasuke kept his eyes closed, his brows unruffled, merely emitting a faint, disdainful grunt from his nose, clearly conveying, "Is winning against you worth boasting about? Immature." Sakura sighed, face-palming as she watched Naruto revel in his apparent glory, feeling that her earlier concern for him had been a waste of emotion. Yes, Naruto is the best," she replied dismissively, her thoughts evidently elsewhere. Oblivious to Sakura's indifference, Naruto continued to boast about his triumph, particularly emphasizing that final precise kick, which he described as a divine blow. Just then, Kakashi's signature cough interrupted Naruto's victory speech. Ahem. Team 5, he cleared his throat, scanning the screen, his voice carrying a subtle pause. Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. Please enter the arena, contestants. What? Huh? Two distinctly surprised voices rang out simultaneously. Sakura abruptly lifted her head, her emerald eyes wide with disbelief as she glanced at the opposite stand. Ino was also staring back, her usually bright and confident face now reflecting surprise and an indescribable complexity. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Naruto, mouth agape, shifted his gaze between Sakura and Ino, scratching his head. Are you two going to fight? He clearly recalled the history of these former close friends who now clashed at every encounter. Sasuke slightly opened his eyes, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the arena, seemingly intrigued by this unexpected showdown between friends. After a brief silence, Sakura took a deep breath, her initial shock gradually replaced by a complex resolve. She nodded at Sasuke and Naruto, softly stating, "I'm going." Then she turned, descending the steps one by one. On the other side, Ino swiftly composed herself, donning her signature slightly defiant smile, tossing her golden ponytail and striding confidently down the platform. Yet beneath that smile, her eyes betrayed a hint of unspoken turmoil. The two stood at the center of the arena, strewn with gravel and cracks, locking eyes without the familiar sparks and sharp words that once characterized their encounters. Instead, an unsettling silence laden with heavy memories enveloped them. Sakura gazed at the familiar yet slightly alien face before her, her thoughts drifting back to long ago. Back then, she bore the nickname of Wide Forehead, feeling as small and insignificant as a blade of grass in a corner. It was Ino who shone like a ray of sunlight, illuminating her darkened world. Ino was the first to sincerely compliment Sakura's forehead as cute and her pink hair as beautiful. She was also the first to take her hand, let her into the circle, and teach her about confidence. They were once inseparable, sharing every secret of girlhood, dreaming together about their futures in the Ninja Academy, even secretly sketching handsome profiles during class. At that time, they were each other's best friends, the closest companions outside of their other friends. The wild lily hairpin Ino gifted her still resides in the deepest part of her drawer. However, the tide turned with the arrival of one name, Uchiha Sasuke. When they both became aware of their innocent yet fervent feelings for Sasuke, their pure friendship was quietly overshadowed by shadows of rivalry, competition, suspicion, small schemes, and barbed words sprouted like creeping vines. The once carefree Wide Forehead and Ino transformed into weapons of mutual harm. Their shared confidences morphed into a battle for the attention of the same boy. Every glance exchanged was fraught with tension, every conversation laced with hidden barbs. That once pure friendship, burdened by the weight of the behemoth named Sasuke, gradually withered and shattered. Ultimately, it culminated in the present awkwardness where they could barely meet without conflict. However, through the experiences in Team 7, particularly the harrowing trials in the Forest of Death and Sasuke's injury-induced coma, Sakura's mindset underwent a subtle transformation. She began to ponder what truly mattered: power, the protection of her comrades, or the futile obsession with an unrequited love. She observed Naruto and Sasuke, who were willing to risk their lives to safeguard their friends, and felt the urge to grow as well. She longed to reclaim that precious friendship, to apologize to Ino and express her gratitude. Yet, at this juncture, the chasm between them had deepened, and the fractures were difficult to mend. The words of apology lodged in her throat remained unuttered. Perhaps a straightforward confrontation was the only means of communication left for them, to replace words with fists, to resolve the past through victory and defeat. Sakura was uncertain. All she knew was that standing here, facing Ino, she had to give her all. This was not merely to pass the examination. It was a testament to her personal growth and a delayed reckoning with this twisted friendship. On the other side, Ino observed the myriad of complex emotions flashing in Sakura's eyes, her heart equally tumultuous. She vividly remembered their joyful past, the way she once protected that timid girl with the broad forehead. Yet, Sasuke's arrival had acted as a dividing line, irrevocably severing their bond. She harbored resentment for Sakura's betrayal, despising how she could so easily divert Sasuke's attention. In a bid to fortify herself, she clad her words in sharpness and provocation, as if that would prove her superiority and her rightful place beside Sasuke. But now, witnessing the calm determination in Sakura's gaze, something inexplicable stirred within Ino, igniting her irritation. What a pretentious act. Did she think that merely having endured some trials in Team 7 elevated her above others? Ino would not concede defeat. Hey, broad forehead. Ino broke the silence first, hands on her hips, chin lifted defiantly, striving to infuse her voice with the usual provocation. What are you daydreaming about? Are you scared? It's not too late to surrender now. Better than being humiliated later when I use my signature technique on you. Sakura inhaled deeply, not responding with her usual retorts. Instead, she regarded Ino with a tranquil, unwavering gaze. In the face of Ino's taunts, Sakura did not engage in the customary rebuttal. Instead, amidst the puzzled glances of onlookers, she silently unfastened a small pocket from her ninja tool pouch and produced a roll of medical bandages. What does she need bandages for? In the stands, Kiba, nursing a nose patched up by medical ninjas, asked in a muffled voice. For wrapping a wound? The match hasn't even started. Ten echoed his confusion. Shikamaru frowned, sensing that things were not as straightforward as they seemed. Sakura, her head lowered, moved with a steady focus as she began to wrap the pristine bandages around her right palm and wrist. The bandages were tightly wound, outlining the contours of her fingers. Her movements were deliberate, imbued with a peculiar sense of ritual. Ino was momentarily taken aback by Sakura's unusual behavior. Her next planned insult caught in her throat. What was Broad Forehead doing? Trying to be mysterious? At last, Sakura completed the wrapping, her right hand clenched into a fist, the bandaged knuckles appearing unremarkable. She slowly lifted her gaze to Ino, her eyes calm and unwavering. Let the match begin. The declaration resounded with the voice of Moonlight Gale. In that instant, Sakura sprang into action, not to form hand seals, nor to dash forward, but she suddenly sank into a stance, her weight shifting downwards, her bandaged right fist raised high. Chakra surged through her like rivers converging into the sea. With unprecedented speed and ferocity, it converged violently towards her clenched fist. Her arms' muscles bulged instantaneously, her sleeves fluttering without a breeze. An invisible, heart-stopping pressure radiated outward from her core. Shall we? Accompanied by a shout that encapsulated all her resolve, strength, and complex emotions. Sakura's fist, now brimming with terrifying chakra, descended like a meteor crashing to the earth, or a titan cleaving mountains. With a determination that shattered everything, it struck the ground beneath her with unadorned force. Boom! A sound far more thunderous than Kiba's bark or even the explosive fireball. Akin to the very earth groaning in agony, erupted violently. At the point where her fist met the ground, the exceptionally hard arena floor, crafted from special stone, shattered like fragile ice under a colossal boulder. Terrifying fissures, like a spider's web, spread rapidly in every direction, fracturing and collapsing without mercy. Crack, crack, boom. Fragments of stone shot forth like cannonballs. Dust billowed into the sky like a tsunami. In mere seconds, the entire arena crumbled and disintegrated under the astonished gazes of all present, as if a minor earthquake had transpired. A massive pit, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared. Ino, standing at the opposite end of the arena, bore the brunt of it. She felt the ground vanish beneath her feet as it crumbled away. Her body lost balance amidst the violent tremors and swirling dust. Like a leaf tossed upon tumultuous waves, she was thrown into the air. She screamed in terror, attempting to form hand seals to unleash her family's secret technique, the mind turn technique. But as she tumbled through the air, her mind reeling, her chakra could not consolidate effectively, let alone pinpoint the elusive Sakura now obscured in the dust. Ino. In the stands, Shikamaru and Choji gasped in shock. Asuma leaped to his feet. Amidst the chaos, a pink figure, like an arrow released from a bowstring, pierced through the swirling dust. With an unwavering momentum, she surged towards Ino, who had just fallen onto a protruding shard of stone, dazed and disheveled. It was Sakura. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, her form dust-laden. Yet her spirit soared to its zenith. She clenched her left fist tightly, a terrifying glow of chakra pulsating around it, accompanied by a shrill whistle that tore through the air. With unreserved might, she swung it down towards Ino's face. The force of this punch rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the one that had struck the ground moments ago. Ino watched as the bandaged fist loomed larger in her vision, feeling the impending aura of death. Her mind blanked, leaving only instinctive screams. In the stands, all held their breath. Kakashi's eyes widened beneath his mask. Even Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. In a critical moment, Sakura's fist halted just an inch from the tip of Ino's nose, a tempestuous wind whipping at her cheeks and sending golden locks flying wildly. Time seemed to freeze. Sakura panted heavily, her gaze complex as it fell upon Ino, whose face had gone pale, her pupils dilated in sheer terror. The chakra radiating from her fist gradually dissipated, and in the end, she refrained from striking. Yet her motion did not cease. The halted fist abruptly veered to the side, grazing Ino's ear, and with a mighty crash, it smashed into a relatively intact section of the stone floor behind Ino. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted. The thick stone slab was effortlessly pierced and shattered, sending debris flying and dust billowing anew. Sakura's fist embedded deeply into the fractures of the ground. She maintained her posture, breathing slightly heavier, lifting her head to gaze at Ino, who stood nearby, still shaken. Her voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, yet remarkably clear, declared, "You have lost, Ino." Ino stared blankly at Sakura, perceiving the tumult of complex emotions swirling in those emerald eyes, a proclamation of victory. There was pity, exhaustion, and even a lingering trace of concern she had almost believed to be long extinguished. The remnants of the terrifying force from that punch still echoed in her ears. Alongside the crumbled rock behind her, a profound fear and aftershock washed over her like icy water, leaving her chilled to the bone, her teeth chattering. In that fleeting moment, she genuinely believed she was facing death. All her pride, all her provocations, and all her competitive feelings regarding Sasuke seemed utterly pale and laughable in the face of the overwhelming power disparity and the terror of life and death. Aye. Ino opened her mouth, but found herself unable to utter a sound. Her body trembled slightly from fear and exhaustion. She understood that she could not withstand that punch, let alone in her current state of mental disarray. An immense sense of defeat and unutterable sorrow surged within her, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. She dejectedly lowered her head, her voice thick with nasality and choked emotion. I concede. The victor is Haruno Sakura. The moonlight gale also coughed violently, shaken by the earth-shattering punch, but still managed to announce the result in time. On the high platform, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dropped his pipe with a clang, staring in astonishment at the colossal pit and shattered stones below. He gazed in disbelief at the figure of the pink-haired girl standing amidst the ruins, her hair billowing. His murky old eyes filled with incredulous shock. The third murmured to himself, "This power, this destructive force, this incredible strength, it's just like Tsunade in her youth." Through Sakura's silhouette, he seemed to see the golden-haired girl from decades ago, who had once struck fear into the arena with a single punch. The sheer, unreasonable brute force and the terrifying precision of chakra control were strikingly similar, if not for the fact that Tsunade was currently hiding from her debts, and if not for the recent observations of the third that Sakura was merely studying medical ninjutsu in the hospital. He would surely have believed that Sakura was Tsunade's apprentice. Beside him, Kakashi, despite his mask, had one eye wide open, filled with astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. He only knew that Sakura excelled academically and had some talent in medical ninjutsu, but when did she become so ferocious? This level of destruction was even more terrifying than Guy. On the other side, Gaara of Sunagakure displayed a different expression, one of interest and amusement. He had to admit that he had underestimated Sakura. After all, no one expected a girl to unleash such terrifying destructive power. Now, Gaara was eager to test his strength against Sakura, only to eliminate her afterward. In the stands of Team 7, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Naruto's previously triumphant grin had completely frozen, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He glanced at the massive pit below, then looked down at his hands, which had been boasting of their ability to dig holes just moments ago, a chill running up his spine. He suddenly clutched his head and let out a terrified wail. "Ah, Sakura, when did you become so terrifying? That punch. If it hit someone." He envisioned a grim future where he inadvertently angered Sakura and was obliterated by a single punch. Shivering at the thought and instinctively distancing himself from Sasuke. Sasuke, though maintaining his cool demeanor, nearly faltered as well. The muscles in his face twitched as he gazed at the vast pit, stealing a glance at the panicking Naruto beside him, his expression extremely complex. There was shock, gravity, and perhaps a hint of relief that he had been somewhat courteous to Sakura in the past. He silently tucked his hands into his pockets, as if to distance himself from danger. Sakura stood amidst the ruins, listening to the announcement of the moonlight gale. She watched as Ino was assisted away by the medical team, her disheartened figure teetering with tears in her eyes. There was little joy of victory in her heart, only a heavy sense of complexity and fatigue. She unwound the makeshift boxing wraps from her hands and quietly returned to the stands. As she walked, the surrounding candidates instinctively parted to make way, their gazes filled with awe, apprehension, and even fear. The visual impact of a single punch shattering the ground was overwhelmingly potent. As Naruto observed Sakura approaching, he leaped back like a startled rabbit, plastering an excessively ingratiating yet stiff smile on his face. "Aha, Sakura. You were amazing. So powerful. I promise to listen to you from now on. I will never speak out of turn again." "Really?" In the sealed space, Obito observed this scene and scoffed. "What is there to fear? Afraid of a woman? How embarrassing." Sasuke also subtly shifted a half-step to the side. Though the movement was slight, its meaning was clear. Sakura regarded her two teammates' exaggerated reactions, then glanced at the massive pit she had created with her own hands, her lips twitching involuntarily. She sighed in resignation, feeling her complex emotions dissipate considerably. "You two, enough already.